Chapter 3062. At this moment, he was completely unaware that he could be betrayed by the Blood Skull Gang's assassin at any time. According to his plan, if Duan Tian did not show up, the Blood Skull Gang's assassin would kill Lu Guanglin before Duan Tian's follower woke up. Once Duan Tian showed up, the assassin would naturally place all his attention on Duan Tian. At that time, the assassin would not care if Lu Guanglin woke up or if Lu Guanglin would betray him after he woke up. All the assassin cared about was killing Duan Tian and fulfilling the orders given to him by the organization. Duan Tian did not expect to receive such a letter. After half a year, he had actually received a letter similar to the one he had received half a year ago. The content of the letter was similar to the one he had received before. However, the person in the letter was not Huaner but Lu Guanglin's follower. Moreover, he had personally gone to Lu Guanglin's location to confirm that Lu Guanglin had indeed been abducted. Swaggering in and abducting one of your men. There's no way that the person who did this is a member of the Blood Skull. After all, if an assassin from the Blood Skull Gang were to enter the sect, he would definitely alert the sect's formation. This was the reply Duan Tian had sent to Sun Liangpang, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect, to inform him that Lu Guanglin had been abducted. Based on your words, it's very likely that the assassin is a mole. Is it someone from the Simplicity Celestial sect? Duan Tian asked. Yes. Sun Liangpeng's reply was firm. The letter also states that I should travel alone. If you or a celestial king from the sect comes with me, I'm afraid the mole will still inform the assassin. Duan Tian replied. Duan Tian, I've already made plans for this. Half a year ago, when you encountered that incident, I pretended to send my second brother out to handle some matters, Sun Liangpeng replied confidently. Sun Liangpeng's voice was filled with confidence as he replied. Now, he's waiting for my orders. This time, he'll go with you to meet the Blood Skull's assassin. Sect leader, are you sure your second brother will be able to protect me? Duan Tian did not beat around the bush. Although he was certain he would leave the Simplicity Celestial Sect's estate to rescue Lu Guanglin, he had to be fully prepared before he left. After all, he did not know how strong the assassin from the Blood Skull Gang was sent. Although he did not know how strong the assassin from the Heaven Realm was, he was certain the assassin was stronger than him. At most, the assassins from the Heaven Celestial Sect's estate. In the eyes of the Blood Skull Gang, Duan Tian was no longer a peak overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial but a 10-direction Celestial King who had comprehended 2 profundities from the law of Earth. Moreover, his cultivation base as a 10-direction Celestial King would decline rapidly if he expended even a little bit of his energy. Don't worry. Sun Liangpeng remained confident even after hearing Duan Tian's words. Although my second brother's cultivation base is only a 5-element Celestial King, his comprehension of the law of wind is extremely powerful. None of the 5-element Celestial Kings in the profound Nethermansion are a match for him. His strength is comparable to a 5-element Celestial King from the Blood Skull Gang. In fact, his strength is comparable to a 6-combo Celestial King from the Blood Skull Gang. Duan Tian nodded. Although your cultivation base is comparable to a 10-direction Celestial King, your comprehension of the profundities from the law isn't strong. It's impossible for the assassin from the Blood Skull Gang to be too strong. In my opinion, they'll send a 5-element Celestial King at most. It's more likely that they'll send a 4-phenomenon Celestial King. Based on Sun Liangpeng's words, it was clear he was confident in his guess. My second brother should be able to suppress a 5-element Celestial King. It won't be difficult for him to kill the assassin after some time. Even if the assassin doesn't want to fight and wants to flee, with my second brother's comprehension of the law of wind, it won't be difficult for him to catch up to the assassin. Even if he can't kill the assassin, he can still send a message to me. Duan Tian nodded. All right. Sun Liangpeng's words put Duan Tian at ease. Sect leader, when can I depart? Duan Tian asked Sun Liangpeng. He was in a hurry to rescue Lu Guanglin. You can depart now. My second brother is hiding near the sect's estate. Moreover, his true form as a celestial beast is best at concealing itself. Even a 6-combo Celestial King or 7-star Celestial King won't be able to detect his presence, let alone a 5-element Celestial King. Sun Liangpeng replied. Where is that person asking you to go? To the east? Sun Liangpeng asked. The west. Duan Tian replied. All right, You can depart now. Keep in touch. I'll ask my second brother to follow you closely so he can protect you in time. As soon as Sun Liangpeng finished speaking, Duan Lingtian made his way to the west. This time, he was even further away from the Simplicity Celestial Sex Estate. Swoosh! After leaving the Simplicity Celestial Sex Estate, Duan Lingtian did not use his celestial origin energy to travel. Instead, he used a celestial boat to carry him. The weakest celestial boat was a Duke-grade celestial weapon. Moreover, it was very complicated to refine. For this reason, Duan Lingtian had only heard of Duke-grade celestial boats before he joined the Simplicity Celestial sect. The Duke-grade celestial boats were divided into 3 grades. The better the grade, the faster the boat. The fastest celestial boat was comparable to a 9 palaces celestial duke, who traveled with only his celestial origin energy. The slowest celestial boat was comparable to a 3-talent celestial duke who traveled with only his celestial origin energy. This was the difference between a high-grade Duke-grade celestial boat and a low-grade Duke-grade celestial boat. Mid-grade Duke-grade celestial boats were comparable to a 6-combination celestial duke, who traveled with only his celestial origin energy. Currently, Duan Lingtian was riding on a low-grade celestial boat. He had spent some celestial crystals to purchase it from an elder of the Simplicity Celestial sect. The elder of the Simplicity Celestial sect was a Duke-grade celestial weapon craftsman who was capable of forging Duke-grade celestial boats. He was also the only Duke-grade celestial weapon craftsman in the Simplicity Celestial sect who was capable of forging Duke-grade celestial boats. However, the Duke-grade celestial boats he was capable of forging were mostly low-grade Duke-grade celestial boats. Up until now, he had only forged 2 mid-grade Duke-grade celestial boats. As for high-grade Duke-grade celestial boats, he had yet to forge one. I've arrived. After traveling for a day and a night on the celestial boat, Duan Lingtian finally arrived at the place where the person who had left the message had agreed to meet him. The place where they had agreed to meet was a barren plain. There was only a lone tree standing on the plain. The tree had no leaves, only its branches. Most of the branches were withered, and there were a few cracks on the main branch. It was clear the tree had lost its vitality. A soul pearl. Duan Lingtian discovered a soul pearl on one of the branches of the tree. He was not surprised by this since this was what the person who had left the message had agreed to meet. After obtaining the soul pearl, he tried to contact the person who had written the message through the soul imprint on the soul pearl. However, as soon as Duan Lingtian's divine consciousness made contact with the soul imprint on the soul pearl, swoosh, swoosh, along with the sound of leaves flapping, the branches on the big tree beside Duan Lingtian began to shake one by one. At the same time, white dots of light appeared at every corner of the tree. They looked like stars in the sky. These white dots of light each gave off a mysterious power, which then converged together and blossomed into a dazzling white light. As soon as the white light appeared, it enveloped the entire tree, including Duan Lingtian. At the same time, Duan Lingtian felt his vision darken. His heart skipped a beat. Is this a teleportation formation? Oh no! In the void not far away, a huge green bird that resembled a goshawk appeared. It was as if it had been hiding in the void earlier. After the goshawk appeared, its mountain-like body transformed into a young man dressed in a long green robe in the blink of an eye. He looked at the tree that had returned to its original state after the white light dissipated. His expression was unsightly. The assassin from the Blood Skull Gang is actually a formation master? This teleportation formation was set up so stealthily that even I didn't notice it before it was set up. I wonder where Duan Lingtian has been transported to. The green-clad young man was the second brother of Sun Liangpeng, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect. He was a 5-element celestial king in human form. Based on Sun Liangpeng's words, among the 5-element celestial kings in the profound Nether Mansion, there was no one who was a match for Sun Liangpeng. Based on this, it was clear the green-clad young man was quite strong. However, even then, Duan Lingtian had still disappeared right under his nose. As expected, it's a one-time teleportation formation. Although the green-clad young man knew Duan Lingtian had triggered a one-time teleportation formation, he still flew toward the tree to inspect it. After a while, he was certain it was a one-time teleportation formation that had sent Duan Lingtian away. Big brother. The green-clad young man took a deep breath before he sent a message to his big brother, Sun Liangpeng, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect. Sun Liangpeng, who was in the Simplicity Celestial Sex Estate, had an unsightly expression on his face when he received the green-clad young man's message. I can't believe that the Blood Skull's assassin is a spell formation grandmaster. Even if one had sufficient materials, it was not easy to set up a one-time teleportation formation on a withered tree. Ordinary formation masters were not capable of such a feat. Chapter 3063. He might not be a formation grandmaster. It's possible that he found a formation grandmaster nearby to set up this formation. The green-clad young man replied. Damn it! I didn't expect the Blood Skull gang to be so cunning. They even prepared a one-time transporting formation that even you couldn't detect. When Sun Liangpeng transmitted the message again, his voice was very heavy. However, the teleportation distance of a one-time use teleportation portal is limited after all. Second brother, search the surrounding area as quickly as you can. I'll go over immediately and search with you. As soon as Sun Liangpeng finished speaking, he left the Simplicity Celestial Sex Estate. At the same time, he did not forget to contact the high-ranking officials in the Simplicity Celestial Sect and ask them to help him search for Duanling Tian as well. Soon enough, nearly half of the Celestial Kings in the Simplicity Celestial Sex Estate left to search for Duanling Tian. While the high-ranking officials of the Simplicity Celestial Sect were busy searching for Duanling Tian had already been transported to a sinister valley. The valley was filled with a foul stench, causing Duanling Tian to erect a barrier of celestial origin energy to keep the stench at bay. Of course, this kind of celestial origin energy barrier that could block out the stench basically did not consume any celestial origin energy. Even if Duanling Tian's celestial origin energy that was comparable to a 10-direction Celestial King's celestial origin energy would not necessarily drop to the level of a 9 palaces Celestial King. It's actually a transporting formation. Moreover, the sect leader's second brother isn't here. It's obvious it's a one-time transporting formation. The Blood Skull Gang's assassin really came prepared. Duanling Tian took a deep breath as a sense of dread rose in his heart. He could only rely on himself now. Since you've sent me here, are you still not going to show yourself? Duanling Tian asked coldly as he swept his cold gaze across the canyon. As soon as Duanling Tian finished speaking, a frivolous and indifferent voice rang in the air. What a close relationship between a master and a servant. The voice seemed to have come from all directions. However, Duanling Tian, who had extended his divine consciousness in all directions, managed to locate the owner of the voice as soon as it rang in the air. In an inconspicuous cave on one side of the canyon, a figure walked out of it, carrying a person in his hand. When the figure walked out of the darkness, Duanling Tian had a clear view of the person's appearance. The person was a middle-aged man with a medium build. He was dressed in the same black robes of the Blood Skull Gang's assassin. The middle-aged man had an ordinary appearance, but his eyes seemed to be suffused with a cold light at all times. When his gaze landed on Duanling Tian, it was like waves of cold wind that slapped on Duanling Tian's body, causing Duanling Tian to tremble with fear. Guanglin! Duanling Tian's expression darkened slightly when he saw the unconscious Lu Guanglin in the hands of the Blood Skull Gang's assassin. At the same time, Duanling Tian extended his divine consciousness into Lu Guanglin's body and discovered traces of white lightning energy in Lu Guanglin's body. These traces of white lightning energy were suppressing Lu Guanglin, preventing him from waking up. Duanling Tian extended his divine consciousness and forced the white lightning energy in Lu Guanglin's body to retreat. At the same time, Lu Guanglin slowly opened his eyes and saw Duanling Tian. His eyes lit up immediately. At the same time, he instinctively called out to Duanling Tian, "Yes, sir." Lu Guanglin's voice was hoarse, and his aura was weak. It was as though he had been tortured. At the same time, Lu Guanglin sent a message to Duanling Tian. Lu Guanglin told Duanling Tian who had brought him out of the Simplicity Celestial Sex Estate. Although he did not know what had happened, when he saw Duanling Tian in this place after he woke up, he could faintly guess that someone wanted to deal with his master. For this reason, Lu Guanglin did not hesitate to tell Duanling Tian everything he knew. Jianghu. Duanling Tian's expression darkened immediately when he received Lu Guanglin's message. Right at this instant, a cold and indifferent voice entered into Duanling Tian's ears in a timely manner. Go to the Yellow Springs Road and wait for your master. The voice belonged to the Blood Skull Gang's assassin who was holding Lu Guanglin hostage. This is bad. As soon as the voice entered Duanling Tian's ears, his expression changed drastically. At the same time, his celestial origin energy surged out of his body and turned into crimson flames. Whoosh! Whoosh! In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian seemed to have transformed into a ball of fire as he shot toward the Blood Skull Gang's assassin. It's too late! As soon as Duan Lingtian made his move, the Blood Skull Gang's assassin began to move as well. He moved like a ghost in the air. At the same time, Duan Lingtian saw a silver thread in the air. The Blood Skull assassin was holding an inconspicuous silver thread in his hands. As the silver thread vibrated, Lu Guanglin's body was torn to pieces. Guanglin! Upon seeing Lu Guanglin's death, Duan Lingtian instinctively came to a halt. His eyes were bloodshot. At the same time, the flames around Duan Lingtian's body surged, making it seem as though he had turned into a flaming man. Don't worry. Next, you will follow him and accompany him on the road to the Yellow Springs. Upon seeing Duan Lingtian losing his composure, the Blood Skull Gang's assassin flashed a bright smile. When he spoke again, it was as though he had already regarded Duan Lingtian as a dead man. Die! As soon as the Blood Skull Gang's assassin finished speaking, Duan Lingtian's cold gaze landed on him. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's body transformed into a ball of fire again as he shot toward the Blood Skull Gang's assassin. His speed was comparable to the assassin's. I'd like to see how long you can last with such speed. Since it's not your celestial origin energy, it's not yours. When the Blood Skull Gang's assassin saw Duan Lingtian charging toward him, he began to move again. It seemed like he had no intention of fighting Duan Lingtian head-on. Based on his words, it was clear he intended to deplete Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy. After Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy dropped, he would attack Duan Lingtian. However, those fellows are really unreliable. What do they mean by comprehending two profundities from the law of earth? They're clearly comprehending two profundities from the law of fire. The fire elemental profundity. The plundering profundity. The assassin muttered to himself as he dodged Duan Lingtian. Fortunately, I'm the one who came this time. If it were another 4-phenomenon celestial king or a 5-element celestial king, I'm afraid he would have died here. Senior Chaos Divine Flame. Duan Lingtian's expression darkened when he saw the assassin's intention. At the same time, he contacted the Chaos Divine Flame. Almost as soon as he made contact with the chaotic divine flame, a gray flame-like energy surged out of his body and merged with the flames that surrounded his body. Boom! A loud explosion rang in the air as though the flames had exploded. In the next moment, the flames on Duan Lingtian's body surged. His speed was much faster than before. In just a blink of an eye, his speed had surpassed the assassin's speed. This is the explosion profundity? The assassin's expression changed slightly. He knew he could no longer dodge Duan Lingtian's attacks. After all, Duan Lingtian was fast enough to catch up to him. Since the flames on Duan Lingtian's body seemed to have exploded, the assassin assumed Duan Lingtian had comprehended the explosion profundity from the law of fire. The explosion profundity was the law of fire's main offensive profundity. However, it also contained a hint of speed. During the process of the explosion, the speed of the flame's turbulence naturally increased by quite a bit. Through the speed characteristic of the explosion profound, once he used the explosion profound, he could increase his speed to the next level. Bas, 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 bas. The assassin no longer dodged Duan Lingtian's attack. Instead, he turned around and waved his hands. The silk thread in his hands began to vibrate rapidly. It was as though thousands of saber rays were slicing through the air, emitting a crisp and ear-piercing sound. Apart from that, when the assassin made his move, green rays of light could be seen on the silk thread in his hands. When he moved, green rays of light could also be seen on his body. It was as though he was surrounded by wind. Clearly, the assassin had comprehended the law of wind and was using various profundities from the law of wind. Up until now, he had only used the gale profundity, the wind-gathering profundity, and the slicing profundity. As for the fundamental profundity of the law of wind, the wind elemental profundity, there was no need to mention it. If one did not comprehend the wind elemental profundity, it would be impossible for one to use the other profundities from the law of wind. A6 Combo's Celestial King? Based on the celestial origin energy on the assassin's body, it was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to determine the assassin's cultivation base. At the same time, he could also vaguely identify the profundities from the law of wind that the assassin had used. The 7 Orifices Exquisite Sword. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Tian took out his 7 Orifices Exquisite Sword to deal with the Blood Skull Gang's assassin. Naturally, to prevent the assassin from recognizing the 7 Orifices Exquisite Sword as a royal-grade celestial weapon, Duan Tian pretended to take it out of his spatial ring. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Strange noises rang in the air from the assassin's group, attracting Duan Tian's attention. At the same time, his eyes widened in shock. This is the Wind Blade Profundity? Chapter 3064. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. A series of strange sounds rang in the air as the string in the Blood Skull Gang's assassin's hand shook the air, causing green blades to appear in the air. The green blades were formed from wind. This was one of the offensive profundities from the law of wind, the Wind Blade Profundity. However, this was not the end of it. As the Blood Skull Gang assassin waved the silk thread in his hand, the air in the area where the silk thread passed through started to distort violently. In the end, it formed a tornado that sucked in all the wind blades and silk threads. In just a blink of an eye, a terrifying tornado formed in front of the Blood Skull Gang's assassin. It completely blocked Duan Tian's sight. In Duan Tian's eyes, the Blood Skull Gang's assassin's figure was completely blocked by the tornado that continued to grow. This is the tornado profundity from the law of wind? Duan Tian's expression changed slightly. Up until now, the assassin had cast 6 profundities from the law of wind. The wind elemental profundity, the hurricane profundity, the gale profundity, the slash profundity, the wind blade profundity, and the tornado profundity. Excluding the wind elemental profundity, the assassin had cast a total of 5 profundities from the law of wind. Lad, you're just a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Even if you're using a consumable royal-grade celestial weapon, you should be proud that you're able to die under my attack. In the blink of an eye, the Blood Skull Gang assassin dove into the tornado, completely ignoring the twisting threads and the sharp wind blades that were flying toward him. A full-powered attack? When Duan Tian heard the Blood Skull Gang's words, he knew the Blood Skull Gang's assassin was using all of his techniques. Apart from the string that was a king-grade celestial weapon that had been nurtured by a celestial lord, the assassin had also cast 6 profundities from the law of wind. There were only 9 profundities from the law of wind, including the wind elemental profundity. However, the assassin had cast 6 profundities from the law of wind. In the Southern Heaven territory, it was extremely rare for someone to comprehend 9 profundities of the same law, even if it was only to the rudimentary stage. Comprehending the first few profundities of the 9 profundities of the same law wasn't that bad. It didn't feel like it was that easy. However, the further one comprehended the profundities, the more difficult it was to comprehend them. This was because there were many conflicting profundities from the same law of wind. Only by finding a balance point would one be able to comprehend 2 conflicting profundities from the law of wind. A 6 celestial king was a 6 calm celestial king had comprehended 6 profundities from the law of wind. Brat, die! The assassin's voice from the tornado, the assassins, the assassins, the assassins, the assassins. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, the tornado whistled and swept toward Duan Tian. Its speed was not inferior to Duan Tian's current speed. If Duan Tian could maintain his current speed, he would be able to pull away from the tornado attack. Alas, he could not maintain his current speed because the celestial origin energy in his body came from the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon. Based on the current situation, his cultivation base would regress to the level of a 9 palaces celestial king in 30 breaths at most. At that time, the tornado attack of the Blood Skull Gang assassin would catch up to him and engulf him. I'd like to see how long the celestial origin energy in your body can last. You'll definitely die within 50 breaths. The assassin from the Blood Skull Gang sneered when he saw Duan Tian moving at full speed to avoid the tornado attack. I can't let this go on. Otherwise, I'll definitely die within 30 breaths. At this moment, Duan Tian had used all his techniques to move as fast as he could to maintain a certain distance from the tornado. However, he knew the distance between them would shrink after 30 breaths, and the tornado would catch up to him within 10 breaths. Apart from the wind elemental profundity, the wind elemental profundity, the wind gathering profundity, the gale profundity, the slash profundity, the wind blade profundity, and the tornado profundity. With my current strength, it won't be difficult for me to block his attack even with the 7 orifices exquisite sword. However, my celestial origin energy will be depleted rapidly after blocking his attack. At the very least, my cultivation base will drop to the level of an 8 trigram celestial king. At that time, he'll only be slightly injured at most. It'll be easy for him to kill me. Faced with the tornado, Duan Lingtian felt time passing by so quickly. At the same time, he could feel the aura of death looming over him. Profound divine metal, both of us have to make a move this time. Otherwise, this brat will definitely die. The Chaos Divine Earth's childish voice sounded solemn as though it was about to face a formidable enemy. It was rare for it to be so serious. Of course I know. The profound divine metal's voice rang in the air as well. Kid, attack him with all your strength. Use the sword in your hand and aim at his vitals. We only have one chance. We only have one chance, the profound divine metal said to Duan Lingtian. Don't panic. You're not any slower than him. It won't be difficult for you to aim at his vitals. The Chaos Divine Earth comforted Duan Lingtian before it continued to say, moreover, if he sees you attacking him instead of running away, he'll only think you're putting up a desperate fight. He won't even think about dodging your attack. By the time he realized that the sword in your hand was extraordinary and the power of the profound divine metal, it was already too late for him to realize the danger he was in. The Chaos Divine Earth's tone was filled with confidence when it spoke. Even if you manage to kill him, you'll be severely injured even with the help of the Chaos Divine Earth. Duan Lingtian exclaimed. The Chaos Divine Flame added, after you kill him, if you have any energy left, try your best to fuse it with the defensive celestial artifact you're wearing to protect yourself from the aftershock of his attack. Upon hearing the 5 divine elements' words, Duan Lingtian calmed down. It was as though the waves on the sea had calmed down. The reason Duan Lingtian was able to calm down in such a short time was due to his many life and death experiences in the past. He knew very well that at this moment, the key to success or failure was to remain calm. After all, those who could not maintain their composure were usually the ones who would die. Swoosh! Under the gaze of the blood skull assassin, the crimson flame, which had been keeping a distance from him all this time, suddenly paused. Moreover, after the crimson flame paused for a moment to reveal the purple figure, it began to charge toward the assassin. Whoosh! Whoosh! The crimson flame tore through the air, creating a heat wave in its wake. It seemed as though the air in its wake was on fire. If someone was here, they would clearly see the crimson flame in the air. Within the canyon, there was a vast and boundless scarlet flame that was colliding with a tornado that traversed the canyon. Humph! How stubborn! The Blood Skull Gang's assassin snorted coldly. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian was only doing this because Duan Lingtian wanted to fight to the death before his celestial origin energy was reduced. However, now that he had a rough idea of Duan Lingtian's strength, what was there to be afraid of? Although Duan Lingtian's current cultivation base was comparable to a 10-direction celestial king, he had only comprehended 3 profundities from the law of fire. One of them was the fire elemental profundity, the fundamental profundity of the law of fire. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian only had 1 purely offensive king-grade celestial weapon and 1 purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon that had been nurtured by a celestial lord. Boom! Rumble! The tornado continued to wreak havoc in the valley. It did not seem like it was going to stop any time soon. The wind stirred up sand and stones in the valley, uprooting the flowers, plants and trees. A large tree that required 5 to 6 adults to wrap their arms around was uprooted as well. Apart from that, the walls of the valley that were close to the tornado began to crack. Some of the rocks that were severely cracked fell off the walls and were sucked into the tornado before they were reduced to dust. He's in the tornado. I can see him now. If I get closer, I'll be able to lock on to his vital points. When the crimson flame on Duan Lingtian's body collided with the tornado, the assassin felt a powerful pressure pressing down on him, making it difficult for him to breathe. At the same time, the energy from the Chaos Divine Earth entered his body and merged with the crimson flame on his body, alleviating the pressure on him. Boom! 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 The tornado and the soaring flames collided. Deafening explosions sounded again and again. The rolling airwaves carried a terrifying shock wave that swept in all directions and slammed into the surroundings of the canyon, causing the entire canyon to tremble. It was as if a violent earthquake had occurred. Meanwhile, There's movement over there. Sun Liangpeng, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect, who was searching for Duanling Tian on the east side of the valley, suddenly turned to look in the direction of the valley. Although the tremors from the other side were not strong, it was not difficult for him to determine the distance. It was not difficult for him to see that a terrifying battle was taking place there. It should be there. Sun Liangpeng's expression was solemn as he shot forward at lightning speed. Duanling Tian, hold on for a little longer. Wait for me. Over there. As soon as Sun Liangpeng made his move, his second brother, the green-clad young man who had transformed into a celestial beast, also transformed back into a celestial beast and flew toward the valley. There seems to be movement over there. Let's go. Let's go over there and have a look. It seems to be very far away. Based on the commotion, the two people fighting are definitely not weak. It must be Duanling Tian and the assassin from the Blood Skull Gang. Chapter 3065. The gloomy valley was in ruins. Everything inside was in a state of chaos. The raging wind and fire in the air made it seem as if doomsday had arrived. I've locked on to him. Under the cover of the soaring flames, Duanling Tian's 7 orifices exquisite sword shot out a sword ray and broke through the threads and wind blades contained in the tornado. He charged toward the Blood Skull assassin who was in the middle of the tornado. At the same time, he locked his gaze on the Blood Skull assassin's forehead. Not bad. I didn't expect you to be able to come here. The assassin was surprised to see Duanling Tian's purple robe, which had been shredded by the wind blades, was still able to get close to him despite the wounds on his body. However, it's time to end this now. A cold smile appeared on the assassin's face. Then, he stretched out his hands, and the threads in his hands suddenly shot toward Duanling Tian. At this moment, this thread that whistled towards Duanling Tian seemed to have transformed into a general that commanded a vast army, and as soon as it flashed out, the wind blades that covered the sky arrived along with its shadow and flashed towards Duanling Tian at the same time. When the assassin made his move, his eyes were cold and his face was expressionless. In his eyes, Duanling Tian was already a dead man. Brat, now's the time. Just as the assassin saw Duanling Tian breaking through the tornado and attacking Duanling Tian, the profound divine metal's voice rang in Duanling Tian's ears. Dang! Upon hearing the profound divine metal's words, Duanling Tian's eyes turned even colder. At the same time, the sword in his hand suddenly shone with a dazzling 7-colored light. Whoosh! 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 At this moment, the 7 orifices exquisite sword, which had looked ordinary, shone with the utmost brilliance. 7 sword rays of different colors shot out of the 7 orifices on the sword and swirled around the sword. At the same time, they emitted different auras. Every sword light of a different color exuded a completely different aura. 7 different colored sword lights circled around the 7 orifices exquisite sword. After a while, the 7 orifices exquisite sword seemed to have been injected with chicken blood. The sword lights suddenly surged and became sharper. A terrifying aura began to spread out. If the Blood Skull Gang assassin still couldn't see the extraordinariness of the 7 orifices exquisite sword, he would have lived his life in vain. However, before he could think of anything else, he saw a golden thread appear in the middle of the 7 orifices exquisite sword. If one took a closer look, it was not a golden thread, but a golden energy. It was like a golden stream of water, flowing on the 7 orifices exquisite sword. Chi, 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 chi. The strings in the Blood Skull assassin's hands whizzed towards Duanling Tian, as if they were going to cut Duanling Tian into 1,000 pieces. In the face of this, Duanling Tian's sword light flickered in his hand as he fearlessly charged forward. Whoosh! Just one sword strike seemed to be able to cut through the void. Wherever it passed, the golden threads were shaken away, and the wind blades were all swept away. However, some of the wind blades still managed to land on Duanling Tian's body. Even with the Chaos Divine Earth's energy and the purely defensive King-grade celestial weapon that had been nurtured by a celestial lord, he was still unable to withstand the wind blades. In the blink of an eye, Duanling Tian's purple clothes became even more tattered, and the number of wounds on his body increased. He looked like he was riddled with holes. All this happened in the blink of an eye. Emperor-grade celestial weapon. When the Blood Skull Gang assassin saw the sword in Duanling Tian's hand and let out a cry of shock, the 7 orifices exquisite sword in Duanling Tian's hand, which had been infused with the profound divine metal's energy, was already close to the assassin's forehead. The assassin from the Blood Skull Gang did not even have time to react since Duan Lingtian's attack was too fast. When the profound divine metal's energy surged into the 7 orifices exquisite sword, Duan Lingtian felt as though the sword was flying out of his hand. Spurt! A soft sound rang in the air. The 7 orifices exquisite sword in Duan Lingtian's hand pierced the assassin's forehead as though it was made of tofu. The white blade entered, and the red blade exited. The profound divine metal's power surged into the Blood Skull assassin's sea of psychic power, crushing his soul with ease. The assassin from the Blood Skull Gang's eyes were wide open as he fell to the ground. Before he died, he had clearly mobilized the remaining energy in his body and infused it into the king-grade celestial weapon that had been nurtured by a celestial lord. However, it was still easily pierced through by Duan Lingtian's sword. It was as though the 7-colored sword qi did not penetrate the defense of a king-grade celestial weapon but a broken wall. Before he died, the assassin from the Blood Skull Gang only had one thought in his mind. How did Duan Lingtian cast the law of fire and the law of metal's piercing profundity at the same time? The profound divine metal that had fused with the 7 orifices exquisite sword was very similar to the law of metal's piercing profundity. The assassin from the Blood Skull Gang had comprehended the law of wind. Apart from the law of wind and the law of metal, the 2 profundities had similar characteristics. It was the severing profundity. The law of metal had the severing profundity, and the law of wind had the severing profundity as well. Back then, in order to comprehend the cutting profound of the law of wind, the Blood Skull Gang had not only used the floating image pearls of experts who had comprehended the cutting profound of the law of wind, but they had also used the floating image pearls of experts who had comprehended the cutting profound of the law of metal. For this reason, he was familiar with the piercing profundity since he had seen powerhouses who had comprehended the law of metal's severing profundity cast the piercing profundity. Although the assassin from the Blood Skull Gang was surprised that Duan Lingtian had comprehended the law of metal's piercing profundity, he did not think it was impossible. However, Duan Lingtian had cast the law of wind and the law of metal's piercing profundity at the same time. This completely overturned the assassin from the Blood Skull Gang's understanding of the law of metal's piercing profundity. Swoosh! Swoosh! After the death of the Blood Skull Gang's assassin, the vast tornado dispersed in the blink of an eye, turning into a gust of wind that blew in every corner of the canyon, displaying its remaining power. Boom! Boom! Rumble! The valley trembled as though an earthquake had occurred. Huff! 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 After the tornado's energy dissipated, Duan Lingtian panted heavily. He felt completely drained. When he put away the 7 orifices exquisite sword, he felt as though his entire body was about to fall apart. The numbing pain he felt due to his concentration was transmitted to his mind from his nerves, causing him to faint. After his body swayed for a while, Duan Lingtian took out a Duke-grade healing pill from his spatial ring and swallowed it. Only then did the pain in his body subside. Lad, the chaos divine flame and the profound divine metal have fallen into a deep slumber after helping you this time. I'll also need to rest for a while to recover. Just as Duan Lingtian was about to collect the loot left behind by the assassin from the Blood Skull Gang, the Chaos Divine Earth's childish voice rang in his ears. In the past, the Chaos Divine Earth's voice had always been full of energy. However, this time, it seemed to be very weak. Moreover, the more it spoke, the softer its voice became. Cultivate well and improve your strength as soon as possible. Although the Chaos Divine Flame has fallen into a deep slumber, you can still use it to refine celestial pills. You can try to understand and visualize the Chaos Divine Flame when you use it. That way, it'll be easier for you to comprehend the profundities from the law of fire than if you were to comprehend them on your own. Of course, although the effect is not bad, it's not as good as the Chaos Divine Flame's guidance. However, if you want to receive guidance from the Chaos Divine Flame again, I'm afraid you'll have to wait until it wakes up. The Chaos Divine Earth's voice became softer and softer before it stopped abruptly. It seems like I'll have to rely on myself for the time being. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Duan Lingtian. Just as Duan Lingtian was about to collect the loot left behind by the assassin from the Blood Skull Gang, an anxious voice rang from outside the valley. Based on the voice, it was clear the voice was still some distance away. Sect leader? By the time Duan Lingtian regained his senses and recognized the owner of the voice, a figure had already appeared in the valley like a ghost. The figure belonged to a middle-aged man with a medium build who was dressed in a shabby robe. It was none other than Sun Liangpang, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect, Duan Lingtian, you're seriously injured. Sun Liangpeng muttered to himself. His expression changed slightly when he saw Duan Lingtian's injuries. Then he asked instinctively, "Where's the assassin from the Blood Skull Gang?" "Over there." Duan Lingtian replied in a low voice as he looked at the corpse of the assassin from the Blood Skull Gang, who had been smashed into a pulp on the ground. At the same time, he struggled to descend to the ground and made his way to the corpse of the assassin from the Blood Skull Gang. Sun Liangpeng was stunned when he saw the corpse of the assassin from the Blood Skull Gang. This is the assassin from the Blood Skull Gang? He was killed by Duan Lingtian? By the time Sun Liangpeng regained his senses, Duan Lingtian had already taken the assassin's spatial ring and the defensive celestial weapon from the assassin. This is my first time seeing a king-grade celestial weapon like this. Although this king-grade celestial weapon isn't popular, it's extremely powerful in the hands of someone who has comprehended the law of metal and the law of wind. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as he looked at the silk thread in the assassin's hand. Earlier, when the assassin from the Blood Skull Gang made his move, the silk thread seemed to be able to cut the void in its wake. Whoosh! While Duan Lingtian was putting the silk thread in the assassin's spatial ring, Sun Liangping appeared next to Duan Lingtian in just a blink of an eye. Duan Lingtian, what's the cultivation base of this assassin? Sun Liangping asked curiously as he looked at Duan Lingtian. A6 Combo Celestial King. Chapter 3066. A6 Combo Celestial King? Sun Liangpeng's expression changed drastically when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. A 6-combo Celestial King from the Blood Skull Gang was not an ordinary 6-combo Celestial King. He had comprehended more profundities from the same law than most 6-combo Celestial Kings in the profound Nether Mansion. That assassin is a 6-combo Celestial King? Sun Liangpeng's expression changed drastically when a voice rang from outside the valley. Following that, a huge figure appeared and blocked the sky above the valley. Duan Lingtian looked over and saw a green bird that resembled an eagle. When he looked over, the green bird had already transformed into a green-clad young man. In just a blink of an eye, the green-clad young man appeared next to him and Sun Liangpeng. Duan Lingtian, this is my second brother, Jianghu. Sun Liangpeng introduced the green-clad young man to Duan Lingtian. Although Jianghu had been following Duan Lingtian ever since he left the Simplicity Celestial Sex Estate, they had never met before. This was their first time meeting. Thank you for protecting me, Senior Jianghu. Duan Lingtian had already guessed the green-clad young man's identity when he saw the green-clad young man. Now that Sun Liangpeng had introduced the green-clad young man to him, he hastily bowed and thanked the green-clad young man. I didn't expect him to lure you into activating the teleportation formation. I was careless. Fortunately, you're fine. Otherwise, I wouldn't know how to explain myself to my elder brother. Jianghu said indifferently. He did not know Duan Lingtian at all. He had only protected Duan Lingtian because his elder brother, Sun Liangpeng, had asked him to do so. Otherwise, what did Duan Lingtian's life have to do with him? Duan Lingtian was well aware of this. Therefore, after thanking Jianghu, he shifted his gaze away from Jianghu. This assassin from the Blood Skull Gang must have comprehended the law of wind, right? Jianghu asked Duan Lingtian as he scanned the ravaged canyon. He was also an expert in the law of wind, so he had a deep understanding of the law of wind. It wasn't hard for him to tell that the Blood Skull Gang's assassin had used the law of wind. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. A6 Combo Celestial King from the Blood Skull Gang has comprehended the law of wind. Including the wind elemental profundity, he should have comprehended at least 5 profundities from the law of wind. Sun Liangpeng guessed. Based on his knowledge, 6 combo Celestial Kings from top assassin organizations in the Southern Heaven Territory like the Blood Skull Gang had comprehended 5 profundities from the same law. 5. Hearing Sun Liangpeng's words, Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly in his heart, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. Sun Liangpeng had underestimated the blood skeleton he had just killed. Including the wind elemental profundity, the Blood Skull Gang's assassin had comprehended 6 profundities from the law of wind. It's not just 5. Just as Duan Lingtian was about to say that the assassin had comprehended 6 profundities from the law of wind, Jianghu's voice rang in the air again. Based on the battle between Duan Lingtian and the assassin, including the wind elemental profundity, The assassin has comprehended at least 6 profundities from the law of wind. Qinghong said. Upon hearing Qinghong's words, Duan Lingtian could not help but look at Qinghong again. After all, Qinghong was right. Duan Lingtian felt goosebumps all over his body when he saw the confident expression on Qinghong's face. Qinghong did not see the battle between Duan Lingtian and the Blood Skull Gang's assassin, but he could easily guess how many profundities the assassin had comprehended from the law of wind. Second brother, are you sure? Sun Liangpeng was shocked when he heard Qinghong's words. Even in an assassin organization like the Blood Skull Gang, it's rare for a 6-combo celestial king to comprehend 6 profundities from a law of wind. I'm sure. Qinghong's eyes swept across the ravines again as he said, Big brother, look at the marks left behind by the battle. Those are the marks left behind by the law of wind's wind blade profundity. Those are the marks left behind by the law of wind's slicing profundity. These profundities from the law of wind are so destructive in the hands of a 6-combo celestial king, including the offensive king-grade celestial weapon that was nurtured by a celestial lord. He must have comprehended the law of wind's wind-gathering profundity. After listing out the 4 profundities from the law of wind, Qinghong finally revealed the 5th profundity from the law of wind, the wind-gathering profundity. After Qinghong finished speaking, he looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully and asked, Am I right? That's right. Duan Lingtian nodded. Although he tried his best to remain calm, his heart was in turmoil. Sun Liangpeng inhaled sharply before he looked at Duan Lingtian and asked, A 6-combo celestial king who has comprehended 6 profundities from the law of wind. Duan Lingtian, although you're a 10-direction celestial king due to your consumable king-grade celestial weapon, you've only comprehended 2 profundities from the law of earth, right? How did you kill him? Sun Liangpeng asked curiously. It would be easy for a 6-combo celestial king who had comprehended 6 profundities from the law of wind to kill a 10-direction celestial king who had only comprehended 2 profundities from the law of wind. The difference in 4 profundities from the law of wind was much greater than the difference in cultivation bases of celestial kings. If a 10-direction celestial king wanted to fight a 6-combo celestial king who had comprehended 6 profundities from the law of wind, he would have to comprehend at least 4 profundities from a law of wind. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, had only comprehended 2 profundities from the law of earth. Even if he was a 10-direction celestial king, he was not a match for the assassin from the Blood Skull Gang. Perhaps, Duan Lingtian might be able to use soul attacks, but he could also use soul profundities to attack. Even if he used soul attacks, Duan Lingtian, who had only comprehended 2 profundities from the law of earth, would not be a match for the assassin from the Blood Skull Gang, who had comprehended 6 profundities from the law of wind. Sect leader, Duan Lingtian, who had been prepared for Sun Liangpeng's question, replied apologetically, To be honest, I'm not an expert in the law of earth. The law of earth is only the 2nd law I comprehended after I comprehended the law of fire. I've comprehended 4 profundities from the law of fire. In terms of strength, we were evenly matched. However, I had to use all my strength to kill him. I even burned all the energy from my consumable royal-grade celestial weapon to kill him. However, although I killed him, I also suffered heavy injuries. With my current injuries, even if I had healing pills, I would still need to recuperate for at least 2 to 3 months to fully recover. When Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he let out a long sigh. Duan Lingtian had only comprehended 4 profundities from the law of fire. This was an excuse that Duan Lingtian had prepared beforehand. Since he was able to kill a 6-combo celestial king from the Blood Skull Gang, he needed an explanation. What would Sun Liangpeng think if he found out that Duan Lingtian had only comprehended 2 profundities from the law of fire? As the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect, it was not difficult for Sun Liangpeng to assume that Duan Lingtian had something else to rely on. A royal-grade celestial weapon? Or, did he use his consumable royal-grade celestial weapon again? After witnessing the strength of the assassin from the Blood Skull Gang, Duan Lingtian had thought about using his consumable royal-grade celestial weapon again. If he used his consumable royal-grade celestial weapon again, his celestial origin energy and soul energy would be comparable to an ordinary celestial lord. At that time, even if he could not kill the assassin from the Blood Skull Gang, it would not be difficult for him to escape unscathed. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, apart from Qinghong who looked at Duan Lingtian, Sun Liangpeng was stunned. It took a long time for him to regain his senses. In fact, when Qinghong was inspecting the traces of the battle in the canyon, He had also been inspecting the traces of the battle. He did not find any traces of the law of earth in the traces of the great battle, only traces of the law of fire. This was because he had always been an expert in the law of fire. At that time he thought to himself, is this possible? Is it possible that Duan Ling Tian is not an expert in the law of earth but the law of fire? If that was the case, it made sense why Duan Ling Tian had chosen the king-grade celestial method and divine ability that contained the law of fire instead of the law of earth when he went to the top floor. After a while, Sun Liangpeng regained his senses. He looked at Duan Ling Tian and sighed emotionally. Duan Ling Tian, you're the most monstrous genius I've ever seen. Let alone in the history of the profound Nether Mansion, even in the history of the Southern Heaven Territory, I've never heard of anyone who was a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial and comprehended 4 profundities from a law before the age of 100. Sun Liangpeng's eyes lit up as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. Not even 100 years old? Upon hearing Sun Liangpeng's words, Qing Hong shifted his gaze to Duan Ling Tian again. A hint of shock could be seen on his face. He knew his elder brother valued Duan Ling Tian a lot. Otherwise, his elder brother would not have asked him to go to the Thousand Nations territory to fetch Duan Ling Tian's servant and protect Duan Ling Tian. However, he was unaware that Duan Ling Tian was not even 100 years old. That's true. If he's not so monstrous, why would my elder brother value him so much? Thinking of this, Qing Hong was relieved. So what if he's a genius? He can't even protect the people around him. Duan Ling Tian quietly walked up to Lu Guanglin's body and personally closed it up before he buried Lu Guanglin. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian's eyes were bloodshot. He could not help but feel regretful as he thought to himself, perhaps if I had allowed Guanglin to stay in the supporting Fall Nation, this wouldn't have happened. Meanwhile. Chapter 3067. Gu Yunzhong was a name that didn't have much of a presence in the entire Blood Skull Gang. However, among the 6 combo celestial kings in the Blood Skull Gang, Gu Yunzhong's name was well known. Among the 6 combo celestial kings in the Blood Skull Gang, only 3 of them had comprehended 6 profundities from a law. Due to this reason, Gu Yunzhong could be said to be the trump card of the Blood Skull Gang's 6 combo celestial kings. Someone has died. It's Gu Yunzhong. As the news of Gu Yunzhong's death spread throughout the branch of the Blood Skull Gang, it caused a great commotion. Gu Yunzhong is dead? It seemed like he had been sent to the Grade 6 Profound Nether Mansion's territory. Could it be that he died there? It seems like he was sent there for a mission that a one basic celestial king in the Blood Skull Gang had accepted. The target was a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. However, the one basic celestial king assassin in the group died. It's not surprising that a one basic celestial king was killed, but even someone as strong as Gu Yunzhong was killed? It seems like the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial was protected by a 7-star celestial king. That's right. Gu Yunzhong is a 6 combo celestial king who has comprehended 6 profundities from the law of wind. With his strength, it's almost impossible for a 6 combo celestial king in the profound Nether Mansion to be a match for him. The person who killed him must be a 7-star celestial king or stronger. A commotion broke out in the Blood Skull Gang's branch where Gu Yunzhong was. Then, one of the high-ranking officials sent a message to the Blood Skull Gang's headquarters to express his dissatisfaction. The mission sounded simple, but it was much more difficult than he had imagined. Now, even Gu Yunzhong had died. Did the 6 combo celestial king assassin in your branch send a message back before he died? Did he say who killed him? The high-ranking official in the branch where Gu Yunzhong was from received a message from the headquarters. No. He must have been killed by a sneak attack. Or perhaps, he was killed when he was caught off guard, so he didn't even have time to send a message back. The branch higher-ups guessed. Headquarters is already aware of this matter. Headquarters will follow up on this mission in the future. There's no need for your branch to follow up. The message from the headquarters ended here, and the higher-ups of the branch heaved a sigh of relief. We finally got rid of a strange burden. Unfortunately, we lost Gu Yunzhong. If I knew the target in the profound Nether Mansion's territory would be so difficult to deal with, I would have rejected this mission. Gu Yunzhong is the trump card of our branch's 6 combo celestial king realm assassins, but he died in the hands of the profound Nether Mansion. The higher-ups of the branch murmured. Their expressions darkened as they spoke. In the Southern Heaven territory, A young man in embroidered robes was sitting in a pavilion in the front courtyard of a luxurious mansion in a vast city. He was quietly enjoying the fragrant tea in his hand. Suddenly, the young man in embroidered clothes received a message. The moment he finished reading the message, the young man's expression changed. What? A 6-combo celestial king who had comprehended 6 profundities from the law of wind died in the hands of the profound nether mansion. The young man was none other than Chen Li. Chen Li was the illegitimate son of one of the vice leaders of the Blood Skull Gang. He was also the vice leader's only son. Because of this, he had been highly valued and doted on by the vice commander of the Blood Skull Gang. As a result, his status in the Blood Skull Gang was very high. The person who sent the voice transmission to Chen Li was one of the people in charge of the Blood Skull Gang's headquarters. He was also the right-hand man of Chen Li's father. Young Master Li, who sent you the mission to kill a peak overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial? In order to kill a peak overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial, the Blood Skull Gang has lost a 1 basic Celestial King and a 6-combo Celestial King. Moreover, the 6-combo Celestial King who died recently was no ordinary 6-combo Celestial King. He had comprehended 6 profundities from the law of wind, and he was one of the strongest 6-combo Celestial Kings in the Blood Skull Gang. His death has already caused young Master Li's mission to attract the attention of many people. I'm afraid this matter will spread even more quickly. At that time, I'm afraid there will be a lot of people on the side of the other 2 deputy chiefs who have grudges with the deputy chief. They will take the opportunity to cause trouble and put the blame on you, young Master Li. After all, this mission was given by you. The message from a person in charge of the Blood Skull Gang's headquarters didn't continue for the time being. Humph. So what if I'm the one who issued the mission? I'm only responsible for guaranteeing the mission. The responsibility of guaranteeing the mission depends on whether the person who issued the mission is able to afford the mission, and whether the person who issued the mission will not betray the Blood Skull Gang. Chen Li replied in a timely manner, as for how difficult the mission is, that's the responsibility of the intelligence department, right? Although I vouch for people to place orders and issue missions, whether the mission is approved or not, and even the mission rating seems to be determined by the information obtained by the intelligence department, right? In the history of the Blood Skull Gang, similar incidents have happened before. However, when did the guarantor have to bear the responsibility? When he reached the end of his sentence, Chen Li's voice was filled with a cold sneer. Young Master Li, even if that's the case, you should know that those people won't hesitate to create trouble for Lord Vice Leader. Moreover, you're not an ordinary guarantor. You should know that if it weren't for your relationship with Lord Vice Leader, it would be impossible for you to act as a guarantor in the Blood Skull Gang. Therefore, they'll definitely seize this opportunity to make trouble for Lord Vice Leader. If word of this reaches Lord Vice Leader's ears, I'm afraid even Lord Vice Leader will be reprimanded. In fact, it might even affect Lord Vice Leader's chances of succeeding Lord Vice Leader's position in the future. After all, the other 2 Vice Leaders are also eyeing Lord Vice Leader's position covetously. The person in charge of the Blood Skull Gang's headquarters continued to speak. That's enough. I'll discuss this matter with my father and see how we can resolve this matter. Chen Li's last message to the person in charge of the Blood Skull Gang's headquarters was slightly irritated. He was puzzled as to how he had gotten himself involved in this matter. Jianghu, the disciple of the Simplicity Celestial sect in the profound Nether Mansion's territory, deserves to die. Of all the people you could kill, you just had to kill that Duanling Tian. It's so tiring that I'm feeling quite pressured in the organization. Chen Li's expression was unsightly as he muttered to himself. Although what he had just said had precedence in the Blood Skull Gang, it was true that they wouldn't blame the guarantor for this kind of situation. However, as the person in charge of the Blood Skull Gang's headquarters had said, it was only natural for the guarantor to become a guarantor. That was only true for ordinary guarantors. Due to Chen Li's identity and strength, he was not qualified to be a guarantor. For this reason, it was only natural that his father's subordinate would find fault with him. Jianghu. Thinking of the culprit behind this matter, Chen Li immediately suppressed his anger and directly sent a message to Jianghu, scolding him. According to the rules of the Blood Skull Gang, even if a 10-direction Celestial King died, the mission to kill Duanling Tian would not end in vain, let alone a 6-combo Celestial King. Therefore, the mission had to continue. However, the next time, the Blood Skull Gang would not send a mere 6-combo Celestial King to kill Duanling Tian. Naturally, the Blood Skull Gang would not act rashly next time. They would only send their assassins to the profound nether mansion after confirming the information. After all, the information they had on Duan Lingtian in the past was no longer applicable to the current Duan Lingtian. HM? He didn't reply? After waiting for a long time, Chenli still did not get a response from Zhang Hongyi. Immediately, his face turned gloomy, and his eyes emitted waves of cold light that was filled with killing intent. Chenli was unaware that Zhang Hongyi was currently facing a life-or-death situation. If he made a wrong move, he would be doomed. In the profound Nether Mansion's territory, in the residence of Sun Liangpang, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect, a figure was kneeling in the front yard. However, he stubbornly raised his head and growled, "Duan Lingtian, why are you slandering me? Just because I didn't treat you well when you first arrived?" The person who was kneeling on the ground glared at the purple-clad young man who was standing in front of him. His eyes were filled with indignation. At this moment, the two people standing in front of the person who was kneeling were none other than Duan Lingtian and Sun Liangpang, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect. After burying Lu Guanglin, Duan Lingtian had asked Sun Liangpang to avenge Lu Guanglin. Before Lu Guanglin's death, he had told Sun Liangpang who had taken him out of the Simplicity Celestial sect and delivered him to the Blood Skull Gang. Although Sun Liangpang had speculated that someone from the Simplicity Celestial sect had taken Lu Guanglin away and delivered him to the Blood Skull Gang, he did not expect Lu Guanglin to die. However, he did not expect his direct disciple, Zhang Hongyi, to be the culprit. After Sun Liangpang and Duan Lingtian returned from the valley, Sun Liangpang brought Duan Lingtian to his residence and called Zhang Hongyi over. However, Zhang Hongyi refused to admit it. "Duan Lingtian, a person should have a conscience. Although I'm jealous of you for becoming a true disciple, I've never thought of killing you. Moreover, you said I made an order with the Blood Skull Gang. Everyone knows that one needs a guarantor to make an order with the Blood Skull Gang. Do you think, with my ability, I'll be able to find someone who can vouch for me in the Blood Skull Gang?" Chapter 3068. Duan Lingtian only looked at Zhang Hongyi calmly when Zhang Hongyi refused to admit it. After Zhang Hongyi finished speaking, he asked indifferently, "Are you done?" "HM?" Zhang Hongyi's heart skipped a beat when he saw how calm Duan Lingtian was. "Duan Lingtian, does he have any evidence?" Zhang Hongyi had just been summoned here. When he first arrived, he thought the assassin from the Blood Skull Gang had failed to keep a close eye on Duan Lingtian's follower. After the follower regained consciousness, he sent a message to Duan Lingtian about how he had knocked the follower out of the Simplicity Celestial Sect's estate. Zhang Hongyi was unaware that the assassin from the Blood Skull Gang was already dead. He thought the assassin was still holding Duan Lingtian's follower hostage. "Sect leader, take a look. Do you see Zhang Hongyi's soul pearl in this spatial ring?" Zhang Hongyi's heart skipped a beat when he saw Duan Lingtian passing a spatial ring to Sun Liangpang, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect, who was standing at the side. Earlier, when he saw his direct disciple, Zhang Hongyi, refuse to admit that he had colluded with the assassins from the Blood Skull Gang, he did not say anything even though he trusted Duan Lingtian more. He only hoped Duan Lingtian would be able to provide evidence. However, when he saw Duan Lingtian passing the spatial ring to him, he suddenly remembered something. The spatial ring of the assassin from the Blood Skull Gang was in Duan Lingtian's possession. If Zhang Hongyi had colluded with the assassin from the Blood Skull Gang, Zhang Hongyi's soul pearl would definitely be in the assassin's spatial ring. "Even if my soul orb is in this storage ring, what does it mean?" Zhang Hongyi sneered when he saw Duan Lingtian passing the spatial ring to his master. "There are many people in the sect who have my soul pearls. How difficult would it be for you to get one from them? What if I told you, this is the storage ring of the Blood Skull Gang assassin?" Hearing Zhang Hongyi's words, Duan Lingtian's gaze turned colder, and a mocking smile appeared on his face. As Duan Lingtian's voice fell, Zhang Hongyi was completely dumbfounded. The storage ring of that Blood Skull Gang assassin? If this was the storage ring of that Blood Skull Gang assassin, why would it be in Duan Lingtian's hands? Unless that Blood Skull assassin was dead. As a soul bead appeared in Sun Liangping's hand, his complexion became extremely ugly. As Zhang Hongyi's master, he was very familiar with Zhang Hongyi's soul aura. The soul bead in his hand now had Zhang Hongyi's soul imprint. "So it's you, evil disciple." When Sun Liangpang looked at Zhang Hongyi again, a cold light flashed in his eyes. A vast amount of celestial origin energy surged out from his body. It seemed like he wanted to kill Zhang Hongyi and give Duanling Tian an explanation. Master! Zhang Hongyi's expression changed drastically when he sensed the killing intent in Sun Liangpeng's eyes. He hurriedly tried to salvage the situation. You can't believe him. Don't tell me this is the spatial ring of the Blood Skull Gang assassin? I saw Duanling Tian pick up the spatial ring from the Blood Skull Gang assassin's body with my own eyes. The killing intent in Sun Liangpeng's eyes intensified. He looked at Duanling Tian and said bluntly, Duanling Tian, I'll leave this evil disciple to you. Kill him and avenge your subordinate. Thank you, sect leader. Duanling Tian nodded. Then, he looked at Zhang Hongyi with killing intent flashing in his eyes. Lu Guanglin had died because of him. For this reason, he had to avenge Lu Guanglin's death no matter what. At this moment, no matter how Zhang Hongyi tried to explain himself, Sun Liangpeng ignored him. He looked at Zhang Hongyi coldly. It was clear he did not care about Zhang Hongyi's life. Swoosh! Zhang Hongyi's expression changed drastically when he saw that his master no longer cared about him. A hint of fear could be seen in his eyes when he sensed the killing intent in Duanling Tian's eyes. Upon seeing Duanling Tian was about to make a move, Zhang Hongyi's expression changed again. He hastily said, Duanling Tian, I'm not the only one who colluded with the assassin from the Blood Skull Gang. Even Wang Hong is colluding with the assassin from the Blood Skull Gang. There should be a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon in the spatial ring that belonged to the Grand Elder. It was nurtured by a celestial lord. I think it's called the Jade Light Armor. It's the deposit that Wang Hong gave to the assassin. Zhang Hongyi gritted his teeth when he sensed the aura of death approaching him. He decided to drag Wang Hong down with him. Even if he had to die, Wang Hong would have to die with him. Moreover, if he did not kill Wang Hong, he might not die. This was the last effort he made. Wang Hong. Duanling Tian's eyes flashed with killing intent. Then, he looked at Sun Liangpeng who was standing at the side and said, Sect leader, it seems like the Grand Elder's words weren't completely true. Rascal. Do you have any evidence? Sun Liangpeng asked coldly as he looked at Zhang Hongyi. Although Sun Liangpeng asked this question, he was almost certain Wang Hong had something to do with this matter. Master, I don't have any evidence, but I can ask Wang Hong to meet me. As long as both of you hide in the dark, I'll use words to trick her, Zhang Hongyi said. Duanling Tian nodded. Since Wang Hong was unaware that another assassin from the Blood Skull Gang had come to the Blood Skull Gang, it was only natural that she did not know what was going on. Zhang Hongyi had told her through voice transmission that the Blood Skull Gang had sent another assassin and asked her to meet him. Therefore, she hurried over to meet him. Zhang Hongyi, what's the strength of the assassins sent by the Blood Skull Gang? According to my grandfather, Duanling Tian's current cultivation base is comparable to a 10-direction celestial king. Wang Hong could not help but ask when she saw Zhang Hongyi. An ordinary assassin wouldn't be able to kill Duanling Tian with his current strength. Wang Hong did not wait for Zhang Hongyi's reply. Did you hear that? As soon as Wang Hong finished speaking, Zhang Hongyi spoke to the void in front of him. Wang Hong's expression changed drastically as an ominous premonition rose in her heart. Wang Hong, as expected, you're involved. In the next moment, Sun Liangpeng and Duanling Tian appeared in front of Wang Hong. Sun Liangpeng looked at Wang Hong angrily as he spoke. He did not expect Wang Hong and Zhang Hongyi would do such a foolish thing. Did it not occur to her that her grandfather was the Grand Elder of the Simplicity Celestial Sect? On the other hand, Duanling Tian looked at Wang Hong coldly as though he was looking at a dead person. Sect leader. An ominous feeling rose in her heart when she saw Zhang Hongyi looking behind her. When she turned around and saw Sun Liangpeng, she was completely dumbfounded. After a long time, she finally regained her senses. She looked at Zhang Hongyi and said through gritted teeth, Zhang Hongyi, you're the one who brought this upon yourself. I didn't expect you to drag me down with you. If she still could not regain her senses, she would have lived for hundreds of years in vain. After Zhang Hongyi revealed Wang Hong's identity, Sun Liangpeng went to look for Wang Hong's grandfather, Wang Qianzhan, the Grand Elder of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, and the other high-ranking officials of the Simplicity Celestial Sect to discuss how they should deal with Zhang Hongyi and Wang Hong. This matter is too despicable. It's one thing for disciples to kill each other, but they even dared to hire an assassin to kill them. Zhang Guangzhang, the vice-sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect, who had brought Duanling Tian to the Simplicity Celestial sect, was the first to voice his opinion. That's the only way to prevent similar incidents from happening again. I agree with the execution. The other vice-sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect, a middle-aged man with a medium build and an ordinary appearance, chimed in as well. Apart from Wang Qianzhan, the Grand Elder of the Simplicity Celestial sect, the other high-ranking officials of the Simplicity Celestial sect agreed with the two vice-sect leaders. Grand Elder, what do you think? Sun Liangpeng asked as he looked at Wang Qianzhan. The other high-ranking officials of the Simplicity Celestial sect looked at Wang Qianzhan as well. Their gazes made Wang Qianzhan feel extremely pressured. Execute them, Wang Qianzhan said indifferently. After he finished speaking, he turned around and left without looking back. Although Wang Qianzhan's tone was indifferent, the high-ranking officials of the Simplicity Celestial sect could understand how he felt. Therefore, none of them felt it was rude for him to leave in such a manner. Sun Liangpeng allowed Duanling Tian to execute Zhang Hongyi and Wang Hong so that he could do a favor to Duanling Tian. After killing Wang Hong, Duanling Tian looked at Zhang Hongyi and asked curiously, Zhang Hongyi, I'm very curious. Who's the one who vouched for you and allowed you to issue missions in the Blood Skull Gang? As soon as Duanling Tian spoke, the high-ranking officials of the Simplicity Celestial sect turned to look at Zhang Hongyi curiously. The Blood Skull Gang was one of the top 3 assassin organizations in the Southern Heaven Territory. It was extremely difficult to obtain an order from the Blood Skull Gang. The person who vouched for the order was either a leader of a Grade 6 force or a Celestial Lord. Apart from that, the person who vouched for the order must have an insider connection. Therefore, the high-ranking officials of the Simplicity Celestial sect felt Zhang Hong must have used some connections to obtain an order from the Blood Skull Gang. Since I'm going to die anyway, do you think I'll tell you the truth? Zhang Hongyi sneered. If you tell me the truth, I'll leave your corpse intact. Otherwise, I'll torture you to death by 1,000 cuts. Duanling Tian's eyes flashed with killing intent. His voice was so cold that it seemed as though it came from a world of ice and snow. Torture by 1,000 cuts. Upon hearing these words and seeing Duanling Tian's cold gaze, Zhang Hongyi's expression changed drastically. His face turned as pale as a sheet of paper. Based on Duanling Tian's reaction, he did not doubt Duanling Tian's words at all. Once, I met the son of a high-ranking official in the Blood Skull Gang when I was out. It was a coincidence that I did him a favor. Therefore, he gave me his soul pearl and promised me 2 chances to obtain an order from him. Chapter 3069. Zhang Hongyi's reply confirmed the speculation of the high-ranking officials of the Simplicity Celestial sect. After all, Zhang Hongyi was only able to issue a mission to kill Duanling Tian through his connections in the Blood Skull Gang. The son of a high-ranking official from the Blood Skull Gang. You actually used one of your 2 chances on me, Duanling Tian. Should I say it's an honor, or should I say you think too highly of me? Duanling Tian shook his head and clicked his tongue when he heard Zhang Hongyi's words. Duanling Tian, the winner takes all. I hope you'll keep your promise and give me a quick death. Zhang Hongyi said in a deep voice. After he finished speaking, he closed his eyes. Duanling Tian did not hesitate. He raised his hand and ended Zhang Hongyi's life. After Zhang Hongyi's death, Zhang Guangzhang, one of the vice-sect leaders of the Simplicity Celestial sect, looked at Duanling Tian worriedly and said, Duanling Tian, the Blood Skull Gang has lost 2 of their assassins. One of them is a 6-combo Celestial King. I'm afraid they won't let this matter rest. Zhang Guangzhang continued to say, in the future, don't leave the Simplicity Celestial Sex Estate so easily. As long as you're in the Simplicity Celestial Sex Estate, even the top assassin organization in the Southern Heaven Territory won't dare to enter the Simplicity Celestial Sex Estate. All right. Duanling Tian nodded. After this lesson, he knew he was not strong enough. He would not leave the Simplicity Celestial Sex Estate unless there was an urgent matter that required him to leave. Since the Blood Skull Gang had sent a 6-combo Celestial King assassin to kill him, there was no doubt the Blood Skull Gang would not send a 6-combo Celestial King assassin. In fact, the Blood Skull Gang might even send someone stronger than Sun Liangpeng, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect, to wait for him to take the bait. Moreover, the Blood Skull Gang was wary of the profound nether mansion, and did not dare to enter the Simplicity Celestial Sect's estate. Otherwise, even the Simplicity Celestial Sect's estate would not be safe. However, even if I'm in the Simplicity Celestial Sect's estate, it's not necessarily safe. The Grand Elder must be itching to kill me to avenge Wang Hong, right? Although Wang Hong's death was purely due to her own actions. However, according to Sun Liangpeng, Wang Qianzhan was an extremely protective person, and Wang Hong was Wang Qianzhan's only relative. With Wang Qianzhan's character, there was no way he would let this matter go. For this reason, Sun Liangpeng even asked him to leave the True Disciple Cultivation courtyard that he was currently in and go to the mansion that he usually lived in to cultivate. Sun Liangpeng was worried that Wang Qianzhan would take the risk of killing Duan Lingtian. When Duan Lingtian heard Sun Liangpeng's words, he even thought about leaving the Simplicity Celestial Sect. It was not safe inside or outside, so what was the point of him staying here? However, when he thought about how Sun Liangpeng was willing to sacrifice his own direct disciple for him and even helped him deal with Wang Hong, he dismissed the thought of leaving. Although Zheng Hongyi and Wang Hong's actions were despicable, it would not be difficult for Sun Liangpeng to protect them as long as he kept the matter a secret. Duan Lingtian knew very well that Wang Hongyi and Wang Hongyi were unwilling to help him. The reason why Sun Liangpeng did not protect Zheng Hongyi and Wang Hong was mostly because of him. If it were someone else, Sun Liangpeng might not have done so. It was fine if Wang Hongyi had abandoned Zheng Hongyi. However, abandoning Wang Hong was equivalent to abandoning Wang Qianzhan. Duan Lingtian knew Sun Liangpeng only did this because Sun Liangpeng had a bright future ahead of him and wanted to befriend him. Perhaps, Sun Liangpeng might even benefit from Duan Lingtian joining the profound Nether Mansion. Regardless, Sun Liangpeng did not benefit from him at all. For this reason, he still owed Sun Liangpeng a favor. After killing Wang Hong and Zheng Hongyi on behalf of the Enforcement Elder of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, Duan Lingtian did not return to his residence. Instead, he followed Sun Liangpeng back to his residence. When Duan Lingtian entered Sun Liangpeng's residence, Wang Qianzhan's expression was extremely unsightly as he hovered in the air above a valley not far away. Sect leader, how could you go to such lengths for an outsider? Aren't you afraid of disappointing me? Wang Qianzhan's eyes were bloodshot as he clenched his fists. His celestial origin energy surged out of his body, causing the surrounding space to tremble. It was just as Sun Liangpeng had expected. Wang Qianzhan had indeed planned to kill Duan Lingtian and escape from the Simplicity Celestial Sect. With his many years of accumulation, he was confident he could escape from Sun Liangpeng, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, and the strongest person in the sect. However, he did not expect Sun Liangpeng would bring Duan Lingtian back to his residence. With this, it would be difficult for him to kill Duan Lingtian. Most likely, before he could even see Duan Lingtian, Sun Liangpeng would have already appeared in front of him and blocked his path. As the Grand Elder of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, Wang Qianzhan, naturally, knew how heavily guarded Sun Liangpeng's residence was. It was the place where the sect leaders of the Simplicity Celestial Sect cultivated. The formation that was set up in the residence was extremely complex. Putting aside the formation, with Sun Liangpeng's cultivation base, it would not be difficult for Sun Liangpeng to notice Wang Qianzhan's presence. Duan Lingtian, if you're so capable, why don't you continue hiding in there? As long as I have the chance, I'll definitely kill you. Wang Qianzhan glared at Sun Liangpeng's residence from afar. His eyes were filled with killing intent. As soon as Duan Lingtian entered Sun Liangpeng's residence, he seemed to have sensed something. He turned around and saw a figure hovering in the air above the valley. That's... Duan Lingtian's eyes widened slightly when he saw the figure. It's the Grand Elder. Sun Liangpeng reminded Wang Qianzhan in a timely manner. When I brought you back, I noticed him. He's been keeping an eye on you. It seems like my guess is right. He has no intention of letting you go. Sun Liangpeng said. However, before he makes a move on you, according to the sect's rules, I can't do anything to him. After all, he's the Grand Elder of the Simplicity Celestial Sect. At this point, Sun Liangpeng sighed again, and there was a hint of helplessness in his tone. Although it would not be difficult for him to kill Wang Qianzhan with his strength, there had to be a reason for him to kill the Grand Elder of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, right? Moreover, The high-ranking officials of the Simplicity Celestial sect were not convinced by the fact that Duanling Tian might kill Duanling Tian. As the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect, it was not difficult for him to expel Wang Qianzhan from the sect. For this reason, even if he knew Wang Qianzhan could make a move on Duanling Tian at any time, there was nothing he could do. Duanling Tian, if you have nothing to do in the future, just stay here and cultivate. If you need to leave my place and go somewhere else in the sect's estate, just let me know, and I'll make arrangements for you to ensure your safety. Sun Liangpeng said to Duanling Tian. This was the only solution he could think of for now. It's best if you don't go outside the sect's estate. If the Blood Skull Gang sends another assassin, I'm sure I won't be a match for them. Sun Liangpeng said. All right. Duanling Tian nodded. For him, Sun Liangpeng's cultivation environment was almost the same as the cultivation environment of a true disciple's cultivation courtyard. There was no difference between cultivating here and there. Moreover, he did not care about the cultivation environment at all. This was because the main branch of the divine tree of life in his heart, which had already recognized him as its master, could grant him cultivation speed that was at the limit of his limits. Even the divine crystal that Huaner had left for him could not match his cultivation speed. Since the Chaos Divine Flame was in a deep slumber, Duanling Tian discovered his progress in comprehending the law of fire's profundities had slowed down. Therefore, he decided to focus on his cultivation to break through and become a celestial duke. There was a huge gap between an overarching heavenly supreme celestial and a celestial duke. Once a celestial duke became a celestial duke, they would be able to create their own little world. It was said that they would be able to comprehend the law of space through their own little world. The law of space was one of the 4 supreme laws. It was also a law that celestial dukes and above could comprehend. Similar to the law of time, the law of life, and the law of death, the law of space could not be comprehended through celestial methods or divine abilities. The most common way to comprehend the law of space was to create one's own little world. Naturally, there were other ways to comprehend the law of space, but they required great luck and fortuitous encounters. Time continued to pass by quietly. Duanling Tian had completely forgotten about the passage of time as he cultivated. Unknowingly, his cultivation base was already very close to becoming a celestial duke. He was only a step away from becoming a celestial duke. However, this final step was like an insurmountable chasm that he couldn't cross. He was very vexed by this. Gasp! After taking a deep breath, Duanling Tian opened his eyes and temporarily stopped cultivating. Instead, he focused on comprehending the law of fire. After comprehending the law of fire's fundamental profundity, the fire elemental profundity, and the pillaging profundity, Duanling Tian shifted his attention to the law of fire's burning profundity. According to the Chaos Divine Flame, as a celestial alchemist, Duanling Tian could feel the burning sensation of the flame whenever he came into contact with it. With this, he would be able to comprehend the burning profundity much faster than the other profundities. It was said that time did not exist when one cultivated. In fact, when one comprehended a profundity, one would not be able to feel the passage of time. Unknowingly, it had been 5 years since Duanling Tian had moved into the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect's residence. During these 5 years, Duanling Tian had spent most of his time comprehending the law of fire's burning profundity. Currently, he was not far away from completely comprehending the burning profundity. All he needed was an opportunity. As for his cultivation base, the bottleneck between a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial and a celestial duke had finally loosened. It shouldn't be difficult for me to become a celestial duke within a year. Chapter 3070. Duanling Tian opened his eyes, feeling confident that he would be able to break through and become a celestial duke within a year. At this moment, he received a message. Although he had received more than a dozen messages from Huang Jialong over the past 5 years, he had heard Huang Jialong talk about what had happened after he joined the coupling celestial sect. However, this was the first time that the person who sent him a message had sent him a message. Duanling Tian was taken aback. The person who sent the message to Duanling Tian was none other than Ling Jueyun. You haven't become a celestial duke, right? Ling Jueyun asked if Duanling Tian had broken through and become a celestial duke. Not yet. Have you? Upon hearing Ling Jueyun's question, Duanling Tian instinctively assumed Ling Jueyun had become a celestial duke. Therefore, he was certain Ling Jueyun was just trying to compare himself with him. No. However, Ling Jueyun's reply surprised Duan Ling Tian. No. Why did he not ask if he had become a celestial duke? Was he worried Duan Ling Tian would become a celestial duke before him? For this reason, Duan Ling Tian was at a loss for words when he heard Ling Jueyun's reply. Duan Ling Tian, I'll look for you in 2 years. Let's leave the spirit overarching heaven and go to the Jade Emperor Heaven. Ling Jueyun continued to send Duan Ling Tian a voice transmission. Jade Emperor Heaven? Upon hearing Ling Jueyun's words, Duan Ling Tian's eyes widened slightly. He was familiar with the Jade Emperor Heaven. In fact, when he ascended to a Devata realm, he was supposed to ascend to the Jade Emperor Heaven from the mundane realm, Yanhuang realm. However, due to the spatial turbulence that occurred once every 10,000 years in the colossal world, many people who ascended from mundane realms did not ascend to their Devata realms. Duan Ling Tian was no exception. Why are you going to the Jade Emperor Heaven? Duan Ling Tian asked. In the Devata realms, great overarching golden celestials and above could travel to other Devata realms through transporting formations as long as they had enough celestial crystals. However, Duan Ling Tian had never thought of leaving the spirit overarching heaven. First of all, he was still familiar with the Devata realms. Going to another Devata realm was equivalent to going to a completely unfamiliar place. Apart from that, there was a high chance of encountering danger when traveling to another Devata realm through the transporting formation. If one's cultivation was too weak, one could easily become a fish on the chopping block of others. For this reason, he had never thought of leaving the spirit overarching heaven, even though he was already a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. 3 days ago someone came looking for me. Ling Jueyun replied to Duan Ling Tian's question. That person came looking for me. When he found out I haven't broken through to become a celestial duke, he asked me if I could contact you since he knew I came out of the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm with you. Then, he asked me to inform you that we'll leave the spirit overarching heaven and head to the Jade Emperor Heaven together in 3 years. Ling Jueyun replied. Who's that person? Why would you contact me just because he asked you to? Why would we have to go to the Jade Emperor Heaven just because he asked us to? Duan Ling Tian asked. Based on his understanding of Ling Jueyun, there was no way Ling Jueyun would be so enthusiastic unless he had a reason to go to the Jade Emperor Heaven. That person said he discovered a secret realm in the Jade Emperor Heaven that seemed to be created by a celestial emperor. He said there were treasures hidden in the secret realm. Not long after he entered the secret realm, he saw a royal-grade celestial weapon. However, he wasn't strong enough to take it. He recorded the scene with a floating image pearl and showed it to me. Ling Jueyun said, Indeed, it's a royal-grade celestial weapon. You said he asked you if you could contact me after he found out you haven't broken through to become a celestial duke. You also asked me if I've become a celestial duke. Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed as he asked, Is the secret realm restricted to those who are celestial dukes and above? That's right. Ling Jueyun nodded. If it's just a royal-grade celestial weapon or an emperor-grade celestial weapon, I don't think it's enough to tempt you, right? Duan Ling Tian asked. Others might not know about Ling Jueyun's background, but he knew very well that Ling Jueyun was from a powerful clan in the Divine Offering Land. Since Ling Jueyun had a god-grade celestial weapon, he did not lack emperor-grade celestial weapons. Of course. Ling Jueyun said, let alone royal-grade celestial weapons and emperor-grade celestial weapons. I'm not interested even if there's a royal-grade celestial method, divine abilities, or even emperor-grade celestial methods and divine abilities in there. The reason I want to go is because the soul of my god-grade celestial weapon can confirm that the person who came looking for me is a reincarnated celestial. Ling Jueyun said. A reincarnated celestial? Duan Ling Tian was slightly taken aback. Although he had never met a reincarnated celestial before, he had met a reincarnated celestial before. For example, his wife, Ker, was a reincarnated celestial. In her past life, Ker was Xianxia, the eldest miss of the Xia clan in the Divine Offering Land. She was a proud daughter of heaven. In this life, before she regained her memories of her past life, Ker had become Duan Ling Tian's wife and had given birth to a daughter for him. Currently, there were many rumors in the Simplicity Celestial Sex Estate that Duan Ling Tian was a reincarnated celestial. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to have such achievements at such a young age. That's right. Ling Jueyun said. Moreover, he's not an ordinary reincarnated celestial. My god-grade celestial weapon soul told me that he was at least a celestial emperor in his past life. A reincarnated celestial emperor. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. If he's a reincarnated celestial emperor, I think I can guess why he's gathering so many peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials, Ling Jueyun said. Why? Duan Lingtian asked. Based on my speculation, he must have obtained the seed of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit in his past life and planted it before he was reincarnated. After he regained his memories of his past life, he must have found a way to gather enough peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials to sacrifice themselves in front of the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit to help it ripen. Ling Jueyun said. Heaven sacrificial divine fruit? What's that? Duan Lingtian had learned a lot about the Devata realms ever since he had ascended to the spirit overarching heaven. However, this was his first time hearing about the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Nevertheless, since the heaven sacrificial divine fruit had the word divine in it, it was clear it was not an ordinary fruit. The heaven sacrificial divine fruit is a celestial fruit. It's only effective for those below the level of a celestial duke. Ling Jueyun was not surprised that Duan Lingtian did not know about the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. After all, the heaven sacrificial divine fruit was extremely rare. Even if the seed of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit appeared, it would be used to refine celestial pills. Very few people would plant the seed of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, since it required a lot of effort and rare materials to make the seed germinate and grow into a fruit tree. After the fruit tree matured, it required a large number of people below the level of a celestial duke who had comprehended the profundities of a law to sacrifice themselves in front of the fruit tree to help it ripen. In the end, even if there were enough sacrifices, the fruit tree might not even ripen. There was a 90% chance it would wither, and there was only a 10% chance it would bear fruit. 10%. Duan Lingtian was stunned when he learned about the success rate of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. The requirement is so strict, and there's only a 10% chance it'll bear fruit. The person who set this up must be a madman, right? That's right, he's a madman. Ling Jueyun said, when I was in the divine offering land, I heard there were only 3 people who managed to successfully ripen the heaven sacrificial divine fruit and consume it. 2 of them died prematurely. The last person is the heavenly emperor of the 10,000 beasts heaven. Ling Jueyun continued to say. The heavenly emperor of the 10,000 beasts heaven? Duan Lingtian inhaled sharply. The 10,000 beasts heaven was a Devata realm that only housed celestial beasts. It excluded humans and other beings. It was a world that only belonged to celestial beasts. For this reason, the 10,000 beasts heaven was extremely difficult to become the heavenly emperor of the 10,000 beasts heaven. You've said so much. What's the use of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit? Why can only those below the level of a celestial duke consume it? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. A mere celestial fruit with the word divine in its name? Moreover, only those below the level of a celestial duke could consume it. All of this made Duan Lingtian extremely curious. What kind of effect did the heaven sacrificial divine fruit have? The heaven sacrificial divine fruit can raise the cultivation base of those below the level of a celestial duke by a whole stage. Ling Jueyun replied to Duan Lingtian's question. The difference between a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial and a one basic celestial duke isn't the difference between a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial and a 10-direction celestial duke. In the cloud platform celestial sex estate, Ling Jueyun sat in front of a stone table in a quiet courtyard as he conversed with Duan Lingtian through voice transmission. He was not surprised that Duan Lingtian did not respond to his question for a long time. Duan Lingtian still doesn't know about it. Even if it's just one of the effects of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, it's only one of the effects. Ling Jueyun thought to himself, there's another effect of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit that helps one to comprehend profundities of a law. In the simplicity celestial sex estate, Duan Lingtian was shocked by Ling Jueyun's words. The heaven sacrificial divine fruit could raise a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial's cultivation base to the level of a 10-direction celestial duke? After a moment, Duan Lingtian's breathing quickened. There's such a heaven-defying celestial fruit in this world? If there's really such an effect, then it's worthy of the word divine in its name since it can only be consumed by those below the level of a celestial duke. Chapter 3071. The temptation of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit was too great for Duan Lingtian. For Duan Lingtian, time was of the essence. He had to make every second count so he could enter the divine offering land and rescue his wife, Li Fei, his parents, his children, and his friends. Even though not much time had passed in 1,000 years, however, Duan Lingtian knew very well that the higher his cultivation base was, the harder it would be to raise his cultivation base. Putting everything else aside, after breaking through to the Celestial Duke stage, one's cultivation base would enter a whole new level of difficulty. It was incomparable to when one was still a Celestial Duke. This was even more so after he became a Celestial King, a Celestial Lord, and a Celestial Emperor. The higher his cultivation base was, the harder it would be. A Celestial Emperor could raise his cultivation base by one level every 1,000 years. For example, a 1 basic Celestial Emperor could become a 2-form Celestial Emperor or a 3-talent Celestial Emperor. How could Duan Lingtian not be tempted when he learned about the heaven sacrificial divine fruit from Ling Jueyun? If he consumed the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, he would be able to raise his cultivation base from a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial to a 10-direction celestial duke. How much time would he save? Duan Lingtian's eyes shone with eagerness. He was eager to obtain the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Are you sure the heaven sacrificial divine fruit has such a miraculous effect? Duan Lingtian asked Ling Jueyun after he took a deep breath to calm himself down. If the heaven sacrificial divine fruit had such a miraculous effect as Ling Jueyun had said, it would definitely be heaven-defying. However, Duan Lingtian still found it hard to believe. Of course I'm sure. If you don't believe me, you can ask Sister Huang. She knows about the heaven sacrificial divine fruit as well. Ling Jueyun said calmly. He was not surprised by Duan Lingtian's suspicions. Anyone who had just learned about the effects of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit would be shocked. He was no exception back then, even though he had an extraordinary background. Duan Lingtian did not reply to Ling Jueyun. Instead, he asked Huang, do you know about the heaven sacrificial divine fruit? At the same time, he also told Huang the whole story. Duan Lingtian quickly received Huang answer. Indeed, the heaven sacrificial divine fruit can help a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial break through and become a 10-direction celestial duke within a month. Apart from that, the heaven sacrificial divine fruit can also help the consumer comprehend profundities from a law. However, it can only help the consumer comprehend profundities from the same law. Based on what I've heard, the person who comprehended the least profundities from a law after consuming the heaven sacrificial divine fruit has comprehended 6 profundities from a law. The person who comprehended the most profundities from a law has comprehended 8 profundities from the law of wind. Naturally, the 6 profundities and 8 profundities include the fundamental profundities of a law. Huang said to Duan Lingtian, based on what I know, although the profundities of a law that the people who consumed the heaven sacrificial divine fruit didn't comprehend weren't the profundities of the 4 supreme laws, they had comprehended laws that they had never encountered before. Duan Lingtian fell silent upon hearing Huang words. Not only could the heaven sacrificial divine fruit help a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial break through to become a 10-direction celestial duke within a month, but it could also help the consumer comprehend 6 to 8 profundities from a law. Duan Lingtian's breathing quickened again. His chest heaved up and down like a bellows, and it took him a long time to calm down. After receiving Huang confirmation, he no longer had any doubts about the heaven sacrificial divine fruit's efficacy. Are you sure the reincarnated celestial emperor is plotting to ripen the heaven sacrificial divine fruit? Perhaps. He really discovered the secret realm left behind by a celestial emperor? Duan Lingtian asked Ling Jueyun through voice transmission. If it's really a secret realm left behind by a celestial emperor, do you think he'll come looking for me? As long as he spreads the news, many overarching heavenly supreme celestials will rush to the Jade Emperor Heaven. Ling Jueyun said, moreover, my artifact soul is 100% certain that he's at least a reincarnated celestial like a celestial emperor. As the artifact soul of a divine artifact, it's very sensitive to reincarnated celestials. Once Sister Huang and your 7 orifices exquisite sword have completely merged, she'll be able to recognize the reincarnated celestial. Fearing Duan Lingtian would not believe him, Ling Jueyun added, if you still don't believe me, you can ask Sister Huang. This time, Duan Lingtian did not question Huang. Instead, He chose to believe Ling Jueyun's words. Even if there really is a heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree there and it really bears heaven sacrificial divine fruit, how are we going to split it? Duan Ling Tian asked. Based on his knowledge, the rarer the celestial fruit was, the fewer fruits it would bear on the same tree. Since the heaven sacrificial divine fruit was so heaven-defying, there should only be one fruit. Once the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree bears fruit, there will be 2 fruits. There's no exception. Ling Jueyun replied to Duan Lingtian's question through voice transmission. For example, the heavenly emperor of the 10,000 beasts heaven obtained 2 heaven sacrificial divine fruits. He consumed one of them, but no one knows if he still has the other one or if he gave it to someone else. 2 fruits. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up immediately. His eyes were as bright as the stars in the night sky. All right. 2 years later, we'll leave the spirit overarching heaven and head to the Jade Emperor heaven. Duan Ling Tian replied to Ling Jueyun through voice transmission. After he finished speaking, he asked again, "What's the cultivation base of the reincarnated celestial emperor who came looking for you?" "A peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial." Ling Jueyun replied. "All right, I'll see you in 2 years." After receiving Duan Lingtian's reply, Duan Ling Tian put the communication celestial talisman away. If it was an ordinary matter, he would not risk leaving the Simplicity Celestial Sex estate. However, since it was related to the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, he had no choice but to take the risk. After all, wealth came with risk. "Initially, I planned to break through to the Celestial Duke stage first. However, it seems like I'll have to put my cultivation base aside for now, and focus on comprehending the law of fire's burning profundity." Duan Ling Tian knew the reincarnated celestial emperor had only come looking for overarching heavenly supreme celestials. Moreover, he was only a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. This meant only overarching heavenly supreme celestials could enter the place he had set up in his past life. Moreover, based on Ling Jueyun's words, it seemed like only overarching heavenly supreme celestials were needed to make the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree bear fruit. Following this, Duan Ling Tian focused on comprehending the law of fire's burning profundity. When he encountered a bottleneck, he would switch to comprehending the law of fire's explosion profundity. Time continued to pass by quietly. Duan Lingtian's comprehension of the law of fire's burning profundity and explosion profundity continued to deepen. He was an alchemist in the mundane realm, and now that he had ascended to the Devata realm, he was a prominent celestial alchemist. Therefore, he was more familiar with fire than the other elements. Moreover, his comprehension ability was not bad. For this reason, even without the help of the Chaos Divine Flame, Duan Lingtian's speed of comprehending the burning profundity and explosion profundity was much faster than ordinary people. The Saint Province realm was only one of the many mundane realms in the colossal world. Swish! At this moment, a terrifying spatial tear suddenly appeared in the sky above the sea in the Saint Province realm. Following that, a burly figure walked out from behind the spatial crack. The muscular middle-aged man was dressed in a tight green robe. After he walked out of the spatial tear, he hovered in the air like an iron tower. "I finally found it. So this is the Saint Province realm that Lord Feng Qingyang asked me to come to?" The middle-aged man was none other than the middle-aged man whom Feng Qingyang had rescued at the entrance of the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realm. Although the middle-aged man was in a wretched state and would have died if Feng Qingyang did not save him, he was still alive. After all, the middle-aged man was a 7-star celestial emperor, and his strength was not weak at all. Celestial emperors who came to the mundane realm were not affected by the karma of the mundane realm. With just a sway of his body, he could travel through the mundane realm as though he was strolling in his own backyard. After a month, the middle-aged man finally confirmed his suspicions. The young man, Duan Ling Tian, whom Lord Feng Qingyang was looking for, had left the mundane realm a long time ago. However, it seems like Lord Feng Qingyang doesn't know about this. "It seems like I'll have to make a trip to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven to report this matter to Lord Feng Qingyang when I return to the Devata realm," the middle-aged man muttered to himself in the sky. The moment he finished speaking, the middle-aged man raised his hand. There was no blade in his palm, but a long and ferocious spatial crack was torn open in the void. In just a blink of an eye, the middle-aged man vanished into thin air as though he was never there. A month after the middle-aged man left, 3 figures appeared in the Saint Province realm one after another. One of them was a black-clad young man with a cold expression and two young and beautiful women. One of the women was dressed in a white robe like a fairy, while the other was dressed in a golden robe like a princess from a noble family. These three people were none other than Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold, who had left the 10,000 Beasts heaven and returned to the Saint Province realm.
"We're home." Little Gold took a deep breath as her beautiful cheeks twitched slightly. Clearly, she was excited. "Yes, we're home."
Tears welled up in the corners of Little White's eyes. Although Xiao did not say anything, his originally incomparably cold eyes had completely turned gentle at this moment. The mundane realm was their hometown. There were many memories here.
Chapter 3072.
Duan Tian was unaware that Yun Qingyan had taken his family and friends to the Divine Offering Land to threaten Ker. They had been sent out of the Divine Offering Land by Xianxia, Yun Qingyan's third uncle. After entering the mundane realms, each of them had their own encounters. Among all the people he cared about, Ker was the only one who remained in the Divine Offering Land. To be more precise, she was in the realm battlefield where the Divine Offering Land intersected with the other realms of gods. He was also unaware that the three little fellows who had their own fortuitous encounters had left the 10,000 Beasts heaven and returned to his hometown, the Saint Province realm, in order to find him. At this moment, Duan Tian was completely immersed in comprehending the law of fire's burning profundity and explosion profundity. He was completely oblivious to what was happening outside. He was waiting for Ling Jueyun to come looking for him in 2 years. At that time, he would leave the spirit overarching heaven with Ling Jueyun and head to the Jade Emperor heaven. Of course, he had no idea if he would return after going to the Jade Emperor heaven. He just wanted to wait for the time to come. However, if everything went according to plan, he would return to the Jade Emperor heaven. After all, he still had to return the favor to Sun Liangpeng, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect. Moreover, it didn't matter to him where he was before the 1,000-year period. He just needed to increase his strength as soon as possible. 1,000 years was not a short time, but it was not a long time either. Therefore, he had to improve his strength as soon as possible so that he could return to the Divine Offering Land. Duan Tian had stayed in Sun Liangpeng's residence for 5 years. Wang Qianzhan, the Grand Elder of the Simplicity Celestial sect, was furious and helpless at the same time. Is Duan Tian really planning to stay in the sect leader's residence forever? During these 5 years, Wang Qianzhan had been keeping an eye on Sun Liangpeng's residence, afraid that Duan Tian would leave without him noticing. For this reason, Wang Qianzhan was exhausted. 5 years was not a long time for him, but concentrating on one place for 5 years was undoubtedly a kind of torture for him. 4 years ago, an assassin from the Blood Skull Gang had arrived at the Simplicity Celestial sect's estate. Moreover, he was a 9 Palaces Celestial King assassin. It would not be difficult for an assassin like the Blood Skull Gang to annihilate the entire Simplicity Celestial sect. However, due to his fear of the profound Nether Mansion and the top clans in the Southern Heaven territory, he did not even dare to enter the Simplicity Celestial sect and kill them, let alone destroy the Simplicity Celestial sect. Although he did not dare to kill Duan Tian in the Simplicity Celestial sect, he still looked for Sun Liangpeng, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect, to convince Sun Liangpeng to kick Duan Tian out of the sect. However, Sun Liangpeng refused. For this reason, the Blood Skull Gang had no choice but to leave the Simplicity Celestial sect's estate in a fit of rage. At the very least, he managed to establish a connection with Wang Qianzhan, the Grand Elder of the Simplicity Celestial sect. For this reason, Wang Qianzhan had become his informant. 4 years had passed, and the Blood Skull Gang's assassin had not completed his mission. Not only did he not leave the Simplicity Celestial sect's estate, but he even built a cave abode near the Simplicity Celestial sect's estate to cultivate. He patiently waited for his target, Duan Tian, to leave the Simplicity Celestial sect's estate. As soon as he received news from Wang Qianzhan that Duan Tian dared to leave the Simplicity Celestial sect's estate, he would immediately make a move and kill Duan Tian. Time flew by like a white steed flitting by a crack. 2 years had passed in just a blink of an eye. Duan Tian, I'll wait for you in Cauldron Mountain City, about 300,000 miles north of the Simplicity Celestial sect's estate. The profound Nether Mansion has set up a transporting formation there that leads to various Devata realms. It had been 2 years and a month since Ling Jueyun had last contacted Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian finally received a message from Ling Jueyun. I'm finally going to depart. Upon receiving Ling Jueyun's message, Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up immediately. Then, he stopped comprehending the law of fire's explosion profundity. As for the law of fire's burning profundity, he had already comprehended it 3 months ago. Currently, Duan Ling Tian had comprehended the following profundities from the law of fire: the fire elemental profundity, the pillaging profundity, and the burning profundity. Apart from that, there was another thing worth mentioning. A year ago, the chaos divine earth, the profound divine metal, and the chaos divine flame had woken up one after another. The reason they had been in a deep slumber for so long was because they did not dare to hold back when they helped Duan Ling Tian. For example, when the chaos divine earth helped Duan Ling Tian, it did not expend much of its energy. Therefore, it did not need to enter a deep slumber to recover its energy. After replying to Ling Jueyun, Duan Ling Tian sent a message to Sun Liangpeng, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect. He did not beat around the bush and said, "Sect leader, I need to leave the sect for a while." A few breaths after Duan Ling Tian sent the message, Sun Liangpeng's voice rang from outside the door. "Come out and talk." Duan Ling Tian left the ice bed and opened the door. He saw Sun Liangpeng standing in front of the door. Duan Ling Tian was currently staying in a small courtyard in the residence of Sun Liangpeng, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect. There was a small stone table in the courtyard, and 2 stone stools were placed in front of the table. When Duan Ling Tian opened the door, Sun Liangpeng had already taken a seat in front of the stone table. Sect leader. Duan Ling Tian did not expect Sun Liangpeng would personally visit him after receiving his message. He was slightly touched. "Have a seat." Sun Liangpeng gestured for Duan Ling Tian to sit before he asked with a frown on his face, "Must you leave?" In Sun Liangpeng's opinion, Duan Ling Tian must be aware of his current predicament. If he left the Simplicity Celestial sect's estate, he would most likely die. However, Duan Ling Tian still insisted on leaving. This meant he had a reason to leave. For this reason, Sun Liangpeng did not stop Duan Ling Tian. "Of course." Duan Ling Tian replied solemnly. "What's the reason?" Sun Liangpeng asked. "The heaven sacrificial divine fruit." Duan Ling Tian did not hide the truth from Sun Liangpeng. After all, if he really obtained the heaven sacrificial divine fruit and became a 10-direction celestial duke, Sun Liangpeng would definitely be able to guess the reason when he returned to the Simplicity Celestial sect. Moreover, he was not worried that Sun Liangpeng would covet the heaven sacrificial divine fruit since it was only effective for celestial dukes and below. The heaven sacrificial divine fruit? Sun Liangpeng's expression changed drastically when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. His eyes widened in shock. Although there was no record of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit in the records of the Simplicity Celestial sect, as the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect, he had heard of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit when he chatted with his friends in the profound nether mansion. The heaven sacrificial divine fruit was a priceless treasure for celestial dukes and below. If a peak great overarching golden celestial consumed the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, he would be able to break through and become a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. A peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who consumed the heaven sacrificial divine fruit would be able to unleash the full potential of the fruit and become a 10-direction celestial duke. What did it mean to become a 10-direction celestial duke from a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial? When Sun Liangpeng learned about the existence of the legendary heaven sacrificial divine fruit, he was stunned for a long time. He never thought that such a heaven-defying heaven sacrificial divine fruit would exist in this world. Duan Ling Tian, are you sure it's the heaven sacrificial divine fruit? The heaven sacrificial divine fruit is legendary. I've only heard of it in other Devata realms, but it has never appeared in the spirit overarching heaven before. Sun Liangpeng replied. Sun Liangpeng had learned a lot about the heaven sacrificial divine fruit when he first learned about it. Even if someone managed to plant the heaven sacrificial divine fruit and had enough sacrifices, the success rate would be less than 10%. Yes, I'm sure. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Then, he recounted everything that Ling Jueyun had told him. Naturally, he did not mention the artifact's soul since it would expose the fact that Ling Jueyun possessed an artifact. After all, the heaven sacrificial divine fruit was different. Although the heaven sacrificial divine fruit was priceless, It was useless to Sun Liangpeng. On the other hand, Sun Liangpeng was willing to pay any price to obtain the artifact since he could use it for himself. Duan Ling Tian only said that Ling Jueyun was certain the person who came looking for him was a reincarnated celestial emperor. Moreover, he was 90% certain the person was looking for overarching heavenly supreme celestials to sacrifice to the secret realm where the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree was located. As for the secret realm, it was most likely a little world that the person had created in his past life. Only those below celestial dukes could enter it. If we're certain the person is a reincarnated celestial emperor and he's looking for powerful overarching heavenly supreme celestials like you to enter the secret realm, it's very likely he's looking for sacrifices to hasten the ripening of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree. Sun Liangpeng nodded. However, he could not help but frown. However, many overarching heavenly supreme celestials are bound to die in order to sacrifice to the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree. Moreover, the reincarnated celestial emperor is bound to have the upper hand in this process. After all, the secret realm where the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree is located should be a little world he created in his past life. Although he might not be able to fully control the little world in this life, he must have some tricks up his sleeve. Even if the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree bears fruit, I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to obtain the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. In fact, you may even lose your lives in the process. Based on Sun Liangpeng's words, it was clear he was certain Duan Ling Tian would have a difficult time obtaining the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. You've already used up your consumable royal-grade celestial weapon. Even if you haven't used it up, you won't be able to use it since only those below celestial dukes are allowed to enter the secret realm. Even if you can use it, you'll be kicked out of the secret realm. Sun Liangpeng said. Chapter 3073. If Duan Ling Tian managed to obtain the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, his future would soar. It would be worth it no matter how dangerous the situation was. However, if he failed to obtain the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, or if something happened during the process, the loss would outweigh the gain. Most importantly, the heaven sacrificial divine fruit was not an option. The heaven sacrificial divine fruit might not bear fruit even if there were powerful overarching heavenly supreme celestials who were willing to sacrifice themselves for it. After all, there was only a 10% chance it would bear fruit. Sun Liangpeng asked himself. If he was Duan Ling Tian and had a bright future ahead of him, he would not risk his life for the heaven sacrificial divine fruit that he might not even be able to obtain. Even if that person was only the reincarnation of a celestial emperor and was not a true celestial emperor, he still possessed the memories of a celestial emperor. It would not be difficult for him to toy with a group of overarching heavenly supreme celestials. Sect leader, I've made up my mind. Duan Ling Tian smiled faintly when he heard Sun Liangpeng's words. Although there was a smile on his face, Duan Ling Tian's eyes were filled with determination, giving off an unshakable feeling. Do you know that the assassin from the Blood Skull Gang is a 9 Palaces celestial king? Sun Liangpeng looked at Duan Ling Tian solemnly as he said, he came to the Simplicity Celestial Sex Estate and tried to persuade me to hand you over to him. However, I refused. I'm afraid he's waiting for you outside the Simplicity Celestial Sex Estate. If you dare to leave, he'll definitely kill you. Sun Liangpeng said. Sect leader, there should be a transporting formation in the sect similar to the one you used to bring me to the treasure vault, right? As long as you send me out of the sex estate, I'm sure the assassin won't know I've left. Duan Ling Tian said. Yes, there are similar transporting formations, but it's impossible for them to escape the surveillance of the other party. Perhaps, the other party's divine consciousness might not be able to detect you using the transporting formations, but he must have set up some formations outside the Simplicity Celestial Sex Estate. As long as you use the transporting formations, he'll be able to detect you. Furthermore, with his speed, it won't be difficult for him to catch up to you. Sun Liangpeng shook his head as he continued to say, the only transporting formation I can provide you with in the Simplicity Celestial Sex Estate is the one that leads to the treasure vault. There's no way he'll be able to detect the spatial fluctuations from the transporting formation. However, the treasure vault of the Simplicity Celestial Sect is completely sealed. Once you enter, you won't be able to leave without using a transporting formation. Sun Liangpeng continued. After hearing Sun Liangpeng's words, Duan Ling Tian's eyebrows furrowed as he asked, Is there really no other way to leave the sect without being discovered by the Blood Skull Gang? Duan Lingtian was already prepared for the fact that the assassin sent by the Blood Skull would be even stronger this time. However, he did not expect the other party to be so difficult to deal with. Even if he used an ordinary teleportation array to leave, the other party had a way to detect it. Now, Duan Lingtian suddenly felt that perhaps he had underestimated the situation. It was not that easy for him to leave safely. Do I have to use the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon again? If my cultivation base is comparable to a celestial lord, even if it's only at the level of a 1 basic celestial lord, with the help of the profundities I've comprehended, the Chaos Divine Flame, the Profound Divine Metal, and the Chaos Divine Earth, I should be able to kill the assassin from the Blood Skull Gang. Duan Lingtian thought to himself with a frown on his face. He really did not want to use the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon unless it was absolutely necessary. After all, the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon only had one use left. Once it was used, it would lose its effect. Sun Liangpeng frowned slightly when he heard Duan Lingtian's question. A hint of hesitation could be seen on his face. It seemed as though he was hesitating about something. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he saw Sun Liangpeng's expression. Sect leader, do you have a plan? Sect leader, if you really have a plan, I'll definitely owe you a huge favor. Regardless of whether I'll be able to obtain the heaven sacrificial divine fruit in the future, I'll definitely repay you. Duan Lingtian said confidently as he looked at Sun Liangpeng. Duan Lingtian, I believe your words, and I know you're not the kind of person who will never return. However, sometimes, there are some favors that you can't repay just because you say you'll repay them. What if you die this time? Sun Liangpeng asked as he shook his head. Duan Lingtian fell silent when he heard Sun Liangpeng's words. He was confident in himself and Ling Jueyun because both of them had their own trump cards. However, they could not easily reveal their trump cards to others since it would be easy for others to covet them. After listening to Sun Liangpeng's words, Duan Lingtian made up his mind. He would use the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon again and ask for the help of the Chaos Divine Flame, the Profound Divine Metal, and the Chaos Divine Earth to kill the 9 Palaces Celestial King from the Blood Skull Gang. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian immediately contacted the Chaos Divine Flame in his body. Senior Chaos Divine Flame, if I use the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon again, with your help and the 7 Orifices Exquisite Sword, do you think I'll be able to kill a 9 Palaces Celestial King with the current profundities I've comprehended? It won't be a problem for you to kill most 9 Palaces Celestial Kings. However, there are a few powerful 9 Palaces Celestial Kings who have comprehended extraordinary profundities. It'll be difficult for you to kill them. In fact, once they exhaust your energy, they'll be able to take advantage of your weakened cultivation base to kill you. The Chaos Divine Flame said, naturally, the 9 Palaces Celestial King from the Blood Skull Gang is an exception. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard the Chaos Divine Flame's words. At this moment, Sun Liangpeng's voice rang in his ears. Duan Lingtian, use this celestial talisman to leave. When Duan Lingtian turned to look at Sun Liangpeng, he saw Sun Liangpeng passing a celestial talisman to him. At first glance, the celestial talisman did not look much different from the other celestial talismans. However, when Duan Lingtian took a closer look at it, he discovered there was a faint green aura around it. Strands of faint green energy flickered around the celestial talisman. When he extended his divine sense over, he could sense a rapid aura that was similar to the pillaging profundity of the laws of fire that he had comprehended. This Wind Shadow Escape Talisman is a reward given to me by the Mansion Master of the Profound Nether Mansion. This celestial talisman was inscribed by a celestial lord. It contains the wind-style profundity and the gale profundity from the law of wind. Also, the profundities of the law contained in it, be it the wind body profundity of the law of wind or the gale profundity, are both profundities at the initial level. Sun Liangpeng said when he saw Duan Lingtian staring at the celestial talisman in a daze. Gasp! As soon as Sun Liangpeng finished speaking, Duan Lingtian could not help but gasp. His heart trembled slightly as well. A celestial talisman inscribed by a celestial lord? It contains the wind-style profundity and the gale profundity to the initial stage? One should know that king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that contain the law of wind could only allow one to comprehend the law of wind to the initial stage. One would have to rely on royal-grade celestial methods and divine abilities to comprehend the law of wind to the initial stage. Even 10 direction celestial kings who stood at the top of the celestial king pyramid rarely comprehended the law of wind to the initial stage. This was because royal-grade celestial methods and divine abilities were extremely precious. Even if one obtained a royal-grade celestial method or divine ability, it was not easy to comprehend the law of wind to the initial stage. With this celestial talisman, even an ordinary celestial lord won't be able to catch up to you. The assassin from the Blood Skull Gang is only a 9 palaces celestial king, so it's even more impossible for him to catch up to you. After Sun Liangpeng finished speaking, he handed the celestial talisman to Duan Ling Tian. A hint of reluctance could be seen in his eyes as he looked at the celestial talisman. Sect leader, this celestial talisman is too precious. I can't accept it. Although Duan Ling Tian was tempted by Sun Liangpeng's reluctance and the Wind Shadow Escape talisman, he shook his head and rejected Sun Liangpeng's offer. This celestial talisman is a life-saving talisman for you, sect leader. If he could not leave the Simplicity Celestial Sect's estate, he would have accepted Sun Liangpeng's celestial talisman. After all, he really needed it. Even if he had to owe Sun Liangpeng a huge favor, he would accept it. However, since he had a way to leave the Simplicity Celestial Sect, he had no choice but to reject Sun Liangpeng's offer. Take it. I don't know when I'll need it anyway. The reluctance in Sun Liangpeng's eyes disappeared as he brought the Wind Shadow Escape talisman to Duan Ling Tian with his celestial origin energy. If Duan Ling Tian extended his hand, he would be able to catch the Wind Shadow Escape talisman. Sect leader, Duan Ling Tian wanted to reject Sun Liangpeng's offer, but Sun Liangpeng was determined. Just take it as a gamble. If you can return alive, you'll have to repay this favor in the future. I'm not greedy. 2 or 3 Wind Shadow Escape talismans will do. Sun Liangpeng chuckled when he reached the end of his sentence. Although Duan Ling Tian knew Sun Liangpeng was joking, he still remembered Sun Liangpeng's words. He did not reject Sun Liangpeng's offer. After all, he knew it would be useless even if he rejected Sun Liangpeng's offer. Moreover, if he continued to reject Sun Liangpeng's offer, it would seem as though he was not giving Sun Liangpeng any face. Sect leader, you won't lose out. Chapter 3074. The Wind Shadow Escape Talisman was a one-time use celestial talisman that could boost Duan Lingtian's speed for 10 breaths. The Wind Shadow Escape Talisman that Sun Liangpeng had given to Duan Ling Tian was inscribed by a celestial lord. It contained the law of wind's wind-style profundity and gale profundity. Moreover, both profundities were at the initial stage. In the Southern Heaven territory, there were very few people below the level of a celestial lord who had comprehended profundities to the initial stage. This was because royal-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that contained profundities to the initial stage were very rare in the Southern Heaven territory. Even if a sect or clan had one, they would keep it to themselves and would not share it with others. Moreover, it was much harder to comprehend profundities to the initial stage than to comprehend profundities to the rudimentary stage. Even those with high comprehension skills would need a long time to comprehend profundities to the initial stage unless they had external help. In the spirit overarching heaven, the Southern Heaven territory was not considered a large territory. For this reason, there were very few royal-grade celestial methods and divine abilities in the Southern Heaven territory. Moreover, there were no external forces that could help one comprehend profundities to the initial stage. External forces could be the environment or formations that could help one comprehend profundities to the initial stage. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian knew how precious the Wind Shadow Escape talisman that Sun Liangpeng had given him was. Such a celestial talisman might not be considered precious in the spirit overarching heaven, but it was definitely a treasure in the Southern Heaven territory. After all, very few people were capable of inscribing such a celestial talisman. Not only did one have to be strong enough to inscribe such a celestial talisman, but one also had to comprehend the profundities contained in the celestial talisman. Apart from that, one also had to find materials that could contain the inscriber's celestial origin energy and profundities. The Wind Shadow Escape talisman was one of the best celestial talismans in the Southern Heaven territory. In the Southern Heaven territory, the number of people below the Celestial Lord realm who have comprehended the profundities to the initial stage can be counted on one hand. Most of them are from the top sects and the 10 great clans. I've never heard of anyone below the Celestial Lord realm, who has comprehended the profundities to the initial stage in the Blood Skull Gang. Sun Liangpang said to Duanling Tian, therefore, the assassin sent by the Blood Skull must not have comprehended the profound truths of the laws of nature to the initial mastery stage. If there is only one type of law of the same type at the initial mastery level, in terms of power, it is comparable to 3 types of law of the same type at the initial mastery level added together. In addition to the celestial origin energy of the Celestial Lord contained in the Wind Shadow Escape Talisman, you'll be able to shake off the 9 palaces Celestial King from the Blood Skull Gang at any time within 10 breaths of time. Sun Liangpeng continued. After listening to Sun Liangpeng's words, Duanling Tian thought to himself, why don't I keep the Wind Shadow Escape Talisman and use the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon to kill the Blood Skull Gang's assassin and leave the Simplicity Celestial Sex Estate safely? However, on second thought, he recalled he had lied to Sun Liangpeng about using the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon. Moreover, the Wind Shadow Escape Talisman could only increase one's speed for 10 breaths of time. For this reason, Duanling Tian decided to use the Wind Shadow Escape Talisman to leave the Simplicity Celestial Sex Estate and meet up with Ling Jueyun. Duanling Tian, when do you plan to leave? Sun Liangpeng asked Duanling Tian. Now. Duanling Tian replied. In that case I'll send you out. Sun Liangpeng stood up and said, I'll send you to the edge of the Simplicity Celestial Sex Estate. At that time, you can use the Wind Shadow Escape Talisman to leave the Simplicity Celestial Sex Estate as quickly as possible. Thank you, sect leader. Duanling Tian stood up as well. Naturally, he knew Sun Liangpeng's actions would allow him to maximize the speed of the Wind Shadow Escape Talisman. After the two of them stood up, they left the courtyard together. HM? As soon as Duanling Tian and Sun Liangpeng stepped out of the Simplicity Celestial Sex Estate, Wang Qianzhan, the Grand Elder of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, noticed them. Wang Qianzhan narrowed his eyes as killing intent flashed in his eyes. Duanling Tian is finally willing to come out? He had been waiting for Duanling Tian for 7 years. After 7 years of time, Duanling Tian finally walked out of the mansion that he didn't dare to take even half a step into. When Wang Qianzhan saw Duanling Tian and Sun Liangpeng leaving the Simplicity Celestial Sex Estate together, he hastily sent a message to the assassin from the Blood Skull Gang who was guarding the Simplicity Celestial Sex Estate. Lord Lang Yi, Duanling Tian has left the sect leader's estate. Based on the direction they're heading, it seems like they're heading out of the Simplicity Celestial Sex Estate. With Sun Liangpeng by Duanling Tian's side, even if he went all out, he wouldn't be able to kill Duanling Tian. After all, Sun Liangpeng was much stronger than him. Therefore, when he saw Duanling Tian and Sun Liangpeng leaving the Simplicity Celestial Sex Estate, he quickly contacted the assassin from the Blood Skull Gang. In his opinion, with the assassin's strength, even if Sun Liangpeng accompanied Duanling Tian out of the Simplicity Celestial Sex Estate, it was impossible for Sun Liangpeng to protect Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian would definitely die. The assassin from the Blood Skull Gang did not dare to kill Duanling Tian in the Simplicity Celestial Sex Estate due to his fear of the profound Nether Mansion. However, once Duanling Tian left the Simplicity Celestial Sex Estate, there was no need for the assassin to fear him. He actually dares to come out? Not far from the Simplicity Celestial Sex Estate, Lang Yi, a 9 palaces Celestial King from the Blood Skull Gang, opened his eyes and smiled mockingly. He was a 9 palaces Celestial King from the Blood Skull Gang. A hint of killing intent could be seen in his eyes. In just a blink of an eye, he left the cave and appeared near the Simplicity Celestial Sex Estate. In the Simplicity Celestial Sex Estate, Duanling Tian and Sun Liangpeng walked to the edge of the Simplicity Celestial Sex Estate. They did not seem to be speeding up at all. Sect leader, the Grand Elder seems to be watching me. Duanling Tian said with a faint smile on his face. Earlier when he walked out of Sun Liangpeng's residence, he had noticed Wang Qianzhan's figure and sensed Wang Qianzhan's cold gaze on him. The Grand Elder has been there for the past 7 years. Wang Hong's death has driven him crazy. Sun Liangpeng shook his head. During these 7 years, every time he left his residence, he would see Wang Qianzhan, the Grand Elder of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, watching his every move. Although Sun Liangpeng was displeased with Wang Qianzhan's behavior, as long as Wang Qianzhan did not do anything extreme, he could not do anything to Wang Qianzhan. After all, Wang Qianzhan was the Grand Elder of the Simplicity Celestial Sect. As long as Wang Qianzhan did not violate the sect's rules, the high-ranking officials of the Simplicity Celestial sect would not allow him to do anything to Wang Qianzhan. For this reason, although Sun Liangpeng was displeased with Wang Qianzhan's behavior, he could not do anything to Wang Qianzhan. In the end, he could only allow Wang Qianzhan to watch over his residence. Sect leader, did you say that the assassin from the Blood Skull Gang came to the Simplicity Celestial sect's estate? Duan Lingtian asked. Yes. Sun Liangpeng nodded. Could it be that the Grand Elder has already contacted that assassin of the Blood Skull and sent him a message telling him that I'm going to leave the sect's encampment? Duan Lingtian asked. That's possible. Sun Liangpeng nodded. With Wang Qianzhan's current condition, it was not impossible for him to do something like that. However, even if he did inform the assassin that you're leaving, all his efforts will be in vain. He won't expect me to give you the only Wind Shadow Escape talisman in my possession. After saying those words, a mocking smile appeared on Sun Liangpeng's face. He was mocking Wang Qianzhan. Soon after, Duan Lingtian and Sun Liangpeng arrived at the edge of the Simplicity Celestial sect's estate. This was the edge of the protective Grand Formation that the profound Nether Mansion's formation masters had spent a huge amount of resources to set up. Once they stepped out of the protective Grand Formation, they would be out of the protective Grand Formation of the Simplicity Celestial sect. If an assassin from the Blood Skull Gang killed someone in the protective Grand Formation, his body would be tainted with the aura of the formation. It would be considered an act of disrespect to the profound Nether Mansion. For this reason, although the assassin was a Nine Palaces Celestial King, he did not dare to kill someone in the protective Grand Formation of the Simplicity Celestial sect. After all, he would have to pay with his life if he killed someone in the protective Grand Formation. When Duan Lingtian and Sun Liangpeng arrived at the edge of the protective Grand Formation of the Simplicity Celestial sect's estate, the assassin from the Blood Skull Gang noticed them. If they dare to leave the protective Grand Formation, Duan Lingtian will definitely die. However, Sun Liangpeng is the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect after all. He's highly valued by the profound Nether Mansion. Killing him will only bring trouble to the profound Nether Mansion. Moreover, Duan Lingtian is my target this time. Lang Yi, a Nine Palaces Celestial King from the Blood Skull Gang, was hiding in the dark as he stared at Duan Lingtian intently. His celestial origin energy surged out of his body as he waited for Duan Lingtian to step out of the protective Grand Formation of the Simplicity Celestial sect. At this moment, Duan Lingtian, who was at the edge of the Simplicity Celestial sect's estate, did not notice anything amiss. After all, his cultivation base and divine consciousness had been depleted by the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon after he killed the 6-combo Celestial King from the Blood Skull Gang. Duan Lingtian, there's nothing I can say to you. I only hope that you'll cherish your life. Although the heaven sacrificial divine fruit is precious, it's only yours if you can obtain it. If you can't obtain it, you should prioritize your own safety. Chapter 3075. Thank you for your reminder, sect leader. After thanking Sun Liangpeng, Duan Lingtian raised his hand and took out the Wind Shadow Escape talisman that Sun Liangpeng had given him earlier. The effect of the Wind Shadow Escape talisman would only last for 10 breaths. However, it was enough for Duan Lingtian. Sect leader, I'll be taking my leave first. After bidding farewell to Sun Liangpeng, Duan Lingtian made his way out of the Simplicity Celestial sect's estate. At the same time, one of his feet stepped out of the Simplicity Celestial sect's Grand Formation. The eyes of Lang Yi, the assassin from the Blood Skull Gang, flashed coldly as his celestial origin energy surged out of his body. At the same time, Lang Yi could clearly see the celestial talisman in Duan Lingtian's hand was crushed when Duan Lingtian took a step forward. At the same time, green ripples appeared around Duan Lingtian. The green ripples vibrated, and waves of sharp aura spread out in all directions, as if it could reach the heavens and penetrate the earth. At this moment, even Lang Yi could clearly sense the extraordinariness of that sharp aura. He's out. Meanwhile, Lang Yi narrowed his eyes when he saw Duan Lingtian leaving the Simplicity Celestial sect's estate and stepping out of the sect's Grand Formation. A hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes as he unleashed his celestial origin energy. Dang! Lang Yi's figure blurred as he charged toward Duan Lingtian like a ghost in the dark. He bared his fangs and brandished his claws as he pounced toward Duan Lingtian. Be careful! Even Sun Liangpeng, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect, did not expect Lang Ye's sudden appearance. As soon as he saw Lang Yi, he instinctively cried out to warn Duan Lingtian. At this moment, he had completely forgotten that Duan Lingtian had used the Wind Shadow Escape talisman he had given Duan Lingtian. Dai! Dai! Not far away, Wang Qianzhan hovered in the air above the Simplicity Celestial sect's estate. His eyes flashed coldly, and his expression was ferocious. The reason he was here was to see how Duan Lingtian would be killed by the Blood Skull's assassins. In his opinion, if the 9 Palaces Celestial King assassins from the Blood Skull gang were to kill Duan Lingtian, there was no way they would fail. Even if Duan Lingtian could still use his consumable royal-grade celestial weapon to boost his cultivation base and divine consciousness to the level of a 1 basic celestial lord, with the profundities that Duan Lingtian had comprehended, it was impossible for him to stop the 9 Palaces Celestial Kings from the Blood Skull gang. Has he finally shown himself? Hearing Sun Liangpeng's exclamation, Duan Lingtian's heart trembled. Then with a flash of his body, he disappeared into thin air. At the very least, none of the other 3 people present on the scene could see where he had gone. Even Lang Yi, the 9 Palaces Celestial King from the Blood Skull gang, discovered Duan Lingtian had disappeared before he could even get close to Duan Lingtian. Lang Ye's expression changed drastically. There will come a day when I'll pay a visit to your Blood Skull gang. Duan Lingtian's voice rang in the air as soon as Lang Yi disappeared. Although Lang Ye's voice was calm, it was not difficult to hear the suppressed anger in his voice. What's going on? Lang Yi froze in midair as he looked around. His expression was unsightly when he discovered that Duan Lingtian had disappeared. At this moment, no matter how slow he was, he knew Duan Lingtian must have used a celestial talisman to increase his speed. Moreover, with the celestial talisman, it was impossible for him to catch up to Duan Lingtian. Lord Lang Yi. At the same time, Wang Qianzhan sent a voice transmission to Lang Yi with a grim expression on his face. Sun Liangpeng, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect, must have given Duan Lingtian the Wind Shadow Escape talisman given to him by the Mansion Master of the Profound Nether Mansion. Otherwise, Duan Lingtian wouldn't have been able to escape from under your nose. He knew that Sun Liangpeng had a Wind Shadow Escape talisman in his possession. For this reason, it was not difficult for him to link Duan Lingtian's escape to the Wind Shadow Escape talisman in Sun Liangpeng's possession. The Wind Shadow Escape talisman was inscribed by a celestial lord. Not only does it contain the celestial origin energy of a celestial lord, but it also contains the wind-style profundity and the gale profundity from the law of wind. The wind-style profundity and the gale profundity are only at the initial stage. As far as I know, the effect of that Wind Shadow Escape talisman only lasts for 10 breaths of time. However, even if it's only 10 breaths of time, it's more than enough for Duan Lingtian to escape. Lord Lang Yi, Sun Liangpeng's actions are obviously going against your organization. Wang Qianzhan had thought Duan Lingtian would definitely die. He did not expect Duan Lingtian would be able to escape at the critical moment. Moreover, it was likely Sun Liangpeng had given him the Wind Shadow Escape talisman. For this reason, Wang Qianzhan's anger toward Duan Lingtian had been transferred to Sun Liangpeng. When he sent the voice transmission to Lang Yi, it was clear he was trying to provoke Lang Yi into attacking Sun Liangpeng. The wind-style profundity and the gale profundity. The aura just now was indeed the aura of 2 profundities of the laws of wind. Upon hearing Wang Qianzhan's words, Lang Yi recalled the aura he had sensed from Duan Lingtian earlier. He was certain the celestial talisman Duan Lingtian had used was given to him by Sun Liangpeng, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect. At the same time, he knew in his heart, although the effect of the immortal talisman only lasted for 10 breaths of time, the speed granted to Duan Lingtian was not something he could catch up to. Sun Liangpeng. Lang Yi stood in the air as his cold gaze fell on Sun Liangpeng, who had yet to leave. He said in a deep voice, "You actually gave that celestial talisman to Duan Lingtian? You're really generous." Hearing Lang Yi's words, Sun Liangpeng frowned. How did Lang Yi know that he was the one who gave Duan Lingtian the immortal talisman? With this thought in mind, he turned around and saw Wang Qianzhan, the Grand Elder of the Simplicity Celestial sect. He knew Wang Qianzhan must have told the Blood Skull gang about the Wind Shadow Escape talisman. Wang Qianzhan knew that Sun Liangpeng possessed a Wind Shadow Escape talisman. Moreover, the Wind Shadow Escape talisman was not an ordinary one. Its speed was much faster than an ordinary celestial lord. After looking at Wang Qianzhan coldly, Sun Liangpeng turned to look at Lang Yi and said indifferently, "Sir, so what if I'm the one who gave Duan Ling Tian the immortal talisman? As the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect, can't I reward the outstanding disciples of the sect?" A mocking smile appeared on Sun Liangpeng's face when he finished speaking. Although the Blood Skull Gang's assassin was a 9 Palaces celestial king, he did not believe the assassin would dare to make a move on him. After all, he was the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect, and the profound Nether Mansion was behind the Simplicity Celestial sect. If news of him being killed by an assassin from the Blood Skull Gang spread, it would definitely cause panic in the profound Nether Mansion. Even the leaders of the 3 sects and 2 clans under the profound Nether Mansion were killed by an assassin from the Blood Skull Gang. At that time, the profound Nether Mansion would definitely not let the matter rest. The best way to deal with this was to find the assassin and kill him as a warning to the others. For this reason, he was not worried the assassin from the Blood Skull Gang would make a move on him. "Sun Liangpeng, you're very good." Lang Yi glared at Sun Liangpeng. Although he was furious, he did not make a move on Sun Liangpeng since he was wary of the profound Nether Mansion. Instead, he turned around and left. This time, he did not hide in the vicinity of the Simplicity Celestial sect's estate. Instead, he returned to the Blood Skull Gang's estate to report. Since his target had left, he did not know if his target would return. Therefore, there was no need for him to continue waiting here. If his target did not return, it would be pointless for him to wait. "He's leaving just like that?" Wang Qianzhan was slightly disappointed when he saw Lang Yi leaving. Wang Qianzhan. At this moment, Sun Liangpeng turned around and glared at Wang Qianzhan coldly as he said, "Although I don't have any proof that you're in cahoots with the Blood Skull Gang's assassin, I, Sun Liangpeng, will make things clear. You can choose to leave the Simplicity Celestial sect or stay here. Otherwise, don't blame me for acting on impulse and killing you." A hint of killing intent flashed in Sun Liangpeng's eyes as he sneered. Chills ran up Wang Qianzhan's spine when he heard Sun Liangpeng's words. Based on Wang Qianzhan's understanding of Sun Liangpeng, he knew Sun Liangpeng was a man of his words. In the past, Sun Liangpeng was able to stand out from his competitors and become the new sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect because of his ruthless methods. He would not let those who went against him off the hook easily. Since Duan Ling Tian has left, there's no need for me to stay in the Simplicity Celestial sect any longer. Despite his fear, Wang Qianzhan tried his best to maintain a calm expression on his face. After he finished speaking, he left the Simplicity Celestial sect's estate. If it were not for Duan Ling Tian, he would not have stayed in the Simplicity Celestial sect due to the sect's decision to execute his granddaughter. So fast! Is that the speed of a celestial lord who has comprehended 2 profundities from the law of wind to the initial stage? After Wang Qianzhan left the Simplicity Celestial sect's estate, Duan Ling Tian carefully made his way to the place where he and Ling Jueyun had agreed to meet in 10 breaths. He could not help but marvel at Wang Qianzhan's speed. Earlier, the Wind Shadow Escape Talisman had boosted Wang Qianzhan's speed, allowing him to feel as light as a swallow. He could not even see his surroundings clearly as he flew. He did not even possess such speed when he used his consumable royal-grade celestial weapon. Pusan City. Chapter 3076. When they arrived outside Axe Mountain City, Duan Ling Tian contacted Ling Jueyun through voice transmission and told him he had arrived. When you get to the center of Fusan City, you will see a wide square with some open-air counters in the middle. Then, find the person behind one of the counters and tell him your name. Tell him that you want to check in, then tell him my name, and he will take you to me. Ling Jueyun told Duan Ling Tian through voice transmission. Duan Ling Tian entered Axe Mountain City upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words. When Duan Ling Tian was outside Axe Mountain City, he could see many people shuttling back and forth. When he entered the city, he saw the streets were bustling with activity. The shops on both sides of the streets were doing well as well. This was especially true for the shops that sold origin stones. They were filled with people as though the origin stones were free. Naturally, the shops that sold pills and celestial talismans were second only to the shops that sold origin stones and celestial talismans. Apart from that, there were many other shops that sold celestial weapons, materials, and floating image pearls. The shops that sold materials included all kinds of materials such as materials needed to refine weapons, refine pills, and inscribe celestial talismans. As for the shops that sold floating image pearls, Duan Ling Tian speculated that the floating image pearls sold were recordings of battles between powerhouses. In the Devata realms, many people would choose floating image pearls to help them comprehend the profundities of the laws by watching the battle between powerhouses recorded in the pearls. Naturally, one of the powerhouses recorded in the floating image pearls had to have at least one of them cast the profundities they wanted to comprehend. Speaking of which, the reason why I was able to comprehend the burning profundity of the law of fire so quickly without the help of Senior Primal Chaos Divine Flame is mostly because of the floating image pearl that the sect master gave me, which recorded the battle between the existences using the burning profundity. Duan Lingtian's speed in comprehending the law of fire's burning profundity was also due to the floating image pearls given to him by Sun Liangpeng, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect. Floating image pearls were considered precious in the profound nether mansion, but they were nothing to Sun Liangpeng. In fact, in the Simplicity Celestial sect, there were many floating image pearls that recorded the battles between celestials who had comprehended various profundities. However, since the law of fire was one of the most popular laws in the Simplicity Celestial sect, most of the floating image pearls that recorded the battles between celestials who had comprehended the law of fire had already been taken away. Unless one was waiting for the right opportunity, it would be extremely difficult to obtain them. Under such circumstances, Duan Ling Tian went to Sun Liangpeng, and Sun Liangpeng directly gave his personal collection to Duan Ling Tian. Sun Liangpeng had given Duan Ling Tian a total of 12 floating image pearls that recorded the duels between immortals who had comprehended the laws of fire. Among them, there were 9 floating image pearls that recorded the moves of people who had comprehended the profundity of burning of the law of fire. Moreover, they had all used the profundity of burning. Naturally, these immortals did not only comprehend the burning profundity, they had also comprehended other profundities from the law of fire and cast other profundities from the law of fire. I have the floating image pearl that the sect leader gave me. There are many people who used the burning profundity and the explosion profundity in the duel between celestials. However, there are only a few people who use the other profundities from the law of fire. The value of a floating image pearl lay in the number of profundities the immortals had cast. For example, in the 12 floating image pearls in Duan Ling Tian's hand that recorded the battles between celestials who comprehended the law of fire, only one of them cast 6 profundities from the law of fire. That person was none other than Sun Liangpeng, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect. For this reason, the floating image pearl that recorded Sun Liangpeng's moves was the most valuable one among all the floating image pearls in Duan Ling Tian's possession. As for the remaining floating image pearls, the immortals who had cast the most profundities from the law of fire had only cast 4 profundities from the law of fire. After I meet Ling Jueyun, I'll visit these shops to see if I can buy the floating image pearls I need. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as he walked past the shops that sold floating image pearls. Finally, he arrived at the center of Axe Mountain City. In the center of Fushan City, there was a wide square, and on the side of the square, there was a stone tablet more than 10 meters high, with 3 big words written on it, "Above the Clouds Pavilion." Above the Clouds Pavilion? Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes when he saw the words. He had read about the Above the Clouds Pavilion in the Simplicity Celestial sect's records. He knew the Above the Clouds Pavilion was the largest inn in the profound Nether Mansion's territory. The Above the Clouds Pavilion only existed in cities under the profound Nether Mansion's control. It seems like this city with a transporting formation is also under the control of the profound Nether Mansion. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. In the profound Nether Mansion's territory, cities with transporting formations might not necessarily be under the control of the profound Nether Mansion. However, the cities under the profound Nether Mansion's control would definitely have transporting formations between Devata realms. Moreover, the transporting formations in the cities under the profound Nether Mansion's control would be able to send people to a specific location no matter which Devata realm they were in. Unlike the transporting formations in the cities in the profound Nether Mansion's territories, the transporting formations in the profound Nether Mansion cities would only allow one to be teleported to a random Devata realm. As for where one would appear in the Devata realm, one would not know. The difference was due to the profound Nether Mansion's desire to attract more people to the cities under its control and increase the prosperity of the cities under its control. I should have known. If it's not for the profound Nether Mansion's remote location, how could it be so prosperous? Duan Ling Tian shook his head as he walked to a counter in the square. At this moment, All the counters in the square were occupied except for this counter. Duan Lingtian seemed to be in luck. A sweet-looking young woman stood behind the counter. When she saw Duan Lingtian, she smiled and asked, "Hello, my lord. Are you here to check in?"
Yes.
Duan Lingtian nodded. Then, he introduced himself and Ling Jueyun. When Duan Lingtian saw the words above the clouds pavilion, on a stone tablet at the edge of the square, he knew this was the reception area of the Above the Clouds pavilion. It was similar to the lobbies of hotels on Earth in his previous life. "My lord, your friend is staying in the first sky courtyard in the Above the Clouds pavilion. He told us you would be coming and asked us to wait for you so we can bring you up." The woman picked up a booklet from the counter and flipped through it for a while. Then, she looked up and smiled at Duan Lingtian. As soon as she finished speaking, Duan Lingtian saw a person walking toward him from afar. It was a middle-aged man wearing a standard long robe. "Send this lord to the first sky courtyard." The woman looked at the middle-aged man and said. The middle-aged man nodded. Then he looked at Duan Lingtian and forced a smile on his slightly stiff face. "My lord, please follow me." As soon as he finished speaking, he rose into the air and led the way. "All right." Duan Lingtian nodded and followed the middle-aged man. The first sky courtyard. The courtyards in the Above the Clouds pavilion seem to be divided into sky courtyards, earth courtyards, and human courtyards. The first sky courtyard is obviously the sky courtyard. The sky courtyard in the Above the Clouds pavilion costs 1,000 prominent celestial crystals to stay in for a day. If you stay in the sky courtyard in the Above the Clouds pavilion for 100 days, you'll need 100,000 prominent celestial crystals to buy an ordinary king-grade celestial weapon. When Duan Lingtian recalled the price of the sky courtyard in the Above the Clouds pavilion, he could not help but click his tongue in wonder. Naturally, he did not think the price was too high for the current him. Apart from his previous wealth, the inheritance he obtained from the two celestial kings from the Blood Skull Gang was enough for him to stay in the sky courtyard in the Above the Clouds pavilion. Currently, he was only lamenting the high price of the sky courtyard in the Above the Clouds pavilion. The sky courtyard in the Above the Clouds pavilion is protected by the profound Nether Mansion. The sky courtyard in the Above the Clouds pavilion is protected by a 5-element celestial king and a grand formation similar to the 3 sects and 2 clans. Even a 10-direction celestial king wouldn't dare to enter the sky courtyard in the Above the Clouds pavilion. It's very safe. Although the earth courtyard isn't as good, it's still protected by a 3-talent celestial king. However, it doesn't have a grand formation similar to the 3 sects and 2 clans grand formation. As long as one is stronger than the 3-talent celestial king in the earth courtyard, they'll still have a chance to seek revenge. As for the human courtyard, it's the cheapest one. Although there's a 1 basic celestial king guarding it, the 1 basic celestial king isn't responsible for their safety. The 1 basic celestial king is only there to keep an eye on the people who destroyed the courtyard and make them pay the appropriate amount of celestial crystals. Previously, Duan Lingtian had learned about the Above the Clouds pavilion in the Simplicity Celestial sect. For this reason, he was very familiar with the Above the Clouds pavilion. Just like its name, the Above the Clouds pavilion is located above the clouds. At this moment, Duan Lingtian followed the middle-aged man who was leading the way. They flew through the clouds and arrived above the clouds. Above the clouds, islands could be seen hovering in the air. They were separated by a height of more than 100 meters. The higher the altitude, the fewer islands there were. The highest floating islands in the sky with fewer of them should be the sky courtyard of Above Clouds Tower. As soon as Duan Lingtian saw the distribution of the floating islands, he could vaguely guess where the sky courtyard was located. As it turned out, Duan Lingtian was right. "My lord, this is the first sky courtyard." Chapter 3077. Duan Lingtian looked over. On the floating island in front of him, there was a courtyard. There was a plaque hanging above the gate of the courtyard, with the words, "Tiani Courtyard," written on it. At the same time, Duan Lingtian turned around to look at another floating island nearby. He saw a plaque with the words "Heavenly Blue Courtyard," hanging above the entrance of the courtyard on the floating island. "Ling Jueyun." Duan Lingtian called out to Ling Jueyun as he turned to look at the floating island in front of him. Creak. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the door of one of the rooms on the floating island opened. A gray figure walked out of the room. The figure belonged to a young man with a cold expression and was dressed in gray robes. A long sword was hung from his waist. As he walked, a gust of wind stirred up in the air. It was as though he was a sword immortal. It was none other than Ling Jueyun. When Ling Jueyun walked out of the courtyard and approached Duan Ling Tian, the middle-aged man greeted him before he tactfully retreated. "How long have you been here?" Duan Ling Tian asked. 3 days. Ling Jueyun replied. Duan Ling Tian calculated the time in his heart. It had taken him 2 days to leave the Simplicity Celestial Sex Estate and arrive in Axe Mountain City. It was clear that Ling Jueyun had contacted him on the first day he arrived in Axe Mountain City. "Let's go in." Ling Jueyun beckoned to Duan Ling Tian before he stepped into the courtyard. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian could clearly see ripples in the air above the courtyard. It was as though a door had been opened and was waiting for him to enter. Duan Ling Tian knew Ling Jueyun had opened the formation that shrouded the courtyard. Then the earthly courtyard and the human courtyard. Before entering the Tiani courtyard, Duan Ling Tian looked down, but he couldn't see the earth courtyard or the human courtyard at all. All he could see was a vast expanse of white clouds under his feet. Now he could only see the surrounding Tiani courtyard. However, when Duan Ling Tian focused his gaze, he could vaguely see small black dots looming under the clouds. Looking at the distribution of those little black dots, it was obvious that it was the distribution of those courtyards with the word earth that he had seen earlier. When I was below, I could see the human courtyard, the earth courtyard, and the sky courtyard at a glance. I even felt that they were only 100 meters apart from each other. But now, I'm at the level of the sky courtyard. When I look down, I can see the clouds 1,000 meters below, but I can't see the earth courtyard. The earth courtyard is still under the clouds. It's obviously more than 1,000 meters away from here. As for the human courtyard, I can't see it at all. Now, Duan Ling Tian also realized that when he looked up from below the human courtyard, the reason why he felt that the 3 courtyards were close to each other was most likely because of the effect of the formation. Duan Ling Tian followed Ling Jueyun into the first sky courtyard. With his divine consciousness, he could feel the ripples in the air dissipating as soon as he entered the courtyard. Obviously, the formation that shrouded the Tiani courtyard was closed after he entered. This is the admission jade token of the Tiani courtyard. Take it with you. When you're close to the formation of the Tiani courtyard, as long as you integrate your divine sense into it, it will open the formation of the Tiani courtyard. As soon as Duan Ling Tian followed Ling Jueyun into the front yard of the Tiani courtyard, Ling Jueyun turned around and handed Duan Ling Tian a jade token. The words Tiani courtyard were written on the jade token. Duan Ling Tian had sharp eyes. It was not difficult for him to see that Ling Jueyun had a similar jade token hanging on his waist. Duan Ling Tian knew that this jade token was similar to the room cards of the hotels on Earth in his previous life. After taking the jade token, Duan Ling Tian and Ling Jueyun sat down in the pavilion in the front yard. While sitting down, Duan Ling Tian's divine sense sensed that Ling Jueyun had integrated his divine sense into the jade token on his waist. Then, the jade token extended an aura into the void. Noticing that Duan Ling Tian was looking at him, Ling Jueyun said at the right time, "This jade token can open the formation of the Tiani courtyard and let you in and out of the Tiani courtyard. It can also control the formation of the Tiani courtyard to a certain extent. Right now, I'm activating a camouflage formation in the formation of the Tiani courtyard. People outside will only see the empty front yard. They won't see us." Ling Jueyun said, "As for how to open the formations in the formation of the Tiani courtyard, you'll know after integrating your divine sense into the jade token." Duan Ling Tian nodded. At the same time, he integrated his divine sense into the jade token that Ling Jueyun had just given him. Suddenly, a lot of complicated information poured into his mind. This information mainly introduced the method of opening and closing the formation of the Tiani courtyard, as well as how to open the small formations inside. After reading this information, Duan Ling Tian was filled with admiration for the formation master who set up the formation of the Tiani courtyard. After reading the information in the jade token, Duan Ling Tian looked at Ling Jueyun and did not beat around the bush. He asked, "Previously, you told me that we'll be leaving the spirit overarching heaven for the Jade Emperor heaven with that person in 3 years. Is that person going to meet up with us and leave the spirit overarching heaven through the transportation formation from Axe Mountain City to the Jade Emperor heaven?" Currently, there were only 10 months left before the 3 years were up. No. Ling Jueyun shook his head. We'll leave from Axe Mountain City. As for that person and the others, they'll depart from another place. Naturally, their destination will be similar to the transporting formations in Axe Mountain City. They'll have a transporting formation that can be used to teleport them to their destination. After all, we'll be teleported to the same place in the Jade Emperor Heaven to meet up with Feng Ji before we head to the secret realm he created in his past life. Ling Jueyun said. Duan Ling Tian nodded in realization. Now that there are only 10 months left before we depart, we'll have to prepare ourselves. Although we have trump cards, that person is a reincarnated celestial emperor after all. Moreover, we'll be going to the secret realm he created in his past life. Even if he's not as strong as he was in his past life, he'll still be able to control the secret realm to a certain extent. Although we have trump cards, that person has trump cards as well. Moreover, his trump card might be more advantageous in the secret realm he created in his past life. Ling Jueyun's expression turned solemn when he spoke. Duan Ling Tian nodded. He had thought of this long ago. Therefore, he did not dare to be careless. For this reason, there's a certain amount of risk involved in our trip. What we have to do in the next 10 months is to minimize the risk as much as possible. Ling Jueyun said. Ling Jueyun's words were, without a doubt, what Duan Ling Tian had in mind. For this reason, both of them quickly agreed and began to make preparations. In the Murong clan, one of the 3 sects and 2 clans in the profound nether mansion, Murong Xiao, the most outstanding young prodigy in the Murong clan, was also preparing to leave the spirit overarching heaven for the Jade Emperor Heaven in 10 months. Since that person has contacted me, he must have contacted Duan Ling Tian and Ling Jueyun as well. I wonder who else he has contacted in the profound nether mansion? It was clear Murong Xiao had also received an invitation from the reincarnated celestial emperor. Naturally, she did not know that person was a reincarnated celestial emperor. She merely thought that person had discovered a secret realm that was only accessible to overarching heavenly supreme celestials. Back then, when that person had come, she had even exchanged blows with him. In less than 30 moves, she had been defeated. Her opponent was also a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. He had comprehended as many profundities as her, and used the same king-grade celestial weapon as her. However, she still lost. Her opponent's battle experience was terrifying, something she had rarely seen in her entire life. After that battle, she even felt that some of the elders in the Murong clan might not have that kind of fighting spirit. Therefore, she had once suspected that he was the reincarnation of an immortal. Then, she heard the young man said he was not from the profound nether mansion. He was only there to find someone to investigate the secret realm in the Jade Emperor Heaven. Since she was ranked in the top 3 in the profound nether mansion's lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, it was only natural that she would attract the attention of the other party. For this reason, she was certain Duan Ling Tian and Ling Jueyun would be invited to the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm since their rankings were higher than hers. Apart from the 3 of them, she did not know which other overarching heavenly supreme celestials he had found in the profound nether mansion. However, Murong Xiao was unaware of this. She, Duan Ling Tian, and Ling Jueyun were the only 3 overarching heavenly supreme celestials in the profound nether mansion. As for the others, none of them were chosen. Somewhere in the Jade Emperor Heaven. There are still 10 months left. I'll gather them in 10 months' time. In the sky above a dark swamp, a figure stood in the air. As he muttered to himself, his tone was filled with anticipation. The sunlight shone through the dense forest above the swamp and sprinkled on the tall figure, revealing his figure. It was a young man with a medium build. I'm afraid they really think I found the secret realm left behind by a celestial emperor. Little do they know it's a trap I set up in my past life so that the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree I planted in my past life will bear fruit. As he muttered to himself, the corners of the young man's mouth curled up into a sinister smile, giving off a sinister feeling. If ordinary overarching heavenly supreme celestials were to kill each other, the success rate of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit would only be 10%. However, after some investigation in my past life, I found a way to increase the success rate to 50%. The method is to have a group of monstrously talented overarching heavenly supreme celestials kill each other as a sacrifice to the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree. Chapter 3078. very few people would plant the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree, since the success rate was only 10% even with the sacrifice of a powerful overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Due to the low success rate, not many people were willing to plant the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree. Even if they had the seed of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, they would rather use it for other purposes. In the Devata realms, there were some people who were unwilling to accept the low success rate of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Therefore, they were looking for ways to increase the success rate. Some of them gave up after failing to find a way to increase the success rate of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree. There were also some people who were stubborn and refused to give up until they hit a wall. However, very few people were able to find a way to increase the success rate of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree. Zhang Lan was the third type of person. Zhang Lan was a celestial emperor in his past life. Although he was not a titled celestial emperor, he was still a powerful celestial emperor. Not many people below the titled celestial emperor realm were a match for him. However, due to his limited innate talent and comprehension, it was difficult for him to become a titled celestial emperor. For this reason, he chose to reincarnate and cultivate again. Before he reincarnated, he had obtained a seed of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. He had studied the fruit for a long time. He had to admit that he was quite lucky. He found a record about increasing the success rate of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree in an ancient cave in the depths of the ruins. It even mentioned that it had increased the success rate to 50%. After he left the cave, he began to lay out his plan. He created a little world that would serve as a secret realm that only celestial dukes and above could enter. Then, he planted the seed of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit in the secret realm. After he finished laying out his plan, it was time for him to reincarnate and cultivate again. He could not afford to miss this opportunity since it was the best time for him to reincarnate and cultivate again. He had successfully reincarnated, and after his rebirth, he cultivated step by step until today. It had been 100 years since he planted the seed of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit in his past life. To be more precise, he would be 100 years old in another year. In this life, Zhang Lan had regained his memories of his past life when he was 50 years old. At the same time, he obtained a huge amount of wealth from his past life. With the help of his past life's memories and the wealth from his past life, he had become a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial and comprehended 4 profundities from the law of water. Naturally, this included the law of water's fundamental profundity, the water elemental profundity. Apart from that, he had also left behind many treasures in his past life, including powerful celestial talismans and emperor-grade celestial weapons. However, the dozen or so peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials I looked for in the Devata realms are only average. Even the strongest among them couldn't last more than 100 moves against me. Zhang Lan shook his head when he thought about those so-called peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials who had proposed to spar with him, only to be defeated by him. Moreover, I didn't use any emperor-grade celestial weapons or celestial talismans. I only used celestial weapons and profundities. If I use my full strength and use my emperor-grade celestial weapon, I won't be able to kill all of them even if they join forces. As he muttered to himself, a hint of arrogance appeared on Zhang Lan's face as he stood in the air above the swamp. As a reincarnated celestial emperor, even if he did not use the celestial weapons and celestial talismans from his past life, his celestial weapons and profundities from the law were enough to make him stand out among those with the same cultivation base. The battle experience he had accumulated in his past life allowed him to gain the upper hand in every battle. Regardless of whether he struck first or later, he could do as he pleased. In the spirit overarching heaven. In the profound nether mansion's territory in the southern heaven territory. Axe Mountain City. Didn't you comprehend a profundity from the law of earth? Why did you buy floating image pearls that recorded the battles between celestials from the law of fire? Ling Ju Yun, who was shopping with Duan Ling Tian in Armament Mountain City, could not help but ask in confusion, "What's going on? Why can't I comprehend a profundity from the law of fire while comprehending a profundity from the law of earth?" Duan Ling Tian smiled faintly. "Don't bite off more than you can chew," Ling Jueyun said with a frown on his face. Although he believed Duan Ling Tian understood this, he was still worried Duan Ling Tian would take the wrong path since Duan Ling Tian had comprehended another law after a few years. "What? Are you looking down on the law of fire that I've comprehended?" Duan Ling Tian said mockingly. Then, he looked at Ling Jueyun meaningfully and said, Why don't we find a place to spar? I remember before we parted at the Scaling Cloud Lake, I told you we'd have a spar when we arrive at the profound Nether Mansion. Why don't we have a spar now? Duan Lingtian still remembered when Ling Jueyun had threatened him at the Scaling Cloud Lake a few years ago. He had said that if he did anything to Huang the sword soul of the Seven Orifices exquisite sword, he would not let him go. At that time, he had promised Ling Jueyun that they would have a spar when they arrived at the profound Nether Mansion. That's exactly what I want. Ling Jueyun's eyes glinted as he agreed to Duan Lingtian's request. About half an hour later, two figures stood facing each other in the air above a lofty mountain forest north of Axe Mountain City. They were none other than Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun, who had come from Axe Mountain City. When Duan Lingtian proposed a spar, Ling Jueyun immediately agreed to it. Both of them had come to this desolate mountain forest. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was hovering near the peak of a lofty mountain while Ling Jueyun was hovering above a forest. Their robes flapped noisily in the wind. Do we need to use our celestial weapons to fight? Ling Jueyun asked Duan Lingtian. No, we can fight barehanded. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Then, the silhouette of a black armor appeared on his body before it vanished into thin air. It was obvious Duan Lingtian had put away his purely defensive celestial weapon that he had obtained in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Not only was the purely defensive celestial weapon a king-grade celestial weapon, but it was also nurtured by a celestial lord. That's what I thought as well. Ling Jueyun said as a black armor appeared on his body. It was almost identical to the purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon Duan Lingtian was wearing. This was the purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon that Ling Jueyun and Duan Lingtian had obtained in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. A purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon was different from an ordinary king-grade celestial weapon. Therefore, it had to be removed at a time like this. As for the sword on Ling Jueyun's waist, he did not put it away. Since he had decided not to use his celestial weapon, he would not use it even if he did not put it away. It's fair for both of us not to use our celestial weapons. However, are you sure you want to fight me? My current strength isn't as simple as what I displayed in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Ling Jueyun looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully before he said, even when we were in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, I didn't use my full strength. There was one thing Ling Jueyun did not mention. He was much stronger than he was when he first entered the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Since we're already here, do you think I'll go back on my word? Although Duan Lingtian could sense Ling Jueyun's confidence, he was not afraid at all. Instead, his eyes were filled with anticipation as he said, "Make your move." As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Duan Lingtian's celestial weapon shot out. As you wish. Ling Jueyun's celestial origin energy surged out of his body before it turned black, filling the air with a thick aura of death. The aura of death spread out, causing people to feel oppressed. Even Duan Lingtian was no exception. Swoosh! As soon as Ling Jueyun shouted, Duan Lingtian raised his guard. Flames surged out of his body, bathing him in flames. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian saw Ling Jueyun's celestial origin energy that had been boosted by the death elemental profundity had transformed into a huge silhouette. The shadow was a tall figure. It held a sickle-like weapon in its hand. The weapon exuded an even more terrifying aura of death. Is this the death god's silhouette? Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian recalled the records of the law of death he had read in the Memory Celestial Talismans in the Simplicity Celestial sect. According to the Memory Celestial Talismans, some of the profundities from the law of death could only be comprehended by the death god's silhouette. As Duan Lingtian thought to himself, the tall figure holding the scythe shrank rapidly before it transformed into a black energy that entered Ling Jueyun's body through the top of his head. In the next moment, Ling Jueyun's eyes turned red as a black energy appeared around his body. This time, it was revolving around his body. This is the law of death's death god's possession profundity? Although Duan Lingtian had read about the profundities from the law of death in the past, this was his first time seeing someone casting the profundity from the law of death. For this reason, he could only speculate. However, when Duan Lingtian saw Ling Jueyun charging toward him at lightning speed, he realized he had guessed correctly. Ling Jueyun's speed was comparable to Duan Lingtian's pillaging profundity. It's indeed the law of death's death god's possession profundity. The death god's possession profundity was one of the profundities from the law of death. It allowed one to form the death god's silhouette and fuse it with one's body, increasing one's speed and the strength of one's celestial origin energy. The death god's possession profundity was one of the 2 profundities from the law of death. Its status in the law of death was equivalent to the law of fire's pillaging profundity, and the law of wind's gale profundity. The pillaging profundity. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as he looked at Ling Jueyun charging at him. Chapter 3079. Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy that had been boosted by the fire elemental profundity exploded as he cast the law of fire's pillaging profundity. His speed was not inferior to Ling Jueyun at all. The law of death was one of the 4 supreme laws. It was superior to the other laws in all aspects. Put everything else aside, the death god's possession profundity that Ling Jueyun had cast was stronger than Duan Lingtian's pillaging profundity. The pillaging profundity mainly increased one's speed. It could also be used to attack, but its offensive profundity was slightly inferior to the offensive profundities. However, the death god's possession profundity was not inferior to the pillaging profundity, and its offensive profundity was on par with the offensive profundity. For this reason, the death god's possession profundity was slightly stronger than the pillaging profundity. I didn't expect you to have comprehended the law of fire's pillaging profundity. Ling Jueyun was slightly taken aback when Duan Ling Tian seemed to have transformed into a ball of flames and kept a certain distance from him. However, if you've only comprehended one profundity from the law of fire's fundamental profundity, the fire elemental profundity, you'll definitely lose today. As soon as Ling Jueyun finished speaking, another figure appeared from within his body that was shrouded by the death qi. Another Ling Jueyun appeared. This Ling Jueyun was expressionless, and his eyes were red. Although he was not shrouded by the death qi, his momentum was in no way inferior to the other Ling Jueyun. After using the law of death's death god's possession profundity, Ling Jueyun cast the law of death's death clone profundity. Duan Ling Tian had seen Ling Jueyun use the death clone profundity back in the Celestial Lord Temple in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. For this reason, he was not surprised when he saw the death clone profundity. However, at that time, he did not know much about the law of death's death clone profundity. After that, he went to the Simplicity Celestial Sect. In the Simplicity Celestial Sect's library, Duan Ling Tian had gained a deeper understanding of the law of death and learned about the death clone profundity. The death doppelganger condensed from the death doppelganger had the same cultivation base as the main body. Moreover, it could also use the law of death's fundamental profundity, death elemental essence. However, apart from the elemental profundity of death, the death clone was unable to use any other profundities of the law of death. If he could use it, wouldn't he be able to use the death clone's power Upanishad endlessly? However, even so, it did not affect how terrifying the death clone was. It was impossible to destroy the death clone unless the main body was killed. Even if the death clone was reduced to a cloud of death qi, the death clone would instantly reform. Apart from that, when the death clone appeared, the strength and speed of the celestial origin energy of the person who cast the death clone profundity would be greatly enhanced. For this reason, as soon as the death clone appeared, Ling Jueyun's death qi surged and his speed increased. Swoosh! After Ling Jueyun's speed increased, his speed instantly surpassed Duan Lingtian's speed when he cast the law of fire's pillaging profundity. It looked like Ling Jueyun was about to catch up to the dazzling flame in the sky. Swoosh! When Ling Jueyun caught up to Duan Lingtian, the death clone followed closely behind like a shadow. In terms of speed, I'm not as fast as him. The death clone profundity can greatly increase his speed. Although the law of fire's burning profundity can increase my speed as well, it's not as fast as the death clone profundity. Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes when he saw Ling Jueyun was about to catch up to him. At this moment, a plan formed in his mind. At this moment, if he continued to flee, not only would it be useless, but he would also allow Ling Jueyun to catch up to him, allowing Ling Jueyun to gain the upper hand. After all, his speed was not as fast as Ling Jueyun, who had comprehended the death clone profundity and the death god's possession profundity. For this reason, he decided to stop dodging and attack head-on. He had comprehended the law of fire's pillaging profundity and the law of fire's burning profundity. This was enough to suppress Ling Jueyun in terms of offense. The law of fire's pillaging profundity might not be as good as the law of death's death god's possession profundity. However,
The law of fire's burning profundity was much better than the law of fire's death clone profundity. The burning profundity was one of the law of fire's main offensive profundities. The law of fire's pillaging profundity and the law of fire's burning profundity could completely suppress the law of death's death god's possession profundity and the law of death's death clone profundity. Good timing. Just as Ling Jueyun was about to catch up to Duan Lingtian, Duan Lingtian's voice rang out from within the flames. In the next instant, the flames circled around in the air before charging toward Ling Jueyun. Whoosh! Whoosh! As the flames turned toward Ling Jueyun, they began to burn even more fiercely. It was as if they had become several times larger in an instant. At the same time, the scorching aura of the flames rose a step further, causing the air in the void to seem to be temporarily frozen by the flames. This is the burning profundity? Initially, Ling Jueyun thought he would be able to catch up to Duan Lingtian and defeat him easily. However, when he saw Duan Lingtian charging toward him and saw the flames around Duan Lingtian that were several times larger than before, his eyes widened in shock. A hint of disbelief could be seen in the depths of his eyes. Didn't Duan Lingtian comprehend the law of Earth's profundity? Could it be that he intentionally cast the law of Earth to confuse us when we were in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm? Could it be that he's more skilled in the law of fire? Ling Jueyun was slightly taken aback by Duan Lingtian's continuous use of the law of fire's plundering profundity and burning profundity. For a moment, he even thought Duan Lingtian had intentionally concealed the law of earth and the law of fire when they were in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. If that's all you've got, I'll definitely defeat you in 10 moves. Duan Lingtian said indifferently as he flew toward Ling Jueyun. He was shrouded in flames as he flew toward Ling Jueyun. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, his eyes narrowed. Following that, the monstrous flames around his body condensed into fiery red sword rays one after another. The sword rays were like swords made of flames that circled around Duan Lingtian before they shot toward Ling Jueyun. Swoosh! 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 The sound of swords whistling in the air rang in the air as the sword rays formed by flames shot out like a rain of fire. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's figure flashed as he leaped into the air. He raised both of his hands and pressed them down. Duan Lingtian did not hesitate to push his hands down toward Ling Jueyun. As soon as Duan Lingtian brought his hands down, boom! Rumble! A series of thunderous noises rang in the air as the flames around Duan Lingtian surged out of his hands like lava toward Ling Jueyun. Duan Lingtian could see the sword rays shooting toward him like a rain of fire, and the lava was pouring down like a torrent. Upon seeing this, Ling Jueyun came to a halt in midair. At the same time, his death clone appeared next to him. Duan Lingtian, you've really hidden your strength well. Ling Jueyun looked at Duan Lingtian in the air with a solemn expression on his face. The death qi around his body began to surge violently at this moment. The celestial origin energy that had fused with the death elemental element began to take form and transform into a scythe-shaped weapon. However, this sickle-shaped weapon only had a rough shape, and it seemed that it could not be completely condensed yet. It was as if this method was still immature. Bas, 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 bas. The sound of a sickle rang in the air as the celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the elemental profundity of death shot forward to meet Duan Lingtian's sword rays that looked like a rain of fire. Bang! 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 At the same time, Ling Jueyun's death clone rose into the air with his hands spread wide open. Death qi raged around him as he attempted to block the lava that was pouring down like a torrent. In the next moment, the scythe and the sword collided. The lava that was pouring down from the sky landed on Ling Jueyun's death clone. Boom! 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 The sword ray and the scythe collided. After a moment of stalemate, the scythe that was filling the sky was destroyed. However, there was not much energy left in the collision. On the other hand, the lava that was pouring down from the sky landed on Ling Jueyun's death clone. After a moment of stalemate, the death clone was crushed and turned into death qi that filled the air. However, the death qi that filled the air instantly condensed into the death clone again. The death clone caught up with the lava and opened his hands to block the lava fearlessly. Again and again. In the end, the speed at which the death clone condensed became slower and slower. However, most of the lava was consumed. Whoosh! After blocking the Duan Lingtian's attack, Ling Jueyun seized the opportunity to flee the battlefield at a speed comparable to that of a ghost. Boom! 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 Boom!
Apart from the part that was blocked by Ling Jueyun's body, the remaining part of Duan Lingtian's attack landed in the forest and burned a large part of the forest. At the same time, a huge scorched pit with steam rising from it appeared. I didn't expect you to have a preliminary understanding of the law of death's death scythe profundity. Chapter 30-80. The Death God's Scythe Profundity was the law of death's main offensive profundity. Moreover, it was also the law of death's strongest offensive profundity. However, based on the current situation, it seemed like Ling Jueyun had not fully comprehended the Death God's Scythe profundity.
It could be said that he had only scratched the surface of it. This was similar to how Duan Lingtian had scratched the surface of the law of Earth's gravitational space profundity and the law of fire's explosion profundity.
Based on what I know, the Death God's Scythe profundity is the most difficult profundity to comprehend. Duan Lingtian looked at Ling Jueyun and said, "You seem to know a lot about the law of death." "That's right. The Death God's Scythe profundity is the most difficult profundity to comprehend." Ling Jueyun looked at Duan Lingtian in surprise. Then he nodded. "I've only scratched the surface of the Death God's Scythe profundity a few months ago. I'm able to cast it, but it's not very powerful. Although it's not very powerful, it's still very helpful to you," Duan Lingtian said. Earlier, if Ling Jueyun had not cast the Death Scythe profundity, he would not have been able to block the fiery sword chi that filled the sky when Ling Jueyun's death clone blocked the attack from above. "Duan Lingtian, your comprehension of the law of fire is beyond my expectations.
If I'm not mistaken, you deliberately cast the law of earth in the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm to conceal your true strength, right?"
Ling Jueyun asked.
"Would you believe me if I told you I only started comprehending the law of fire after I went to the Simplicity Celestial sect?"
Duan Lingtian asked with a shrug. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Ling Jueyun did not believe him. How long had it been since Duan Lingtian went to the Simplicity Celestial sect? It had not even been 10 years.
In less than 10 years, being able to comprehend another profundity of the law of fire while comprehending the fire elemental profundity was already considered pretty good.
Currently, Duan Lingtian had not only comprehended the law of fire's fundamental profundity, the fire elemental profundity, but he had also comprehended the pillage profundity and the burning profundity. "Duan Lingtian, your strength has exceeded my expectations. However, it's time for this sparring match to come to an end," Ling Jueyun said as he looked at Duan Lingtian.
As soon as he finished speaking, his gray robe fluttered in the air.
"What? You're admitting defeat?" Duan Lingtian was defeated. "Admit defeat?" Ling Jueyun shook his head. Then he narrowed his eyes and said, "I just wanted to tell you that you're going to lose." "I'm going to lose?" Duan Lingtian was taken aback when he heard Ling Jueyun's words. However, he could not help but laugh. "Although my speed is not as fast as yours, I can completely suppress your offense. How do you think I'm going to lose? Based on the current situation, no matter how weak I am, I'll still be able to tie with you," Duan Lingtian said indifferently. Naturally, there were some things he did not say. He had not unleashed his full strength yet.
Apart from that, he had also comprehended the basics of the law of fire's explosion profundity. Although the profundity of the explosion profundity was not strong, it was enough for his movement technique to catch up to Ling Jueyun's speed. Apart from that, his offensive profundity had also improved. "You're right." A rare smile appeared on Ling Jueyun's face as he said, "However, as you said, that's based on the current situation. How do you know I've already unleashed my full strength?" Ling Jueyun narrowed his eyes as a blood-red light flashed in his eyes. It was like a blood-red meteor streaking across the night sky. As soon as Ling Jueyun finished speaking, a blood-red mist suddenly surged out of his body. As soon as the blood-red mist appeared, it merged with his celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the death elemental profundity. The black death chi around Ling Jueyun's body was dyed red by the blood-red mist. "My clan has an inherited bloodline power. With my current cultivation base, although my bloodline power has only just awakened, it's still very helpful to me," Ling Jueyun said again. However, before he could finish speaking, the black celestial origin energy that seemed to be surrounded by red lightning bolts condensed into sickle-shaped weapons again. "At the very least, it can help me improve my initial comprehension of the law of death's profundity to a state where I've completely comprehended it,"
As soon as Ling Jueyun finished speaking, the sickle-shaped weapons that seemed to be moving slowly suddenly shrank and solidified. Before this, Duan Ling Tian could clearly see the blood-red mist around Ling Jueyun's celestial origin energy entering his celestial origin energy as though it had become a part of his celestial origin energy. In the next moment, Ling Jueyun's sickle-shaped celestial origin energy that seemed to be moving slowly began to solidify again. Upon seeing this, Duan Ling Tian's expression turned solemn. He was well aware of the significance of the scene before him. It meant that Ling Jueyun had completely comprehended the law of death's death god's scythe profundity at this moment. The death god's scythe profundity that Ling Jueyun had cast earlier could only be considered as a superficial comprehension of the death god's scythe profundity. However, the death god's scythe profundity that Ling Jueyun had just cast was equivalent to a rudimentary comprehension of the death god's scythe profundity. The two of them could not be mentioned in the same breath. Now that I've activated the power of my bloodline, it's as though I've comprehended 4 profundities from the law of death. Do you still think you'll be able to fight me to a draw? Ling Jueyun smiled faintly before he made his move again. He charged toward Duan Ling Tian, no longer dodging. At the same time, the sickle-shaped weapons spun around him like well-trained soldiers. As soon as Ling Jueyun gave the order, they would charge forward. Swoosh! Swoosh! Ling Jueyun brought his death clone with him as he charged toward Duan Ling Tian again. This time, not only was his speed faster than Duan Ling Tian, but his attacks were also much more powerful than Duan Ling Tian's. The rudimentary comprehension of the death god's scythe profundity was on a completely different level from the rudimentary comprehension of the death god's scythe profundity. Ling Jueyun's speed was extremely fast. He did not give Duan Ling Tian any time to react. In just a blink of an eye, he was already close to Duan Ling Tian. Bas! 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 The sickle-shaped weapons around Ling Jueyun's body whistled as they approached Duan Ling Tian. Every sickle-shaped weapon seemed to be able to tear the void apart as it whistled through the air. It was extremely ear-piercing. However, although Ling Jueyun was fast, Duan Ling Tian reacted the moment he made his move. Explosion profundity. In the face of Ling Jueyun's aggressive attack, Duan Ling Tian used the explosion profundity from the law of fire that he had just comprehended. The explosion profundity was the main offensive profundity of the law of fire. At the same time, it could also increase one's speed to a certain extent. Whoosh! 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 The sword rays that resembled a rain of fire appeared again, and collided with the sickle-shaped weapons that flew out from Ling Jueyun's body. Suddenly, they exploded like dazzling fireworks. This time, the power of the sword ray was even stronger than before. The laws of fire's explosive profundity? Although Ling Jueyun's attack was able to instantly extinguish the raining fire and exploding sword radiance, allowing him to gain the upper hand, Ling Jueyun was still surprised by Duan Ling Tian's use of another law of fire profundity. Of course he could see that. Duan Ling Tian had yet to fully comprehend this profound. He had only scratched the surface of it. It was similar to his comprehension of the law of death's scythe of the god of death. However, his god of death's scythe profundity was raised to the entry level after he fused it with his bloodline power. The previous scene appeared once again. However, this time, the one who hastily blocked the opponent's attack and took the opportunity to dodge was not Ling Jueyun, but Duan Ling Tian. This time, Ling Jueyun had the absolute advantage. I didn't expect you to have a preliminary understanding of the laws of fire's explosive profundity. However, even so, you're still not a match for me. After Duan Ling Tian dodged the attack, Ling Jueyun did not stop. Instead, he continued to charge toward Duan Ling Tian. As for his death doppelganger, it followed closely behind. It was waiting for Duan Ling Tian to exchange blows with Duan Ling Tian before launching an attack on Duan Ling Tian. Bas! 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 The sickle-shaped weapons that had dimmed due to the depletion of Duan Ling Tian's sword rays became more solid as Ling Jueyun continued to charge forward. The sword rays pulsed as though they could tear apart space and everything. Do you have any other tricks up your sleeve? If you do, show it to me. If you don't, just admit defeat. With the strength you've displayed so far, you're not a match for me. When Ling Jueyun charged toward Duan Ling Tian again, a bright smile appeared on his face. It was as though he could already see the light of victory. In his opinion, he would definitely be the winner of this sparring match. If Duan Ling Tian had any other tricks up his sleeve,
He would have used them earlier instead of merely using the explosive profundity that he had only scratched the surface of.
When Duanling Tian saw the bright smile on Ling Juyun's face, he could not help but frown slightly.
He did not care about the outcome of the battle at all. This fellow seems to be very proud of himself. Duanling Tian's eyes narrowed into slits as a faint smile appeared on the corners of his mouth.
However, isn't it a little too early to think that victory is in your hands? With this thought in mind, Duanling Tian called out to the Chaos Divine Flame in his body, "Senior Chaos Divine Flame, please lend me a hand." Chapter 3081. Just when Ling Jueyun thought that Duanling Tian was going to be defeated by his powerful attacks, something unexpected happened. He saw Duanling Tian had no intention of retreating in the face of his menacing attack. Instead, he charged forward to meet him head-on. Whoosh! The flames on Duanling Tian's body surged. It was as if he had completely turned into a part of the flames as he charged towards Ling Jueyun. Bang! Bang! At the same time, Duanling Tian's arms shook. His palms broke through the air with great momentum. Suddenly, boom! Rumble! Two magma-like forces whizzed out from his palms. They were filled with a terrifying burning power, causing the air in the void to give off a faint burnt smell. Fire element. Plundering profound. Burning profound. Duanling Tian used 3 profundities from the law of fire as soon as he made his move. At the same time, when the magma-like energy surged out, the burning flames on the surface of the magma began to show signs of cracking. It was as though there were small fireworks on the surface of the magma. Obviously, Duanling Tian had used the explosion profound, which he had only comprehended a little at this moment. He was going all out. At least, that was what Ling Jueyun thought. "You overestimate yourself." Ling Jueyun sneered in his heart in the face of Duanling Tian's magma-like forces. The next moment, Ling Jueyun's hands danced quickly. The scythes in the void sped up and met the magma-like forces whizzing out from Duanling Tian's palms. Bas! 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 The scythes shone brightly. The black forces swept out as if they were going to drown the world of light and turn the light into darkness. In the face of the darkness, the 2 magma-like forces were like 2 meteors that cut through the darkness, illuminating the darkness. In a moment, Duanling Tian and Ling Jueyun's attacks collided. Chi! 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 The scythe shone. Once it came into contact with Duanling Tian's forces, it completely suppressed Duanling Tian's forces. It was extremely powerful. "You've lost." Ling Jueyun's eyes shone with excitement. A victorious smile appeared on his face. At the same time, he looked at Duanling Tian expectantly. He wanted to see Duanling Tian's disappointed look when he realized that he was going to lose. However, in the next moment, Ling Jueyun realized something. Duanling Tian's face didn't reveal a disappointed expression that he expected. Instead, a confident smile appeared on his face. He really could not figure out on what basis Duanling Tian was so confident at this moment. Could it be that Duanling Tian still has a backup plan? Ling Jueyun's heart skipped a beat. However, on second thought, he felt that it was not possible. "No, you've lost." Just when Ling Jueyun felt that Duanling Tian could not possibly have a backup plan, Duanling Tian's voice entered Ling Jueyun's ears. At the same time, How is this possible?" Ling Jueyun was shocked to find that the power of the flame that was originally suppressed by his attacks, which was about to be destroyed by his attacks, suddenly exploded. It was as if a compressed power had exploded. Boom! Boom boom boom. An earth-shattering sound was heard. A huge fiery red mushroom cloud appeared in the sky above the mountains. Then, a gray figure flew out in a sorry state. The owner of the figure spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood splattered across the sky, embellishing the giant fireworks in the sky. It was particularly glaring. Boom, 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 boom. After the fiery red mushroom cloud bloomed, the entire mountain was swept by a hot gust of wind. Many withered flowers and plants were set ablaze. After a while, more than half of the mountain was engulfed in scorching flames. The flames were getting stronger and stronger. This was the scene of a raging inferno. After the fiery red mushroom cloud dissipated, a figure stood in the void where the mushroom cloud had appeared. He looked like a god. He was dressed in purple and had dashing eyebrows and bright eyes.
He was extraordinarily handsome. The young man stood there and looked down lazily at the figure in the distance who had just managed to stop himself. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth.
I held back. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been injured so lightly. Duan Ling Tian looked at Ling Jueyun, who was approaching from afar. He was in a sorry state. That technique you used just now.
Was it the profound meaning of explosion?
Ling Jueyun, who was in a sorry state, did not care about his image at all. He came in front of Duan Ling Tian and looked at Duan Ling Tian with a solemn expression. He asked this because he could clearly feel that Duan Ling Tian's profound meaning of explosion had played a role in Duan Ling Tian's attack just now.
Duan Ling Tian had only comprehended the superficial profundity of the explosion profundity. However, the sudden burst of energy just now was very similar to the profound meaning of explosion. In fact, it was even stronger than the profound meaning of explosion at the entry level. It was precisely because of this that he asked such a question. However, he was certain that the sudden burst of energy came from Duan Lingtian's body, and was not an external force.
It was also impossible that the celestial talisman had given Duan Ling Tian the power. Are you saying that you're allowed to have the bloodline energy but I'm not? Duan Ling Tian looked at Ling Jueyun with a faint smile on his face. You have the bloodline energy as well? Ling Jueyun's eyes widened in shock. Does that mean you're also a descendant of an ultimate powerhouse? Like most of the ancient clans in the Divine Offering Land, the Ling clan had inherited the bloodline of an ultimate powerhouse. It was also because of this that every member of the Ling clan had inherited the unique bloodline power of the Ling clan. Generally speaking, only the descendants of an ultimate powerhouse could possess the bloodline energy. Upon hearing Ling Jueyun's words, Duan Ling Tian was stunned. The bloodline energy. Is it related to the ultimate powerhouse? Duan Ling Tian asked the Chaos Divine Flame. Soon after, the Chaos Divine Flame replied, most of the people in the realms of gods are the descendants of ultimate powerhouses. Therefore they possess the bloodline energy. In the mundane realms and Devata realms, there are very few people who possess the bloodline energy. Even if there are, they're from the realms of gods. However, there are countless people in the realms of gods who possess the bloodline energy, the Chaos Divine Flame said. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Upon hearing the Chaos Divine Flame's words, realization dawned on Duan Ling Tian. As it turned out, that was how the bloodline energy came about. It was no wonder Ling Jueyun was surprised that Duan Ling Tian possessed the bloodline energy, and that he was the descendant of an ultimate powerhouse. After all, in the past, Ling Jueyun did not think Duan Ling Tian was from the realms of gods. You've lost. Duan Ling Tian did not answer Ling Jueyun's question directly. Instead, he looked at Duan Ling Tian with a mocking expression on his face. From the first time Duan Ling Tian met Ling Jueyun, he could tell Ling Jueyun was an arrogant and conceited person. Previously, Ling Jueyun had threatened Duan Ling Tian before he left for the Cloud Platform Celestial Sect in the Scaling Cloud Lake. At that time, Duan Ling Tian was extremely displeased. Due to this reason, he had made a promise to Ling Jueyun that he would fight Ling Jueyun after they arrived at the profound Nether Mansion. Today, Duan Ling Tian's battle with Ling Jueyun had been brought forward, and he had emerged victorious. Duan Ling Tian wanted to see Ling Jueyun's expression after he was defeated. He had a feeling someone like Ling Jueyun would find it difficult to accept such a defeat. However, what happened next was beyond Duan Ling Tian's expectations. Yes, I lost. In the face of Duan Ling Tian's ridicule, Ling Jueyun nodded, his expression unchanged. That's it. Seeing Ling Jueyun so calm, Duan Ling Tian was a little surprised. He felt that Ling Jueyun's performance was a little abnormal. For someone as conceited as Ling Jueyun, even if he wasn't flustered and exasperated, he wouldn't be so calm, right? Since you're from a plane of gods and are about the same age as me, it's not surprising that you're slightly stronger than me. Seeing Duan Ling Tian's surprise, Ling Jueyun said calmly. After he finished speaking, a glint flashed across his eyes. However, one day I will defeat you. Upon hearing Ling Jueyun's words, Duan Ling Tian finally understood why Ling Jueyun was so calm after being defeated. As it turned out, Duan Ling Tian really believed he possessed the power of bloodline. Based on Ling Jueyun's bloodline power, he was certain Ling Jueyun was from another realm of gods even if Ling Jueyun was not from the Divine Offering Land. Duan Ling Tian smiled wryly. Why would Duan Ling Tian say he possessed the power of bloodline? Duan Ling Tian knew very well.
For someone as conceited as Ling Jueyun, it was still acceptable for him to be defeated by someone of the same age who was from a realm of gods. However, if he was defeated by someone who wasn't from a realm of gods, it would be a huge blow to his ego. Time flew by like a white steed flitting by a crack. In just a blink of an eye, 10 months had passed. In the sky above the central square of Axe Mountain City, behind the clouds, 2 figures stepped out of one of the courtyards in above Cloud's tower called the First Sky Courtyard. They were none other than Duan Ling Tian and Ling Jueyun. When the 2 of them came out this time, they went directly to the counter in the square below and checked out. Then, they walked to the back of the square together. The transporting formation in Axe Mountain City was located there. As a subordinate city of the profound Nether Mansion, the transporting formation in Axe Mountain City was much better than the transporting formations in other places in the profound Nether Mansion's territories. Through the transporting formation in Axe Mountain City, one could choose to go to another Devata realm. Naturally, the transporting formation was only as accurate as the profound Nether Mansion in the Spirit Overarching Heaven's Southern Heaven territory. Where are we heading to in the Jade Emperor Heaven? Duan Ling Tian asked as he walked with Ling Jueyun to the transporting formation in Axe Mountain City. Yen Mountain Mansion in the Fair Heaven territory in the Jade Emperor Heaven. Chapter 3082. The transporting formations in Axe Mountain City was a ring-shaped building with 9 halls. Because of this, the ring-shaped building had a total of 9 entrances, which were also the doors to the 9 halls. These 9 halls are where the transporting formations in Axe Mountain City are located. There are 9 transporting formations in each of the 9 halls that correspond to 9 different Devata realms. The 9 halls are the 81 transportation formations in the Devata realms. They correspond to the 81 Devata realms, including our Spirit Overarching Heaven. Ling Jueyun explained the ring-shaped building to Duan Ling Tian after they rose into the air. Although Duan Ling Tian had been in Axe Mountain City for more than 10 months, he had never been here before. Including the Spirit Overarching Heaven? Duan Ling Tian was taken aback. This is the Spirit Overarching Heaven. Isn't it pointless to set up a transporting formation here to the Spirit Overarching Heaven? Of course it's pointless. Ling Jueyun said, those who come to Axe Mountain City can be sent to any place in the Spirit Overarching Heaven through the transporting formations in the Spirit Overarching Heaven. As I've said, it's only accurate to the size of the profound Nether Mansion's territory in the Southern Heaven territory. Ling Jueyun continued to explain. Does this mean the transporting formations in Grade 6 Celestial Mansions in the Southern Heaven territory can send people to the profound Nether Mansion's territory as well? Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up immediately. Of course. Ling Jueyun nodded. However, not many people would do that. Even celestial lords aren't so extravagant. Moreover, with the speed of a celestial lord, it wouldn't take them long to travel from Grade 6 Celestial Mansions to Grade 6 Celestial Mansions in the Southern Heaven territory, let alone travel from Grade 6 Celestial Mansions to Grade 6 Celestial Mansions in the Southern Heaven territory. Ling Jueyun said. Not many people do that? Luxurious? Duan Ling Tian was stunned again. It costs a lot of celestial crystals to use this transporting formation? Of course. Ling Jueyun answered Duan Ling Tian's question. It costs 100,000 prominent celestial crystals to activate the transportation formation in the Devata realms. As long as you enter the transportation formation, it doesn't matter which Devata realm you're transported to. The cost will be the same regardless of where you're transported to. Moreover, this is only the most basic cost of using a transportation formation in the Devata realms. Apart from that, every time a transporting formation is activated, the force that set up the formation will send a guardian to the location where the formation is located to collect a fee from those who use the formation. For example, the guardian of the profound Nether Mansion will charge 10,000 prominent celestial crystals per celestial who uses the transporting formation in Axe Mountain City. It's called maintenance fee. Ling Jueyun explained in one breath. Upon hearing Ling Jueyun's words, Duan Ling Tian was shocked. It costs 100,000 prominent celestial crystals to activate each transporting formation? Moreover, the guardian of the profound Nether Mansion has to pay 10,000 prominent celestial crystals to each celestial crystal? Doesn't this mean each person has to pay 110,000 prominent celestial crystals to use the transporting formation? Duan Ling Tian looked at Ling Jueyun in shock.
Although he knew one had to pay a hefty price to use the transporting formation, he did not expect it to be so expensive. 110,000 prominent celestial crystals? After all, 100,000 prominent celestial crystals were more than enough to buy an ordinary king-grade celestial weapon in any place. In fact, 110,000 prominent celestial crystals was enough to buy a decent offensive king-grade celestial weapon in some places. It depends on how many people are using the transporting formation. If it's just one person, it'll cost 110,000 prominent celestial crystals. However, if it's two people, it'll only cost 60,000 prominent celestial crystals per person. Each transporting formation costs 100,000 prominent celestial crystals to activate, regardless of whether it's one or two people. Ling Jueyun said, "You're saying the transporting formations in the Devata realms can be used by two people at the same time?" Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up immediately. If that was the case, it would be much more cost-effective. 100,000 high-grade immortal crystals would be shared by two people. Each person would pay 50,000 high-grade immortal crystals. Apart from that, each person would have to pay 10,000 prominent celestial crystals to the forces that set up the transporting formations in the Devata realms. In total, that would be 60,000 prominent celestial crystals. All right. Ling Jueyun nodded. Then, can three people use the transporting formation at the same time? Duan Lingtian asked again. If the three of them could use it together and teleport together, the 100,000 high-grade immortal crystals would be shared among the three of them. Each person would only have slightly more than 30,000 high-grade immortal crystals. The transporting formations in the profound Nether Mansion's territories can only be used by two people at the same time. This is due to the limited ability of the formation masters in the profound Nether Mansion, who set up the transporting formations. Ling Jueyun said, "The formation masters in the larger territories are generally more capable. The transporting formations they set up can be used by 3, 4, or more people at the same time. Moreover, it costs 100,000 prominent celestial crystals to activate each transporting formation." Duan Lingtian nodded in realization. As it turned out, the ability of the formation masters in the profound Nether Mansion, who set up the transporting formations, had to do with the ability of the formation masters. At the same time, Duan Lingtian recalled the three assassins from the Blood Skull Gang. It costs 100,000 prominent celestial crystals to teleport to the profound Nether Mansion. Although the assassin from the Blood Skull Gang can teleport to the profound Nether Mansion through the transporting formation in the Devata realms, it's impossible for him to teleport to the profound Nether Mansion. Let alone the 1 basic Celestial King and the 6 combo Celestial King. Even the 9 Palaces Celestial King wouldn't be willing to use the transporting formations to travel to the profound Nether Mansion's territories. Moreover, with the 9 Palaces Celestial King's speed, it wouldn't take long for him to travel to the profound Nether Mansion's territories. Not only were 9 Palaces Celestial Kings powerful, but they were also extremely fast. After experiencing the Wind Shadow Escape Talisman given to him by Sun Liangpeng, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, Duan Lingtian gained a new understanding of the speed of a Celestial Lord. In the past, although Duan Lingtian's cultivation base and divine consciousness were comparable to ordinary Celestial Lords due to the consumable royal-grade Celestial weapon, his speed was not comparable to a real Celestial Lord. In fact, he was not even comparable to some powerful Celestial Kings. For example, the 9 Palaces Celestial King from the Blood Skull Gang was not as fast as the 9 Palaces Celestial King, even though his consumable royal-grade celestial weapon had temporarily boosted his cultivation base to the level of an ordinary Celestial Lord. This was because the profundities he had comprehended were too weak. Many people would use the transporting formations to travel to the profound Nether Mansion together, so they can share the cost of the 100,000 prominent celestial crystals. After Ling Jueyun finished speaking, he and Duan Lingtian arrived at one of the halls in the ring-shaped building. The transportation formation that leads to the Jade Emperor Heaven is in this hall. Ling Jueyun said to Duan Lingtian after they landed on the ground. Duan Lingtian nodded as he studied the hall in front of him. This hall was different from the magnificent halls he had seen in the past. The decorations of this hall were crude, and it gave off a primitive vibe. When they arrived at the entrance of the hall, they saw many people standing outside. Whenever they saw someone walking into the hall alone, they would approach and strike up a conversation. "Brother, are you going to the Mo Yun Heaven? If you are, we can travel together." You can stay at the place you want to go first. What do you think? Brother, where do you plan to go? If you're going to the Wuxian heaven, we can travel together. If you're willing to stay at the place I want to go, you'll only have to pay 30,000 prominent celestial crystals and 10,000 prominent celestial crystals. What do you think?
Sir, are you going to the Hongyun heaven?
When Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun entered the hall together, they could vaguely hear voices coming from outside the hall. Naturally, the voices were much softer after they entered the hall. Moreover, they could not hear anyone striking up a conversation in the hall. It was obvious such behavior was prohibited in the hall. After Duan Lingtian entered the main hall, he glanced left and right. With just a glance, he saw people standing in every corner of the main hall like javelins. Among these people, there were middle-aged men and old men. All of them were dressed in dark green robes with a cloud embroidered on their chests. The words "Profound Nether" were written on the cloud. Although they stood there motionless, their heads moved from side to side from time to time, and their sharp gazes swept through the hall. Are these people from the Profound Nether Mansion? Duan Lingtian asked Ling Jueyun.
Yes.
Ling Jueyun nodded. There are about 20 people from the Profound Nether Mansion in a hall like this. 9 of them are in charge of the transportation formations in the Devata realms. The remaining 9 people are in charge of maintaining order. Duan Lingtian nodded.
It was not difficult for him to figure out the 10 people he had noticed earlier were in charge of maintaining order in the hall.
There are so many people outside looking for partners to be teleported to the Devata realms, but no one here dares to strike up a conversation. This is because of the rules here. Ling Jueyun continued to say, if someone strikes up a conversation in the hall and is kicked out by the Profound Nether Mansion, they won't be able to set foot in the hall for a year. If they want to continue their journey, they'll have to go to another Devata realms transportation formation outside Axe Mountain City. Ling Jueyun's words confirmed Duan Lingtian's suspicions. Chapter 3083. At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally noticed the 9 transporting formations in the Devata realm. There were 9 high platforms. On one side of the high platform, there was only one person standing straight like a javelin. The rest of the people were further away from the high platform. If one looked carefully, one could see that only the person standing on the side of the high platform had patterns on the ground beneath his feet. The inscriptions seemed to have golden ink flowing on them. Moreover, the ink seemed to be boiling as it pulsed and shone brightly.
That person is the guardian of the formation sent by the Profound Nether Mansion. As though he had noticed Duan Lingtian's gaze, Ling Jueyun said, the guardian of the Profound Nether Mansion's formation might not be strong, but he has mastered the formation that covers the transporting formations in the Devata realm. It said that the formation that covers the transporting formations in the Devata realm has a killing formation that can kill celestial kings and below with just a thought. Although I can't kill some of the more powerful celestial kings, I'll be able to leave a mark on them and hold them back for a while. During that time, the powerhouses from the Profound Nether Mansion will be able to rush over through the transporting formations in the Profound Nether Mansion's territory. The reason the Profound Nether Mansion set up such a formation is because they're worried that people who refuse to pay the 10,000 prominent celestial crystals would force their way into the transporting formations in the Devata realm. Apart from that, they're also worried that people would freeload on the transporting formations in the Devata realm without paying any celestial crystals. Ling Jueyun said in one breath. Duan Lingtian nodded in realization. It was not difficult to understand why the Profound Nether Mansion would do this. After all, the Profound Nether Mansion was not a charity. They would definitely find a way to recoup the cost of hiring a formation master to set up the transporting formations in the Devata realm. Just like on Earth in his past life, there were tolls for highways, planes, and high-speed trains. The transporting formations in the Devata realm lead to the Jade Emperor Heaven. Ling Jueyun said to Duan Lingtian as he led Duan Lingtian to a high platform. In front of the high platform, the formation guardian was collecting immortal crystals from a middle-aged man and an old man. Each of them was given 10,000 high-grade immortal crystals. After that, they were allowed to approach the high platform and walk up. After the 2 of them stepped onto the high platform, each of them took out 50,000 upper-grade celestial crystals and scattered them on the high platform in an irregular manner, almost completely covering the surface of the high platform. After a few breaths' time, A white light appeared on the surface of the platform and shrouded the 100,000 prominent celestial crystals. It then melted the celestial crystals and turned them into a part of it. The light, which was originally like a white mist, turned into a white liquid after fusing with the 100,000 upper-grade celestial crystals. It moved and flowed on the surface of the platform, creating ripples. In the next moment, the white liquid began to boil on the surface of the platform. Swoosh! Without any warning, after the white liquid boiled for a while, a blazing and dazzling white light suddenly gushed out from it, drowning the two figures on the high platform, causing them to completely disappear in front of everyone's eyes. When the white light finally dissipated, the two figures were nowhere to be seen. Apart from that, the high platform returned to its original state. There was no longer any white mist or white liquid. Everything had returned to how it was before the two figures went up.
Don't they have to tell the formation guardian where they're going? Duan Lingtian asked Ling Jueyun.
There's no need for that.
Ling Juyun shook his head. Where do you want to go? Once you've placed the immortal crystals in place, all you have to do is infuse your divine sense with the boiling white liquid. The formation will send you to your destination. It's just like what I've said before. It can only be sent to a geographical unit like the profound Nether Mansion's territory where we're currently at. Moreover, it can only be sent to a transporting formation in that geographical unit. Ling Jueyun said.
A transporting formation?
Duan Lingtian's eyes glinted. He had read about a transporting formation in the Simplicity Celestial sect, so he knew the transporting formation was used to receive people from other places. In any place where there was a transporting formation, there would be a transporting formation as well. However, the two transporting formations would not be too close to each other. Apart from that, the transporting formations were unguarded and did not need to be guarded. There should be a transporting formation in Axe Mountain City, right? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Ling Jueyun.
Yes. Ling Jueyun nodded.
The transporting formation in Cauldron Mountain City is outside the eastern city gate. Of course, it's not as lively as this place, and the environment is not as good. It's just a barren land with a few dozen broken stone platforms carved with formations. Ling Jueyun's words were exactly as Duan Lingtian had expected. Every place where there was a transporting formation would have a transporting formation. Moreover, the two transporting formations would not be too close to each other. After a short while, a person paid 10,000 prominent celestial crystals and stepped onto the platform that led to the transporting formation in the Jade Emperor Heaven. After a while, the person disappeared from the platform in a flash of white light. Meanwhile, there was no one in front of Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun. It was their turn now. Duan Lingtian was about to hand the 20,000 prominent celestial crystals to the formation guardian when Ling Jueyun beat him to it. Then, he turned to look at Duan Lingtian and said, "Let's go up." "All right." Duan Lingtian nodded and followed Ling Jueyun to the platform. As soon as he stepped onto the platform, he took out the 100,000 prominent celestial crystals that he had prepared earlier and scattered them on the platform. Ling Jueyun was slightly taken aback when he saw this. However, he did not pay much attention to it. After all, 100,000 prominent celestial crystals were nothing to him. However, even if 100,000 prominent celestial crystals were nothing to Duan Lingtian, a favor was still a favor to Duan Lingtian. He did this because he did not want to owe Ling Jueyun a favor. In his past life, when he was still on Earth, he had always followed a principle. As long as it was a problem that could be solved with money, he would never owe anyone a favor. A debt of gratitude was the most difficult debt to repay in the world. It's no wonder the Simplicity Celestial Sect's records about transporting formations to the Devata realm states that celestial crystals must be laid out on top of the transporting formations. For this reason, one has to use at least prominent celestial crystals. It's impossible to lay out mediocre celestial crystals on top of the transporting formations, let alone primitive celestial crystals. Duan Lingtian looked at the 100,000 prominent celestial crystals that covered almost all of the transporting formations on the platform. He recalled the records he had read in the Simplicity Celestial sect about the transporting formations to the Devata realms. The transporting formations on the platform could only lay out 100,000 celestial crystals at most. For this reason, only prominent celestial crystals and above could be laid out on top of the transporting formations on the platform. If two people are to be transported to the transporting formation, both of them will have to send their divine consciousness into the white liquid when it boils before the transporting formation will be activated. Ling Jueyun said to Duan Ling Tian. All right. Duan Ling Tian nodded.
Then, he waited for the 100,000 prominent celestial crystals to be shrouded in a layer of white mist before they turned into white liquid.
After the white liquid boiled, he extended his divine consciousness into the white liquid just as Ling Jueyun had instructed. Jade Emperor Heaven, Fair Heaven Territory, Yan Mountain Mansion. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Initially, Duan Ling Tian did not feel anything. However, when he thought about it, he could not help but feel excited. Based on what he knew, there were many people in the Jade Emperor Heaven whom he was familiar with when he was on Earth in his past life. For example, the Great Sage, Heaven's Equal, Sun Wukong, True Lord Erlang, Yang Jian, the Third Prince, Neza, and many others. There were many legendary figures as well. However, with my current strength, I'm afraid it'll be difficult for me to meet them. The weakest among them is at least a celestial emperor. Duan Ling Tian sighed inwardly.
If he was a celestial emperor expert in the Jade Emperor Heaven, he might have a chance to meet the people he was familiar with in his previous life.
However, with his current strength, it was impossible for him to meet them. That's right. Fair Heaven Territory? Fair Heaven? If I'm not mistaken, Sun Wukong's sworn brother, the Bull Demon King, is known as the Great Saint of Fair Heaven. Is it possible that the Fair Heaven Territory is related to him? Duan Ling Tian was still thinking about this when the white light that rose from his feet shrouded him. Duan Ling Tian and Ling Jueyun left the spirit overarching heaven through the transporting formation to the Jade Emperor Heaven. Near the Simplicity Celestial Sect's estate, an intelligence agent from the Blood Skull Gang crushed a communication celestial talisman and sent a message back to the Blood Skull Gang. Duan Ling Tian, the true disciple of the Simplicity Celestial Sect in the profound Nether Mansion, didn't return to the Simplicity Celestial Sect. This was the message the intelligence agent from the Blood Skull Gang sent back. When the intelligence agent from the Blood Skull Gang received the message, he immediately relayed the message to the person in charge of the mission to kill Duan Ling Tian. Currently, the person in charge of the mission had changed a few times. In the end, Chen Yuanshan, the vice leader of the Blood Skull Gang, was in charge. Where did that brat get such a difficult mission? Since he knows the Blood Skull Gang wants to kill him, it's only natural for him to hide as far as he can after leaving the Simplicity Celestial Sect. It'll be difficult for us to find and kill him. Chen Yuanshan was a well-built middle-aged man. He had a resolute expression on his face, and he exuded a dignified aura. Chen Li was his only son. Chapter 3084. The Southern Heaven Territory did not belong to any Grade 6 celestial mansions. In the front yard of a luxurious mansion in a huge city that occupied a vast area, a young man in embroidered clothes was sitting at a table and tasting fragrant tea. The teacup in his hand suddenly stopped, and his face turned gloomy. Chen Li, what's wrong? Another young man sitting across the table looked at the young man dressed in embroidered robes with a puzzled expression. The young man was dressed in a long white robe. He had a handsome appearance and held a folding fan in his hand. His bearing was extraordinary, and there was a smile on his face. Do you remember the genius disciple from the profound Nether Mansion Simplicity Celestial Sect whom I mentioned to you before? The young man dressed in embroidered robes was none other than Chen Li, the illegitimate son of Chen Yuanshan, the vice leader of the Blood Skull Gang. Yes. The white-clad young man nodded. What's wrong? Up until now, we still haven't completed the mission, Chen Li said in a deep voice. What? The white-clad young man's expression changed slightly. He was well aware of the Blood Skull Gang's strength. However, up until now, they had yet to kill an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Does he have some life-saving technique? The white-clad young man asked. Initially, he did have some life-saving technique. It's confirmed that it's a consumable royal-grade celestial weapon. With a consumable royal-grade celestial weapon, he managed to kill the first one basic celestial king that the Blood Skull Gang sent out. Chen Li said. The consumable royal-grade celestial weapon allowed him to possess a cultivation base and divine consciousness that's comparable to a one basic celestial lord. Although his comprehension of the profundities of a law is mediocre,
It shouldn't be difficult for him to kill a one basic celestial king from the Blood Skull Gang.
The white-clad young man nodded. Then he asked, after the first one basic celestial king died, the Blood Skull Gang must have sent a stronger assassin, right?
As one of the top assassin organizations in the Southern Heaven Territory, the Blood Skull would either not accept a mission, or they would not give up until they killed their target unless they could not complete the mission. The white-clad young man was well aware of this.
The second assassin that the Blood Skull Gang sent out was a 6-combo celestial king, who had comprehended 6 profundities from the law of wind. Chen Li said, a 6-combo celestial king who has comprehended 6 profundities from the law of wind.
With such strength, I'm afraid only 1 or 2 people from the Simplicity Celestial sect in the Profound Nether Mansion would be a match for him, right?
The white-robed youth asked in surprise. Did he fail as well? Not only did he fail, but he also died in the Profound Nether Mansion's territory, just like the one basic celestial king earlier.
Chen Li's expression darkened.
Even a 6-combo celestial king who has comprehended 6 profundities from the law of wind died? The white-robed young man's expression changed again. Could it be that the expert of the target sect has made a move?
I don't know.
Before that person died, he didn't send back any information, so we don't know who did it. After that, the Blood Skull Gang sent out a third assassin, a 9 Palaces celestial king. A 9 Palaces immortal king assassin. The white-clad young man raised an eyebrow. A 9 Palaces celestial king is capable of wiping out grade 7 forces in the Profound Nether Mansion's territory as long as they don't openly make an enemy of the Profound Nether Mansion. I don't think there's anything wrong with him, right? In his opinion, sending a 9 Palaces celestial king to deal with a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial was like using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. Although he didn't die, the target managed to escape right under his nose. Chen Li's face was so gloomy that it seemed like it could drip water. What happened? The white-robed young man frowned.
That damn sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect gave the target a wind shadow escape talisman that the mansion master of the Profound Nether Mansion had given him.
Apart from the celestial origin energy of a celestial lord, the wind shadow escape talisman also contains the law of wind's gale profundity and the law of wind's wind style profundity. The gale profundity and the wind style profundity are both at the initial stage, Chen Li said through gritted teeth. The gale profundity and the wind style profundity are both at the initial stage. With the help of the wind shadow escape talisman, the target managed to escape from the 9 Palaces celestial king of the Blood Skull Gang. The 9 Palaces celestial king had no choice but to return empty-handed. Chen Li's eyes flashed with killing intent. Since the target had managed to escape from the Blood Skull Gang's assassins, the pressure on him was mounting. If it were not for his father's support, the high-ranking officials of the Blood Skull Gang would have long sought revenge on him. A wind shadow escape talisman that contains the celestial origin energy of a celestial lord and the law of wind's gale profundity and the law of wind's wind style profundity to the initial stage? The white-robed young man's eyes flashed as he said indifferently, with such a celestial talisman, even a 10 Directions celestial king in the Blood Skull Gang can only watch as the target escapes, let alone a 9 Palaces celestial king. I didn't expect the sect leader of a grade 7 sect to possess such a wind shadow escape talisman. It seems like the mansion master of the Profound Nether Mansion values him a lot. The white-robed young man said. No matter how much the mansion master values him, he can't compare to you. At this moment, Chen Li seemed to have recalled something. He looked at the white-robed young man and asked, by the way, the selection for the true disciple of the Tao Scholar Profound sect is about to begin, right? Are you confident you'll be selected as a true disciple? I'm 100% confident. The white-robed young man narrowed his eyes as a confident expression appeared on his handsome face. Congratulations! A rare smile appeared on Chen Li's face. Although his face was ugly, his smile was uglier than crying. His friend was a core disciple of the Tao Scholar Profound sect, one of the top 5 sects in the Southern Heaven Territory. Moreover, he was one of the top core disciples. If his friend managed to become a true disciple of the Tao Scholar Profound sect, his friend would be the youngest true disciple in the history of the Tao Scholar Profound sect. After all, there were only 3 true disciples in the Tao Scholar Profound Nether sect. The number of true disciples in ordinary sects could not be compared to them. You lost your composure just now. You must have received someone's message, right? The white-robed young man asked as he looked at Chen Li. It's from my father. Chen Li sighed.
He just sent me a message saying that the target has gone to the Jade Emperor Heaven through a transporting formation in Axe Mountain City in the Profound Nether Mansion's territory 3 days ago. As for the location of the Jade Emperor Heaven, only the target and his companions know. Naturally, if the Profound Nether Mansion is willing to cooperate with us, we can send a formation master to Axe Mountain City to check his whereabouts through the transporting formation in the Devata realm. It won't be difficult for us to find out where he is in the Jade Emperor Heaven. However, the problem is the Profound Nether Mansion won't cooperate with us. Chen Li said in a low voice. A hint of reluctance could be heard in his voice. The Profound Nether Mansion? The white-robed young man raised an eyebrow when he heard Chen Li's words.
Perhaps I can help you with this.
Chen Li instinctively looked at the white-robed young man when he heard the white-robed young man's words.
I have a junior brother who's from the Profound Nether Mansion.
I heard from him that his father is the vice-mansion master of the Profound Nether Mansion.
Naturally, it's impossible for him to help you kill the genius disciple of the Simplicity Celestial sect.
However, it shouldn't be difficult for him to investigate the transporting formation in the Devata realms.
Naturally, you have to keep your identities a secret.
You can't let them know that you're investigating the transporting formation to kill the genius disciple of the Profound Nether Mansion. The white-robed young man said in one breath.
Upon hearing the white-robed young man's words, Chen Li's eyes lit up immediately.
Then, he looked at the white-robed young man solemnly and said, Brother Ruyu, I'll owe you a huge favor if this works.
There's no need for thanks between us. The white-robed young man smiled faintly.
At some point, he had unfolded the fan in his hand and was fanning it slowly. It looked like an ordinary fan, but if one were to look closely, one would be able to see traces of faint green flowing light pulsating around the fan. It was as if there were many small green snakes swinging their bodies.
After a while, the white-robed young man took out a communication celestial talisman and crushed it. Meanwhile,
in the Dao Scholar Profound Sect's estate, a young man who was cultivating received a message from the white-robed young man.
Senior brother Yen Ruyu? The young man's expression stiffened when he heard the message. A hint of surprise could be seen in his eyes. He did not expect Yen Ruyu would take the initiative to contact him and ask for his help. Yen Ruyu was the last disciple of the sect leader of the Dao Scholar Profound Sect. He was also the strongest core disciple in the Dao Scholar Profound Sect in the last 10,000 years. Moreover, he would soon become one of the 3 true disciples of the Dao Scholar Profound Sect. He had to look up to someone like Yen Ruyu. Senior brother Yen Ruyu, what do you need me to do for you? As long as it's within my ability, I'll do my best to help you.
The young man replied through voice transmission.
There's no need for you to do anything for me.
Yen Ruyu said indifferently. I remember you told someone that your father is the vice-mansion master of the Grade 6 Profound Nether Mansion, right?
That's right.
The young man replied.
I want you to ask your father for help. I want my friend's formation master to investigate a transporting formation in the Profound Nether Mansion's territory. Are you willing to help me with this?
Yen Ruyu asked.
Investigate a transporting formation in the Profound Nether Mansion's territory?
The young man frowned slightly.
Then he asked respectfully, Senior brother Yen Ruyu, may I know who your friend's family is looking for? The purpose of investigating the transportation formation was, naturally, to find out where the person who used the transportation formation had gone. Chapter 3085. A disciple of my friend's family has committed a serious crime and has escaped from the family. They want to capture him.
Yen Ruyu had prepared this excuse beforehand.
I see.
The young man came to a sudden understanding and immediately agreed.
Senior brother Yen Ruyu, I'll immediately send a message to my father. I'll definitely handle this matter properly for you. Thank you. Feel free to look for me if you need anything in the future. Yen Ruyu said. The young man's eyes lit up when he heard Yen Ruyu's words. His breathing quickened slightly.
In the past, before he joined the Dao Scholar Profound Sect, he was considered a genius in the Profound Nether Mansion. However, after joining the Dao Scholar Profound Sect, there were many geniuses like him, and many of them were even more outstanding than him. Among them, the most outstanding one was Yen Ruyu, the last disciple of the sect leader of the Dao Scholar Profound Sect.
Not only was Yen Ruyu monstrously talented, but he also had a powerful background. It was his dream to build a good relationship with Yen Ruyu.
It was impossible for him to do Yen Ruyu a favor. For this reason, he had already made up his mind.
Even if Yen Ruyu's request was difficult, he would do his best to convince his father to help Yen Ruyu's friend investigate the transportation formation in the Devata realm. Moreover, he had already promised Yen Ruyu that there was no turning back.
Father. The young man took a deep breath before he contacted his father, one of the 3 vice mansion masters of the profound nether mansion.
Yen, what's the matter? The young man's father, Li Lin Yi, one of the vice mansion masters of the profound nether mansion, replied immediately. Although Li Lin Yi had several sons, his son's innate talent and comprehension ability were the highest. Although this son was the youngest among his sons, he was the most orderly. His cultivation had already surpassed all of his other sons. Moreover, Li Lin Yi had joined the Dao Scholar Profound sect, one of the top 5 sects in the Southern Heaven Territory. Currently, he was a core disciple of the Dao Scholar Profound sect. If Li Lin Yi was given more time, he might even become a high-ranking official in the Dao Scholar Profound sect. At that time, as long as the current mansion master of the Profound Nether Mansion returned to the clan that ruled the Profound Nether Mansion, the new mansion master of the Profound Nether Mansion would have an advantage. The other 2 vice mansion masters would not be able to compete with him at all.
It was for this reason that he was very kind to this son of his, like a loving father, and was not at all as severe as he was to his other sons.
Father. Li Yan went straight to the point and told Li Lini everything that had happened. He even emphasized Yen Ruyu's position in the Dao Scholar Profound sect. Among all the people in the Dao Scholar Profound sect, Yen Ruyu had the highest chance of becoming the next sect leader. The next sect leader of the Dao Scholar Profound sect? After hearing his son's message, Li Lini's heart could not help but tremble violently. The Dao Scholar Profound sect was a 5th grade sect. Although it was only 1 grade higher than the Profound Nether Mansion, a grade 6 celestial mansion, there was a huge gap between them. For example, the clan that ruled the Profound Nether Mansion was one of the top clans in the Southern Territory. The Profound Nether Mansion was one of the 10 major clans in the Southern Heaven Territory. It was also a 5th grade clan, and its status in the Southern Heaven Territory was on par with the Dao Scholar Profound sect. However, in terms of strength, the Profound Nether Mansion was slightly weaker than the Dao Scholar Profound sect. Even the current mansion master of the Profound Nether Mansion would only be an inner elder of the Profound Nether Mansion after his term in the Profound Nether Mansion ended, let alone Li Yen, a vice mansion master of the Profound Nether Mansion. Although there were not as many inner elders as outer elders in the Profound Nether Mansion, there were still quite a number of them. Their status in the Profound Nether Mansion was only average. This matter is a little tricky. If the 2 vice mansion masters find out about this, they'll definitely use this matter to suppress me in front of the Lord Mansion Master. However, it's worth the risk if I can befriend someone like Yen Ruyu. Li Lini quickly gave his son a reply after weighing the pros and cons in his heart. Li Lini was a person with no background. Naturally, he knew when to give and take since he was able to get to where he was today.
He knew very well that Yen Ruyu was not an ordinary person.
If it were not for the fact that he needed Li Lini's help, Li Lini would not have been able to befriend someone like Yen Ruyu.
Thank you, father.
Li Yen was pleasantly surprised when he heard his father's straightforward reply. He thought he would have to spend a lot of effort persuading his father. Yen, tell your senior brother Yen Ruyu to tell his friend's family to come and look for me. Li Lini said.
Yes, father.
Li Yen replied before he sent a message to Yen Ruyu. Senior brother Yen Ruyu, it's done. My father said to tell your friend's family to come and look for him in the Profound Nether Mansion. My father is Li Lini. He's one of the 3 vice mansion masters of the Profound Nether Mansion. Li Yen paused for a moment before he added. All right, thank you.
Yen Ruyu replied.
Senior brother Yen, you're welcome. It's my honor to be able to help you.
Li Yen said.
No matter what, I owe you a huge favor. After sending another message, Yen Ruyu looked at Chen Li and said with a faint smile on his face. It's done. Tell your father to send someone to the Profound Nether Mansion to look for Vice Mansion Master Li Lin Yi, so he can investigate the transporting formation in the Devata realm. We'll be able to find out where the target went. Chen Li's eyes lit up immediately. He quickly crushed a communication celestial talisman and relayed the news to his father, Chen Yuan Shan, the vice leader of the Blood Skull Gang. That little brat must have accumulated a lot of good fortune to be able to befriend someone like young Master Yan Ruyu. Chen Yuanshan sighed when he heard Chen Yuanshan's words. When Chen Yuanshan received Chen Li's message and found out from Chen Li that it was Yan Ruyu who helped him, he couldn't help but sigh. Naturally, he knew about the friendship between his illegitimate son and Yan Ruyu. They had known each other since they were young. It was a pure friendship that did not involve any benefits. However, unlike his illegitimate son, Yan Ruyu's innate talent and comprehension ability had been discovered at a young age. Eventually, Yan Ruyu had joined the Tao Scholar Profound sect and was accepted as his last disciple by the sect leader of the Tao Scholar Profound sect. However, despite his current status, Yan Ruyu had never forgotten his childhood playmate, Chen Li. He would often look for Chen Li. In fact, Yan Ruyu had even personally visited his father to ask him to compensate Chen Li. Otherwise, he would not let Chen Li off the hook. Of course, he didn't tell Chen Li about this, so Chen Li didn't know. The Jade Emperor Heaven was one of the 81 Devata realms. It was the closest Devata realm to Yen Huang realm, the mundane realm where Duan Lingtian's hometown, Earth, was located. When Duan Lingtian ascended, he should have ascended to this Devata realm. However, due to the turbulence in the realm of gods that occurred once every 10,000 years, the spatial energy in the spatial tunnel was disrupted. As a result, Duan Lingtian ascended to another Devata realm, the spirit overarching heaven. With our speed, it'll take us at least half a month to reach the wind-resistant city. Do we have enough time? Somewhere in Yen Mountain Mansion in the equal heaven territory of the Jade Emperor Heaven, 3 people were flying side by side in the sky. One of them was asking the other person next to him. We agreed to meet at the wind-resistant city 2 months after we arrived in the Jade Emperor Heaven. We still have plenty of time. The person who was asked the question replied. We came all the way here for the secret realm that's suspected to be left behind by a celestial emperor. We even spent a lot of celestial crystals to teleport here from the spirit overarching heaven. If I find out that person lied to me, I won't let him off the hook. The last person said in a deep voice. You won't let him off the hook? Why do I seem to remember that you seem to have fought with him before and lost to him? The person who spoke first said mockingly as he looked at the last person. Humph. I lost to him because I was careless. Otherwise, I wouldn't have lost to him since our cultivation bases are on par with each other. The last person scoffed and said indignantly. Based on the conversation between the 3 people, it was clear they had also teleported from the spirit overarching heaven to Yen Mountain Mansion in the equal heaven territory of the Jade Emperor Heaven. They had also received an invitation to come here. Although the 3 of them were only slightly over 100 years old, they were already peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials who had comprehended at least 2 profundities from a law. The wind-resistant city was the place where they had agreed to meet up with the person who told them there was a secret realm left behind by a celestial emperor in Yen Mountain Mansion in the equal heaven territory of the Jade Emperor Heaven. At the same time, 2 figures could be seen flying in the sky in another direction of the wind-resistant city. Among them, the young man in purple had a handsome face. Although his face was slightly tense, his gentle gaze gave people a very comfortable feeling. As for the other young man in gray, he had a cold expression on his face. His cold gaze made him seem as if he was constantly emitting an aura that kept people thousands of miles away. These 2 people were none other than Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun, who had teleported from the spirit overarching heaven to the Jade Emperor Heaven through the transporting formation. The wind-resistant city should be up ahead. At this moment, a small black dot appeared in front of them. It grew larger in just a blink of an eye, revealing the outline of a city. It seems like we've arrived a month early. That's good as well. We can familiarize ourselves with the environment of the wind-resistant city and see how many people the reincarnated celestial emperor has invited. Ling Jueyun said. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded. His interest in the secret realm where the reincarnated celestial emperor had planted the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree grew. Chapter 3086. The wind-resistant city was a city under the Yen Mountain Mansion. Its status in the Yen Mountain Mansion was similar to the status in the Profound Nether Mansion. There were also transporting formations in the wind-resistant city that connected to the other 80 Devata realms from the Jade Emperor Heaven. These transporting formations were inscribed by the Yen Mountain Mansion's formation masters. It would cost 10,000 prominent celestial crystals to use them. The scale of the wind-resistant city was similar to that of Axe Mountain City. When Duan Ling Tian and Ling Ju Yun entered wind-resistant city, they could see the endless stream of people entering and leaving the city. The city was bustling with noise and excitement. There's still more than a month to go. Let's look for an inn to stay in. Since the wind-resistant city is a city under the Yen Mountain Mansion, there should be an inn under the profound Nether Mansion like the above Cloud Pavilion in Axe Mountain City. Ling Jueyun suggested. Duan Ling Tian nodded in agreement. Soon after, the duo found an inn under the Yen Mountain Mansion in the wind-resistant city. Although the rooms in the inn were not as high as the above Cloud Pavilion in the profound Nether Mansion's above Cloud Pavilion, the treatment was no different from the other rooms in the above Cloud Pavilion. The treatment of the best rooms in the above Cloud Pavilion was similar to the treatment of the best rooms in the above Cloud Pavilion. Unlike the best rooms in the above Cloud Pavilion that could accommodate 2 people at most, the best rooms in the inn under the Yen Mountain Mansion, the E-Attainment Pavilion could accommodate up to 3 people at most. After checking in, Duan Ling Tian and Ling Jueyun stayed in their respective rooms to comprehend the profundities of the law as they waited for the arrival of the reincarnated Celestial Emperor. A few days after Duan Ling Tian and Ling Jueyun stayed in the first attainment pavilion, a travel-worn female guest arrived at another courtyard near their courtyard. She looked like she had traveled a long way. If Duan Ling Tian was not in the room but in the courtyard, he would definitely be able to see this female guest and recognize her. The female guest was none other than Murong Xiao, who was ranked in the top 3 along with Duan Ling Tian and Ling Jueyun in the profound Nether Mansion's lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Murong Xiao was a genius from the Murong clan, a grade 7 clan in the profound Nether Mansion's territory. She was from the profound Nether Mansion in the Southern Heaven territory of the spirit overarching Spirit Heaven. Unlike Duan Ling Tian Mansion's lower realm of the Upper Cloud Pavilion, Murong Xiao City. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian and Ling Jueyun were not the only ones who were unaware of the arrival of another acquaintance from the profound Nether Mansion. Even Murong Xiao was unaware that 2 acquaintances from the profound Nether Mansion had moved into the Unison Pavilion a few days earlier than her. The E-Attainment Pavilion was the best inn in wind-resistant city. Anyone with extraordinary strength or background would stay here. Before Duan Ling Tian, Ling Jueyun, and Murong Xiao had stayed in the E-Attainment Pavilion, many other peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials from the spirit overarching heaven and other Devata realms had stayed in the E-Attainment Pavilion as well. These peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials, including Duan Ling Tian, Ling Jueyun, and Murong Xiao, had been invited to the E-Attainment Pavilion. They had come for the secret realm that was suspected to be left behind by a celestial emperor. In the room, Duan Ling Tian was fully immersed in comprehending the law of fire's explosion profundity. With the help of the Chaos Divine Flame, his speed of comprehending the explosion profundity was extremely fast. He had a feeling he would be able to comprehend the explosion profundity at any time. About half a month later, Duan Ling Tian felt like he was about to comprehend the explosion profundity at any moment, but he was still unable to do so. Senior Chaos Divine Flame, what's going on? Duan Ling Tian could not help but ask the Chaos Divine Flame. He really wanted to know what was going on. After comprehending the seizing profundity and burning profundity of the laws of fire, you already have a deep understanding of the laws of fire and some preconceived notions. Now that you've comprehended the explosion profundity, there will more or less be some conflict. Since you're feeling this way, it means you've reached a bottleneck in comprehending the explosion profundity. After listening to the Chaos Divine Flame's words, Duan Ling Tian finally understood why he had reached a bottleneck in comprehending the explosion profundity. As it turned out, it was because he had comprehended the plundering profundity and the burning profundity. I've just comprehended the 4th law of fire's profundity, and I've already reached a bottleneck. Won't it be even harder for me to break through the bottleneck when I try to comprehend the 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th profundities from the law of fire in the future? Duan Ling Tian inhaled sharply. Of course. The Chaos Divine Flame said, it's not difficult to comprehend the first few profundities of any law. However, it's extremely difficult to comprehend more than 5 profundities. Comprehending all 9 profundities of a law is even more difficult than ascending to the heavens. For someone with average comprehension ability, no matter how much time they have or how good the environment is, it's still very difficult for them to comprehend all 9 profundities of a law. The Chaos Divine Flame continued to explain. Duanling Tian finally understood. Although he had heard the Chaos Divine Flame's last sentence, he did not have a deep understanding of it. However, after listening to the Chaos Divine Flame's explanation, he had a deeper understanding. The more profundities one comprehended, the more difficult it would be to comprehend the rest of the profundities. Next, if you don't need to cultivate, you can try to comprehend another profundity from the Law of Fire. There are many people who have comprehended another profundity from the Law of Fire when they encounter similar bottlenecks. They'll be able to break through the bottleneck of that profundity. The Chaos Divine Flame finally gave Duanling Tian a suggestion. It told Duanling Tian to put the explosion profundity aside for now, and try to comprehend other profundities from the Law of Fire.
Perhaps he might be able to break through the bottleneck by comprehending other profundities from the Law of Fire.
You can do that? Duanling Tian was slightly surprised. He quickly accepted the Chaos Divine Flame suggestion. Senior, I have 2 Fire-type King-grade celestial methods and divine abilities. You can comprehend the Blazing Sun profundity from the Law of Fire. As for the other Fire-type King-grade divine ability, you can comprehend the Fire Elemental profundity from the Law of Fire. The Fire Elemental profundity seems to be more useless. Should I comprehend the Blazing Sun profundity first? Although Duanling Tian had made up his mind, he still asked the Chaos Divine Flame about it. Even if he comprehended the Fire Elemental profundity to the rudimentary stage, it was still useless. He could only use it in a fiery environment.
Only when he comprehended it to the mastery stage would he be able to use it in a fiery environment.
All right, comprehend the Blazing Sun profundity first. The Chaos Divine Flame gave Duanling Tian an affirmative answer.
Wait a minute.
Duanling Tian suddenly thought of something.
His eyes widened slightly as he asked the Chaos Divine Flame, Senior, the Fire Elemental profundity? The Fire Elemental profundity from the Law of Fire is similar to the Earth Elemental profundity from the Law of Earth. The Wind Elemental profundity from the Law of Wind should be similar to the Fire Elemental profundity from the Law of Fire and the Earth Elemental profundity from the Law of Earth, right? The Fire Elemental profundity from the Law of Fire and the Earth Elemental profundity from the Law of Earth have restrictions on the usage of the Fire Elemental profundity from the Law of Wind, right? If that's the case, why was I able to unleash the speed of the Wind Elemental profundity from the Wind Elemental profundity to the initial stage when I used the Wind Shadow Escape Talisman?
Duanling Tian asked the Chaos Divine Flame. Earlier, he had recalled the Wind Shadow Escape Talisman that Sun Liangpang, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect, had given him. Previously, due to the Wind Shadow Escape Talisman that contained the celestial origin energy of a celestial lord, the Gale profundity, and the Wind Elemental profundity from the Law of Wind to the initial stage, he was able to escape from the 9 Palaces Celestial King Assassin from the Blood Skull Gang. When he used the Celestial Talisman, he could clearly sense the speed of the celestial origin energy from the Gale profundity and the Wind Elemental profundity. The Wind Elemental profundity's speed was not inferior to the celestial origin energy's speed. However, the Wind Travel profundity contained in the Wind Shadow Escape Talisman was only at the initial stage of the Wind Travel profundity. Under such circumstances, shouldn't it be similar to the Fire Elemental profundity from the Law of Fire and the Earth Elemental profundity from the Law of Earth? Before you ask this question, have you thought about the environment you were in after you used the Wind Shadow Escape Talisman? The Chaos Divine Flame asked, Don't tell me you used it in a windless environment? A windless environment? Duanling Tian pondered the Chaos Divine Flame's question for a moment before realization dawned on him. So that's how it is. Although the wind-walking profundity has its limitations, it's still possible to use the wind-walking profundity most of the time due to the presence of wind. If it's in a windless environment, the Wind Elemental profundity won't be of any use unless it's at the mastery stage. At this moment, Duanling Tian finally understood. As long as it was not in a completely sealed space, there would still be wind. Even if it seemed like there was no wind, there would still be a breeze in the air. It was just that the wind was too weak to stimulate one's senses. Those who comprehend the law of wind are really lucky. For those of us who comprehend the law of fire, the fire elemental profundity is useless before we reach the mastery stage. However, even if the wind elemental profundity is only at the rudimentary stage, it can still increase their speed. After all, there's always wind in an environment. Duanling Tian sighed inwardly. At this moment,
He could not help but feel envious of those who comprehended the law of wind.
After taking a deep breath and calming down, Duan Ling Tian focused on comprehending the law of fire's blazing sun profundity with the help of the chaos divine flame. Chapter 3087. It's time. Duan Ling Tian asked as he walked out of the room and looked at Ling Jueyun, who was standing in the courtyard.
Yes.
Ling Jueyun nodded and said, "Earlier, he sent me a message and asked us to meet at the mountain range 130,000 miles south of wind-resistant city. There's a mountain there that looks like a giant wolf howling at the sky. He wants us to meet at the peak of that mountain. If you don't get there in time before nightfall, you'll be deemed to have given up on entering the secret realm." Those were his exact words.
Ling Jueyun finished his sentence.
"In that case, let's head there now," Duan Ling Tian said. "All right." Ling Jueyun nodded. Then, he left the courtyard with Duan Ling Tian. However, as soon as they left the courtyard, Duan Ling Tian and Ling Jueyun heard someone calling out to them.
Duan Ling Tian?
Ling Jueyun? Duan Ling Tian raised an eyebrow when he heard the voice. There was actually someone here who knew him? Moreover, she knew Ling Jueyun? Based on the voice, it seemed like it belonged to a woman. Duan Ling Tian and Ling Jueyun turned to look at the source of the voice. A hint of surprise could be seen on the beautiful woman's face as she looked at them. Murong Xiao? Although it had been almost 10 years, Duan Ling Tian recognized the woman immediately. She was none other than Murong Xiao, the genius disciple from the Murong clan, a grade 7 clan in the Profound Nether Mansion's territory. Previously, when the Profound Nether Mansion's lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm opened, Duan Ling Tian, Ling Jueyun, and Murong Xiao were ranked in the top 3. For this reason, Murong Xiao had left a deep impression on him. It seems like Murong Xiao has also received an invitation from the reincarnated Celestial Emperor. At this moment, Ling Jueyun's voice rang in Duan Ling Tian's ears. Duan Ling Tian nodded in response. The reason Murong Xiao appeared here at this time was self-evident.
She must have received an invitation from the reincarnated Celestial Emperor just like the two of them.
Let's go. If it's possible, don't get involved with her. I don't want to bring a burden with me. Ling Jueyun looked at Duan Ling Tian meaningfully before he left. Duan Ling Tian followed closely behind. Duan Ling Jueyun was speechless. What did Ling Jueyun's gaze mean? Did Duan Ling Jueyun really thought he would get involved with Murong Xiao for no reason?
Although Murong Xiao was quite beautiful, she was still inferior to his wives, Ker and Li Fei, let alone Huan Er, whom he had met in the spirit overarching heaven.
These two fellows. Murong Xiao murmured inwardly. She was slightly annoyed when she saw the duo had no intention of responding to her even though she had taken the initiative to greet them. Under normal circumstances, with her pride and self-esteem, she would not have bothered with Duan Ling Tian and Ling Jueyun. However, this time, she had left the spirit overarching heaven and came to the Jade Emperor heaven alone. Moreover, she was going to explore the secret realm that was suspected to be left behind by a celestial emperor. If she could maintain a good relationship with Duan Ling Tian and Ling Jueyun, her safety would undoubtedly be guaranteed. For this reason, she thickened her skin and followed Duan Ling Tian and Ling Jueyun. Duan Ling Tian, Ling Jueyun, when did the two of you arrive? Since the two of you are here at this time, you must have received an invitation as well, right? Since the two of you are heading south as well, it seems like our destination is the same. Why don't the three of us work together after we enter the secret realm left behind by a celestial emperor? Naturally, there's no need for the three of you to split the loot equally with me. We'll split the loot into 5 portions. Each of you will take 2 portions, and I'll take 1. What do you think? Murong Xiao had been following Duan Ling Tian and Ling Jueyun from the moment they left the inn until they left wind-resistant city. Based on her words, it seemed like she wanted to join the two of them in exploring the secret realm left behind by a celestial emperor. In order to show her sincerity, she directly stated that she only wanted 20% of the loot she obtained from the secret realm left behind by a celestial emperor. In her opinion, since she had made such a big concession, Duan Ling Tian and Ling Jueyun would definitely agree to her joining them. After all, she was not weak. If she joined forces with them, she would be able to explore the secret realm left behind by a celestial emperor. However, Murong Xiao did not expect this. Even after she had made such a big concession, Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun still continued on their way. They did not even turn around, let alone agree to her suggestion. Murong Xiao's expression turned unsightly, and a hint of grievance could be seen in her eyes. As the prodigy of the Murong clan, when had she, Murong Xiao, ever felt so wronged? Apart from us, there seem to be many people who came out of the inn and are heading south. It seems like they've also received an invitation from the reincarnated Celestial Emperor. Ling Jueyun sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. However, apart from Murong Xiao, I don't see any familiar faces. It seems like the reincarnated Celestial Emperor has only invited the three of us from the profound Nether Mansion's territory in the spirit overarching Heaven's southern heaven territory.
Only the three of us are invited?
Upon hearing Ling Jueyun's voice transmission, Duan Lingtian purposely glanced at the people walking in front of him. Then, he turned around to look again. Indeed, apart from Murong Xiao, he did not see any familiar faces among the thousands of people walking in front of him. Naturally, Duan Lingtian knew some of these people were not here because of the reincarnated Celestial Emperor's invitation. Apart from the south, there were also many people in the other three directions of the wind-resistant city. As it turned out, Duan Lingtian's guess was correct. After flying 70 to 80,000 kilometers to the south, there were only about 2,000 of them left. After flying for another 10,000 kilometers, there were only about 1,000 of them left. That person's meeting place should be the mountain range in front of us. After flying above a vast desert for a while and passing through a flat plain, Duan Lingtian saw a continuous mountain range in the distance. However, due to the distance, he couldn't clearly see the outlines of the mountain peaks in the continuous mountain range. It's about the same distance. It should be that mountain range. Ling Jueyun nodded. When Duan Lingtian saw the mountain range in front of them, Murong Xiao and the others had also noticed it. Many people sped up and flew toward the mountain range as though there was a fight for something there. Duan Lingtian traveled at a leisurely pace while Murong Xiao followed behind them. She did not speak to them shamelessly since she could not bring herself to do so. Previously, when she tried to talk to Duan Lingtian, it was as though she was trying to get the cold shoulder from Duan Lingtian. However, she did not receive any response from them. Under such circumstances, she could no longer be thick-skinned and continue to speak. At this moment, she had completely dismissed the idea of joining forces with Duan Lingtian. After all, she could see Duan Lingtian had no intention of joining forces with her. Otherwise, they would not have rejected her when she had made such a huge concession.
If that person only came to the two of us and Murong Xiao in the profound Nether Mansion's territory in the spirit overarching Heaven's southern heaven territory, how many places would he have to go to gather so many people?
Moreover, I'm afraid these people are only a small portion of the people. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was almost certain these people had received the same invitation as Ling Jueyun and Duan Lingtian. Yes. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's voice transmission, Ling Jueyun nodded and replied through voice transmission. Moreover, based on how he chose the three of us in the profound Nether Mansion's territory, I'm afraid these people are all peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials with high innate talent and comprehension ability. Didn't you say he only needed to find a group of relatively strong peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials to sacrifice to the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree? If that's the case, why would he need to find peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials with high innate talent and comprehension ability? Duan Lingtian asked through voice transmission. Perhaps, the probability of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit being harvested is higher? Ling Jueyun's eyes glinted as he made a bold guess. Otherwise, why would he go through so much trouble?
There might not be any peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials who are stronger than the three of us in the profound Nether Mansion, but there are many who are slightly weaker than Murong Xiao.
However, he didn't choose any of them. So far, this is just a guess. Perhaps, there are other peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials in the profound Nether Mansion, but none of them are here. So far, we've only met Murong Xiao? Duan Lingtian said. Perhaps.
Let's see if we can see any other familiar faces among the group of people gathered at the peak of that mountain before the sky turns dark.
If we don't meet any familiar faces, then my guess might be right. Ling Jueyun said. If it's true, then it's a good thing. After all, We're here for the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Duan Lingtian's eyes glinted as a hint of excitement flashed in the depths of his eyes. If the reincarnated celestial emperor had only looked for him, Ling Jueyun, and Murong Xiao in the profound nether mansion, and he had followed the same criteria in other places as well. There must be a reason the reincarnated celestial emperor had done this. Otherwise, why would he go through so much trouble to look for them? If that's the case, Ling Jueyun's guess might be right. Sacrificing peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials with high innate talent and comprehension ability can increase the probability of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit being harvested. At this moment, Ling Jueyun's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. Chapter 3088. Hearing Ling Jueyun's voice, Duan Lingtian came back to his senses and realized that he and Ling Jueyun had arrived above a mountain range. At the same time, a towering mountain appeared in front of him. This towering mountain sat among the other mountains, like a crane in a flock of chickens. Most importantly, at first glance, this towering mountain looked like a strong wolf sitting there. It raised its head, opened its mouth, and revealed its sharp fangs. It looked arrogantly at the sky, as if it was howling at the heavens. At the same time, Duan Lingtian could see that the figures in front of him and Ling Jueyun had all stepped on the air and landed on the peak of the mountain that looked like a giant wolf howling at the heavens. The peak of the mountain was also the head of the giant wolf. Although it didn't look big from afar, once closer, one could see that it was extremely spacious. Even if tens of thousands of people were to stand on it, there would be more than enough space to spare. Let's go! Ling Jueyun called out to Duan Lingtian, then stepped on the air and landed on the peak of the mountain that looked like a giant wolf howling at the heavens. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian moved and followed Ling Jueyun, landing on the peak of the mountain with Ling Jueyun. The peak of the mountain was different from the weeds that grew on the mountainside. The ground was flat and smooth like a mirror, as if it had been cut by a knife. Of course, there were still many places that were littered with gravel. When Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun landed on the peak of the mountain, there were already thousands of people standing there. A small portion of them were originally in front of Duan Lingtian. As for the others, they had obviously arrived earlier. Whoosh! 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 After Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun, a group of people, including Murong Xiao, who had been walking behind Duan Lingtian, also landed on the peak of the mountain. The number of people on the peak increased rapidly. Moreover, the number of people continued to increase as people continued to land on the peak of the mountain. Brother, are you here for the secret realm that's suspected to be left behind by a celestial emperor as well? A handsome young man standing near Duan Lingtian asked with a smile as he looked at Duan Lingtian. I'm sure everyone here is here for the secret realm that's suspected to be left behind by a celestial emperor, right? Duan Lingtian asked. I think so. The young man smiled awkwardly before he asked. Brother, where are you from? The spirit heaven. Duan Lingtian glanced at the young man before he asked. What about you? I'm from the Jade Emperor Heaven. However, just like all of you who came from other Devata realms, I came here through a transporting formation as well. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to make it here in time. The young man replied. Brother, I'm Lin Fei Yang. What's your name? The young man asked again. Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian replied. Actually, he had already noticed the young man who called himself Lin Fei Yang when he first arrived. From the beginning until the end, he did not see the young man talking to anyone. He did not expect the young man to suddenly talk to him. This made him feel a little baffled. After all, there were at least 5 or 6 people who were closer to Lin Fei Yang than him. However, Lin Fei Yang did not speak to any of them. Boy, there's a second form world-cleansing divine water in Lin Fei Yang's body. However, the second form world-cleansing divine water must be something he was born with, and it hasn't awakened yet. The profound divine metal's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's mind. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat when he heard Lin Fei Yang's words. World-cleansing divine water? Duan Lingtian's eyes widened slightly. The world-cleansing divine water was one of the 5 divine elements. It was as famous as the profound divine metal, the chaos divine flame, and the chaos divine earth in his body. Apart from the profound divine metal, the chaos divine flame, and the chaos divine earth, He had also obtained the Clear Heaven's Divine Wood. However, since the Clear Heaven's Divine Wood was only in its first form, it did not possess any intelligence. Even so, it was close to his heart and resonated with the main branch of the Divine Tree of Life in his heart.
What do you mean by born with it? Duanling Tian asked the profound divine metal. Born with it means the world-cleansing divine water was already in his body when he was still in his mother's womb. Based on my investigation, the world-cleansing divine water in his body hasn't awakened yet. The profound divine metal continued to say, however, even if it hasn't awakened yet, he's still affected by the world-cleansing divine water since he was born with it. He can vaguely sense the presence of the other 5 divine elements. For example, he must have taken the initiative to look for you because he can vaguely sense the presence of the 5 divine elements in your body. Perhaps, he doesn't know what the 5 divine elements are, but he feels a sense of familiarity with you. The profound divine metal continued to explain. Me? I feel a sense of familiarity with him? After listening to the profound divine metal's explanation, Duan Lingtian's questions were answered. If that was really the case, then it would explain why Lin Feiyang didn't try to strike up a conversation with anyone else but him. If the world-cleansing divine water in his body is in its second form, why hasn't it awakened yet? Duan Lingtian could not help but ask. The profound divine metal continued to explain. The 5 divine elements that are in their second form and above can choose a host. The riskiest method is to find an unborn child to host in. The child's body will change under the influence of the 5 divine elements. Through this, the child will be able to comprehend the law of water. The profound divine metal said, in addition, the world-cleansing divine water can help the fetus open more heavenly meridians. It can also help the fetus build the foundation to communicate with the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. At the same time, because of the world-cleansing divine water, the child's comprehension of the law of water is heaven-defying. Given enough time, he'll definitely be able to comprehend all 9 profundities from the law of water. Apart from that, he'll be able to make rapid progress. The profound divine metal paused for a moment before it continued to say, naturally, there's a huge risk to the world-cleansing divine water in his body. If it's targeted by another world-cleansing divine water in his body while he's in his second form, it won't be able to resist at all. It can only be absorbed by the world-cleansing divine water and become its nutrients. After all, lodging in an embryo requires a lot of effort to cultivate the embryo. Under such circumstances, it will fall into a long slumber due to exhaustion, at least 100 years or even longer. However, based on the current situation, the world-cleansing divine water in this boy's body is quite lucky. Up until now, it hasn't encountered another world-cleansing divine water in the second form. Otherwise, it wouldn't have survived until now. It's a pity you don't have any world-cleansing divine water in your body. Otherwise, you can kill this boy and take his world-cleansing divine water. A hint of pity could be heard in the profound divine metal's voice when it reached the end of its sentence. It's a pity the world-cleansing divine water in his body hasn't awakened yet. Otherwise, you can persuade it to leave this boy and stay in your body. In that case, you'll have gathered all 5 divine elements. A hint of yearning could be heard in the profound divine metal's voice as it spoke. Lin Feiyang. Upon hearing the profound divine metal's words, Duan Lingtian instinctively extended his divine consciousness and shrouded Lin Feiyang. Lin Feiyang was taken aback by this. Not even 100 years old. Duan Lingtian was not surprised when he discovered Lin Feiyang's cultivation base was a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. However, he was surprised to find out Lin Feiyang was not even 100 years old, just like him and Ling Jueyun. Lin Feiyang frowned slightly when he sensed Duan Lingtian's divine consciousness. However, his frown quickly disappeared. Clearly, he did not intend to argue with Duan Lingtian. You've comprehended the law of water? Duan Lingtian asked Lin Feiyang. He wanted to verify if the profound divine metal's words were true. If Lin Feiyang was really as the profound divine metal had said, and had a heaven-defying comprehension of the law of water, then the law he comprehended must be the law of water. It was unlikely that he comprehended any other law. How did you know? Lin Feiyang was shocked when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. After all, he didn't recognize a single person here, nor had he fought or seen him fight before. It was basically impossible for anyone to guess that he had comprehended the laws of water out of thin air.
How did you know I've comprehended the law of water when you probed me with your divine consciousness? Lin Fei Yong looked at Duan Lingtian in disbelief. He could not figure out how Duan Lingtian could detect a person's comprehension of the law of water with his divine consciousness. Although you're not even 100 years old, you must have comprehended many profundities from the law of water, right? Duan Lingtian asked again as he looked at Lin Fei Yong. When Lin Fei Yong heard Duan Lingtian's words, he looked at Duan Lingtian in a completely different light. It was as though he had seen a ghost. He could not figure out how the purple-clad young man in front of him could accurately guess his secrets. You don't tell me you know me from before? Lin Fei Yong looked at Duan Lingtian warily. Earlier, there were so many people present, but Duan Lingtian was the only one who gave him a sense of closeness. This was already baffling to him. However, now that Duan Lingtian had accurately guessed his secrets, Lin Fei Yong was even more shocked and suspicious. Could it be that this purple-clothed young man knew him from before? Was that why he already knew about him? This is my first time in the Jade Emperor Heaven. Do you think I know you from before? Duan Lingtian said with a faint smile on his face. Then, he looked away and stopped talking to Lin Fei Yong. At the same time, Duan Lingtian discovered more and more people were arriving. Moreover, there were no less than 5,000 people in the surroundings. How many people did the reincarnated Celestial Emperor invite? Chapter 3089. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was not the only one who was shocked, the others were shocked as well. So many people? All of them are here for the secret realm that's suspected to be left behind by a Celestial Emperor? I don't know why others are here, but I'm here for the secret realm that's suspected to be left behind by a Celestial Emperor. Moreover, I purposely used the transportation formation in the Aurora Heaven to come to the Jade Emperor Heaven. I'm from the Aurora Heaven as well. I'm from the Spirit Overarching Heaven. I'm from the Clear Water Heaven. I'm from the Azure Profound Heaven. Although I'm from the Jade Emperor Heaven, I'm located very far away from Yen Mountain Mansion in the Fair Heaven territory. Unless I have a titled Celestial Emperor to bring me there, I can only use a transporting formation in the Devata realms. Many people chimed in and came to a shocking conclusion. They were from the Jade Emperor Heaven, the Aurora Heaven, the Spirit Overarching Heaven, the Clearwater Heaven, and the Azure Profound Heaven. As evening approached, there were more than 8,000 people standing on the mountain peak. Moreover, the number of people was still increasing at a rapid pace. It was as though they would never stop. At the same time, as everyone continued to communicate, they unanimously came to another conclusion. The oldest among them was not more than 200 years old. Most of them were peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials, who had comprehended at least 2 profundities from a law. A peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who's not even 200 years old and has comprehended at least 2 profundities from a law. Even Duan Lingtian could not help but inwardly gasp when he heard this conclusion. He was certain there were only a handful of people in the profound nether mansion in the Spirit Overarching Heaven Southern Heaven territory. My strength is actually not worth mentioning in this group of people? Murong Xiao thought to herself as she stood at the side. As a prodigy from the profound nether mansion's Murong clan, Murong Xiao had always been proud of herself. It was not until she met Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun that she realized there was always someone better than her. And now, knowing that the weakest one among the 10,000 people here was like her, who had comprehended 2 kinds of power Upanishads at less than 200 years old, she was hit hard. She even thought that her achievement wasn't worth mentioning. It seems like I'm right. The reincarnated Celestial Emperor didn't only find powerful peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials, but they're also talented peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials. Ling Jueyun's voice transmission rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. As I've said, he must have a reason for doing this. Otherwise, he could have just found 10,000 peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials with high innate talent and comprehension ability. That would have saved him a lot of trouble. It's not easy to gather 10,000 peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials with monstrous innate talent and comprehension ability. It would take a lot of effort to find them even in the 5 Devata realms. I don't think he has no ulterior motive for spending so much effort to find 10,000 peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials. Perhaps, it's just as I've guessed, He's looking for powerful peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials with monstrous innate talent and comprehension ability to increase the success rate of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit.
Ling Yun said in one breath. Apart from that, I can't think of any other reason.
If that's the case, it's a good thing for us.
After all, with a 10% success rate, we might not be able to obtain the heaven sacrificial divine fruit even if we survive.
Duan Ling Tian nodded. If the success rate of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit increases, we'll have a higher chance of obtaining the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. All right. Ling Jueyun nodded. His eyes shone brightly as he nodded. Time continued to pass by quietly. The sky was dyed red as the number of people on the mountain dwindled. Even then, there were still more than 10,000 people gathered on the mountain. Similar to Duan Ling Tian and the others, the people who arrived later were from the spirit overarching heaven, the Jade Emperor Heaven, the Aurora Heaven, the Clearwater Heaven, and the Green Profound Heaven. Naturally, the people from the Jade Emperor Heaven had come from afar through the transportation formations in the Jade Emperor Heaven's Fair Heaven territory. None of them came from the vicinity of the Jade Emperor Heaven. It was clear the person who had gathered the crowd did not send anyone from the vicinity.
It was as though he had intentionally avoided this.
Is it possible that the secret realm that's suspected to be left behind by a celestial emperor has an age restriction? A peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial from the Clearwater Heaven speculated. That should be the case. Otherwise, why would that person search for peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials who aren't even 200 years old? It seems like the secret realm not only restricts one's cultivation base, but it also restricts one's age. Another peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial from the Green Profound Heaven chimed in. More and more people joined in the discussion. They all agreed that this was the truth. Duan Ling Tian, don't you think things aren't as simple as they seem? A voice transmission suddenly rang in Duan Ling Tian's ears. The person who had spoken was none other than Lin Fei Yong. That person spent so much effort to gather so many people from all over the world just to get us to enter the secret realm that's suspected to be left behind by a celestial emperor? If that's the case, there's no need for him to spend so much effort to gather so many people, right? Lin Fei Yong asked skeptically. At this moment, Lin Fei Yong no longer suspected that Duan Ling Tian knew him and knew about him. Moreover, based on Duan Ling Tian's indifferent attitude toward him, it was clear that Duan Ling Tian did not have any ulterior motives toward him. Duan Ling Tian looked at Lin Fei Yong in surprise. He did not know how to respond to Lin Fei Yang's question. At this moment, night had already fallen. At this time, the number of people on the mountain peak was maintained at around 11,000 people, and this number would not increase.
Why isn't that person here yet?
He invited us here, but he's not showing up?
What's he up to?
Is he going to stand us up? I don't think so. After all, he spent a lot of effort to gather us here. How could he possibly stand us up?
Night had fallen, but the person who had invited them here had yet to show up.
Many of them began to feel anxious. However, there were still many who remained calm and waited patiently. Have you thought about it?
That person spent so much effort and spent so many celestial crystals to gather us here just to compete with us for the secret realm that's suspected to be left behind by a celestial emperor?
At this moment, a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial from the Aurora Heaven asked. Since his voice contained celestial origin energy, it drowned out the commotion in the surroundings. As soon as the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial finished speaking, the entire place fell silent.
The people present only found out today that the person who had invited them here had invited more than 10,000 people with similar innate talent, comprehension ability, and strength as them.
That's right. Initially, I thought he only invited a few people to explore the secret realm with him. I didn't expect him to find so many people. Who would believe that he didn't have any ulterior motives when he spent so much effort to gather us here? What is he trying to do? More and more people began to regain their senses. They were no longer obsessed with exploring the Celestial Emperor's secret realm. An ominous feeling rose in their hearts, and it grew stronger and stronger. No, I want to leave. I'm not going to the Celestial Emperor's secret realm anymore.
A peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial from the Clearwater Heaven shouted with a fearful expression on his face.
Then he rose into the air and flew away from the huge mountain at lightning speed. He was clearly planning to leave this place. Swoosh, swoosh. Just as the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial from the clear water heaven was about to leave, a translucent light shield appeared above the huge mountain peak. It shrouded the entire mountain peak before it spread to cover the entire mountain peak. Bang! The peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial from the jade water heaven slammed into the translucent light shield, causing ripples to appear on the light shield. However, the light shield did not budge at all. The peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial from the jade water heaven was stunned for a moment before he regained his senses. His expression changed drastically as he muttered to himself, "It seems like I'm right. This is a conspiracy against us." The peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial from the jade water heaven quickly took out his celestial weapon and attacked the light shield with all his might. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could only cause ripples on the light shield. The light shield sparkled under the moonlight, but it did not show any signs of breaking. "This is bad. We're trapped. Damn it. We've been set up. We have to leave this place." At this moment, apart from Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun who remained motionless, the rest of the people on the giant mountain, including Lin Fei Yong and Murong Xiao Xiao, were horrified. They flew up into the air, trying to break through the light shield and escape. Many of them even crushed communication celestial talismans to inform others of what had happened. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Just as the group of people leaped into the air, wanting to break through the light barrier and leave, bursts of sounds like flowing water rang out. In the next moment, a shocking scene suddenly appeared before everyone. Chapter 3090. At this moment, the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial from the clear water heaven who was attacking the light barrier was suddenly shrouded by a blue energy that extended from the light barrier. It was as though he was shrouded by a pool of water. In the next moment, swoosh, 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 swoosh. As the sound of flowing water rang in the air, the blue energy that shrouded the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial from the clear water heaven began to ripple. Boom! Rumble! A moment later, the horrified peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial from the clear water heaven was crushed into a puddle of blood by the azure energy. Then, the azure energy swept past him and turned him into a puddle of blood. After the blood water was annihilated, the azure blue energy suddenly swayed and completely dissipated into the air, as if it had never appeared. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the spatial ring, offensive celestial weapons, and defensive celestial weapons of the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial fell from the sky one after another. Everyone's heart skipped a beat when they saw these items. What a terrifying formation! It's so powerful even though it envelopes the entire mountain. Many peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials who knew about formations gasped. Upon seeing the death of the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial from the clear water heaven, the other peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials no longer dared to leave even though they wanted to. All of them stared at the translucent light barrier as though they were facing a formidable enemy. Then, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the translucent light shield gradually faded and finally disappeared from everyone's sight. Even though the translucent light barrier seemed to have disappeared, none of them dared to follow the example of the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial from the clear water heaven. After all, they knew the formation was only a temporary concealment. If anyone tried to leave, they would trigger the formation again. This formation. Don't tell me the reincarnation of a celestial emperor can control it freely? Duan Lingtian looked at Ling Jueyun with a slight frown on his face. He sent a voice transmission to Ling Jueyun and said with a frown, "If he left such a formation in the secret realm in his past life, how are we going to compete with him for the heaven sacrificial divine fruit?" Duan Lingtian had no choice but to be wary of the energy that erupted from the formation earlier. Don't worry. Compared to Duan Lingtian's fear, Ling Jueyun appeared to be incomparably calm. That power just now relied more on the power that was engraved in the formation that he left behind in his previous life. Although the celestial origin energy has weakened a lot after the baptism of time, it is still comparable to the celestial origin energy of a celestial king. Moreover, with the profundity from the law of water that he had fused with his celestial origin energy in his past life, even if he has the celestial origin energy of a celestial king, it's still not weak. Moreover, with his current strength, he shouldn't be able to control the formation. If the peak overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial from the Jade Water Heaven didn't attack the formation, he shouldn't have been attacked. That's just the automatic counterattack of the formation. Ling Ju Yun came from an ancient clan in the world of divine offering. Although he was not an expert in formations, there was still a saying that went, "One who has never eaten pork has seen a pig run." Since he was young, he had been influenced by his elders who were experts in formations. Naturally, he knew a lot about formations. Realization dawned on Duan Ling Tian. Moreover, if the secret realm he set up in his past life really restricts entry to celestial dukes, then even after he reincarnated, he won't be able to use his celestial origin energy that's stronger than a celestial duke in that secret realm. As for the profundities from the law he comprehended in his past life, he can only rely on his celestial origin energy from his past life. Now that he's reincarnated, he won't be able to use them at all. Ling Jueyun continued to say. Duan Ling Tian nodded. If that was the case, the threat would be much smaller. Even so, he'll still be able to control some of the formations in the secret realm. It's just that he won't be able to control the formations he set up in his past life to attack us. For this reason, we can't be careless in the secret realm he set up in his past life. Ling Jueyun's expression turned grim as he said, "If I'm not mistaken, the formations he'll be able to control in the secret realm must be illusory formations." As soon as Ling Jueyun's voice rang out, swoosh, swoosh, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, an azure blue energy suddenly appeared in the void above the giant peak. This azure blue energy turned into a beam of light in the blink of an eye, standing in the void. It was particularly eye-catching. In the next moment, under the watchful eyes of Duan Ling Tian and the others, a silhouette appeared within the azure light beam. The shadow quickly solidified and finally turned into a young man with a medium build. This young man was dressed in blue and had an ordinary appearance. He was the type that would not stand out in a crowd. However, his eyes were like limpid autumn water, giving people a gentle feeling. His eyes were perhaps the only thing that attracted people's attention. It's him. He's finally here. He's the one who lured me here. Many peak overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials narrowed their eyes when they saw the blue-clad young man. Their expressions darkened as well. These peak overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials had seen the blue-clad young man before. The blue-clad young man was the one who had invited them here to explore the secret realm that was suspected to be left behind by a celestial emperor. It's him? Duan Ling Tian asked as he looked at Ling Jueyun. He remembered Ling Jueyun had seen the person who had invited them here. It's him. Ling Jueyun nodded. He narrowed his eyes as he looked at the blue-clothed young man. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Meanwhile, Murong Xiaozhao's expression darkened as she looked at the blue-clad young man. She had also been lured here by the blue-clad young man. Based on the current situation, the blue-clad young man did not seem to have lured them here for the secret realm that was suspected to be left behind by a celestial emperor. He must have other motives. Hello, everyone. My name is Zhang Lan. The blue-clad young man smiled as he walked out of the blue beam of light. The beam of light shattered and disappeared as though it was never there. A transportation formation. When the blue-clad young man, Zhang Lan, appeared in the blue beam of light, Duan Ling Tian had a hunch that Zhang Lan must have come here through a transportation formation. Now that the beam of light had disappeared, Duan Ling Tian was even more certain of his suspicions. Why did you lure us here? A peak overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial from the Aurora Heaven stepped forward and glared at Zhang Lan with a grim expression on his face. Didn't I tell you when I invited you here? I invited you here to explore the secret realm left behind by a celestial emperor. Zhang Lan's smile remained unchanged. Is it necessary to invite so many people to explore the secret realm left behind by a celestial emperor? Another peak overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial from the Xianxia Heaven asked in a deep voice. Before Zhang Lan could respond to the peak overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial from Xianxia, he seemed to have sensed something. He raised his head and looked at the sky in the distance. His eyes narrowed into slits as a sinister smile appeared on his face. At this moment, all the peak overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials on the mountain peak were looking at Zhang Lan. When Zhang Lan suddenly raised his head and looked into the distance, the peak overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials followed his gaze out of curiosity. Duan Tian also looked in the direction of Zhang Lan's gaze. However, when Duan Tian looked into the distance, he saw nothing but silence. He was puzzled. What's Zhang Lan looking at? Duan Tian's eyes widened as soon as this thought appeared in his mind.
It was because in the distant sky, the originally complete expanse of white clouds and mist suddenly seemed to have been split apart by a dozen rapidly flashing saber lights, and then quickly dissipated, revealing the azure blue sky.
Someone's here? Although Duan Tian did not see anything, it was not difficult for him to guess that someone was here.
Based on the speed of the person, it was obvious that the person was not a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial like them.
No matter how strong a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial was, Duan Tian was confident he could track the person's movements. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Just when everyone was attracted by the clouds and mist in the distant sky that dispersed, more than 10 ghostly figures appeared successively in the sky above the gigantic peak. Only when they appeared did Duan Tian and the others see them clearly. There were old men, old women, middle-aged men, beautiful women, and young men among the dozen ghostly figures. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. After the first dozen ghostly figures appeared, more and more ghostly figures appeared. The number of ghostly figures continued to increase until there were more than 500 ghostly figures in the sky above the mountain peak. From the moment the first person appeared until the last person appeared, only a dozen breaths had passed. You're Zhang Lan, right?
A young man dressed in brocade robes stepped out of the crowd and looked at Zhang Lan with a sneer on his face.
Now that my master is here, it's best if you tell me the truth. Why did you trick me into coming here? Duan Tian raised an eyebrow when he heard the young man's words. It seemed like one of the powerhouses who had just arrived was the young man's master. As for the remaining people, they were clearly the elders of peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials. Not only did they come to the Jade Emperor Heaven's equal heaven territory, but they had also brought their elders with them. Your master?
Looking at the young man in embroidered clothes who walked out of the crowd and shouted at him, the evil smile on Zhang Lan's face became even more intense.
If I remember correctly, clearly, Yuan Zhang had comprehended the law of Earth. When Yuan Zhang's attack landed on the armor shadow, the yellow light around the armor shadow condensed into many talisman-like objects. These talisman-like objects were completely condensed from the yellow light, and they revolved around the armor shadow. Tens of thousands of talismans surrounded the silhouette of the armor, forming a peculiar combination. It felt like a defensive formation. At this moment, the silhouette of the armor that was surrounded by the talismans seemed invincible.
It's the defense profundity from the law of Earth.
Duan Tian's eyes glinted when he saw the profundity from the law of Earth that Yuan Zhang had hurriedly cast. The defense profundity was one of the main defensive profundities from the law of Earth. In terms of defense, it was not inferior to the crystal wall profundity, the other main defensive profundity from the law of Earth. Moreover, it was more flexible. It was as though a defensive formation had formed around one's body. Boom! A loud explosion rang in the air as Zhang Lan's attack landed on the silhouette of the armor that had appeared on Yuan Zhang's body. The impact caused the tens of thousands of earthy yellow talismans around the silhouette of the armor to tremble. However, while the water dragon was weakened, the tens of thousands of talismans around the silhouette of the armor were not destroyed. No matter how brilliant your combat skills are, it's useless if you can't break through my defense. Last time, when we sparred, even though I didn't have the ability to retaliate, you weren't able to break through my defense either. Yuan Zhang, who was protected by the silhouette of the armor, looked at Zhang Lan with a mocking smile. What? Could it be that you think you can break through my defense this time? What a joke!
When he saw this, the luxuriously dressed middle-aged man who was about to make a move in the sky did not make a move in the end.
He was very confident in his personal disciple's defenses. Zhang Lan was like his personal disciple, who had only comprehended 2 profundities from the same law. Even if Zhang Lan had comprehended 3 profundities, he would only be able to injure his disciple for a short period of time. It was impossible for him to kill his disciple in a short period of time.
What a strong defense!
So this is the defense profundity from the law of Earth? The defense profundity is the main defensive profundity from the law of Earth. With Yuan Zheng's cultivation base and his defensive king-grade celestial weapon, he can cast the earth elemental profundity and the defense profundity.
Even a person who has comprehended 3 profundities from a law won't be able to kill him in a short time with a king-grade celestial weapon.
I've fought with Zhang Lan before. He has only comprehended 2 profundities from the law of water.
I've also fought with him before.
Indeed, he has only comprehended 2 profundities from the law of water. If that's the case, he won't be able to break through Yuan Zheng's defenses, let alone kill him. Many peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials discussed among themselves. They were amazed by the strength of Yuan Zheng's defenses.
At the same time, they mentioned that Zhang Lan had only comprehended 2 profundities from the law of water.
2 profundities from the law of water? A small group of peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials frowned as they looked at Zhang Lan. Didn't Zhang Lan comprehend 3 profundities from the law of water?
A moment later they had another guess.
It seems like Zhang Lan had hidden his strength when he fought with them. These peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials who knew Zhang Lan had comprehended 3 profundities from the law of water were all peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials with monstrous comprehension abilities. They were not even 200 years old, but they had already comprehended 3 profundities from a law. They had sparred with Zhang Lan before, so they knew Zhang Lan had comprehended 3 profundities from the law of water. Of course, without exception, they were all defeated by Zhang Lan. Do you really think this is all I've got? Just as everyone's attention was on Zhang Lan and Yuan Zheng was looking at Zhang Lan with disdain, Zhang Lan's expression was still calm. He took a deep look at Yuan Zheng, and the evil smile on his face became even more brilliant. Upon hearing Zhang Lan's words, many people's hearts skipped a beat. Could it be that Zhang Lan was concealing his strength? Humph. You're just bluffing. Yuan Zheng snorted. His tone was full of disdain, but at the same time, he became even more vigilant. The yellow talismans around the shadow armor on his body moved faster and faster, protecting his entire body as if they were airtight. Swoosh! A willow leaf saber appeared in Zhang Lan's hand out of thin air. With a light swing of the willow leaf saber, it swept through the void, bringing with it an azure energy that shot straight towards Yuan Zheng. Swoosh! The roaring azure energy once again transformed into a water dragon. Bass! 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 As the water dragon shot out, Zhang Lan's lancet moved swiftly. In just a blink of an eye, Zhang Lan had left more than 100 slashes on the water dragon's body. After being slashed more than 100 times, the water dragon turned into hundreds of water splashes in the air. Water splashed everywhere. In the next moment, the water droplets condensed into water droplets in the air. Following that, the countless water droplets rained down on Yuan Zheng like a torrential storm. When the countless water droplets rushed towards Yuan Zheng like a storm, the lancet was covered with a layer of blue light. It caught up with the water droplets behind the water droplets and cut through them one by one. Moreover, every cut of the blade cut the water droplets into 2. Whoosh! 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 In the process of the lancet cutting the water droplets, the azure light on it grew even more intense. In the end, it was as if this resplendent saber was the only thing left in the world. The saber force was formed, intimidating all directions. Stop! Just as Zhang Lan's saber force had completely condensed and the stunning saber slashed toward Yuan Zheng, giving off the feeling that this saber strike could easily kill Yuan Zheng's master, the middle-aged man in luxurious clothes, finally made his move after shouting. Boom! 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 The 8 trigrams Immortal King attacked like a bolt of lightning. However, in mid-air, he was blocked by the array formation that appeared again. The translucent light barrier was as solid as a rock. Even the 8 trigrams Immortal King was unable to break it. This array formation. What kind of array formation is this? Chapter 3092. When Yuan Zheng's master made his move, Zhang Lan's saber had already arrived in front of Yuan Zheng. Whiz! The saber seemed to be able to tear the void apart as it emitted a dazzling blue light. However, when the saber came into contact with Yuan Zheng's armor, it seemed to have transformed into the Grim Reaper's scythe as it sliced through the armor. At this moment,
The talismans that were entwined around the shadow of the armor were directly cut into pieces as if they were made of paper.
No! Yuan Zhang, who had been brimming with confidence, cried out in despair as soon as his defenses were destroyed. It was a heart-wrenching cry that was filled with despair. The peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials felt their scalps go numb when they heard it. Spurt! A soft sound rang in the air as Yuan Zheng's body was sliced into two. The dazzling saber had killed Yuan Zheng in just a blink of an eye. Gasp! 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 Gasps rang in the air as the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials turned to look at Zhang Lan as though they had seen a ghost. Barf! Meanwhile, the luxuriously dressed middle-aged man, Yuan Zheng's master, who was attacking the formation that shrouded the huge mountain, was severely injured.
He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face was as pale as a sheet of paper. His body swayed unsteadily as he spat out a mouthful of blood.
Who are you? The luxuriously dressed middle-aged man trembled as he looked down at Zhang Lan with a fearful expression on his pale face. If he still could not tell Zhang Lan was not a simple person, he would have lived in vain for so many years. When Zhang Lan killed his direct disciple, he had cast 4 profundities from the law of water, including the water elemental profundity, the fundamental profundity of the law of water. Zhang Lan. He's not even 100 years old. Just as the middle-aged man in luxurious clothes was looking at Zhang Lan with a solemn expression, the gaze of an old man not far from him that was looking down at Zhang Lan suddenly froze, and he could not help but let out a cry of surprise. Not even 100 years old? Hearing the old man's words, the 500-plus experts in the air, including the middle-aged man, all extended their divine senses. Only now did they realize that as long as their divine sense did not contain any offensive power, they could still easily pass through the formation that enveloped the giant peak. When their divine senses landed on Zhang Lan's body, it was not difficult to detect that Zhang Lan was not even 100 years old. As expected, he is not even 100 years old. He's not even 100 years old, but he's already a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who has comprehended 4 profundities from the law of water. No matter how high a celestial's innate talent is, one would need to join a top force in a Devata realm to be able to reach such a level at such a young age, right? This Zhang Lan should be a reincarnated immortal. When the elders brought by the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials looked at Zhang Lan again, they began to discuss among themselves. Many of them were certain Zhang Lan was a reincarnated celestial. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to have such achievements at such a young age. In their opinion, it was possible that Zhang Lan was from a top force in a Devata realm. However, they felt it was less likely that Zhang Lan was a reincarnated celestial. After all, if Zhang Lan was from a top force in a Devata realm, he would be a prodigy of that force. There was no need for him to protect himself in such a manner. The formation that enveloped the giant peak was, without a doubt, Zhang Lan's protection. Even an 8-trigram celestial king was severely injured by the formation. Zhang Lan hid his strength when we sparred. At that time, he only used 2 profundities from the law of water. However, the elders said he has comprehended 4 profundities from the law of water. A peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who was standing on the giant peak looked at Zhang Lan in shock and disbelief. He hid his strength when we sparred. At that time, I was shocked that he managed to comprehend 2 profundities from the law of water even though he's not even 100 years old. It seems like I've underestimated him. A peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial, who has comprehended 4 profundities from the law of water, even though he's not even 100 years old. Before today, I've never heard of anyone who could achieve this at such a young age. It seems like Zhang Lan is really a reincarnated celestial. When the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials looked at Zhang Lan again, their eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. They did not expect Zhang Lan to have such a monstrous innate talent and comprehension ability. Originally, I thought I was already considered a genius for comprehending 3 profundities from the law of metal before the age of 200. But now, in front of Zhang Lan, my little bit of comprehension is not even worth mentioning. A peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who had comprehended 3 profundities from the law of metal said mockingly, Zhang Lan has the most monstrous innate talent and comprehension ability I've ever seen in my life. Since he's able to achieve this at such a young age, he must have been an extraordinary celestial in his past life. Was he a celestial lord in his past life? Or was he a celestial emperor? Celestial Emperor? That's impossible. After witnessing Zhonglan's strength, the group of overarching heavenly supreme celestials on the mountain peak became even more fearful of him. I didn't expect Zhonglan to have comprehended 4 profundities from the law of water. Duan Lingtian sighed. It's normal. After all, he's the reincarnation of a celestial emperor. He must have comprehended the law of water in his past life as well. Since he has comprehended the law of water in this life, he must be like a fish in water with his memories and experience from his past life. Ling Jueyun said. Is there anyone else who has broken their promise and brought their seniors here? Zhonglan said as he looked at the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials, including Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun, with a sinister smile on his face. However, no one responded to his question. What a joke. If anyone dared to speak up at this moment, it would be tantamount to seeking death. Everyone, I can't break the formation on my own. However, if we join forces, we might be able to break it. The middle-aged man in luxurious clothes stood high up in the sky. His gaze swept across the group of people beside him, and his expression was slightly ferocious. Now, my disciple has already been killed. This person definitely doesn't have good intentions for gathering your juniors here. Could it be that you're willing to just watch your juniors fall into a calamity? Although the middle-aged man's disciple was dead, he had no intention of letting the matter rest. He wanted to borrow the strength of the other powerhouses to break the formation and kill Zhonglan. As soon as the middle-aged man in luxurious robes spoke, the eyes of the 500 powerhouses lit up. Although there were no celestial lords among the 500 powerhouses, all of them were celestial kings. Some of them were even 9 palaces celestial kings. Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow when he heard the middle-aged man's words. If these powerhouses joined forces to break the formation that enveloped the mountain peak might not be able to withstand their attacks. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian instinctively turned to look at Zhonglan. It's too late for you to think of this now. I'll take your juniors with me. Almost as soon as Duan Lingtian looked at Zhonglan, Zhonglan glanced at the finely dressed middle-aged man indifferently and smirked coldly. He raised his hand that was not holding the saber and made a series of hand seals in the air. It looked very mysterious and unpredictable. This is bad. Everyone, let's attack together. High up in the sky, when the group of immortal kings saw Zhonglan's actions, they could tell that Zhonglan was controlling the array formation. Moreover, from Zhonglan's words, it was not difficult to guess that he was controlling the teleportation array formation. Instantly, the expressions of the group of experts changed. At the next moment, a 5-colored energy gushed forth from the 500-plus immortal kings, incomparably vast, enveloping the mountain peak, as though it could destroy everything. Boom, 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 boom. Just as the formation that enveloped the mountain peak appeared again, a white light shone from the top of the mountain peak and shrouded all the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials, including Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, the transportation formation at the top of the mountain peak will definitely send us to the place Zhonglan set up in his past life. Once we're there, we'll have to face all kinds of illusory formations. If you ask Sister Huang'er for help, it won't be difficult for her to see through those formations. At this moment, Ling Jueyun's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. In the next moment, the group of peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials on the mountain peak disappeared as the white light faded away. Only one figure remained on the mountain peak. It was none other than Zhonglan who had activated the transportation formation earlier. At this moment, cracks could be seen on the translucent light shield above the mountain peak. It was clear it could not hold on for much longer. Before the formation that enveloped the mountain peak was about to be destroyed, Zhonglan glanced at the group of celestial kings who had attacked him and said arrogantly, "If it weren't for the fact that the formation I set up in my past life has weakened over the past 100 years, you puny celestial kings wouldn't have been able to destroy it even if you joined forces. However, I still have to thank all of you for nurturing such an outstanding group of juniors. With them sacrificing themselves to the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, I'll have a higher chance of obtaining the heaven sacrificial divine fruit." Ha 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 ha. Zhonglan's figure gradually faded away as he laughed. Then, just like the group of peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials, Duan Lingtian disappeared from sight as well. As soon as Zhonglan's figure disappeared, the formation that enveloped the mountain peak was finally destroyed by the joint forces of more than 500 celestial kings. However, even though they'd broken through the formation, the expressions of the group of celestial kings were extremely unsightly. Besides that, their eyes revealed waves of shock and terror. That formation was set up by Jianghu in his past life? Moreover, the formation was not maintained even after 100 years. Chapter 3093. It was common knowledge that a formation located in an unsealed space would gradually weaken with the passage of time. This was the case regardless of whether it relied on the celestial origin energy or celestial crystals. The celestial origin energy of a formation set up in the outside world would gradually deplete as time passed.
This was because there would be living beings that would trigger the formation and deplete the celestial origin energy contained in the formation.
It was the same for a formation set up in the outside world that relied on celestial crystals. For this reason, the group of celestial kings was shocked when they learned that the formation they had destroyed was set up by Jianghu in his past life. What did it mean to be 100 years old? A formation set up 100 years ago is still so powerful today. How many celestial crystals would be needed to set it up? Although I'm not an expert in formations, I know a thing or two about formations. The formation we destroyed earlier wasn't set up with celestial crystals at all. Instead, it was set up with materials that could contain celestial origin energy. A formation set up with celestial origin energy without any maintenance even after 100 years. How strong is the person who set up the formation?
Even if it's a formation set up by a 10-direction celestial lord with all his might, it's impossible for it to be so powerful after 100 years.
In other words, Jianghu was most likely a celestial emperor in his past life. After extending their divine senses, they were unable to find any traces of Jianghu and their juniors. The group of immortal kings discussed animatedly, and they unanimously came to a conclusion. Jianghu was a celestial emperor in his past life. A celestial emperor. To the celestial kings present on the scene, celestial emperors were legendary existences. After all, the strongest celestial lords they had ever encountered were only celestial lords. Moreover, they were not even celestial lords. It makes sense if Jianghu was a celestial emperor in his past life. Only a celestial emperor would be able to set up such a formation. Didn't Jianghu mention the heaven sacrificial divine fruit earlier? Do you know what the heaven sacrificial divine fruit is? I've never heard of it. What's that? After confirming that Jianghu was a celestial emperor in his past life, the group of celestial kings recalled the heaven sacrificial divine fruit that Jianghu had mentioned earlier. Moreover, Jianghu had gone to great lengths to set up the heaven sacrificial divine fruit for their juniors to be sacrificed. Alas, they knew nothing about the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Naturally, not all of these celestial kings knew about the heaven sacrificial divine fruit were unaware of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Some who had heard of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, had heard the heaven sacrificial divine fruit earlier, had a heaven sacrificial divine fruit was a fruit Jianghu was a celestial emperor in his past life. Their juniors was a celestial realm fruit had their juniors past heaven Jiang past heaven past their juniors they were descendants celestial al past were they their juniors they past heaven was a past heaven past their past heaven was a there had past heavens there was there was were be were they were. The heaven sacrificial divine fruit is a heaven-defying celestial fruit in the Devata realms. An immortal king who knew about the heaven sacrificial divine fruit was the first to regain his senses. When he heard the group of immortal kings asking about the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, he explained with an unsightly expression. He explained, only celestial dukes and below can consume the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Once consumed, one's cultivation base will be raised by an entire realm. Generally speaking, it's best for peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials to consume the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. After all, a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial will become a 10-direction celestial duke, who's very close to becoming a 1 basic celestial king. Upon hearing the celestial king's words, the celestial kings who had never heard of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit were stunned. The heaven sacrificial divine fruit could raise one's cultivation base by 1 stage? A peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial would become a 10-direction celestial duke after consuming it? Heavens!
How can such a heaven-defying celestial fruit exist in this world?
If that's true, it's no wonder the heaven-sacrificial divine fruit is called a divine fruit. What else could it be if it's not a divine fruit? Although it can only be consumed by celestial dukes and below, it doesn't affect its heaven-defying effects at all.
This is my first time hearing of such a heaven-defying treasure.
Generally speaking, the more effective a celestial fruit is, the harder it is to bear fruit.
I'm afraid it's almost impossible to bear fruit with such a heaven-defying celestial fruit.
The group of celestial kings turned to look at the celestial king, who knew about the heaven-sacrificial divine fruit.
Their eyes were filled with curiosity, eager to learn more about the heaven-sacrificial divine fruit.
Earlier, all of you heard Jianglan say that he wants our juniors to sacrifice the heaven-sacrificial divine fruit to the tree of the heaven-sacrificial divine fruit.
Facing the curious gazes of the group of immortal kings, the immortal king continued.
In order for the heaven-sacrificial divine fruit to bear fruit, 10,000 peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials will have to be sacrificed. Once 10,000 peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials die in front of the tree of the heaven-sacrificial divine fruit, their bodies and souls will be absorbed by the tree of the heaven-sacrificial divine fruit. The celestial king's expression was unsightly when he spoke. His direct disciple had also been taken away by Jianglan. Based on the current situation, it was almost certain that his direct disciple would die.
What?
10,000 peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials. Isn't that a little too much? Isn't the price too high? How can Jianglan be so heartless? That's 10,000 lives we're talking about.
When they heard the words of that immortal king expert, the group of immortal kings all sucked in a breath of cold air.
Their expressions changed drastically as they realized that their juniors would definitely die. At the same time, they couldn't help but curse Jianglan for being crazy. Even so, the success rate of the heaven-sacrificial divine fruit is only 10%. At this moment, another celestial king who was familiar with the heaven-sacrificial divine fruit said in a low voice. In other words, Jianglan is willing to sacrifice 10,000 peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials for the sake of a mere 10% success rate of the heaven-sacrificial divine fruit. Upon hearing the celestial king's words, the celestial kings present on the scene gasped again. 10% success rate? The deaths of 10,000 peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials would still cause the heaven-sacrificial divine fruit to bear fruit? Under such circumstances, the success rate of the heaven-sacrificial divine fruit was only 10%? Heartless! Heartless! Isn't Jianglan afraid of being punished by the heavens? To think that he was a celestial emperor in his past life. How can he be so heartless? I curse him to be killed before he can become a celestial king in this life. It seems like Jianglan is a celestial emperor. Generally speaking, those who set up the heaven-sacrificial divine fruit are all celestial emperors. Moreover, they set up the heaven-sacrificial divine fruit so that they can take a shortcut without any side effects after they reincarnate. Does that mean my disciple is doomed to die this time? At this moment, the expressions of the celestial kings were as unsightly as they could be. The only person who seemed to be in a better mood was Yuan Zheng's master, an 8-trigram celestial king, who had been killed by Jianglan earlier. When his disciple, Yuan Zheng, was killed, he was furious. But now when he found out that the juniors of the immortal kings present were taken away by Jianglan and were destined to die, he couldn't help but feel a little more balanced in his heart. Chi, 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 chi. Immortal message talismans were sent out from the hands of the immortal kings. Without exception, all of them were immortal kings from the Jade Emperor Heaven. They had crushed the communication celestial talismans to inform the leaders of their respective forces about the reincarnated celestial emperor who had set up the heaven-sacrificial divine fruit. Moreover, the reincarnated celestial emperor had tricked the outstanding disciples of their respective forces into entering the heaven-sacrificial divine fruit. Gradually, more and more people learned about the heaven-sacrificial divine fruit's plot in the Jade Emperor Heaven. Since communication celestial talismans could not be used across Devata realms, the people from the other Devata realms could only spread the news after they had returned to their respective Devata realms. None of the 500 celestial kings bothered to look for their juniors. After all, they knew it was impossible for them to find their juniors. The plot in the heaven-sacrificial divine fruit's plot had to be a secret realm created by a celestial emperor. Even celestial lords would not be able to find it, let alone them. As the news spread,
the Jade Emperor Heaven, the Spirit Overarching Heaven, the Clear Water Heaven, the Azure Profound Heaven, and the Aurora Heaven were shocked by the news of Jianglan, a reincarnated celestial emperor, obtaining the Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit. 10% success rate. Will Jianglan be able to make the Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit bear fruit? I don't think so. Generally speaking, those who set up the Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruits plot in the history of the Devata realms are all bold and daring. If Jianglan successfully makes the Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit bear fruit and consumes it, he'll definitely become a peerless figure in the future. Isn't such an action a little too deranged? Only the fittest will survive. This is how cruel heaven and earth are. Many people from the 5 Devata realms were paying attention to Jianglan's plot in the Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruits plot. However, they knew they would not know if Jianglan would be able to obtain the Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit in the future. The only thing they were certain of was that those who were tricked by Jianglan into sacrificing the Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit were doomed to die. Chapter 3094. Is this the place where Jianglan set up his trap in his previous life? When light returned to his eyes, Duan Lingtian found himself in a cave abode that was not very spacious. The cave abode was surrounded by stone walls. There were no doors or passageways. It was a completely sealed place. Huang With just a thought, Duan Lingtian contacted Huang the artifact soul of the Devata artifact in his body. Earlier, Ling Ju Yun told me you can help me see through the illusory formation? However, as soon as Duan Lingtian's voice resonated in his body, Huang did not even have the time to respond. Before Huang could respond, the Chaos Divine Earth said in its childish voice, "Lad, why do you need Huang's help to see through this illusory formation? I can easily see through it for you." A hint of pride could be heard in the Chaos Divine Earth's voice when it spoke. "You have such an ability?" Duan Lingtian was slightly taken aback. Of course. While Duan Lingtian was taken aback, the Chaos Divine Earth became even more smug. Its childish voice rose a few octaves. Humph. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to identify the profound divine metal's voice as well. At the same time, Duan Lingtian felt a surge of energy from the profound divine metal in his body. It surged toward his eyes and covered the surface of his eyes. Instantly, a layer of golden light appeared on the surface of Duan Lingtian's eyes. It was as though he had fiery golden eyes. The golden light only lasted for a moment before it merged with Duan Lingtian's eyes. It was as though it had never appeared. In the next instant, Duan Lingtian discovered that the scenery in front of him had changed drastically. He found himself in a huge cave abode. There was a floating island in the middle of the cave abode with a towering tree planted on it. This towering tree was different from an ordinary tree. Its entire body was blood-red in color. Not only was its trunk and branches a blood-red color, even its leaves were blood-red in color. Moreover, there seemed to be many blood-colored lightning-like bloodgang entwining around its trunk. At the same time, Duan Lingtian discovered that the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials who were at the peak of the mountain had all appeared. The figures of Ling Jueyun, Murong Xiao Xiao, and Lin Fei Yang soon entered his sight. Apart from Ling Jueyun, who remained motionless and didn't look around, everyone else was looking around as if they couldn't see the people around them. It would appear that each and every one of them has fallen into an individual illusion. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to see this. Before the profound divine metal struck, he had appeared in a cave dwelling that was not very spacious. In that cave, there was no one else besides him. It was obviously an illusion that belonged to him alone. Profound divine metal, why are you trying to ruin my plan? The Chaos Divine Earth's voice sounded slightly exasperated. It was obvious that it was not the profound divine metal. Earlier, it had been feeling smug that Duan Lingtian had seen through the illusory formation. However, before it could do anything, the profound divine metal had taken the initiative to strike first. It's just a small trick. I can't believe you dilly-dally for so long. I can't stand it anymore. Stop it, the profound divine metal said indifferently. Chaos Divine Earth, it seems like you're not the only one who can see through the illusory formation. Senior Profound Divine Metal can do the same as well. Perhaps, Senior Chaos Divine Flame can do the same as well?
Duanling Tian said to the Chaos Divine Earth with a laugh. This time, the Chaos Divine Earth did not respond to Duanling Tian.
It was not difficult for Duanling Tian to guess that the Chaos Divine Earth must be feeling frustrated that the profound divine metal had ruined its chance to show off. After spending some time with the 5 divine elements, Duanling Tian began to have a better understanding of the personalities of the 3 divine elements who had gained sentience. Among them, the Chaos Divine Flame was more mature, like an experienced elder. The profound divine metal, on the other hand, was more mature. It would occasionally toy with the Chaos Divine Earth. As for the Chaos Divine Earth, it was more like a child. Although it was not inferior to the profound divine metal or the Chaos Divine Flame, it was not as mature as the 2 divine elements. Duanling Tian, don't act rashly. Don't reveal that you've seen through the illusory formation. If someone attacks you, you must retaliate and kill them. Of course, if you have a royal-grade celestial weapon, feel free to use it. Ling Jueyun's voice transmission rang in Duanling Tian's ears. However, don't use a celestial weapon that's at the Emperor grade or above. Otherwise, Zhang will be wary of you. Once he's wary, it'll be difficult for us to snatch the heaven sacrificial divine fruit from him. Upon hearing Ling Jueyun's voice transmission, Duanling Tian knew that Ling Jueyun must have seen through the illusory formation with the help of his divine weapon soul. As soon as Ling Jueyun finished speaking, whoosh! Duanling Tian's eyes flashed as he heard the sound of wind whistling in the air. A young man in blue appeared in front of him and attacked him directly. Thunder and lightning raged, interweaving into a thunder net to envelop him. The law of thunder? Based on the blue-clad young man's technique, Duanling Tian could tell the blue-clad young man had comprehended the law of thunder. Boom! Boom! The profundity from the law of thunder was combined with his celestial origin energy. With the help of a king-grade celestial weapon, the profundity from the law of thunder shot out in a deafening manner. Duanling Tian carefully looked into the eyes of the blue-clothed young man, and noticed that the blue-clothed young man was staring at him with a cold light.
It was as if the blue-clothed young man was his prey and would not stop until he killed Duanling Tian. He has comprehended 2 profundities from the law of thunder? Duanling Tian narrowed his eyes in the face of the young man's ferocious attack. He raised his hand and a ring with 9 water chestnuts appeared in his hand. Then he cast 2 profundities from the law of fire, the fire elemental profundity and the pillaging profundity. In just one move, Duanling Tian's attack overpowered the young man's attack. Although Duanling Tian's profundities were on par with the blue-clad young man's, his royal-grade celestial weapon completely overpowered the blue-clad young man's king-grade celestial weapon. In just 2 moves, he had killed the blue-clad young man. No! Before the blue-clothed youth died, he let out a mournful cry. Before he died, his eyes were glued to the 9-pointed ring in Duanling Tian's hand. It was clear he had seen how extraordinary Duanling Tian's celestial weapon was. The celestial weapon in Duanling Tian's hand was the royal-grade celestial weapon, the Mystic Yang 9 water chestnut ring. It was the royal-grade celestial weapon that Brother Pei had given him when he was still in the borderlands of the Southern Heaven Territory. However, Brother Pei had not come to take it back. As soon as Duanling Tian killed the young man, a voice rang in the air. Interesting. I think he's the Duanling Tian whom I asked Ling Jueyun to pass a message to. He's from the profound nether mansion in the Jade Emperor Heaven's Southern Heaven Territory. A figure sat cross-legged on a towering tree on the floating island in the middle of a huge cave that could accommodate tens of thousands of people. He looked at Duanling Tian with a meaningful smile on his face. This person was none other than Zhang Lan. At some point, Zhang Lan had arrived after Duanling Tian and the others. Although there were tens of thousands of people in front of Zhang Lan, they would not be able to see him. Similarly, they would not be able to see the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree that he planted in his past life. Swoosh, swoosh. After the blue-clad young man died, his body rapidly withered. At the same time, a vast amount of blood energy and soul fire surged out of his body toward the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree in the middle of the cave. In the next moment, the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree was like a giant beast with its mouth wide open. It swallowed the blood and soul left behind by the blue-clothed young man in a single gulp, causing the luster on the tree to become even deeper. The blue-clad young man was the first to die among the tens of thousands of people in the cave. After him,
a few more people died in succession. They were all people who had only comprehended 2 profundities of laws. They had all died at the hands of people who had comprehended 3 profundities of laws. The people here were all peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials. Their strength depended on their profundities from a law. After all, 99% of their celestial weapons were king-grade celestial weapons. It was almost impossible for them to possess a royal-grade celestial weapon. For this reason, Jiang Lan was slightly surprised when he saw Duanling Tian using a royal-grade celestial weapon. However, that was the extent of his surprise. As a reincarnated celestial emperor, even Jiang Lan had obtained the emperor-grade celestial weapon from his previous life. A mere royal-grade celestial weapon was nothing to him. He did not care about it at all. Ling Jueyun is truly a monster. Jiang Lan's eyes soon landed on a gray-clad young man. The gray-clad young man had just killed his opponent, and his opponent had become nutrients for the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree. He has comprehended 3 profundities from the law of death. Just like Duanling Tian and I, he's not even 100 years old. His comprehension ability is heaven-defying. Although Jiang Lan was not even 100 years old, he had comprehended 4 profundities from the law of water. However, he knew this was because he was a reincarnated celestial emperor. On the other hand, Ling Jueyun was not a reincarnated celestial. As a reincarnated celestial emperor, Jiang Lan could tell this was not the case. For this reason, Jiang Lan was shocked by Ling Jueyun's achievements. Even in his past life, he had never seen anyone who was not a reincarnated celestial who was younger than 100 years old. If Ling Jueyun survives until the end, I can consider giving him a heaven sacrificial divine fruit. After all, there will be 2 heaven sacrificial divine fruits, and I only need to consume one of them. However, the prerequisite is that he's willing to let me brand his soul with an enslavement mark so that he'll submit to me.
Chapter 3095.
In the Devata realms, a celestial could plant an enslavement mark on another celestial's soul as long as the other celestial was willing. Once the enslavement mark was planted, the celestial would have to obey the former. If the celestial dared to disobey, the former could easily turn the celestial into ashes with just a thought. Naturally, if a celestial wanted to plant an enslavement mark on another celestial's soul, the celestial's soul could only be on par with or weaker than the celestial. Currently, Jiang Lan was a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial, and Ling Jueyun was also a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. As long as Ling Jueyun was willing, he could plant an enslavement mark on Ling Jueyun's soul. However, the current Jiang Lan didn't know that. He was a reincarnated celestial emperor while Ling Jueyun was not a reincarnated celestial. However, Ling Jueyun's background was much more prominent than his identity as a reincarnated celestial emperor. It was almost impossible for him to make Ling Jueyun the servant of a reincarnated celestial emperor. Jiang Lan sat cross-legged above the towering tree on the floating island in the middle of the spacious cave abode as he indifferently watched the battles taking place before him. One by one, peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials died. Their blood and souls were absorbed by the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit and turned into nutrients for the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. The tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit was gradually changing during this process. Initially, only the blood-red color on the tree trunk had deepened. However, after a while, more tree trunks grew from the tree trunk with blood-red leaves that looked as though they were dyed in blood. The tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit grew even more luxuriant. The battles in the cave abode were one-on-one battles. This was because Jiang Lan's plan in his past life was to allow those who entered to fight each other one-on-one until only one person was left. Then, in this life, he would kill the last person as a sacrifice to the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. You overestimate yourself. The ring in Duanling Tian's hand brought out an expanse of dazzling flames, and the flames swept out and killed a middle-aged man. Then, the middle-aged man's blood, chi and soul were absorbed by the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree. Facing this scene, Duanling Tian had long since become numb. That was because it was not only those who were killed by him that would end up like this. Even those who were killed by others would end up like this. However, he was indifferent to everything around him, and there was neither joy nor sorrow. The reason why these people appeared here was none other than because they were driven by their own interests. Although it was sad, it was not pitiful.
If it weren't for Huang and the 5 divine elements, I'm afraid I would have ended up like them, becoming nutrients for the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree. After killing the middle-aged man and waiting for the next opponent, Duan Lingtian stole a glance at the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. As for Zhang Lan, who was sitting cross-legged above the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree, he had long noticed him.
Therefore, he became even more vigilant and did not dare to reveal anything. If Zhang Lan were to find out that he was not bewitched by the illusion array formation, he would definitely be extremely fearful of him. If that was the case, it would be much more difficult for him to obtain the heaven sacrificial divine fruit if it bore fruit. A reincarnated celestial emperor attacking when he was prepared and when he was unprepared were two completely different concepts. Swoosh! As soon as this thought appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind, another figure appeared in front of him. It was a young man dressed in a green robe.
He stared at Duan Lingtian with killing intent in his eyes as he attacked.
The green-robed young man had comprehended 2 profundities from the law of water.
As soon as he made his move, a series of attacks surged toward Duan Lingtian. It was as though he was trying to extinguish the flames rising from Duan Lingtian's body. Bas! 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 However, although the green-robed young man's attack was swift and fierce, the flame energy from the ring in Duan Lingtian's hand seemed to be even more powerful. It directly cut open the flowing water, and wherever it came into contact with the flowing water, it even caused the flowing water to evaporate into white mist. No! The green-robed young man cried out in agony as he died in Duan Lingtian's hands. He had not seen Duan Lingtian in action before. Otherwise, he would not have dared to make a move against Duan Lingtian. After all, he knew Duan Lingtian had killed many peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials who had comprehended 2 profundities from a law. Up until now, Duan Lingtian had only used the law of fire's fire elemental profundity and the pillaging profundity. However, with the royal grade celestial weapon, the mystical Yang 9 water chestnut ring, he was able to easily kill his opponents. This was because his opponents were peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials, who had only comprehended 2 profundities from a law. He had not encountered any stronger peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials. If he encountered a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who had comprehended 3 profundities from a law, with his current strength, he would only be able to tie with his opponent. Moreover, his opponent only had a king-grade celestial weapon while he was using the royal-grade celestial weapon, the mystical Yang 9 water chestnut ring. It seems like Ling Jueyun is planning to hide his bloodline power and the emperor-grade celestial weapons and divine weapons. Duan Lingtian glanced at Ling Jueyun. He saw Ling Jueyun had only used 3 profundities from the law of death. He did not use any other profundities, including the god of death's scythe profundity. Even so, his opponents did not last long against him. Most of them were instantly killed by him. The law of death is one of the 4 supreme laws. Even peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials who have comprehended 3 profundities from a law other than the 4 supreme laws aren't a match for Ling Jueyun. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. As time passed, the number of peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials in the cave gradually dwindled. Initially, there were more than 10,000 of them. However, after half a day, there were only slightly more than 1,000 of them left. Murong Xiaoxiao's luck is not bad. Up until now, she hasn't encountered anyone who has comprehended 3 profundities from a law. Naturally, the people she has encountered who have comprehended 2 profundities from a law have not even begun to comprehend the 3rd profundity. After killing another peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial, Duan Lingtian discreetly glanced at Murong Xiaoxiao in the distance. He was surprised to see that Murong Xiaoxiao was still alive, albeit in a slightly wretched state. However, her opponent was even more wretched than her. Moreover, he was not as strong as her, so he was killed by her. There's still Lin Fei Yang. Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze to Lin Fei Yang. Up until now, Lin Fei Yang had only displayed 2 profundities from the law of water, and 1 profundity from the law of water that he had just comprehended. However, Duan Lingtian had a feeling Lin Fei Yang might not have displayed his full strength. After all, Lin Fei Yang was favored by the 2nd form of the world-cleansing divine water when he was still in his mother's womb. Such a person's comprehension of the law of water was heaven-defying. It was impossible for him to have only comprehended 2 profundities from the law of water. It seems like I'll be able to see Lin Fei Yang's true strength in this battle. Duan Tian thought to himself. Soon after, Lin Fei Yang's new opponent appeared. It was a middle-aged man dressed in a black robe. Duan Tian had noticed this black-clad middle-aged man before this.
He knew this black-clad middle-aged man had comprehended 3 profundities from the law of wind and was extremely powerful.
His previous opponents had only comprehended 2 profundities from a law, but they were all easily killed by this black-clad middle-aged man. This time, the black-clad middle-aged man's opponent was Lin Fei Yang. If Lin Fei Yang isn't concealing his strength, he'll definitely die in this battle. Duan Tian narrowed his eyes. If he dies, the second form of the world-cleansing divine water in his body will become ownerless. At that time, the second form of the world-cleansing divine water that's still in a deep slumber will be exposed to the world. Under such circumstances, I won't be able to retrieve the world-cleansing divine water. After all, if I try to retrieve it, Zhang Lan will definitely discover that I'm not bewitched by the illusory formation. Although Zhang Lan might not recognize the world-cleansing divine water, he's still someone who has comprehended the law of water. Even if he doesn't recognize the world-cleansing divine water, he'll definitely be able to discover its extraordinariness and retrieve it. Duan Tian could not help but feel anxious when he thought about this. If it was possible, he would rather obtain the world-cleansing divine water after Lin Fei Yang's death. That way, he would be able to gather all 5 divine elements. That would definitely be a great help to him in the future. Currently, he only had slightly more than 900 years left. He had to take a different path than ordinary people in order to save Kerr and his family and friends from the Divine Offering Land after the spatial tunnel between the Divine Offering Land and the Devata realms reopened. Duan Tian and Ling Jueyun seemed to have it easy. Meanwhile, Zhang Lan, who was sitting cross-legged above the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, looked at Duan Tian and Ling Jueyun with a sinister smile on his face.
In the next moment, his hands began to move as though he was making a series of complicated hand seals.
HM? At the same time, Duan Tian and Ling Jueyun realized their opponents had not appeared for a long time. At the same time, they instinctively glanced at Zhang Lan and saw what he was doing. Immediately, the two of them vaguely realized that the reason why their opponent had yet to appear was related to Zhang Lan's current actions. Otherwise, why would he be acting so strangely now? Previously, Zhang Lan had been sitting cross-legged quietly, but now he was making a move. Duan Tian, Zhang Lan must have thought we're having it easy, so he wants to give us some tough opponents, Ling Jueyun said to Duan Tian through voice transmission. I think so as well. I wonder if he'll assign you to me. Duan Tian replied through voice transmission. That's for the best. If he does, we'll act as if we're evenly matched until only one person is left. Naturally, the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit might bear fruit before the last person is left. Even if it doesn't bear fruit, the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit would have been destroyed during the process. Chapter 3096. The cave abode where the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree was located was a mystic realm that Zhang Lan had created when he was still a celestial emperor in his previous life. Although there were many offensive and defensive formations in the cave abode, Zhang Lan was still unable to control them in his current life. The only thing he could control was the illusory formation in the cave abode.
For example, he could control the illusory formation to deal with the people he had lured into the cave abode.
Initially, Zhang Lan was still forming hand seals in an attempt to control the illusory formation so that Duan Tian and Ling Jueyun could fight against stronger opponents.
However, a sudden fluctuation from the law of water interrupted him, causing him to stop what he was doing.
At the same time, he regained control of the illusory formation. Duan Tian and Ling Jueyun's opponents appeared.
However, they were peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials who had only comprehended 2 profundities from a law. Why did Zhang Lan suddenly stop?
Ling Jueyun sent a voice transmission to Duan Tian.
A hint of confusion could be heard in his voice when he saw Zhang Lan had stopped abruptly.
His attention has been drawn to Lin Fei Yang. Duan Tian shifted his gaze to Lin Fei Yang, who was standing in the distance. Currently, Lin Fei Yang was facing an opponent who had comprehended 3 profundities from the law of wind.
Apart from using 2 profundities from the law of water and 1 profundity from the law of water that he had just comprehended, Lin Feiyang had used another profundity from the law of water.
Moreover, Lin Feiyang had already comprehended this profundity to the rudimentary stage.
It was not comparable to the profundity from the law of water that Duan Lingtian had just comprehended.
It's just as I thought. Lin Feiyang has been concealing his strength. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Previously, he had thought Lin Feiyang had comprehended more than 2 profundities from the law of water. After all, Lin Feiyang was chosen by the world-cleansing divine water when he was in his mother's womb. Lin Feiyang has comprehended 3 profundities from the law of water?
Moreover, he has even comprehended the 4th profundity of the law of water?
Jiang Lan's attention landed on Lin Feiyang. A glint flashed across his eyes as he continued. Apart from Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun, he's also the 3rd person who's younger than 100 years old. Just like Ling Jueyun, he's not a reincarnated immortal. In my previous life, I've never come into contact with anyone who was not a reincarnated immortal but was able to achieve so much at such a young age. But in this life, I've actually met 2 of them at once. When he thought of this, Jiang Lan couldn't help but sigh. While Jiang Lan was sighing with emotion, Lin Feiyang had gained the upper hand. After 30 moves, he killed his opponent, a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who had comprehended 3 profundities from the law of wind, and turned his opponent into nourishment for the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree. The peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial killed by Lin Feiyang was the first peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial to have comprehended 3 profundities from a law. As expected of someone who caught the eye of the 2nd form world-cleansing divine water, Duan Lingtian was not surprised when he saw Lin Feiyang had killed his opponent. However, he could not help but marvel at Lin Feiyang's heaven-defying comprehension of the law of water. Not only was Lin Feiyang not even 100 years old, but the world-cleansing divine water in his body was also only in the 2nd form. Once the world-cleansing divine water in his body evolved to the 3rd form, it would be able to help him comprehend the profundities from the law of water. At that time, his comprehension of the law of water would be even more heaven-defying. After Lin Feiyang killed the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who had comprehended 3 profundities from the law of wind, Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze as though he had sensed something. At this moment, a beautiful figure was at a disadvantage. It was none other than Murong Xiao. Murong Xiao was no longer as lucky as before. Her opponent this time was a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial, who had comprehended 3 profundities from the law of metal. After 3 moves, Murong Xiao was killed right under Duan Lingtian's nose. The genius disciple of the Murong clan, a grade 7 clan in the southern heaven territory of the spirit overarching heaven, had died in the Jade Emperor heaven. When Murong Xiao was killed, the soul pearl she had stored in the Murong clan shattered as well, shocking the entire Murong clan. However, no one knew how Murong Xiao had died, and no one knew where she had gone. It wasn't until news of someone searching for people to sacrifice to the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree in the spirit overarching heaven arrived that the people of the Murong clan could vaguely guess that Murong Xiao had also been asked to sacrifice to the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree. Naturally, this was all in the future. After Murong Xiao's death, there were only a little over 500 people left on the scene. At the same time, not only did the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree become more luxuriant, but 2 small flower buds had also appeared at the top of the tree. The flower buds were blood red, and the color was darker than the rest of the tree. They exuded a sinister aura. In order for the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree to bear the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, it had to bear flower buds first. Naturally, the flower buds were only the first step in the process of bearing the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Whether it would bear fruit or not depended on luck. However, based on Jiang Lan's plan in his past life, he was confident that the heaven sacrificial divine fruit would bear fruit at 50%. I'll leave Ling Jueyun and Lin Feiyang until the end. If either of them is willing to become my slave, not only will I spare their lives, but I'll even reward them with a heaven sacrificial divine fruit after it bears fruit. Retracting his gaze from Lin Feiyang, Jiang Lan's hands began to dance again. He continued the hand seal that he had yet to complete earlier, taking control of the psychedelic array formation in his hands. In order to leave Ling Jueyun and Lin Feiyang until the end, Jiang Lan did not want them to encounter each other. Naturally, he had also arranged a powerful opponent for Duan Lingtian.
The opponent was a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial, who had comprehended 3 profundities from the law of Earth.
The gravitational space profundity? The vibration profundity.
The opponent Jianglan assigned to Duanling Tian had cast the law of Earth's gravitational space profundity and the law of Earth's only offensive profundity, the vibration profundity, in an attempt to kill Duanling Tian.
Duanling Tian was familiar with these 2 profundities from the law of Earth. He knew the principles behind them. Although he had not fully comprehended the gravitational space profundity, he had only scratched the surface.
As for the vibration profundity, although he had not even scratched the surface, he had a certain understanding of its characteristics.
Swoosh, swoosh.
Duanling Tian's figure flashed as he transformed into a ball of flames and shot through the air. His speed was not something his opponent could compare to. Although his opponent was not as fast as Duanling Tian, he had comprehended the law of Earth's gravitational space profundity.
Swoosh, 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 swoosh.
Pillars formed from celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the Earth elemental profundity shot toward Duanling Tian and formed a cage that shrouded Duanling Tian.
Duanling Tian's speed was rendered useless.
Bas, 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 bas. After being trapped, Duanling Tian hastily used his royal-grade celestial weapon, the mystic Yang-9 water chestnut ring, in an attempt to break free from the cage. At this moment, Duanling Tian suddenly felt a repulsive force pressing down on his body from all directions, causing his attack to weaken slightly. At the same time, the cage began to vibrate as well. The repulsive force from the gravitational space profundity and the attack from the vibration profundity. The strength of his opponent made Duanling Tian feel strenuous.
It was difficult for him to break out of the cage. If this continues, it'll be difficult for him to defeat me. However, it'll be difficult for me to defeat him as well. It seems like I have to reveal some of my trump cards. With that thought in mind, Duanling Tian raised his left hand. A ring appeared on his left hand. This ring was identical to the ring in his right hand. However, the aura it exuded was completely different. Moreover, the color of the ring was different as well. This ring was the mystic Yi-9 water chestnut ring that corresponded to the mystic Yang-9 water chestnut ring. The mystic Yi-9 water chestnut ring was also a royal-grade celestial weapon. Previously, when Duanling Tian was free, he had taken out the mystic Yang-9 water chestnut ring and the mystic Yi-9 water chestnut ring to study them. He discovered the 2 rings could be combined perfectly in his hands. Although they were not as powerful as an emperor-grade celestial weapon, they were stronger than most royal-grade celestial weapons. Where did Duanling Tian obtain so many royal-grade celestial weapons? Although Jianglan was not interested in royal-grade celestial weapons, he could not help but feel shocked when he saw Duanling Tian taking out another royal-grade celestial weapon. Among the 10,000 peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials whom he had deceived, Duanling Tian was the only one who possessed a royal-grade celestial weapon. Moreover, he had more than one royal-grade celestial weapon. There are 2 royal-grade celestial weapons that can be combined? In the next moment, Jianglan saw Duanling Tian joining the 2 royal-grade celestial weapons together. After that, Duanling Tian infused his celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the fire elemental profundity into the 2 royal-grade celestial weapons. It should be noted that even if one possessed 2 offensive royal-grade celestial weapons at the same time, they would not be able to combine the power of the 2 weapons. For this reason, there was no difference between using 2 offensive royal-grade celestial weapons at the same time and using 1 offensive royal-grade celestial weapon. However, this was not the case with the 2 offensive royal-grade celestial weapons in Duanling Tian's hands. When the 2 offensive royal-grade celestial weapons were combined perfectly, the power they unleashed was even stronger than most offensive royal-grade celestial weapons. In fact, it was almost on par with offensive emperor-grade celestial weapons. What a lucky lad! He actually managed to obtain 2 royal-grade celestial weapons that can be combined perfectly. Although Duanling Tian's strength was on par with Ling Jueyun and Lin Fei Yang, it was still not enough. Chapter 3097.
When the mystical Yi-9 water chestnut ring and the mystical Yang-9 water chestnut ring were combined,
The yin and yang energies merged perfectly. Duanling Tian gave a name to the ring that was in this form. It was the Yin-Yang 9 Water Chestnut Ring. When the mystical Yin 9 Water Chestnut Ring and the mystical Yang 9 Water Chestnut Ring were put together, each of the chestnuts perfectly fit together. At first glance, the two chestnuts that fit together looked like a single chestnut. For this reason, when the two were combined, the chestnut looked like 9 chestnuts. When Duanling Tian sent his celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the fire elemental profundity into the Yin-Yang 9 Water Chestnut Ring, green and red flames appeared around the ring at the same time. Break! Duanling Tian's eyes turned cold as the Yin-Yang 9 Water Chestnut Ring shot out.
In the next moment, the flames of cyan and red intersecting formed a sharp flaming blade that easily broke through the repulsive force of the gravitational space profundity of the law of Earth and collided with the force of the vibration profundity of the law of Earth.
Buzz! 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 Buzz!
The sound of a saber buzzing rang in the air as the flaming saber collided with the vibration profundity.
The flaming saber shook violently for a moment. After a while, the vibration profundity could no longer suppress the flaming saber and was defeated by it. After the vibration profundity was defeated, the flaming saber shot out like a furious flaming dragon and shattered the cage around Duanling Tian. Then, with Duanling Tian's will, it shot toward the peak overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial who had comprehended 3 profundities from the law of Earth. No! The peak overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial who had comprehended 3 profundities from the law of Earth died just like Duanling Tian's previous opponent. Duanling Tian's previous opponent was the second person who had comprehended 3 profundities from a law to die. Boom! 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 Bang! 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 Swoosh! 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 After killing the peak overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial who had comprehended 3 profundities from the law of Earth, Duanling Tian could still hear the sounds of people fighting each other. It was clear that hundreds of people were still fighting each other. They were in an independent illusion with only one opponent, and there were only 2 endings for them. Either you kill your opponent, or you get killed by your opponent. However, no one wanted to be killed by their opponent, so everyone was struggling with all their might. Duanling Tian is much stronger than Ling Jueyun and Lin Fei Yang due to the combination of the 2 royal-grade celestial weapons. If Ling Jueyun and Lin Fei Yang fight him, they'll most likely die in his hands. In the distance, Jiang Lan's eyes were trained on Duanling Tian when he saw Duanling Tian killing the peak overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial who had comprehended 3 profundities from the law of Earth. However, Duanling Tian is only so strong because of his celestial weapon. Although he's quite talented and has comprehended 2 profundities from the law of fire before the age of 100, he's still no match for Ling Jueyun and Lin Fei Yang. I'll just ignore him for now. I'll deal with him later. He's no threat to me since he's only strong because of his celestial weapon. With this thought in mind, Jiang Lan did not continue to compete with Duanling Tian. He did not even arrange any opponents for Duanling Tian. With this, Duanling Tian was free for the time being. Under Jiang Lan's arrangement, Ling Jueyun and Lin Fei Yang fought 2 peak overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials who had comprehended 3 profundities from a law. After a while, both of them defeated their opponents one by one. Jiang Lan was not surprised that Lin Fei Yang was able to defeat his opponent. However, he was surprised that Ling Jueyun was able to defeat his opponent. That's the first offensive profundity from the Law of Death, the God of Death Scythe profundity? When Ling Jueyun defeated his opponent, Jiang Lan saw the technique that Ling Jueyun had not used earlier. It was the first offensive profundity from the Law of Death, the God of Death Scythe profundity. Although Ling Jueyun had only comprehended a superficial level of the God of Death Scythe profundity, he was able to easily kill a peak overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial who had comprehended 3 profundities from a Law of Earth. In fact, to a certain extent, his strength had already surpassed Lin Fei Yang's. Although Lin Fei Yang had comprehended the same amount of profundities as him, the law he comprehended was one of the 4 supreme laws, the law of death. Moreover, he had also come into contact with the law of death's first offensive law, the death god's scythe. If I had a choice, I'd rather Ling Jueyun allow me to brand his soul with an enslavement mark. Although Lin Fei Yang's innate talent and comprehension ability are not bad, there's still a gap between him and Ling Jueyun. Jiang Lan thought to himself as he looked at Ling Jueyun. At the same time, Jiang Lan turned to look at the remaining peak overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials.
There were more than 300 peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials who had comprehended 3 profundities from a law of earth. Similar to Ling Jueyun and Lin Fei Yang, these peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials were older than Ling Jueyun and Lin Fei Yang. All of them were close to 200 years old. The tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit is about to bear fruit. Jianglan looked at the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit and saw that the 2 buds on the tree had bloomed into 2 blood-red flowers. Every flower had 9 petals, and they were all suffused with a deep blood-red color, so red that it was almost purple. Upon closer inspection, one could see that there was a blood-red aura surrounding the flowers. The 2 flowers on the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit were surrounded by a dense blood-red mist, and a blood-red sphere was brewing and expanding at the end of the 2 flowers. A few moments later, another dozen peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials were killed. Among the 300 peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials, many of them had comprehended 3 profundities from a law and had even comprehended the 4th profundity. These peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials could kill those who had only comprehended 3 profundities from a law, but had not comprehended the 4th profundity.
Whoosh, 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 whoosh.
After the blood and souls of the dozen peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials were absorbed by the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, the 2 blood-red flowers with 9 petals on the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit began to swell and expand in just a blink of an eye.
Whoosh, 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 whoosh.
After the blood-red sphere grew even larger, blood-red lightning bolts could be seen both on the outside and inside of it. They were like small snakes shuttling back and forth between the inside and outside of the sphere.
I finally reached this stage. Zhang Lan's eyes lit up when he saw the changes in the 2 flowers on the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Then, he raised his hands and made another move. A set of seemingly complicated and obscure hand seals appeared at his fingertips. Following Zhang Lan's action, a huge translucent barrier of light suddenly appeared around the floating island where the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit was located. It enveloped the entire floating island and the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit.
Whoosh! In the distance, a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who had comprehended 3 profundities from a law was killed. His blood, chi, and soul flew toward the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit just like the other peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials. However, before the blood and soul of the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial could reach the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, it was blocked by the translucent light shield that shrouded the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit and the floating island. During this time, the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tried to absorb the blood and soul of the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. However, the translucent light shield kept the blood and soul of the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. At this moment, Ling Jueyun's voice transmission rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. Rumor has it that after the embryonic body of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit appears, if one accumulates the blood and soul of a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial to a certain level, and allows them to enter the embryonic body of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, the success rate of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit will increase.
Naturally, this method hasn't been proven. Perhaps, someone has verified the effectiveness of this method. However, if that person has no intention of disclosing the results, no one will know the effectiveness of this method. In my opinion, Jiang Lan either knows the effectiveness of this method or wants to try it out to see if it can increase the success rate of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. After all, there's no harm in trying it out. It won't affect the overall situation. Ling Jueyun said through voice transmission. Although Ling Jueyun had seen the changes in the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit and Jiang Lan's actions, he did not show it. He only communicated with Duan Lingtian through voice transmission.
I see. Duan Lingtian had also seen the changes in the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit and Jiang Lan's actions. He was puzzled as to why Jiang Lan would stop the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit from absorbing more blood and soul. Realization dawned on him when he heard Ling Jueyun's words. As it turned out, Jiang Lan was not stopping the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit from absorbing more blood and soul. Instead, he was trying to increase the success rate of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. The embryonic body of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit you mentioned.
Are you referring to the 2 blood-red spheres?
Duan Lingtian asked through voice transmission. He had noticed the 2 blood-red spheres on the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit earlier, but he did not know what they were.
Yes. Chapter 3098. Jiang Lan is trying to use the formation to gather the blood and souls of the dead peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials, so they can enter the embryonic form of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit and help it to take form. Ling Jueyun said. Duan Ling Tian finally understood what was going on. Then, he looked at the translucent light shield formed by the formation. The translucent light shield was like a wall between the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit and the nutrients it wanted to absorb, preventing the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit from doing so. Due to the suction force from the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, the blood and souls were drawn to the translucent light shield like magnets. It was not difficult to see that once the translucent light shield was removed, the blood and souls would be absorbed by the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. At this moment, the blood and souls of 3 peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials were drawn to the translucent light shield. In just a short while, another 2 peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials had died. Their blood, chi, and souls were sucked out by the suction force of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree. In just a blink of an eye, a person appeared in front of Duan Ling Tian. After a long period of idleness, he finally had a new opponent. At the same time, both Ling Jueyun and Lin Fei Yang had an opponent appear in front of them. This was Jiang Lan's intention. As soon as the embryonic form of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit appeared, Jiang Lan was eager to solidify the embryonic form of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, so he quickly arranged opponents for Duan Ling Tian, Ling Jueyun, and Lin Fei Yang. At the same time, the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials who did not have an opponent or who had just died were also given opponents. When Jiang Lan arranged opponents for Duan Ling Tian and the others, he purposely took care of Ling Jueyun and Lin Fei Yang. He only arranged opponents for them who had comprehended 3 profundities from a law, but had not comprehended the 4th profundity. Naturally, he did not plan to sacrifice Ling Jueyun and Lin Fei Yang. Back then, when he was looking for someone, he had made a special calculation. In the end, over 100 people would die before they could sacrifice themselves to the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Then the embryo of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit would enter the fruiting process. With the help of the formation he had set up in his previous life, he could save the lives of Ling Jueyun and Lin Fei Yang, and gather the blood essence and souls of the others. In the end, he could make them flow into the embryo of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit and help it grow into the fruit. Wang, 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 Wang. Duan Lingtian's opponent this time was someone who had comprehended 3 profundities of the laws of wind, and was in the process of comprehending the 4th profundity of the laws of wind. It was a middle-aged man in a green robe. The middle-aged man's face was cold. As his body moved, wind blades that filled the sky followed him like a shadow, causing the air to emit an ear-piercing buzzing sound like a swarm of bees. Die! The middle-aged man stared coldly at Duan Ling Tian. The 3-foot-long green sword in his hand moved rhythmically like a dragon as it stirred up a strong wind. The wind blade profundity, which was a combination of the 2 profundities from the laws of wind, and the other profundities from the laws of wind, shot toward Duan Ling Tian. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The sound of a sword whistling rang in the air. Wang, 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 wang. The sound of wind blades cutting through the air and the sound of a sword whistling rang in the air. It was as though both the sword and the saber were humming at the same time. Those who had comprehended the laws of wind were skilled in speed and offense. Those who had comprehended the laws of earth could not compare to them. Previously, Duan Ling Tian had killed someone who had comprehended 3 profundities from the laws of earth. Although he was skilled and had even comprehended the vibration profundity, the only offensive profundity from the laws of earth, he was far from being comparable to the person who had comprehended 3 profundities from the laws of wind and was in the process of comprehending the 4th profundity from the laws of wind. However, compared to the former, Duan Ling Tian preferred his opponent. The former had used the gravitational space profundity from the laws of earth to imprison him. Although the repulsive force from all directions did not harm him, the pressure on his body made him feel extremely uncomfortable. Although his opponent was stronger than the former, his opponent's attacks were not as strange and cunning as the former's. Good. When Duan Ling Tian saw his opponent's attack was about to reach him, his celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the fire elemental profundity surged out of his body. The plundering profundity stirred as though he was being engulfed in flames. Whoosh! Duan Ling Tian's figure moved like a flame tearing through the sky,
leaving behind waves of scorching aura in the air and a flame afterimage behind him.
At first glance, it looked like a fiery phoenix was flapping its tail.
Wang, 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 wang. All of a sudden, an even more ear-piercing buzzing sound rang out from the flames in the air. In the next moment, Duan Ling Tian's opponent saw a ring suddenly fly out from the ball of flame that was whistling towards him. The ring tore through the sky and brought along waves of fierce aura that caused one's heart to palpitate.
Taking a closer look, the ring was surrounded by green and red flames. The green and red flames that shot out from the ring converged together, condensing into a green and red flame saber light that blended together. Duan Ling Tian was fearless in the face of his opponent's fierce attack from the law of wind. He could even kill a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who had comprehended 3 profundities from the law of earth, let alone a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who had comprehended 3 profundities from the law of wind. Although the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who had comprehended 3 profundities from the law of wind had comprehended the 4th profundity from the law of wind, it was only a superficial understanding of the 4th profundity from the law of wind. With his opponent's strength, it would be easy for him to deal with someone who had comprehended 3 profundities from a law but had not comprehended the 4th profundity. However, he was not strong enough to deal with Duan Ling Tian. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian was not surprised by what happened next. After a brief moment of stalemate, Duan Ling Tian managed to forcefully defeat his opponent's attack. It was as though the power of ice and fire had merged into a 2-colored flaming saber. After defeating his opponent's attack, Duan Ling Tian killed his opponent with a single slash. It's just as I thought. Although Duan Ling Tian has only comprehended 2 profundities from the law of fire, with a combination of his 2 royal-grade celestial weapons, even Ling Jueyun and Lin Fei Yang are no match for him. Jiang Lan watched as Duan Ling Tian killed the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial, who had comprehended 3 profundities from the law of wind and a superficial understanding of the 4th profundity from the law of wind. Jiang Lan was not surprised by this. The peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial that Duan Ling Tian had killed was on par with Ling Jueyun and was not much weaker than him. If Ling Jueyun encountered such an opponent, even if he had a chance of winning, he would have to fight for a few days and nights. It was impossible for him to defeat his opponent as easily as Duan Ling Tian did. After a while, Ling Jueyun and Lin Fei Yang killed their opponents one after another. However, after killing the opponent, a new opponent quickly appeared. That was because Jiang Lan desperately wanted to accumulate enough blood and soul energy to sacrifice to the Tree of the Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit at the critical moment. He wanted to help the embryo of the Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit on the Tree of the Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit to condense into a Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit. Duan Ling Tian's opponents appeared one after another. He killed his opponents quickly, but his opponents appeared quickly as well. Initially, there were a few hundred people in the spacious cave abode. However, it did not take long before there were less than 100 people left. Bas! The Yin Yang 9 water chestnut ring flew out from Duan Ling Tian's hand. The fire and ice energy turned into a saber ray as he killed a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial, who had comprehended 3 profundities from the law of metal effortlessly. After killing the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial, Duan Ling Tian discovered that the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial's blood and soul energy had been absorbed by the Tree of Life. After the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial died, his blood, energy, and soul energy were absorbed by the Tree of the Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit. However, the translucent light shield seemed to be resisting the absorption of the blood and soul energy. It was as though the translucent light shield was under pressure after absorbing so much blood and soul energy. In just a blink of an eye, the blood and soul energy of a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who had been killed by Ling Jueyun was absorbed by the Tree of the Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit, causing the translucent light shield to tremble even more violently. It seems like the formation he left behind in his past life can't withstand too much blood and soul energy. Or perhaps, the formation he left behind in his past life can't withstand the suction force from the Tree of the Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit. Duan Ling Tian told Ling Jueyun about his discovery. Ling Jueyun observed for a moment before he agreed with Duan Ling Tian. That should be the case. However, if that's the case, I have a feeling that the translucent light shield will be destroyed by the suction force from the Tree of the Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit if a few dozen people die. Ling Jueyun's eyes flashed as he said. At that time, Jianglan will make a move and kill the remaining people before the fruit of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit takes shape. After all, he's worried that someone else will take the fruit before him. Both of us should pay more attention to the translucent light shield. Once it's destroyed, we'll have to be on our guard. Ling Jueyun reminded Duan Ling Tian. All right. Duan Ling Tian nodded. While Duan Ling Tian and Ling Jueyun were communicating through voice transmission, Jiang Lan discovered the problem they had discovered. It seems like I've underestimated the suction force from the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Once the formation that's blocking the blood and soul energy from the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit is destroyed, the accumulated blood and soul energy will rush toward the fruit of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. At that time, I'm afraid many people will still be alive. Chapter 3099. At this moment, Jiang Lan could not wait to kill the people before him. However, he could not make a move.
After all, these people were trapped in the illusory formation.
If he made a move, it would affect the illusory formation. At that time, these people would walk out of the illusory formation. Although Jiang Lan was strong, if these people joined forces, it would be difficult for him to deal with them. In fact, he might even be injured. He did not want that to happen. When the formation around the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit collapses, the illusory formation will be affected as well. Those who survive will be able to walk out of the formation. At that time, there shouldn't be many people left alive. At that time, I'll make a move and kill them all. With my strength and the help of my Emperor-grade celestial weapon, it won't be difficult for me to kill the remaining people before the heaven sacrificial divine fruit's embryo bears the fruit. Soon after, Jiang Lan made up his mind. After the formation around the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit collapsed, he would make a move and kill the remaining people. At that time, I'll spare the lives of Ling Jueyun and Lin Fei Yang. If either of them is willing to be branded with an enslavement mark, I'll let them live and give them a heaven sacrificial divine fruit. With that, they'll be able to break through and become a 10-direction celestial duke. Unknowingly, Jiang Lan's gaze landed on Ling Jueyun and Lin Fei Yang. If it was possible, he hoped he could subdue one of them. Naturally, if both of them wanted to submit to him, he would not reject them. However, he would only give the remaining heaven sacrificial divine fruit to Ling Jueyun. Although Ling Jueyun and Lin Fei Yang had comprehended 3 profundities from a law and were in the process of comprehending the 4th profundity, one of the 2 profundities from the same law was different. However, Ling Jueyun had comprehended the law of death, one of the 4 supreme laws. The law of water could not be compared to the law of death. In terms of potential, Ling Jueyun was stronger than Lin Fei Yang. The battle continued in the cave abode.
Explosions rang in the air as more and more figures fell to the ground.
All of them were peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials. These people were all geniuses and monsters in the forces they belonged to. This time, the people Jiang Lan recruited were from grade 7 forces in the Devata realms. None of them were from grade 6 forces or above. This was to ensure he had full control of the situation, so that no one would be able to destroy the plan he had set up in his past life. Jiang Lan was not afraid of the powerhouses from grade 7 forces. However, if the powerhouses from grade 6 forces or celestial sects, the formations he had set up in his past life, he would not be able to fend them. For this reason, he recruited powerhouses from grade 7 forces. In a grade 7 force, a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial, who had comprehended 3 profundities of a law before the age of 200 was definitely a rare genius. But now, in this spacious cave dwelling, such existences were killed one by one like paper, and their bodies and Tao vanished. I don't think the formation around the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit will last much longer. After killing another peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial, Duan Ling Tian glanced at the translucent light shield around the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit and sent a voice transmission to Ling Jueyun. Right now, the translucent light shield that covered the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree was shaking violently under the impact of the gathered blood auras and souls. It looked like it could collapse at any moment. Once the translucent light shield collapsed, the blood, qi, and souls would enter the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit and help the tree to form the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Naturally, it was not certain that the heaven sacrificial divine fruit would bear fruit. There was a possibility that it would fail. If the heaven sacrificial divine fruit failed, it would shatter and disappear into thin air. This was a sign that the heaven sacrificial divine fruit had failed to bear fruit.
It seems like 5 or 6 more people will die before the formation is destroyed by the energy from the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit.
Ling Jueyun secretly observed the situation before he sent a voice transmission to Duan Ling Tian. 5 or 6 more people will die. Duan Ling Tian glanced at the people around him and saw that there were only 12 people left, including him, Ling Jueyun, Lin Feiyang, and Jiang Lan.
In other words, only 6 or 7 people would survive after the formation around the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit was destroyed.
Did you notice?
The opponents you encountered later on were basically all people who had comprehended 3 profundities of a law, and were in the process of comprehending the 4th profundity of that law.
Ling Jueyun continued to send a voice transmission to Duan Ling Tian.
On the other hand, Lin Feiyang and I only encountered people who had comprehended 3 profundities from a law, but had not comprehended the 4th profundity.
So what? Duan Ling Tian had not noticed this since the beginning. He did not think much of Ling Jueyun's words. He thought it was just luck. I suspect that he deliberately spared Lin Feiyang and my lives. Don't forget that there are 2 heaven sacrificial divine fruits, and he can only consume 1. Ling Jueyun continued to speak through voice transmission.
If I were him, seeing 2 people who are less than 100 years old but have comprehended 3 profundities of a law and have even come into contact with the 4th profundity, he would definitely want to recruit them to work for him.
Duan Ling Tian was enlightened when he heard Ling Jueyun's words.
You're saying that he purposely allowed you and Lin Feiyang to encounter people who had comprehended 3 profundities from a law but had not comprehended the 4th profundity?
Duan Ling Tian continued to ask. His goal is to let you live until the end so that you can work for him. Duan Ling Tian agreed with Ling Jueyun's words. After all, even if it was a coincidence, it could not be so coincidental. Earlier, he had encountered more than 10 peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials who had comprehended 3 profundities from a law, and were in the process of comprehending the 4th profundity. Swoosh! As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished sending a voice transmission to Ling Jueyun, a figure appeared in front of him at lightning speed. It was one of the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials who had survived until now.
It was a young man dressed in a long yellow robe.
Duan Ling Tian had noticed this young man, and knew he had comprehended 3 profundities from the law of thunder. Most importantly, he had also comprehended the 4th profundity from the law of thunder. It seems like it's not a coincidence. Duan Ling Tian knew Ling Jueyun was right when he saw the yellow-clad young man had become his opponent. Bas, 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 bas. Duan Ling Tian had encountered more than 10 opponents who were on par with him earlier. Therefore, it did not take him much effort to kill his opponents. Since Ling Jueyun had intentionally held back, Duan Ling Tian's speed of killing his opponents was the fastest among all of them. In the time it took for others to kill one opponent, he had already killed several opponents. After Duan Ling Tian killed his opponent, there were no more opponents for the time being since the remaining 10 people were divided into 5 groups. Earlier when Duan Ling Tian was communicating with Ling Jueyun was communicating with Duan Ling Tian through voice transmission as he fought with his opponents.
Duan Ling Tian. Jiang Lan muttered under his breath. He stared coldly at Duan Ling Tian as he hovered in the air above the semi-transparent light barrier around the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree.
He's the strongest among all of us here. After the formation collapses, I'll kill everyone apart from Ling Jueyun and Lin Feiyang. I'll make him feel despair when he sees me killing with his own eyes. In truth, Jiang Lan did not think much of Duan Ling Tian's strength. However, Duan Ling Tian's strength was still very displeasing to Jiang Lan.
Because of that, he planned to let Duan Ling Tian witness him killing the others before he was killed by him in despair.
No! With a shrill cry, Ling Jueyun's opponent died in his hands. When he fell, his eyes were wide open as if he could not die in peace. Not long after Ling Jueyun's opponent fell, a young man in a green robe fell as well. At the same time, Lin Feiyang's opponent also fell.
The green-clad young man had comprehended 3 profundities from the law of wind, and was in the process of comprehending the 4th profundity from the law of wind.
His strength was on par with Lin Feiyang. However, in terms of age, He was much older than Lin Feiyang. Boom! Rumble! Under the control of the Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit Tree, a few strands of blood and souls joined the army attacking the formation around the Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit Tree. As a result, the semi-transparent barrier of light trembled even more.
In some places of the translucent light barrier, there were even traces of fine cracks that appeared to be crevices. Once the four of them fight it out, I'm afraid the formation won't be able to hold on any longer.
Duan Ling Tian shifted his gaze from the semi-transparent light barrier to the four-peak overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials who were still fighting. Among the four-peak overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials, two of them had comprehended 3 profundities from the Law of Wind and were in the process of comprehending the 4th profundity. Their opponents had only comprehended 3 profundities from the Law of Wind, and were not in the process of comprehending the 4th profundity. HM? At this moment, a green-clad figure appeared in front of Duan Ling Tian.
It was none other than the green-clad young man who had comprehended 3 profundities from the Law of Wind, and was in the process of comprehending the 4th profundity from the Law of Wind.
Although the green-clad young man was strong, there were more than 10 people who were as strong as Duan Ling Tian who had died in his hands. Duan Ling Tian killed the green-robed young man who was charging at him menacingly with a strong killing intent in just a head-on collision. After Duan Ling Tian killed the green-clad young man, the battle between the remaining 4-peak overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials finally ended. Two strands of blood and 2 souls shot toward the Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit Tree. In the next moment, boom! Chapter 3100. Swoosh, 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 swoosh.
The blood, qi, and souls that had gathered together surged into the tree of the Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit in just a blink of an eye. At this moment, the tree of the Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit seemed to be devouring all the blood, qi, and souls that had surged into its belly. As soon as the blood, qi, and souls entered the tree of the Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit, they flew toward the embryo of the Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit. The embryo of the Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit began to tremble violently as soon as the blood, qi, and souls entered it. Blood-red rays of light shot out of the embryo. When it reached a certain height, it began to contract violently. It continued to expand and contract in a continuous cycle, as if it was brewing something. This was a sign that the embryo of the Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit was about to bear fruit. As for whether it would succeed, they could only wait and see. Humph! Accompanied by a cold snort, Jianglan waved his hands and made a set of hand seals, putting away all the illusory array formations in the spacious cave abode. Lin Feiyang and the other 2 peak overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials, apart from Duan Ling Tian and Ling Jueyun, saw a flash before their eyes. The narrow cave abode they were in earlier had disappeared and was replaced by a huge cave abode. Apart from each other, they also saw Duan Ling Tian, Ling Jueyun, and Jiang Lan. Their expressions changed immediately as they looked at Jiang Lan warily. It was as though they were facing a formidable enemy. I have to say, the 5 of you are quite strong to be able to survive until now. Jiang Lan said calmly as he looked at Duan Ling Tian and the other 4 peak overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian and Ling Jueyun finally regained their senses. They realized Jiang Lan had removed the illusory formation in the cave abode. This was obvious from the reactions of Lin Feiyang and the other 2 peak overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials. What do you mean by that? The other 2 who survived were a young man and a middle-aged man. When the middle-aged man heard Jiang Lan's words, his expression changed drastically as he asked with a trembling voice. Although he had monstrous talent and comprehension ability, and even possessed his current strength before he was even 200 years old, he was still unable to do anything about it. However, in front of Jiang Lan, his pride was like paper, unable to withstand a single blow. Jiang Lan was someone who had comprehended 4 profundities from the law of water before the age of 100. As for him, he had only comprehended 3 profundities of the law of lightning when he was almost 200 years old. Although he had come into contact with the 4th profundity of the law of lightning, he had only scratched the surface. In terms of talent and perception, he couldn't compare to Jiang Lan. Shwa! 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 As the middle-aged man spoke, the gazes of Duan Ling Tian, Ling Jueyun, Lin Feiyang, and the other young man all landed on Jiang Lan at the same time. It was as if they had discussed this beforehand. A hint of suspicion could be seen in the eyes of Lin Feiyang and the other young man.
On the other hand, the gazes of Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun did not change. However, this did not arouse Jiang Lan's suspicion. He thought the two of them were only pretending to be calm on the surface. In truth, they were no less afraid than the others. What else could it mean? Jiang Lan smiled faintly in response to the middle-aged man's question. Among the 10,000 people, only the 5 of you are still alive. As for the others, they're all dead.
Their bodies are gone, and their Tao is gone.
The smile on Jiang Lan's face remained unchanged when he spoke about the deaths of the 10,000 people. It was as though he was talking about something insignificant.
Dead. They're all dead.
The expressions of Lin Feiyang and the other 2 peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials changed drastically when they heard Jiang Lan's words. They instinctively looked around, trying to find the 6th person who was still alive. Alas, no matter how hard they searched, they could not find anyone who was still alive. Do you think they're dead just because you said so? If they're dead, would there be no traces left behind? Lin Feiyang took a deep breath and stared at Jiang Lan intently as he asked in a low voice. Didn't I tell you earlier? They had all died, their Tao vanishing, and they had turned into ashes. Don't tell me you don't know what it means to be reduced to ashes? Jiang Lan took a deep look at Lin Feiyang, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a sinister smile. Reduced to ashes. As soon as Jiang Lan finished speaking, Lin Feiyang's heart skipped a beat. However, his expression did not change. Do you think they're reduced to ashes just because you said so? Although you're strong, it's impossible for you to kill everyone. Lin Feiyang said. When did I say that I killed them?
Jiang Lan smiled.
If I remember correctly, your name is Lin Feiyang, right? Do you still remember that you killed those people who wanted to kill you in the Fantasy Realm cave residence? Upon hearing Jiang Lan's words, the expressions of the other 2 peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials changed again. An ominous feeling rose in their hearts. Jiang Lan looked at Lin Feiyang meaningfully. What if I tell you that the people you killed were actually part of the tens of thousands of people? But I don't know. Would you still doubt what I said just now?
No. Impossible.
Lin Feiyang's face was pale. I still remember their faces clearly.
They weren't among the 10,000 people.
Although there were more than 10,000 people who had been tricked by Jiang Lan this time, with Lin Feiyang's memory, he could still remember most of them at a glance. He might not know them, but if he saw them again, he would definitely have an impression of them. The place you were at earlier was constructed using an illusory formation. Do you think the illusory formation wouldn't be able to conceal their faces? The sinister smile on Jiang Lan's face grew even more radiant at this moment. It's not just you. These 4 people have also killed many peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials that I gathered. As Jiang Lan spoke, he shifted his gaze from Lin Feiyang to Duan Lingtian and the other peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials before he finally looked at Duan Lingtian. This is especially true for Duan Lingtian.
The number of peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials that died in his hands is no less than the number of peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials that the 4 of you killed.
As soon as Jiang Lan finished speaking, Lin Feiyang and the others turned to look at Duan Lingtian. Even Ling Jueyun followed Lin Feiyang and the other 2 peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials' gazes and looked at Duan Lingtian. At the same time, he did not forget to send a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. This is the most important moment. Don't expose yourself. As long as he attacks one of us, we'll defend with all our might. The other person will be responsible for launching a sneak attack on him from behind. We'll try our best to kill him while he's unprepared to face any trouble in the future. If we want to kill a reincarnated celestial emperor like him, we must ensure that we're able to kill him in one go. Otherwise, we'll be the ones to die when he catches his breath. Ling Jueyun's tone turned solemn as he spoke. After all, none of those who had become celestial emperors were easy to deal with. I thought the people I killed earlier were illusory figures formed by the illusory formation. I didn't expect them to be the people you tricked into coming here with me. What are you trying to do? Faced with their gazes, Duan Lingtian looked at Jiang Lan and asked with a gloomy expression.
Duan Lingtian.
Zhang looked at Duanling Tian and said indifferently, I didn't expect you to possess a royal-grade celestial weapon. Moreover, it's a royal-grade celestial weapon that can be combined perfectly. Its power is comparable to an emperor-grade celestial weapon. Not only are your innate talent and comprehension skills good, but your luck is also much better than ordinary people. Zhang Lan's words had undoubtedly caused Duanling Tian to become the center of attention. Royal-grade celestial weapon? Moreover, based on Zhang Lan's words, it was a royal-grade celestial weapon that could be combined perfectly, and its power was comparable to an emperor-grade celestial weapon? Lin Feiyang and the others were originally in Duanling Tian's line of sight. As soon as Zhang Lan finished speaking, their eyes lit up like dazzling stars in the night sky, dazzling and eye-catching. Duanling Tian. He has a royal-grade celestial weapon? It doesn't seem like a single royal-grade celestial weapon. Based on Zhang Lan's words, he has to have at least 2 royal-grade celestial weapons, right? It was difficult for a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial to not attract attention when he possessed 2 royal-grade celestial weapons. No matter how lucky he is, he's not as lucky as you. It's not easy for a reincarnated celestial to succeed. Duanling Tian said. Of course. Upon hearing Duanling Tian's words, Zhang Lan raised his head proudly and looked at Duanling Tian disdainfully. In terms of luck, you can't compare to me. If I were here in my past life, I would have been able to kill you with just a puff of my breath. Zhang Lan is really a reincarnated celestial. This was the first time Zhang Lan had admitted to being a reincarnated celestial. Although Lin Feiyang and the others were mentally prepared, they were still shocked. You can kill me with just a puff of your breath? Duanling Tian raised an eyebrow and pretended to be surprised as he asked, Were you a celestial lord in your past life? Upon hearing Duanling Tian's question, Lin Feiyang and the others turned to look at Zhang Lan again. It was obvious they wanted to hear Zhang Lan's answer to Duanling Tian's question. Celestial lord? Zhang Lan's expression was filled with disdain when he heard Duanling Tian's question. A celestial lord is nothing. In my past life, I was a celestial emperor who was superior to a celestial lord. Celestial emperor. Lin Feiyang and the other 2 peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials widened their eyes in shock and disbelief. Although some of them had guessed Zhang Lan was the reincarnation of a celestial emperor when they were at the peak of the huge mountain, they did not dare to believe it. After all, a celestial emperor was too elusive for them. A celestial emperor was a legendary existence that was beyond their reach. However, they were shocked when they heard Zhang Lan's words. Zhang Lan is really the reincarnation of a celestial emperor? In the midst of their shock, they thought of another question. Chapter 3101. Celestial Emperor? Lin Feiyang looked at Zhang Lan in disbelief as he asked, Since you're the reincarnation of a celestial emperor, you must be up to something, right? The reincarnation of a celestial emperor. Lin Feiyang was shocked by Zhang Lan's identity. He found it hard to believe. The strongest person in his territory was a titled celestial lord. As for celestial emperors, they might have appeared in history, but he had never heard of one before, let alone seen one. Even so, the word celestial emperor still made his heart tremble. When he heard Zhang Lan said he was the reincarnation of a celestial emperor, his scalp went numb, and he felt a chill run up his spine. Celestial emperors were extremely powerful and supreme. Moreover, the person standing before him was a celestial emperor in his past life. After experiencing a series of unforeseen events, Lin Feiyang didn't doubt Zhang Lan's words. He also knew that there was no need for Zhang Lan to lie. With Zhang Lan's strength, it would not be difficult for him to kill the rest of them. There was no need for him to lie to them. However, Lin Feiyang could not help but feel curious. As a reincarnation of a celestial emperor, why would Zhang Lan go through so much trouble to gather so many people from so many Devata realms? What was he up to? Lin Feiyang did not believe Zhang Lan had no ulterior motives at all. Since things have come to this, it's not a big deal to tell you. In response to Lin Feiyang's question, Zhang Lan said indifferently, I've gathered all of you here to sacrifice the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree. The heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree. As soon as Zhang Lan finished speaking, Lin Fei Yang and the other two peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials turned to look at the towering tree on the floating island. This was the first time they had seen this blood-red tree, especially the two blood-red spheres on top of the towering tree. They were constantly squeezing and contracting, as if they were brewing something. Heaven's sacrificial divine fruit? What's that? He summoned us here to sacrifice the tree. More than 10,000 people have died. What kind of benefits will this tree bring to Jianglan? Lin Feiyang and the other two quickly looked away from the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit tree and back at Jianglan. Their eyes were filled with confusion. At the same time, both Duan Lingtian and Ling Juiyun's eyes followed Lin Feiyang and the other two. They didn't reveal any flaws in front of Jianglan. Chi! Jianglan scoffed and said condescendingly, "It's normal for country bumpkins like you to not know about the heaven sacrificial divine fruit." The heaven sacrificial divine fruit is... Lin Fei Yang and the other two peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials breathing quickened when they heard Jianglan's introduction of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. The heaven sacrificial divine fruit could allow a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial to become a 10-direction celestial duke. Moreover, he could directly comprehend the profundities of a law that he had never come into contact with before. Moreover, he had comprehended at least 6 profundities of that kind of law. Was there someone who had comprehended 8 profundities of a law after consuming the heaven sacrificial divine fruit? Hiss, hiss, hiss. Lin Fei Yang and the other two peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials' eyes widened as they gasped in unison. Although Duan Lingtian and Ling Juiyun's reactions were not as exaggerated as Lin Fei Yang and the other two peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials, they were equally shocked. As expected of Ling Juiyun, he's able to remain calm under such circumstances. He's much stronger than Lin Fei Yang. Zhang Lan did not miss the changes in the expressions of Duan Lingtian and the other 4 peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials. For this reason, he was even more satisfied with Ling Juiyun. I only hope Ling Juiyun is willing to let me brand his soul with an enslavement mark so he'll submit to me. Zhang Lan's heart was filled with anticipation. As for Duan Lingtian, although he appeared calm, Zhang Lan thought Duan Lingtian was just lucky and had experienced many fortuitous encounters in the past. Therefore, he was not as shocked as Lin Fei Yang and the other two peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials. After all, Duan Lingtian was a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who possessed 2 royal-grade celestial weapons. Moreover, the 2 royal-grade celestial weapons were not ordinary royal-grade celestial weapons. It's time for me to make my move. Zhang Lan scanned the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit with his divine consciousness, and discovered the embryo of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit had entered the final stage of fruiting. Zhang Lan's eyes flashed coldly. In the next moment, his aura surged as blue ripples spread out from his body. It was as though a lake had appeared in the void, and a rock had fallen onto the surface of the lake. This is bad. Lin Fei Yang and the other two peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials' expressions changed drastically when they saw Zhang Lan's aura. Duan Lingtian and Ling Juiyun looked at each other with a grim expression on their faces. Was Zhang Lan finally going to make his move? Swoosh, swoosh. Accompanied by a series of loud sounds that sounded like a flood, Zhang Lan's figure seemed to have turned into a ghost as he flashed through the void. Duan Lingtian and the other 4 peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial realm cultivators who had been accumulating their celestial origin energy since the moment they saw Zhang Lan, apart from Duan Lingtian and Ling Juiyun, Lin Fei Yang and the other 2 peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial realm cultivators instinctively moved closer to Zhang Lan. In Lin Fei Yang and the other 2 peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials' opinion, the only way to deal with Zhang Lan was if they joined forces. What are you two doing? If you don't join forces now, are you going to wait for him to defeat you one by one? The middle-aged peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial shouted as he watched Lin Fei Yang and the other peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who looked like a young man join forces with Duan Lingtian and Ling Juiyun. Do you think you'll be a match for me if you join forces? As Zhang Lan approached Lin Fei Yang and the other peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial realm cultivators, he suddenly slowed down. He looked at the middle-aged peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial realm cultivators disdainfully before he looked at Duan Lingtian and said indifferently, Duan Lingtian, although the power of your royal-grade celestial weapons is comparable to an emperor-grade celestial weapon, however, they're not emperor-grade celestial weapons. Today, before you die, I'll show you a real Emperor-grade celestial weapon. As soon as Jianglan finished speaking, he raised his right hand. A bright blue saber ray shot out from his palm. It was even more dazzling than his celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the water elemental profundity. As soon as the bright blue saber ray appeared, it attracted everyone's attention. A moment later, under everyone's watchful eyes, a translucent azure crystal blade appeared in Jianglan's hand. The crystal knife was emitting a cold aura. The moment it appeared, a cold aura swept out, causing everyone present to shiver. With Duanling Tian and the other peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial realm cultivators, they were not afraid of the cold. However, the cold aura from the crystal saber was bone-chilling. That's an Emperor-grade celestial weapon. An Emperor-grade celestial weapon. Lin Fei Yang and the other peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials narrowed their eyes as soon as they heard Jianglan's words. However, when they saw the crystal saber in Jianglan's hand that emitted a terrifying aura, coupled with Jianglan's words, their hearts sank. Earlier, when they found out Jianglan was the reincarnation of a celestial emperor, they were still thinking to themselves. Perhaps, Jianglan had not obtained the treasures he left behind in his past life. Or perhaps, the treasures he left behind in his past life had been discovered and taken away by someone else. However, now that Jianglan had taken out an emperor-grade celestial weapon, they were in complete despair. If Jianglan only had a king-grade celestial weapon to rely on, even if he had comprehended 4 profundities from the law of water, the remaining 5 peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial weapon might still stand a chance against him. Most importantly, there was another thing. Duanling Tian had 2 royal-grade celestial weapons. Moreover, the combined power of the 2 royal-grade celestial weapons was comparable to an emperor-grade celestial weapon. However, now that Jianglan had taken out an emperor-grade celestial weapon, they no longer had any intention of resisting. Bas! Jianglan attacked with a crystal saber in his hand. A blue saber ray flashed in the air. The peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial, who looked like a middle-aged man, had just regained his senses when he was killed by Jianglan. When he died, his eyes were wide open as he fell to the ground, unable to rest in peace. The middle-aged man was also the first person to die here with an intact corpse. At this moment, the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit had stopped absorbing the blood and souls of the fallen peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials. Clearly, the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit no longer needed any sacrifices. The blood and souls it had absorbed were enough for it to condense the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Naturally, it was up to the heavens whether it would succeed or not. Don't kill me. After the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who looked like a middle-aged man, another peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who looked like a young man kneeled before Jianglan. Lord Celestial Emperor, since the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit no longer needs any sacrifices, please spare me. I'm willing to give you all of my wealth as long as you spare my life. The peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial begged as he took off his purely defensive king skin celestial weapon and placed it in his hand along with his spatial ring. It was clear he wanted to exchange his wealth for his life. Do you think your things won't belong to me if I kill you? Jianglan asked with a sinister smile on his face. However, when the young man saw Jianglan's smile, it was like the smile of a devil. He shuddered in fear as he kowtowed and begged. Lord Celestial Emperor, please spare my life. Lord Celestial Emperor, please spare my life. Do you think I'll be interested in your meager possessions? Jianglan ignored the young man's begging. As soon as he finished speaking, a blue saber ray shot out from the crystal saber in his hand. Buzz! Chapter 3102. Jianglan had killed 2 peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials who had comprehended 3 profundities from a law, and were on the verge of comprehending the 4th profundity. Duanling Tian and Ling Jueyun were not the only ones who were not surprised by this outcome. Even Lin Fei Yang was not surprised by this outcome. Jianglan was a reincarnated celestial emperor. He was not even 100 years old, but he had already comprehended 4 profundities from the law of water. Naturally, he was stronger than the 2 peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials. When Jiang Lan took out his emperor-grade celestial weapon, Lin Fei Yang knew Jiang Lan did not need to use a second strike to kill him. For this reason, he was not surprised when he saw Jiang Lan easily killing two peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials. In his opinion, if he had an emperor-grade celestial weapon, he would have been able to kill Jiang Lan even if Jiang Lan was stronger and more experienced than him. An emperor-grade celestial weapon was superior to a royal-grade celestial weapon, let alone a king-grade celestial weapon that was inferior to a royal-grade celestial weapon. On the other hand, he only had a king-grade celestial weapon. What do you think? Do you have the guts to fight me with the two royal-grade celestial weapons in your hands? After killing the second peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial, Jiang Lan's first reaction was to look at Duan Ling Tian. A disdainful smile could be seen on his face. However, the smile on his face froze when he saw Duan Ling Tian. Initially, Jiang Lan thought Duan Ling Tian would feel fear and despair when facing him. He thought Duan Ling Tian might even kneel and beg for mercy like the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. However, when he looked at Duan Ling Tian, he discovered Duan Ling Tian was looking at him calmly. There was no hint of joy or sorrow in his eyes. What? Are you going to kill me next? Duan Ling Tian asked indifferently as he looked at Jiang Lan. I didn't expect you to still be so stubborn at this moment. Why don't you try begging for mercy like the other guy? Maybe I'll spare your life if I'm in a good mood. Jiang Lan quickly regained his senses. He only thought that Duan Ling Tian was forcing himself to hold on. In fact, his heart was definitely filled with fear and despair, but he did not show it. Whoosh! Voila! Almost as soon as Jiang Lan finished speaking, a raging flame rose around Duan Ling Tian's body. Not only did it envelop his entire body, but it also burned even more fiercely, as if it could incinerate everything. Jiang Lan's sharp eyes narrowed slightly when he sensed the aura of flames on Duan Ling Tian's body. This is the law of fire's burning profundity? You were actually hiding your strength before. Jiang Lan did not expect Duan Ling Tian, whom he thought had only comprehended two profundities from the law of fire and was lucky enough to obtain two royal-grade celestial weapons that could be combined, would hold back when he attacked earlier. Not only had he comprehended the fire elemental profundity and the pillaging profundity, but he had also comprehended the burning profundity. Boom! Rumble! In the next moment, the flames on Duan Ling Tian's body exploded, causing dazzling sparks to fly everywhere. Jiang Lan's eyes widened in shock. This is the explosion profundity? Not only has Duan Ling Tian comprehended three profundities from the law of fire, but he has also comprehended the explosion profundity? Jiang Lan was shocked, completely shocked. He did not expect Duan Ling Tian to be so strong. He did not expect Duan Ling Tian to be a monstrous genius like Ling Jueyun and Lin Fei Yang. He was not even 100 years old, but he had already comprehended three profundities from the law of fire. Not only that, but he had also comprehended the fourth profundity, the explosion profundity. Lin Fei Yang was also shocked by Duan Ling Tian's strength. He did not expect Duan Ling Tian to be as strong as him. Moreover, the two royal-grade celestial weapons in Duan Ling Tian's possession were not taken into consideration. With two royal-grade celestial weapons that were comparable to emperor-grade celestial weapons, it would be easy for Duan Ling Tian to kill Lin Fei Yang. Duan Ling Tian, I didn't expect you to have hidden your strength so well. Your innate talent and comprehension skills are not inferior to Ling Jueyun and Lin Fei Yang. Jiang Lan, who was about to make a move against Duan Ling Tian, was tempted by Duan Ling Tian's strength as well. However, even without the celestial weapons, you're still weaker than me. If we include the celestial weapons, you're still weaker than me. Jiang Lan said indifferently. As soon as Jiang Lan finished speaking, he rose into the air and looked down at Duan Ling Tian, Ling Jueyun, and Lin Fei Yang. I'll give the three of you a chance to live. As long as you're willing to let me plant the wrath brand in your souls, I won't kill you. Not only will I spare your lives, but I'll even give you a chance to obtain the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. If the three of you are willing to submit to me, you'll be able to compete for the other heaven sacrificial divine fruit. I'll give the heaven sacrificial divine fruit to whoever is stronger. Of course, that's only if you don't use your two royal-grade celestial weapons. Duan Ling Tian. When he spoke up to hear, Jiang Lan subconsciously looked at Duan Ling Tian and said in a clear voice, Enslavement brand? Duan Ling Tian's expression darkened. Naturally, he knew what the enslavement brand was. Once it was planted, it would never be removed. Unless the person who planted the enslavement brand took the initiative to remove it, no one would be able to remove it. Moreover, once the enslavement brand was planted, the person who planted the enslavement brand would be enslaved forever.
Dream on!
Lin Fei Yang was the first to shout. You want to plant a soul brand in my soul?
Impossible. I'd rather die.
You're dreaming. Ling Jueyun sneered as well. If I submit to you and become your slave, so what if I obtain the heaven sacrificial divine fruit and become a 10-direction celestial duke?
Duan Ling Tian sneered as well.
It seems like the three of you really have a death wish. Although he had already expected this outcome, when he really faced it, Zhang Lan couldn't help but laugh in anger. In that case, I'll send all of you on your way and monopolize the 2 heaven sacrificial divine fruits. As soon as Zhang Lan finished speaking, a dazzling azure saber ray shot out from the crystal saber in his hand, dyeing the cave abode blue.
Kill!
Lin Fei Yang's eyes flashed fiercely as he charged toward Zhang Lan like a dragon that had just left its lair. At the same time, Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun made their moves as well. They had a tacit understanding throughout the entire process. At this moment, the three of them knew they had to join forces to deal with Zhang Lan and fight for a slim chance of survival. Ling Jueyun, Lin Fei Yang, I'll kill this Duan Lingtian first. If you regret your decision, remember to tell me in advance so that I won't kill you before you can say anything. Zhang Lan remained calm in the face of the 3 people charging toward him. At the same time, he did not forget to persuade Ling Jueyun and Lin Fei Yang to consider surrendering to him. You should know that once you die, you'll lose everything. As long as you're willing to submit to me, I can guarantee you that once I become a celestial emperor in this life, I'll remove the enslavement mark in your souls. As he spoke, Zhang Lan's words seemed to have made a compromise. Alas, regardless of whether it was Ling Jueyun or Lin Fei Yang, they only responded to Zhang Lan's words by charging forward with ferocious momentum. At this moment, Ling Jueyun's strength was no different from before. He was still holding back. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian raised his hand when he noticed Zhang Lan's gaze on him. In the next moment, a 7-colored light shot out from Duan Lingtian's hand.
It was none other than the 7 Orifices exquisite sword that had been hidden in his body all this time.
As soon as the 7 Orifices exquisite sword appeared, its 7-colored light illuminated the entire cave abode, competing with the blue light from the crystal saber in Zhang Lan's hand. At this moment, Zhang Lan, who had easily blocked Ling Jueyun and Lin Fei Yang's attacks, completely ignored them. His eyes were fixed on the 7-colored sword ray in Duan Lingtian's hand. Duan Lingtian, you've truly surprised me. I thought you were lucky to have 2 royal-grade celestial weapons. I didn't expect you to be so lucky. You have an emperor-grade celestial weapon as well. Zhang Lan's eyes shone with greed as he stared at the 7-colored sword ray in Duan Lingtian's hand. Although he was a celestial emperor in his past life, he only had 1 emperor-grade celestial weapon, the saber in his hand. Moreover, he was considered one of the stronger celestial emperors in his past life. His strength was almost on par with a titled celestial emperor. Most celestial emperors did not have emperor-grade celestial weapons. Not only did emperor-grade celestial weapons have high requirements for the celestial weapon craftsman, but it also had high requirements for the materials used to craft them. For this reason, emperor-grade celestial weapons were extremely valuable. Even the armor on Zhang Lan's body was only a purely defensive royal-grade celestial weapon. It was not an emperor-grade celestial weapon at all. However, even if it was a purely defensive emperor-grade celestial weapon, with Zhang Lan's current strength, he could still block Ling Jueyun and Lin Fei Yang's attacks for a short time. An emperor-grade celestial weapon. Lin Fei Yang's eyes shifted to Duan Lingtian when the 7-colored light illuminated the cave abode. An expression of disbelief could be seen on his face. Who exactly was this Duan Lingtian who made him feel a sense of familiarity? Why did he have an emperor-grade celestial weapon? You're the only one allowed to have an emperor-grade celestial weapon, but not me? Duan Lingtian sneered. Duan Lingtian was not surprised that Zhang Lan had mistaken his 7 Orifices exquisite sword for an emperor-grade celestial weapon. He had no intention of correcting Zhang Lan. Moreover, with his current strength, the power of the 7 Orifices exquisite sword was only comparable to an emperor-grade celestial weapon. I have to admit, Duanling Tian, you're extremely talented. Even your luck is enviable. However, you're destined to die in my hands today. Your Emperor-grade celestial weapon is destined to be mine. Chapter 3103. Duanling Tian narrowed his eyes in the face of Zhang Lan's menacing aura. Then, he opened his eyes abruptly. It was as if a flame had burst out from his eyes. Whoosh! Whoosh! Duanling Tian's body flashed.
It was as if he had turned into a ball of fire as he charged toward the menacing Zhang Lan.
When the water and fire collided, a series of terrifying explosions reverberated in the air. It was as if the proverb, water and fire are incompatible, was being interpreted. Just as the water and fire powers were in a stalemate, and it was difficult to determine the victor in a short period of time. Without any warning, a fragrant scent suddenly spread throughout the cave abode. When they smelled the fragrance, Duanling Tian and the others instinctively looked in the direction of the fragrance. With just a glance, they saw another fruit tree. On the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, there were 2 blood-red fruits that were the size of an adult's fist. The blood-red fruits were hanging there. Lightning bolts that resembled small blood-red snakes coiled around them. They would occasionally enter and exit the fruit. This is... the fruit of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit's embryo has been successfully formed? Duanling Tian's eyes narrowed slightly before he forcefully took a deep breath to forcefully calm his surging emotions. This time, he had come for the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. However, he knew that the success rate of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit was extremely low. Even if he could survive until the end, he might not be able to obtain the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. It all depended on luck. Now that the heaven sacrificial divine fruit had been successfully formed, he was overjoyed. The heaven sacrificial divine fruit. While Duanling Tian was overjoyed and trying his best to suppress his emotions, Ling Jueyun, Zhang Lan, and Lin Feiyang also discovered that the heaven sacrificial divine fruit had been successfully formed. Immediately, their eyes lit up and their breathing quickened. Their chests heaved up and down like bellows. Ha 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 ha! It's a success! I did it! Zhang Lan laughed heartily. His laughter was filled with unparalleled joy. I won't hold back any more. I will kill you all and eat the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Zhang Lan glanced at Duanling Tian and the others coldly. He also extended his divine sense and shrouded Ling Jueyun and Lin Feiyang in case they tried to steal the heaven sacrificial divine fruit while he was fighting Duanling Tian. If Ling Jueyun and the other 2 went to pick the heaven sacrificial divine fruits, he was confident that he could kill both of them while fighting against Duanling Tian. Of course, in that case, killing Duanling Tian would take more time. Your strength isn't bad, and your immortal artifact isn't bad as well. Unfortunately, you haven't completely comprehended the explosion profundity of the fire laws. Otherwise, you would have the ability to fight me. After locking his divine sense on Ling Jueyun and Lin Feiyang, Zhang Lan calmed down and looked at Duanling Tian again. The crystal saber in his hand shone with a blue saber chi, suppressing Duanling Tian's sword chi. The sword light that erupted outside the 7-colored sword light was originally aggressive, but after a few rounds, it was suppressed by Zhang Lan's saber light. Dang! Suddenly, Zhang Lan let out an explosive shout. After blocking Ling Jueyun and Lin Feiyang's attacks with his purely defensive royal-grade celestial weapon, Zhang Lan took the opportunity to transfer the energy from his purely defensive royal-grade celestial weapon to his emperor-grade celestial weapon. At this moment, the azure saber ray surged and caused Duanling Tian's sword ray to retreat at an even faster speed. This can't go on. If this goes on, we're all going to die. Upon seeing this, Lin Feiyang's eyes widened in fear and anxiety. He was still recovering after unleashing his full strength. At this moment, he had temporarily forgotten about the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Although the heaven sacrificial divine fruit was good, he had to be alive to enjoy it. The most important thing now was to find a way to escape from Zhang Lan. In the next moment, Lin Feiyang gritted his teeth and launched another attack. He did not even have time to recover his strength. Lin Feiyang's frequent attacks landed on Zhang Lan. Zhang Lan did not have time to channel his energy into his armor and took Lin Feiyang's attack head-on. Even with the protection of his purely defensive royal-grade celestial weapon, Zhang Lan still felt the blood in his body churning. His eyes were bloodshot from anger.
"You're courting death."
Zhang Lan glared at Duan Lingtian. As he shouted, the saber chi from his crystal saber forced Duan Lingtian's sword chi to retreat. After retreating, Zhang Lan retracted his saber and charged toward Lin Feiyang.
Bas!
A saber cry rang in the air. Lin Feiyang, who had lost all his strength, was killed by Zhang Lan with a pair of eyes filled with despair. In his sect, he was a prodigy with a bright future ahead of him. However, because of his greed, he was trapped and killed by Zhang Lan. His body and Dao were destroyed. He was unwilling to accept this.
"Do it!"
As soon as Zhang Lan killed Lin Feiyang, a thunderous voice rang from behind Zhang Lan. It was none other than Ling Juyan's voice. Swoosh, 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 swoosh.
Along with the ear-piercing sound of a sword whistling in the air, a sword with grey lightning swirling around it appeared in Ling Juyan's hand. The whistling of the sword came from the tip of the sword. As soon as the sword appeared, the cave abode that was originally filled with blue and seven-colored light was suddenly tainted with a hint of grey.
Whoosh! At the same time, a bloody mist surged out of Ling Juyan's body and merged with his celestial origin energy that was infused with the elemental death element. In an instant, the scythe condensed from Ling Juyan's profundity of the death god's scythe became corporeal. It was as though Ling Juyan had completely comprehended the profundity of the death god's scythe. Before this, although Ling Juyan could barely use the profundity of the death god's scythe, he had only comprehended a superficial level of the profundity of the death god's scythe. The condensed scythe was incomparably weak, and its power was incomparable to a corporeal scythe. However, a corporeal scythe could only be used by someone who had comprehended the profundity of the death god's scythe to a rudimentary level. Ling Juyan also has an emperor-grade celestial weapon? Also, he has only comprehended a superficial level of the profundity of the death god's scythe. Why does it seem like he has completely comprehended it? Zhang Lan's expression changed drastically when he noticed the change in Ling Juyan's strength and the sword that had appeared in his hand. He did not expect this. Duan Lingtian was not the only one who had concealed his strength. Even Ling Juyan had concealed his strength. Boom! Rumble! At the same time, Zhang Lan, who was looking at Ling Juyan, heard a series of thunderous booms behind him. When he instinctively turned around, he discovered that Duan Lingtian's attack had suddenly become much more powerful. The flaming sword beam had completely exploded at this moment, causing him to smell the scent of death. Is this the profundity of explosion? No. This doesn't seem to be the profundity of explosion. Then what is this? Zhang Lan was completely dumbfounded. This was because he noticed Duan Lingtian's current attack had completely suppressed his strongest attack. At this moment, he finally realized something. Even though Duan Lingtian was at a disadvantage when they exchanged blows earlier, he still held back his strength. Damn it! Damn it! Why is this happening? Why is this happening? Zhang Lan's expression changed again and again as he was attacked by Duan Lingtian and Ling Juyan. However, at the same time, he did not remain idle. He channeled his celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the water elemental profundity into the purely defensive royal-grade celestial weapon he was wearing. He wanted to use it to defend himself against Duan Lingtian and Ling Juyan's attacks. Swoosh! The shadow of the armor rose up and protected Zhang Lan within, as if it was airtight. Even so, Zhang Lan did not feel safe at all. An anxious expression appeared on his face as his hands danced in the air. A set of obscure hand seals was formed as he moved his hands. Clearly, Zhang Lan had left a backup plan for him in his previous life. However, Zhang Lan did not feel happy at all. This was because he needed time to complete this backup plan. Currently, he did not have time at all. This was because he did not expect Duan Lingtian and Ling Juyan to be so powerful that they could completely suppress him. He did not even dare to attack. Currently, Ling Juyan's strength was not inferior to his, and Duan Lingtian's strength had surpassed his in all aspects. They've hidden their strength too well. They've hidden their strength too well. At this moment, Zhang Lan was burning with anxiety. At the same time, he was also shocked by the strength displayed by Duan Lingtian and Ling Juyan. Let's end this quickly.
Ling Jueyun's expression changed slightly when he saw Zhang Lan activating his defenses and forming hand seals in the air.
He shouted to remind Duan Ling Tian that he was about to attack. At the same time, he increased his strength and speed. It's too late.
Duan Ling Tian's entire body was enveloped in flames. The rainbow-colored sword light in his hand swept out. Streaks of sword light condensed from flames rained down on Zhang Lan like a meteor shower. Zhang Lan's illusory armor completely shattered when Ling Jueyun and Duan Ling Tian's first wave of attacks arrived.
Swoosh!
A sword light that was so red that it was almost purple, as if it could annihilate everything, swept out from one side of the void and appeared in front of Zhang Lan's glabella.
No! I can't accept this! I can't accept this!
Zhang Lan's mournful voice echoed in the spacious cave abode.
It was heart-wrenching.
When the sword light that was so red that it was almost purple pierced Zhang Lan's glabella and swept out from behind his head, Zhang Lan was completing the last few movements of the set of hand seals. If he was given half a breath's time, he would be able to complete the set of hand seals and activate the defensive array formation in the cave abode, isolating himself and the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit from the surroundings. The defensive array formation that he had left behind in his previous life could not be broken even with Duan Ling Tian and Ling Jueyun's current strength. With the protection of the defensive array formation, he could easily pluck the two heaven sacrificial divine fruits. If he did not see the fruits of the heaven sacrificial divine fruits, Zhang Lan might feel indignant, but he would definitely not be as indignant as he was now. He had planned for 2 lifetimes and was about to obtain the fruits of the heaven sacrificial divine fruits. However, he had failed at the last moment. While feeling indignant, Zhang Lan also regretted it.
Chapter 3104.
Zhang Lan regretted his decision as soon as he was about to die. He could have easily obtained the heaven sacrificial divine fruit and left as long as he spared Duan Ling Tian, Ling Jueyun, and Lin Fei Yang's lives. However, he had missed the opportunity to obtain the heaven sacrificial divine fruit because he wanted to kill the 3 Duan Ling Tian and Duan Ling Tian after they refused to submit to him. Most importantly, he had underestimated the 3 Duan Ling Tian and Lin Fei Yang. When Duan Ling Tian and Ling Jueyun attacked him, he did not have time to activate the defensive formation he had left behind when he was still a celestial emperor in his past life.
Spurt!
After the sword beam that was so red that it was almost purple passed through Zhang Lan's glabella and came out from the back of Zhang Lan's head, the sound spread throughout the cave abode.
The naked eye relied on light, and light was much faster than the speed of sound.
After killing Zhang Lan, Duan Ling Tian did not retrieve Zhang Lan's emperor-grade celestial weapon and purely defensive royal-grade celestial weapon.
He did not even take Zhang Lan's spatial ring.
In just a blink of an eye, Duan Ling Tian appeared in front of Lin Fei Yang's corpse. At this moment, there was a pool of water hovering above Lin Fei Yang's corpse. If one did not look closely, one would not notice it at all. So this is the second form of the world-cleansing divine water? Duan Ling Tian asked the 5 divine elements in his body as he stared at the pool of water hovering in front of him that was almost transparent. Apart from the fact that the pool of water was hovering in the air, it was no different from ordinary water. At the very least, Duan Ling Tian could not tell the difference. However, when Duan Ling Tian extended his divine consciousness toward the pool of water, he discovered a mysterious energy was preventing his divine consciousness from entering the pool of water.
That's right.
This is the second form of the world-cleansing divine water. However, it's still in a deep slumber. It only left the host's body after the host died.
Duan Ling Tian nodded.
Brat, what are you waiting for? Why aren't you taking it? Now, it's in an unconscious state. Any life form that touches it can take it for themselves. The Chaos Divine Earth's childish voice rang in Duan Ling Tian's ears. Of course, if it's not satisfied with you as its host after it wakes up, it can leave. Of course, with a wise and mighty me here, as long as I open my mouth and persuade it to stay, it will definitely not leave.
The Chaos Divine Earth's tone was slightly smug as it spoke.
Duan Ling Tian did not have the time to care about the Chaos Divine Earth's arrogance. He raised his hand and grabbed at the puddle of water in front of him. The moment his hand touched the water, he felt a cold sensation. At the same time, he could clearly see the water flowing down his hand and into his body, finally hiding in a corner of his body.
When will it wake up? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. It depends on how exhausted it is.
However, with us in your body, it'll definitely wake up faster than it did when it was in Lin Fei Yang's body, the Chaos Divine Earth said. The Primal Chaos Divine Flame said, we're both divine element spirits. Although we're not of the same kind, our auras can still provide some help to each other.
Duan Lingtian suddenly recalled something.
Senior Chaos Divine Flame, I remember you were able to help me refine pills when you were in your second form. The profound divine metal was able to protect my soul when it was in its second form as well. Although the world-cleansing divine water is only in its second form, will it be able to help me in some way?
A hint of anticipation could be seen in Duan Lingtian's eyes as he asked this question. Of course, the Chaos Divine Earth said.
The world-cleansing divine water has already acknowledged you as its master. Although it's unconscious, it'll still make a move if you're in danger, the Primal Chaos Divine Flame said. In its second form, the world-cleansing divine water will form a layer of defense around your body when you're in danger.
It'll help you offset some of the impact.
Naturally, the defense it provides is not as good as the defense provided by the Chaos Divine Earth in its second form. As soon as the Chaos Divine Flame finished speaking, the Chaos Divine Earth's smug voice rang in the air.
Of course. My forte is defense.
Who among the 5 divine elements can compare to me in terms of defense?
Defense?
That includes soul defense? As soon as the Chaos Divine Earth finished speaking, the profound divine metal's voice rang in the air.
The Chaos Divine Earth fell silent immediately. Its forte was material defense.
As for soul defense, the profound divine metal was the best among the 5 divine elements. After a brief silence, the Chaos Divine Flame continued to say, apart from that, if you want to inscribe celestial talismans, with the help of the world-cleansing divine water, the success rate of inscribing high-difficulty celestial talismans will increase exponentially. Upon hearing the Chaos Divine Flame's words, Duan Lingtian learned about the benefits of the world-cleansing divine water in its second form.
Did you just absorb the world-cleansing divine water from the 5 divine elements? A voice rang in the air, causing Duan Lingtian to regain his senses. At this moment, he discovered Ling Jueyun was standing in front of him. You recognize the world-cleansing divine water? Duan Lingtian was slightly taken aback. Of course. Ling Jueyun nodded.
Then he continued to say, Duan Lingtian, it's meaningless for you to absorb the world-cleansing divine water. The 5 divine elements won't choose a descendant of a supreme powerhouse as their host unless they're unconscious. Even if you absorb the world-cleansing divine water and make it recognize you as its host, it'll leave you when it realizes you're a descendant of a supreme powerhouse.
Ling Jueyun said. Why?
Duan Lingtian was puzzled. This was the first time he had heard of this. In fact, he had never heard of this from the 5 divine elements before this. That's because the bloodline energy of the descendants of the supreme powerhouses clashed with the 5 divine elements. The bloodline energy will constantly absorb the energy of the 5 divine elements. Since the 5 divine elements reside in the bodies of the descendants of the supreme powerhouses, even if they evolve into their next form, they'll revert back to their previous form due to the bloodline energy absorbing their energy.
As Ling Jueyun spoke, he handed a blood-red fruit to Duan Lingtian.
The blood-red fruit was none other than the Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit that was hanging on the Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit tree.
There's such a thing?
Duan Lingtian was shocked when he heard Ling Jueyun's words.
He took the Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit from Ling Jueyun. How strange.
As a descendant of a supreme powerhouse, you should know about this since you know about the 5 divine elements like the world-cleansing divine water. It's common knowledge for the descendants of supreme powerhouses like us. Ling Jueyun raised an eyebrow before he said to Duan Lingtian, let's talk after we leave this place.
I'm in a hurry to pluck the Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit because I'm worried something might happen. Apart from that, I've also kept Zhang Lan's immortal weapon and spatial ring. Ling Jueyun said.
As soon as Ling Jueyun finished speaking, before Duan Lingtian had a chance to respond, a violent earthquake shook the entire cave. It felt as though the ground was quaking and the mountains were swaying.
At the same time, clear spatial cracks appeared in the void. The spatial cracks raged and spread, almost covering every corner of the cave.
Let's go.
Ling Jueyun called out to Duan Ling Tian before he took the lead and flew toward one of the spatial tiers. It was clear he wanted to leave this place through the spatial tiers. This was the mystic realm left behind by Jianglan when he was still a celestial emperor in his past life. It was the little world that Jianglan had created in his past life. Now that the little world had been destroyed, they could leave through the spatial tiers. When Duan Ling Tian caught up to Ling Jueyun and entered the spatial tiers, he could clearly see what was happening. The floating island in the middle of the cave abode had been torn apart and was being sucked into the spatial tiers. As for the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, it mysteriously exploded during this process, turning into dust that scattered in every corner of the small world. If the heaven sacrificial divine fruit was still on the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, it would have been destroyed along with the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Once a little world created by a celestial emperor was destroyed, every spatial tear that appeared in the little world was an exit that led to a place near the little world. If one exited through the same spatial tear, one would be able to reach the same place. For example, Duan Ling Tian and Ling Jueyun had exited through the same spatial tear and appeared in a mountain range together. So this is Jianglan's trump card? Duan Ling Tian's pupils constricted slightly. He felt that Jianglan was like a ghost that wouldn't go away. Even if he was dead, he was still looking for trouble for them. Earlier, if Ling Jueyun had not plucked the heaven sacrificial divine fruit first, he and Ling Jueyun would have failed just like Jianglan. Jianglan is really something. When the little world he created in his past life was destroyed, the killing formation that enveloped the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit was activated and destroyed the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. With his current strength, he won't be able to activate the killing formation. However, with the power from the destruction of the little world, he'll be able to activate the killing formation. Ling Jueyun had a grim expression on his face. He was glad that he had plucked the heaven sacrificial divine fruit in time. If he had gone to talk to Duan Ling Tian about the world-cleansing divine water before plucking the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, the heaven sacrificial divine fruit would have been destroyed along with it. Is it a coincidence that the little world he created in his past life was destroyed at that time? Duan Ling Tian asked. He felt that it was too much of a coincidence that the little world Jianglan created in his past life was destroyed not long after Jianglan's death. Of course not. Ling Jueyun shook his head and said, Jianglan must have used the formation to connect his soul pearl to the little world. Chapter 3105. Duan Ling Tian's eyes flickered as he muttered to himself, You can say that he's not confident enough, or you can say that he's just in case. Otherwise, I'm afraid the tree would have been destroyed along with the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. A glint flashed in Duan Ling Tian's eyes as he said to Ling Jueyun, Fortunately, you managed to pluck the heaven sacrificial divine fruit in time. Otherwise, the tree would have been destroyed along with the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. A hint of fear could be seen on Duan Ling Tian's face when he finished speaking. He had almost missed the opportunity to obtain the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. I'm just worried that a long night might bring trouble. No matter what, both of us are the winners this time. A rare smile appeared on Ling Jueyun's face. It was a radiant smile. Now, both of you should find a place to consume the heaven sacrificial divine fruit and digest its efficacy. Ling Jueyun suggested. All right. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Then, he and Ling Jueyun found a secluded valley nearby, and opened up a cave for them to digest the medicinal efficacy of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. After consuming the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, I'll be able to break through and become a 10-direction celestial duke within a month? When Duan Ling Tian thought about the heaven-defying medicinal efficacy of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, his emotions surged as he sat cross-legged in his newly opened cave. Most importantly, not only will the heaven sacrificial divine fruit improve my cultivation base, but it'll also help me comprehend a new law. At the very least, I'll be able to comprehend 6 profundities from that law. If I'm lucky, I might even be able to comprehend 7 or 8 profundities from that law. I wonder what kind of law I'll be able to comprehend after consuming the heaven sacrificial divine fruit and becoming a 10-direction celestial duke. Due to his curiosity, Duan Ling Tian calmed down slightly. At the same time, he brought the heaven sacrificial divine fruit out. The heaven sacrificial divine fruit appeared in Duan Ling Tian's hand.
It was blood-red as though it was dyed in blood.
Blood-red bolts of lightning flashed around the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, weaving through the fruit in a dazzling manner. The heaven sacrificial divine fruit lay in Duan Lingtian's hand like a work of art. Duan Lingtian could not bring himself to eat it. However, due to the temptation of becoming a 10-direction celestial duke and the unknown law he was about to comprehend, Duan Lingtian swallowed the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Soon after, only a small seed was left in Duan Lingtian's hand. It was the seed of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Duan Lingtian's to Duan Lingtian was not surprised Duan Lingtian's heart's Duan celestial red heart's heart. Duan Lingtian did not even look at the seed before he put it away.
Then, he shifted his attention to the medicinal efficacy of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit that was coursing through his body. After the medicinal efficacy of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit flowed through his body, Duan Lingtian felt a sense of exhilaration. It was as though he had turned into a willow that swayed freely in the air.
This was the first time he felt this way. Duan Lingtian did not have to consume the medicinal efficacy of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. In other words, Duan Lingtian did not have to worry about anything. When the time came, his body would absorb the medicinal efficacy of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. At this moment, Duan Lingtian could only wait. While waiting, Duan Lingtian asked the Chaos Divine Flame curiously, "Senior Chaos Divine Flame, I heard from Ling Jueyun that it's impossible for the 5 divine elements to reside in the bodies of the descendants of the supreme powerhouses?"
"Yes," the Chaos Divine Flame replied.
Then, it said something similar to what Ling Jueyun had said.
"For example, if I reside in the bodies of the descendants of the supreme powerhouses, if I can't absorb the other Chaos Divine Flames within a certain period of time, I might revert to my second form due to the power of the bloodline in his body.
If this continues, I'll revert to my first form. In the end, I'll be completely absorbed by the bloodline power of the descendants of the supreme powerhouses and cease to exist. To the 5 divine elements, the bloodline power of the descendants of the supreme powerhouses is our nemesis. Of course, the bloodline power can only restrain us if we reside in the bodies of the descendants of the supreme powerhouses. If our host fights with the descendants of the supreme powerhouses, we have nothing to fear even if we encounter the bloodline power. It's just like when you sparred with Ling Jueyun previously. Even if he used the bloodline power, you could still defeat him with just one move." The Chaos Divine Flame finished its sentence unhurriedly. After listening to the Chaos Divine Flame's words, realization dawned on Duan Lingtian. He smiled faintly as he muttered to himself, "It seems like Ling Jueyun really thinks that I'm a descendant of the supreme powerhouses like him." Duan Lingtian still remembered that Ling Jueyun had approached him not long after he had obtained the world-cleansing divine water. He had even said that it was meaningless for him to obtain the world-cleansing divine water. If Ling Jueyun knew that he was not a descendant of the supreme powerhouses, he would not have said that. In fact, he might even be envious of him. "Senior, does this mean that those who rely on the 5 divine elements to become supreme powerhouses can't possibly be the descendants of other supreme powerhouses?" Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Previously, he had heard from the chaotic divine flame that one of the ways to become a divine spirit that was above the immortals was to obtain the final form of the 5 divine elements. Naturally, as long as one possessed the final form of the 5 divine elements, one would be able to become a supreme powerhouse. This was the main way to become a supreme powerhouse. "That's right," the Chaos Divine Flame replied.
"For this reason, in the long history of heaven and earth, there are very few descendants of supreme powerhouses who can become supreme powerhouses. After all, relying on the final form of the 5 divine elements to become a supreme powerhouse is the main way to become a supreme powerhouse in this world.
It's also the easiest way to become a supreme powerhouse. Naturally, it's only a small number, but it doesn't mean that there are no such cases. This is because in history, there have been descendants of supreme powerhouses who have comprehended one of the 4 supreme laws to the extreme. After that, they managed to master it and were rewarded by the heaven and earth law. They were reborn and became supreme powerhouses. However, such cases are extremely rare, the Chaos Divine Flame said. Duan Lingtian nodded. Duan Lingtian had to admit that the Chaos Divine Flame's words had broadened his horizons.
At the same time, when the Chaos Divine Flame mentioned supreme powerhouses again, Duan Ling Tian felt that he was as insignificant as a speck of dust compared to a supreme powerhouse.
Supreme powerhouses. I wonder if I, Duan Ling Tian, will have the chance to become a supreme powerhouse in my lifetime. Unknowingly, Duan Ling Tian clenched his fists tightly. A hint of anticipation could be seen in his eyes. However, this anticipation had only appeared for a short while before it dimmed again. Then, Duan Ling Tian laughed self-deprecatingly. I'm really daydreaming. Right now, I haven't even rescued Kerr, Little Fei and the others, and I'm already dreaming of becoming a supreme powerhouse. What a joke. After laughing at himself, Duan Ling Tian began to feel depressed again. I wonder how Kerr, Little Fei and the others are doing. Also, father, mother, Si Ling, Nian Tian, and the others. After taking a deep breath, Duan Ling Tian closed his eyes and tried his best to calm himself down. However, based on his rapidly swelling chest, it was obvious that he was having a hard time controlling his emotions. After a day and a night, Duan Ling Tian finally opened his eyes when the 5 elemental qi surged out from his body. At the same time, the emotions that had been stirring for a day and a night were gone in just a blink of an eye. There was no other reason other than this. He had made a breakthrough. This is a celestial duke? Duan Ling Tian's eyes shone brightly like the stars in the night sky when he sensed the changes in his celestial origin energy. His face was flushed with excitement. When Duan Ling Tian broke through and became a celestial duke, Ling Jueyun, who was in the cave next door, opened his eyes in surprise. After Duan Ling Tian, Ling Jueyun had also made a breakthrough and became a celestial duke. Rewind to a day and a night ago. Duan Ling Tian and Ling Jueyun found a secluded valley and opened up their cave abodes to absorb the heaven sacrificial divine fruits effects. Soon after, 2 uninvited guests appeared in the area they were in. Lang Yi, based on the current situation, Duan Ling Tian must have come to the Jade Emperor Heaven to meet the reincarnated Celestial Emperor. In my opinion, he's most likely dead in the place where the reincarnated Celestial Emperor set up the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. One of the 2 people who had just landed on the peak of a steep mountain said to the other person, "Let's search for another 10 days to half a month. If we still can't find him, we'll return." The other person said. If Duan Ling Tian was here, he would have recognized the person who had just spoken. This person was none other than Lang Yi, the assassin from the Blood Skull Gang whom he had met outside the Simplicity Celestial Sex Estate. Lang Yi was a 9 Palaces Celestial King from the Blood Skull Gang. He was much stronger than the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect. Previously, Duan Ling Tian was able to escape from Lang Ye's clutches thanks to the Wind Shadow Escape Talisman given to him by the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect. However, Duan Ling Tian was unaware that the Blood Skull Gang had sent him to the Blood Skull Gang. Not only had the Blood Skull Gang targeted him when he left the Spirit Overarching Heaven through the transporting formation in the Spirit Overarching Heaven, but they had also found out where he had left the Spirit Overarching Heaven. In the Jade Emperor Heaven, Yen Mountain Mansion in the Equal Heaven Territory. If that brat really died in the place where the reincarnated Celestial Emperor set up the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, he would have gotten away with it. Lang Yi said coldly. Previously, a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial had escaped from under his nose. No matter what the reason was, he still felt humiliated. For this reason, if he encountered that brat again, he would definitely kill that brat. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Lang Yi and the other assassin from the Blood Skull Gang used their divine consciousness to search the area where Jiang Lan had set up the heaven sacrificial divine fruit in his past life. Chapter 3106. Lang Yi extended his divine consciousness and shrouded the entire canyon. At first, he thought this was just another routine investigation. However, when his divine sense enveloped the canyon and he discovered the 2 auras in the canyon, his eyes suddenly lit up. One of the auras belonged to the person he was looking for, Duan Ling Tian. Found him. Although Lang Yi usually had a cold expression on his face, a bright smile could be seen on his face at this moment. The bright smile only lasted for a moment before it turned into a sneer. I didn't expect him to still be alive. However, it's good that he's alive. I can kill him with my own hands. Lang Yi muttered to himself.
As soon as he finished speaking, without waiting for the other blood skull assassin beside him to reply, he swooped down like an eagle. In just a blink of an eye, he had entered the canyon.
At the same time, he shrouded the entire canyon with his divine consciousness, not missing a single corner. He was certain Duan Ling Tian would not be able to escape under his watch unless he had a celestial talisman like the Wind Shadow Escape Talisman. However, a Wind Shadow Escape Talisman like the one Duan Ling Tian had used previously was extremely precious even to Lang Yi. He did not believe Duan Ling Tian would have a second Wind Shadow Escape Talisman like that.
Duan Ling Tian.
Lang Yi stood high up in the air in the canyon. His gaze fell on one of the two immortals' caves that were next to each other on one side of the canyon. Do you want to come out on your own, or do you want me to go in and look for you? Lang Yi asked Duan Ling Tian mockingly. It was as though he was a cat toying with a mouse. This voice. When Lang Ye's voice entered the cave, Duan Ling Tian realized someone was here. Based on the voice, it was not difficult to tell that the person did not have good intentions. Moreover, Duan Ling Tian felt that the person's voice was somewhat familiar. After a while, a thought flashed in Duan Ling Tian's mind as he recalled where and when he had heard the same voice. Horror dawned on his face immediately. This person. He's the assassin from the Blood Skull Gang who attacked me outside the Simplicity Celestial Sex Estate. A 9 Palaces Immortal King assassin. After realizing who it was, Duan Ling Tian's expression changed. If it was not for the Wind Shadow Escape Talisman given to him by Sun Liangpang, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, he would not have been able to escape from Lang Yi. Why would a Blood Skull assassin be here?
How did he know I was here?
Duan Ling Tian didn't think it was a coincidence that the Blood Skull Gang had bumped into him here. After all, this wasn't the Spirit Overarching Heaven, but the Jade Emperor Heaven. The Blood Skull Gang was an assassin from the Spirit Overarching Heaven's Southern Heaven territory, so there was no way they would show up here for no reason. Furthermore, even if there was something going on, it was impossible for him to coincidentally appear here. In that case, there was only one possibility. The other party had come for him. Perhaps they were already targeting me before I left the Spirit Overarching Heaven. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. However, even if I was targeted, Ling Jueyun and I were transported to the Jade Emperor Heaven's Equal Heaven territory. Even if the Blood Skull Gang wanted to kill me, it's impossible for them to know I'm here, right?
Duan Ling Tian was puzzled.
Duan Ling Tian, who's that? Do you have an enemy here? Upon hearing Ling Jueyun's voice transmission, Duan Ling Tian could only smile bitterly. Even if I wanted to have an enemy here, I'd have to find the time to go out and cause trouble. The person isn't from here. He's from the Spirit Overarching Heaven's Southern Heaven territory. Duan Ling Tian replied through voice transmission. Someone from the Spirit Overarching Heaven's Southern Heaven territory? He chased you all the way here? Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's voice transmission, Ling Jueyun's eyes widened slightly. What kind of enmity do you have with him? Why did he chase you all the way here? Moreover, even if you're targeted in Axe Mountain City before you leave the Spirit Overarching Heaven, they'll still need the Profound Nether Mansion's permission to find out where you've gone through the transporting formation in Axe Mountain City. Ling Jueyun's tone turned solemn as he continued to say, ordinary people wouldn't be able to obtain the Profound Nether Mansion's permission to spy on the transporting formation set up by the Profound Nether Mansion. Who is he?
Ling Jueyun asked again.
He's an assassin from the Blood Skull Gang. Duan Ling Tian smiled bitterly. The Blood Skull Gang? Is it the Blood Skull Gang, one of the top assassin organizations in the Southern Heaven territory? Ling Jueyun was surprised. He did not expect Duan Ling Tian would be targeted by the Blood Skull Gang. How did they target you? Did someone issue a mission to kill you? Based on what I know, it's not easy to issue a mission to them. Before Ling Jueyun could finish speaking, Duan Ling Tian interrupted him. We'll talk about this later. The most important thing now is to find a way to leave this place. The assassin is a 9 Palaces Celestial King, Duan Ling Tian said. A 9 Palaces Celestial King? The Blood Skull Gang sent a 9 Palaces Celestial King to kill you? Ling Jueyun was confused. He could not figure out why they would send a 9 Palaces Celestial King to kill a peak overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial. After a while,
Ling Jueyun and Duan Ling Tian left the cave abode together and flew up into the air side by side.
He's Duan Ling Tian?
At this moment, the other assassin from the Blood Skull Gang had followed Lang Yi and appeared next to him.
He instantly shifted his gaze to Duan Ling Tian.
Before coming here, the assassin was familiar with Duan Ling Tian's appearance. Therefore, he recognized Duan Ling Tian with just a glance.
Yes, it's him.
Lang Yi nodded. Then, he looked at Duan Ling Tian and sneered. Duan Ling Tian, you managed to escape under my nose with the Wind Shadow Escape Talisman given to you by Sun Liang Pang, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect.
Let's see how you're going to escape this time. I'm curious. How did you find out I'm here?
Duan Ling Tian asked curiously as he looked at Lang Yi. Since you're about to die, there's no harm in telling you this. The vice leader of the Blood Skull Gang has found out through his connections in the profound Nether Mansion that you've teleported to Yen Mountain Mansion in the Jade Emperor Heaven's Equal Heaven territory.
Yen Mountain Mansion is huge.
However, we heard that a reincarnated Celestial Emperor had set up a trap to lure people here to sacrifice the Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit Tree. He had lured peak overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials from 5 Devata realms here. The spirit overarching heaven is one of the 5 Devata realms. For this reason, it wasn't difficult for us to guess you were lured here by the reincarnated Celestial Emperor as well. Although the reincarnated Celestial Emperor had used a transporting formation to send you away, we were certain you weren't far away. For this reason, we began to search the area for you. Initially, we didn't have much hope in finding a needle in a haystack. However, we didn't expect to find you here today. It seems like even the heavens don't want you to live, Duan Ling Tian. It was clear Lang Yi was certain Duan Ling Tian was going to die soon. Otherwise, he would not have said so much. If he had met Duan Ling Tian for the first time, he would not have said so much. The reason he had said so much today was due to the humiliation he felt from Duan Ling Tian's escape. This time, he was not in a hurry to kill Duan Ling Tian. He wanted to wait for Duan Ling Tian's despair to reach a certain level before he killed Duan Ling Tian. Only then would he be able to vent his anger.
I see.
Duan Ling Tian finally understood Lang Ye's words. Then, he shifted his gaze to the other assassin from the Blood Skull Gang, who was standing next to Lang Yi.
I'm curious. Is your companion a 9 Palaces Celestial King like you?
Humph.
You're pretty smart to have guessed my cultivation base.
Duan Ling Tian, although this is our first time meeting, I've heard a lot about you. The assassin standing next to Lang Yi said with a scoff. 2 9 Palaces Celestial Kings. Ling Jueyun, who was standing next to Duan Ling Tian, was shocked when he heard the assassin's words. At this moment, he was even more curious. Why would the Blood Skull Gang send such a powerful assassin to kill Duan Ling Tian? He was certain there must be a reason behind this. Otherwise, the Blood Skull Gang would not waste their resources like this. To be able to make a name for myself in the Blood Skull Gang and have 2 9 Palaces Celestial Kings traverse the Devata realms just to kill me. I, Duan Ling Tian, won't die in vain? Duan Ling Tian said with a sigh when he heard the words of the assassin standing next to Lang Yi. However, as soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, a faint smile appeared on his face as he said, "However, I'm afraid both of you will have wasted your time."
HM?
Duan Ling Tian's words came out of the blue, causing Lang Yi and the assassin standing next to him to be taken aback. Both of them were stunned by Duan Ling Tian's words.
Swoosh!
A celestial talisman appeared in Ling Jueyun's hand. Then, a flame enveloped Ling Jueyun at lightning speed. In just a blink of an eye, Ling Jueyun was engulfed in flames. Boom! A powerful aura surged out of Ling Jueyun's body, causing the expressions of Lang Yi and the assassin standing next to him to change drastically. Based on the powerful aura, it was not difficult for them to tell that the celestial talisman Ling Jueyun had crushed was not an ordinary celestial talisman.
Swoosh! Swoosh!
Lang Ye's energy surged. However, just as he was about to make a move, Ling Jueyun's flames had already shrouded Duan Ling Tian. Then, Ling Jueyun disappeared before Lang Ye's eyes. The celestial talisman that Ling Jueyun had crushed was a life-saving celestial talisman. It was not inferior to the Wind Shadow Escape talisman that Duan Ling Tian had used previously. Therefore, it was impossible for Lang Yi to catch up to Ling Jueyun. Chapter 3107. Ah! The moment the other Blood Skull Gang assassin finished complaining, Lang Yi, who had just regained his senses, suddenly let out a furious roar filled with jealousy and indignation. The rolling power in his body swept out in all directions. With his body as the center, a violent explosion occurred. Boom! 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 As Lang Yi vented his strength to his heart's content, rumbling sounds resounded incessantly in the surroundings of the gorge. Rubble swirled in the air as smoke and dust soared into the sky, and it went out of control. As a 9 Palaces celestial king, even if he did not intentionally unleash his energy, it was still a force to be reckoned with. Initially, Lang Yi had thought Duan Ling Tian would not have a celestial talisman like the Wind Shadow Escape talisman. He was certain Duan Ling Tian would die in his hands. For this reason, Lang Yi was not in a hurry to kill Duan Ling Tian. He wanted to wait for a moment before he made a move on Duan Ling Tian. However, he did not expect Duan Ling Tian would be able to kill Duan Ling Tian. Lang Yi was certain the person with Duan Ling Tian would have a celestial talisman that was comparable to the Wind Shadow Escape talisman. That person would be able to bring Duan Ling Tian out of Lang Ye's sight and easily shake off his divine consciousness. Lang Yi regretted his decision. He regretted not killing Duan Ling Tian as soon as he saw Duan Ling Tian. Just as his companion had said, if he had killed Duan Ling Tian as soon as he saw Duan Ling Tian, the person with Duan Ling Tian might not have been able to bring Duan Ling Tian away in time. Let's return. Now that we've alerted him, it'll be difficult to find him again. The Blood Skull Gang's assassin said. As soon as he finished speaking, he added, "Don't worry, I won't tell the organization about what happened today. I'll tell them we didn't manage to find Duan Ling Tian. However, I hope you won't let your guard down after this incident. Duan Ling Tian is only a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial, and yet, he managed to survive until now. It's obvious he's not an ordinary person." Lang Yi nodded. "Thank you." When Lang Yi heard the Blood Skull Gang's words, he quickly thanked the Blood Skull Gang's assassin after he had calmed down. He knew very well that this was not the case. If news of what happened today were to spread to the organization would not let him off easily. It was all due to his carelessness that Duan Ling Tian managed to escape. Meanwhile, with the strength granted to him by the celestial talisman, Ling Jueyun brought Duan Ling Tian away from the valley where they had entered closed-door cultivation, and appeared in a forest. "Thank you." Duan Ling Tian thanked Ling. If it were not for Ling Jueyun, Duan Ling Tian would have died in the valley. After all, without a celestial talisman like the Wind Shadow Escape talisman, he would not have been able to escape from the Blood Skull Gang. "Be nice to Sister Huang." A pained expression appeared on Ling Jueyun's face as he said this. He didn't have many of those escaping immortal talismans like the one he used just now. Every time he used one, he would have one less. Back then, when he left his family and the world of divine remains, he didn't manage to take anything with him. The things that he took away originally belonged to him. For this reason, he did not have many things with him. After all, his clan had been annihilated without any warning. He only managed to escape because his cultivation base was low and he had the help of Huang Er, the soul of a divine artifact. "Don't worry." Duan Ling Tian nodded. "She's now the soul of my divine artifact. Naturally, I won't mistreat her. Let's leave this area as soon as possible. If the 9 Palaces celestial kings from the Blood Skull Gang continue to search for us, we'll be discovered sooner or later." As soon as Ling Jueyun finished speaking, he and Duan Ling Tian left the forest in the opposite direction of the valley. "You still haven't told me why the Blood Skull Gang would send 9 Palaces celestial kings to kill you. Moreover, 2 of them are 9 Palaces celestial kings." Ling Jueyun could not figure it out. Duan Ling Tian was only a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Even if his innate talent and comprehension skills were high, there was no need for them to send 2 powerful assassins to kill him. "The Blood Skull Gang sent 2 assassins to kill me, but I killed them," Duan Ling Tian replied. "What?" Ling Jueyun's eyes widened when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. "Why you killed 2 assassins from the Blood Skull Gang?" Ling Jueyun thought he had misheard Duan Ling Tian. Based on what he knew, the weakest assassin from the Blood Skull Gang was a 1 basic celestial king. "Yes." Duan Ling Tian nodded. "Based on what I know,
the weakest assassin from the Blood Skull Gang is a one basic celestial king, right? How did you kill them?
Ling Jueyun asked.
I used a consumable royal-grade celestial weapon. Duan Ling Tian did not hide the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon from Ling Jueyun since he knew Ling Jueyun might not be interested in the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon. Moreover, even if Ling Jueyun was interested in the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon, he would not compete with him. After all, Huang, whom Ling Jueyun respected a lot, was the sword soul of his 7 orifices exquisite sword. Putting everything else aside, Ling Jueyun would not go against him because of this. Although my comprehension of the profundities from the law is mediocre, the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon grants me celestial origin energy and soul energy that's comparable to a one basic celestial lord. Ordinary celestial kings are no match for me. Duan Ling Tian continued to explain. You have a consumable royal-grade celestial weapon? Ling Jueyun was shocked. His doubts disappeared immediately. If Duan Ling Tian really had a consumable royal-grade celestial weapon, it would not be difficult for him to kill ordinary celestial kings. Naturally, even if Duan Ling Tian used the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon to temporarily boost his celestial origin energy and soul energy to the level of a one basic celestial king, he would not be a match for the 2 9 palaces celestial kings from the Blood Skull Gang. This was because the difference in the number of profundities they had comprehended was too great. Most of the 9 palaces celestial kings in the spirit overarching Heaven's southern heaven territory had comprehended 6 or 7 profundities of a law. Some of them had even comprehended 8 profundities of a law. It was not impossible for 9 palaces celestial kings to comprehend 9 profundities of a law. However, there were no such 9 palaces celestial kings in the southern heaven territory. There were quite a few of such existences in the larger regions of the southern heaven territory.
Ling Jueyun.
At this moment, Duan Ling Tian suddenly thought of a question. His eyes flashed as he asked, after consuming the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, not only will I become a 10 directions celestial duke within a month, but I'll also comprehend many profundities of a law. Is it possible for me to comprehend the 4 supreme laws? Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up, and a hint of anticipation could be seen on his face. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, the first thought that appeared in Ling Jueyun's mind was that Duan Ling Tian was too greedy. His second thought was that he was looking forward to it. If it was possible, Duan Ling Tian hoped that he would be able to comprehend 3 of the 4 supreme laws. After all, the heaven sacrificial divine fruit would allow him to comprehend many profundities of a law. Naturally, he knew the law of death was the law of death. Duan Ling Tian had already comprehended the law of death. Even if the heaven sacrificial divine fruit allowed him to comprehend one of the 4 supreme laws, it was impossible for him to comprehend the law of death. I've only heard that those who consume the heaven sacrificial divine fruit will be able to comprehend many profundities of a law. However, I don't know what kind of law they've comprehended. I've never heard that those who consume the heaven sacrificial divine fruit won't be able to comprehend one of the 4 supreme laws with the help of the fruit. Ling Jueyun replied honestly. Does this mean it's possible? Duan Ling Tian was looking forward to it. Even if it's possible, it's unlikely that we'll be able to comprehend one of the 4 supreme laws. Ling Jueyun smiled wryly. Why? Duan Ling Tian frowned. For example, I comprehended the law of death through my clan's bloodline. Unlike ordinary people who comprehend the law of death and the law of life, my bloodline makes it impossible for me to comprehend the law of life. For this reason, it's impossible for me to comprehend the law of life with the help of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Apart from that, we've come into contact with the law of time in the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Although we haven't comprehended the law of time's fundamental profundity, it's still impossible for us to comprehend the law of time. Unless the heaven sacrificial divine fruit helps me comprehend the law of space, it's impossible for me to comprehend one of the 4 supreme laws with the help of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. One side is the laws of space, the other side is the laws of 5 elements, and even the laws of wind, lightning, ice, and so on derive from the laws of 5 elements. The chances of comprehending the laws of space are too low. Ling Jueyun said. That's me. Compared to me, the probability of you comprehending one of the 4 supreme laws is much higher. Ling Jueyun looked at Duan Ling Tian and continued to say, You've only comprehended the law of time. You've only come into contact with the law of time so far. If you didn't come into contact with the law of life when you obtained the main branch of the divine tree of life,
You might have been able to comprehend the law of life, the law of death, or the law of space with the help of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit.
It was clear Ling Jueyun had taken all the factors into consideration. You recognized the divine tree of life? Duan Ling Tian was surprised. If he was not mistaken, Ling Jueyun was present when he bid for the main branch from the divine tree of life.
However, he was with the people from the supporting Fall Nation while Ling Jueyun was with the people from the East Ming Nation.
I'm from a realm of gods, so it's only natural for me to recognize the divine tree of life. Ling Jueyun said, when you bid for the divine tree of life, I knew you must have recognized it. However, at that time, I didn't know you're a descendant of a supreme powerhouse as well. Now that I know you're a descendant of a supreme powerhouse, it's not surprising for you to recognize the divine tree of life. Since you recognized the divine tree of life that day, why did you just watch me bid for it? Didn't you want it? Chapter 3108. Ling Jueyun shook his head when he heard Duan Lingtian's question. Not to mention that it's just one of the main branches of the divine tree of life. Even if it's the real divine tree of life, it's useless to me. The divine tree of life can help one comprehend the laws of life, and it also has some other uses, but because it contains the laws of life, it's destined to be impossible for me to use. Due to my clan's inherited bloodline, it's impossible for me to comprehend the law of life. Moreover, the divine tree of life that contains the law of life will reject me. Ling Jueyun's words clearly hinted at something else. I do want the divine tree of life. However, it's impossible for me to use it. I see. Duan Ling Tian was enlightened when he heard Ling Jueyun's words.
However, he could not help but ask. You could have told the people from the East Ming Nation that the divine tree of life is a treasure.
If the East Ming Nation obtains the divine tree of life, they won't mistreat you. Even if I told them about the divine tree of life, I'm afraid they wouldn't understand.
Moreover, they might expose my origin.
Ling Jueyun shook his head.
A hint of disdain could be seen on his face as he said, as for what you said, they won't mistreat me.
What do you think they'll give me? Duan Ling Tian smiled bitterly. He recalled Ling Jueyun was from a powerful clan in the Divine Offering Land. How could he lack something that a grade 8 celestial kingdom like the East Ming Nation could possibly provide? Swoosh, swoosh. Duan Ling Tian and Ling Jueyun traveled at full speed. 5 days later, they arrived at a city controlled by the Yen Mountain Mansion. It was similar to Pu Shan City, which was controlled by the profound Nether Mansion before they left the spirit overarching heaven. This city was called Tianji City. After entering Tianji City, Duan Ling Tian and Ling Jueyun stayed in the best courtyard in an inn owned by the Yen Mountain Mansion. Even if the 2 Nine Palaces celestial kings from the Blood Skull Gang were here, they would not be able to do anything to them. Unless the 2 killers wanted to die, they wouldn't attack them here. There are so many memory immortal talismans? Duan Ling Tian and Ling Jueyun stayed in different rooms in the same courtyard. As soon as Duan Ling Tian entered the room, he noticed many memory immortal talismans on the counter.
Of course, one could tell with a single glance that these memory immortal talismans were merely memory immortal talismans that could be used indefinitely.
A line of words was carved on the counter where the memory immortal talismans were placed.
It was a memory immortal talisman that recorded the major events of the past few years in the Jade Emperor Heaven.
That works too. What's the difference between this and the newspapers on Earth? Duan Lingtian shook his head with a smile. He didn't expect Swallow Mountain Prefecture subordinate taverns to be so considerate, even providing a newspaper memory immortal talisman. Duan Lingtian waited patiently for the efficacy of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit to fully assimilate into his body. During his journey to Tianji City, he had already become a 5-element celestial duke. It took him 8 days to break through from a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial to a 5-element celestial duke. Moreover, the further he progressed, the slower it became. Previously, it had only taken him a day and a night to break through from a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial to a 1 basic celestial duke. However, it took him another 2 days and a night to break through from a 1 basic celestial duke to a 2-form celestial duke. It took him longer and longer to break through from a 2-form celestial duke to a 3-talent celestial duke, then to a 4-phenomenon celestial duke, and finally to a 5-element celestial duke. Naturally, it only took him longer to break through compared to the time it took him to break through earlier. In any case, Duan Ling Tian would be able to break through and become a 10-direction celestial duke within a month after consuming the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit.
However, up until now, he had not comprehended any profundities from the law that the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit granted him. Duan Ling Tian was not in a hurry since he knew he would be able to comprehend the profundities in 20 days at most. In the next 20 days, I won't be able to cultivate in peace and comprehend the profundities from the law of fire. In that case, I might as well look through these memory celestial talismans to learn more about the major events in the Jade Emperor Heaven. I might have heard of some of the major events recorded in these memory celestial talismans. After all, the Heavenly Emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven is the Jade Emperor from Earth's myths and legends. The Jade Emperor was the leader of the Celestials in Earth's myths and legends. With this thought in mind, Duan Ling Tian eagerly picked up a memory celestial talisman and extended his divine consciousness to read the information recorded in it. The third son of the Bright Void Celestial Lord from the Bright Void territory has become a celestial duke before the age of 100. Moreover, he has comprehended the fourth profundity from the law of space when he created his little world. The memory celestial talisman described how the third son of the titled celestial lord from the Bright Void territory had recently become a basic celestial duke. Based on this memory celestial talisman, it was not difficult to learn that the third son of the Bright Void Celestial Lord had comprehended 3 profundities from the law of space before he became a celestial duke. After he became a celestial duke and created his little world, he had comprehended the 4th profundity from the law of space. A basic celestial duke before the age of 100 who has comprehended 4 profundities from the law of space. The third son of the Bright Void Celestial Lord is known as the number 1 prodigy in the Bright Void territory in the past 10,000 years. Duan Ling Tian shook his head with a smile on his face when he read this part of the memory celestial talisman. In the Devata realms, Ling Ju-yun and I can be considered as rare geniuses in 10,000 years. Not only that, but Ling Ju-yun and I will break through and become 10-direction celestial dukes in another 20 days. A 10-direction celestial duke who has comprehended 3 profundities from a law, and is in the process of comprehending the 4th profundity from a law before the age of 100. In any Devata realm, there might not even be one such person in 100,000 years, right? Or should I say, even in 1,000,000 years, there might not be a single person like us who will appear in a month. Although Duan Ling Tian's words were laced with a hint of mockery, he was still shocked by the Bright Void Celestial Lord's third son's comprehension ability. Naturally, he was only shocked by the third son of the Bright Void Celestial Duke. He has comprehended 3 profundities from the law of space before he became a celestial duke. It doesn't matter if the third son of the Bright Void Celestial Lord has a high comprehension ability or a fortuitous encounter. He's not simple at all. The law of space was one of the 4 supreme laws. Not only was it mysterious, but it was also very difficult to comprehend. The reason why Ling Ju-yun was able to comprehend one of the 4 supreme laws, the law of death, at such a young age was because his family's bloodline could help him comprehend the law of death. Moreover, who was Ling Ju-yun? He was a disciple of a powerful clan in the Divine Offering Land. Moreover, he was a descendant of a supreme powerhouse. The third son of the Bright Void Celestial Lord was merely the son of a ruler of a territory in the Jade Emperor Heaven. In terms of background, he was inferior to Ling Ju-yun. The Bright Void Celestial Lord was only an ordinary titled Celestial Lord. There were many territories like the Bright Void territory in the Devata realms, and there were many titled Celestial Lords like the Bright Void Celestial Lord. Based on this, it was clear the third son of the Bright Void Celestial Lord was extraordinary. However, based on Ling Ju-yun's age and cultivation base, it's likely he didn't have the time to enjoy the cultivation resources of his clan. For this reason, his current achievements aren't comparable to those of his peers from other powerful clans in the Divine Offering Land. Duan Ling Tian had thought about this as well. Even if someone below the age of 100 was from a powerful clan in the Divine Offering Land, it was impossible for him to enjoy the cultivation resources of his clan to be comparable to Ling Ju-yun. After all, the Divine Offering Land was a realm of gods that was superior to the Devata realms. Even the top forces in the Devata realms could not compare to the powerful clans in the Divine Offering Land.
Let's look at something else. Duanling Tian put down the memory celestial talisman that recorded the monstrous achievements of the third son of the Bright Void Celestial Lord from the Bright Void territory and picked up another memory celestial talisman. As soon as he sent his divine consciousness into it, information appeared.
Duanling Tian's eyes widened in surprise when he saw the information.
Yang Jian, the three-eyed celestial emperor, a subordinate of the heavenly emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven, has challenged Sun Wukong, the heavens equal celestial emperor, for the 98th time. Sun Wukong, the heavens equal celestial emperor, managed to severely injure Yang Jian with just 3 strikes? In the past, Sun Wukong, the heavens equal celestial emperor, was able to defeat Yang Jian after exchanging 100 strikes. Sun Wukong, the heavens equal celestial emperor, seems to have reached the threshold of godhood? The memory celestial talisman Duanling Tian picked up contained this information.
The 2 familiar names in it caused his mind to wander.
Yang Jian, the three-eyed celestial emperor? Sun Wukong, the heavens equal celestial emperor? If I'm not mistaken, Yang Jian and Sun Wukong should be the true Lord Erlang and the great sage, heavens equal, Sun Wukong. The Jade Emperor is the heavenly emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven. According to the legends on Earth, Yang Jian is the Jade Emperor's nephew. Therefore, it's not surprising that he's a titled celestial emperor under the Jade Emperor's command. Sun Wukong is known as the Great Sage, Heaven's Equal. The Heaven's Equal Celestial Emperor, Heaven's Equal, should be the same person as Sun Wukong. Based on the information recorded in the memory celestial talisman, it seems like Sun Wukong has reached the threshold of godhood? Godhood. Duanling Tian, naturally, knew that godhood represented the strongest force in the Devata realm. Chapter 3109. Sun Wukong has reached the threshold of becoming a god. In other words, he's a 10-direction celestial emperor now. As for Yang Jian, since he dares to challenge Sun Wukong so many times, he must be a 10-direction celestial emperor as well. It was not difficult for Duanling Tian to figure this out based on the information in the memory celestial talisman. Originally, after knowing that most of the characters in Earth's myths and legends really existed, he was very much looking forward to seeing them with his own eyes in the future. If he could drink and chat with them, he would definitely drink with them until they were drunk. However, after learning about Sun Wukong and Yang Jian's strength, Duanling Tian realized that he was not a match for them. Even Sun Wukong and Yang Jian's disciples would not want to talk to him, let alone Sun Wukong and Yang Jian who were at the peak of the Devata realms. If I want to talk to them as equals, I need to be at least as strong as them. I'm still too weak. Duanling Tian sighed as he put down the memory celestial talisman in his hand. Regarding this point, he was still aware of his own limitations. After putting down the memory celestial talisman, Duanling Tian picked up another memory celestial talisman. These memory celestial talismans recorded all sorts of strange and interesting events. However, to Duanling Tian, they were merely for fun. He would not waste time after reading them. After reading these memory celestial talismans, Duanling Tian gained a better understanding of the vastness of the Devata realms. It was much more vast than he had imagined. For example, the Yen Mountain Mansion's Equal Heaven Territory and the Profound Nether Mansion's Southern Heaven Territory were just small territories in the Jade Emperor Heaven and the Spirit Overarching Heaven. These territories were ruled by titled celestial lords. Generally, there was only one titled celestial lord in these territories. I'm too weak. I'm too weak now. Even though I managed to break through and become a 10-direction celestial duke with the help of the Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit, I'm still too weak. Above a 10-direction celestial duke was a celestial lord. Celestial lords were divided into 10 stages. Apart from that, they were also divided into ordinary celestial lords and titled celestial lords. Above the immortal emperor was the immortal emperor. Celestial emperors were divided into ordinary celestial emperors and titled celestial emperors. Even titled celestial emperors had differences in strength. Powerful titled celestial emperors were like Sun Wukong, Yang Jian, and the heavenly emperors of Devata realms. If Sun Wukong is really close to becoming a god and managed to injure Yang Jian with just 3 strikes, I'm afraid he's as strong as a heavenly emperor in a Devata realm. I wonder if his personality is as wild and unruly as the legends on Earth say.
If he is, will he challenge the Jade Emperor to become the new heavenly emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven?
Thinking of this, Duan Ling Tian became a little curious, and at the same time, a little expectant. If Sun Wukong really challenged the Jade Emperor and succeeded, the news would definitely spread throughout the Jade Emperor Heaven.
Such a big matter would definitely spread to the spirit overarching heaven in the future.
Therefore, even if he returned to the spirit overarching heaven, he would definitely receive news. Currently, my cultivation base is improving, but the profundities of the laws have yet to appear. Although Duan Ling Tian was not worried about the profundities of the laws, as the days passed, he could not help but feel anxious. To calm himself down, Duan Ling Tian shifted his attention to the little worlds that could be created by celestial dukes and above. However, although celestial dukes and above could create little worlds, there were still differences. For example, the little worlds created by celestial dukes could only be carried around. To be more precise, they could only create a little world in their bodies. The little world was similar to a spatial ring that could store things. Unlike a spatial ring that could not store living things, a little world could store living things. On the other hand, a little world created by a celestial king could be stored in a fixed location. Similar to the little world created by a celestial king from the blissful sect when Duan Ling Tian first arrived in the Devata realms, it was similar to a secret realm. That was how he met Morong Bing. A little world created by a celestial lord was, naturally, stronger than a little world created by a celestial king. For example, the Southern Heaven ancient realm that Duan Ling Tian had entered previously was a little world created by a Southern Heaven celestial lord in the Southern Heaven territory. However, after the little world was created by a Southern Heaven celestial lord, the successive Southern Heaven celestial lords would maintain it so that it would not collapse or disappear due to excessive consumption. Little worlds created by celestial kings and celestial lords could exist as secret realms. It was fine if no one entered the secret realms. However, if someone entered the secret realms would collapse and disappear. I've seen the method to create a little world in the Simplicity Celestial sect. Let's try to create a little world now. With this thought in mind, Duan Ling Tian tried to create a little world in his body based on the method he had seen before. Creating a little world required the celestial origin energy of a celestial duke and the soul energy of a celestial duke. Moreover, after the little world was created, the celestial origin energy and soul energy would have to be nourished for a period of time before the space inside the little world would stabilize. Otherwise, Duan Ling Tian would be able to create a little world that was comparable to a one basic celestial duke's celestial origin energy and soul energy if he used the consumable royal grade celestial weapon. After all, the celestial origin energy and soul energy would have to be nourished for a period of time. For this reason, it was impossible to create a little world in a short period of time. Swoosh! Swoosh! Duan Ling Tian mobilized the celestial origin energy in his body and gathered it together before it began to condense. If he wanted to create a little world, he would have to gather his celestial origin energy and condense it with the help of his soul energy. Once the celestial origin energy reached its limit, it would explode and create a little world. If you want to create a little world, I suggest you create it near your heart. The profound divine metal's voice rang in the air while Duan Ling Tian was busy condensing his celestial origin energy to prepare for the little world. Near my heart? Duan Ling Tian was taken aback. Why? There might be a surprise. The profound divine metal replied. A surprise? Duan Ling Tian was still puzzled. However, the profound divine metal had no intention of answering his question. Even the chaos divine flame and the chaos divine earth remained silent. It was fine if the chaos divine flame did not say anything, but the chaos divine earth's silence surprised Duan Ling Tian. Chaos divine earth, aren't you going to tell me what the surprise is? The chances are low. It'll be a surprise if it works. If it doesn't work, there's no point in talking about it now. The chaos divine earth's childish voice rang in the air. However, it kept Duan Ling Tian in suspense. This made Duan Ling Tian even more puzzled. There's still a chance. Don't forget that this brat has 99 heavenly veins. Moreover, the main branch of the divine tree of life has already acknowledged him as its master. The Chaos Divine Flame said. It's less than 30%. The Profound Divine Metal said again. Clearly, it was telling Duanling Tian that the chances of success were less than 30%. This made Duanling Tian even more puzzled. However, the 5 divine elements did not say anything else. Although Duanling Tian was puzzled, he did not ask any questions. He continued to focus on gathering his celestial origin energy. This was because he knew that he would be able to find the answers to all his questions after he opened up the small world. Naturally, he would still follow the Profound Divine Metal's advice and create a little world near his heart. Time continued to pass. An hour passed. 2 hours passed. 1 day passed. 2 days passed. 3 days passed. With the help of his soul energy, Duanling Tian's celestial origin energy was finally condensed to its peak. I've finally reached the final stage. According to the records of celestial dukes opening up little worlds, I should pour all my soul energy into the extremely condensed celestial origin energy and use it to open up a little world, Duanling Tian thought to himself. During the process of creating a little world, I can't slack off on using my soul energy. I'll have to use my celestial origin energy to create a little world. Of course, the small world that is constructed is cold and empty at first, just like the space inside a storage ring. If you want to make it colorful, you'll have to move soil in and plant flowers and trees in. After taking a deep breath, Duanling Tian controlled his soul energy and pierced it into the celestial origin energy that had been condensed to its peak. For Duanling Tian, who had studied little worlds created by celestial dukes, this was not difficult at all. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Duanling Tian's soul energy was like the hand of the god of creation. It manipulated the condensed celestial origin energy to create a little world in his body. First, he had to outline the rough trajectory of the little world. Next, he had to fill out the trajectory so that the little world would gradually take shape. At this moment, whoosh! A sound that sounded like some kind of energy was released suddenly rang in Duanling Tian's body. To be more precise, it came from his heart. In the next moment, just as Duanling Tian was using his soul energy to fill out the trajectory of the little world, a sudden change occurred. The main branch of the divine tree of life that had been rooted in Duanling Tian's heart suddenly shone brightly. In the end, it left Duanling Tian's heart and flew toward the little world that Duanling Tian was still creating. In just a few moments, it seemed to have transformed into a force that could absorb all rivers into the sea before it merged with Duanling Tian's little world. At the same time, Duanling Tian discovered that the 99 heavenly veins in his body had become boiling hot. The heaven and earth spirit energy was surging in from the outside and transforming into celestial origin energy that flowed through all the heavenly veins in his body toward his heart. To be more precise, it was gathering in the little world that he was creating. This, Duanling Tian muttered to himself. Chapter 31:10. At the same time, Duanling Tian's soul energy stopped moving in a timely manner. However, even though his soul power had stopped moving, the small world in Duanling Tian's body continued to outline and construct at an even faster speed than before. The celestial origin energy from the 99 heavenly veins in Duanling Tian's body continued to form the little world in his body. It was as though they were being controlled by something, helping Duanling Tian to quickly form the little world. Is that the main branch of the Tree of Life? At the same time, Duanling Tian saw. The main branch of the divine Tree of Life was rooted in the center of his small world that had yet to fully form, like the roots of an old tree. Below the main branch of the divine Tree of Life, there was a patch of soil, and the soil was emitting a green light. Under the cover of the green light, a grassy lawn appeared at the right time. Furthermore, there were flowers of various colors appearing on the grassy lawn. It was like 100 flowers competing with each other. It was gorgeous and dazzling. This is what's going on? Immediately after, Duanling Tian saw that as the divine Tree of Life continued to emit waves of faint light, this light quickly enveloped the entire small world that had yet to take shape. At the same time, the celestial origin energy from the 99 heavenly veins in Duanling Tian's body surged into the little world. It was as though the little world was suddenly filled with flesh and blood. Numerous small mountains seemed to rise out of thin air. There was water in the mountains, green grass like a cushion, and some lush flowers and trees appeared at the right time. As time passed, the small mountain formed a beautiful valley. The water on the small mountain gathered together to form a waterfall. The waterfall splashed down, causing a crystal-clear lake to appear in the valley. In the lake, pebbles of various colors were faintly discernible. The next moment, Duan Ling Tian saw something else. On the grassland in the valley, numerous tiny figures appeared one after another, and they were actually some birds and beasts. They flew and swam happily in the valley, and it seemed to form a beautiful picture that caused Duan Ling Tian to be completely stunned. However, these birds and beasts only circled around the main branch of the divine tree of life at the center of the valley. It seems that all of this has something to do with the main branch of the divine tree of life. Now, it wasn't difficult for Duan Ling Tian to see that the changes in his small world were related to the changes in the main branch of the tree of life. He actually succeeded. The Chaos Divine Earth exclaimed in its childish voice. Its voice was filled with surprise. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian discovered that the Chaos Divine Earth had left its original location and was heading straight for his little world. Now, the construction of the small world was nearing its end. As soon as the Chaos Divine Earth entered the lesser world, it took on a human form. It looked like a little boy who was about 3 years old. Although its facial features had yet to fully develop, its chubby face made it look adorable. Although the Chaos Divine Earth had taken on a human form, its silhouette was extremely illusory. It was like a cloud of fog that could be easily blown away. Not bad. Not bad. The little world is filled with the life energy of the divine tree of life. I can take on a human form. The little boy nodded in satisfaction as he looked at the main branch of the divine tree of life that had taken root in the ground. Swoosh. Swoosh. After the little boy appeared in the valley, 2 other figures appeared as well. Just a moment ago, Duan Ling Tian discovered that the profound divine metal and chaos divine flame had entered his little world. The profound divine metal had taken on the form of a middle-aged man dressed in a long golden robe. The middle-aged man had a dignified appearance and a dignified appearance. On the other hand, the chaos divine flame had taken on the form of an old man dressed in a long red robe. He was tall and had a flame mark between his eyebrows. However, whether it was the little boy, the middle-aged man dressed in a golden robe, or the old man dressed in a red robe, their silhouettes were somewhat illusory. What's going on? At this moment, Duan Ling Tian finally could not suppress the confusion in his heart and asked the 3 of them. Hee. Lad, you're quite lucky. The divine tree of life has acknowledged you as soon as you've created your little world. The little boy in the chaos divine earth chuckled as he said, You should know that the chances of this happening aren't high. Even if you have 99 heavenly veins, the chances of this happening are less than 30%. What's the use of this? Duan Ling Tian asked bluntly. What he wanted to know the most was what benefits would he gain from such a situation. Of course it's useful. The little boy replied in a childish voice. The main branch of the divine tree of life has taken root in your little world. Not only will it reduce the obstacles on your path to becoming a supreme powerhouse, but it'll also help you subtly comprehend the law of life. In the past, even with the help of the main branch of the divine tree of life, you still had to rely on yourself to comprehend the law of life. However, now that the main branch of the divine tree of life has taken root in your little world, even if you don't actively comprehend the law of life, you'll still be influenced by your little world. As long as you have enough time, you'll be able to passively comprehend all the profundities from the law of life. In fact, you'll even be able to comprehend all the profundities from the law of life to the mastery stage. Of course, that'll take a very, very long time. You can also take the initiative to comprehend the law of life. That way, the speed at which you comprehend the profundities from the law of life won't be slower than the speed at which you comprehend the profundities from the law of the 5 elements with our help. Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up when he heard the little boy's words. He did not expect that the divine tree of life taking root in his little world would bring such benefits to him. Lad, you should take advantage of the fact that the divine tree of life is helping you to construct your little world. Who knows, you might even be able to comprehend the law of space. The golden-clad middle-aged man, the profound divine metal, said to Duan Ling Tian, The law of space is one of the 4 supreme laws. If you want to comprehend it, you must first open this door. Now is the best time for you to open this door. You won't always have such a good opportunity to open the door to the law of space.
A hint of urgency could be heard in the profound divine metal's voice as he spoke.
Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat when he heard the profound divine metal's words. At the same time, he discovered he did not have to worry about the little world anymore. The main branch of the divine tree of life was guiding the celestial origin energy from his 99 heavenly veins to construct his little world at an extremely fast speed. The law of space. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and calmed himself down. He extended his divine consciousness and touched the little world that had yet to take shape. It was as though he was trying to comprehend something from it. The little world was taking shape at an extremely fast speed. When Duan Lingtian's divine consciousness touched the little world, he could vaguely sense something. This was related to the law of space. Naturally, Duan Lingtian would need time to comprehend this since he had never come into contact with the law of space before this. Without realizing it, Duan Lingtian was so immersed in the little world that he did not even realize it had taken half an hour for the little world to take shape. Currently, he was still immersed in the little world that had yet to take shape. Duan Lingtian was trying his best to grasp the profundity of the law of space. However, the profundity of the law of space was like a loach that he could not grasp at all. A large amount of mysterious and obscure information suddenly appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind and rushed into his mind. Duan Lingtian was dazzled by the influx of information. It took him a while to regain his senses. At the same time, Duan Lingtian had an unusually clear feeling that this information was closely related to the medicinal efficacy of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit that was still in his body. This was because the moment the mysterious and obscure information rushed into his mind, the medicinal efficacy of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit in his body began to boil as though it had been injected with chicken blood. At that moment, he only felt a burning sensation all over his body, and his scalp went numb like a flash in the pan. What's going on? After a while, Duan Lingtian felt as though there was something in his mind. He opened his eyes and moved his hands slightly. He seemed to have a strange feeling about the void around him. This feeling was like the feeling of control. It was as if he could control the surrounding void. Could it be? Suddenly, a thought popped into Duan Lingtian's mind. This thought made his eyes light up. At this moment, if someone were to look into Duan Lingtian's eyes, they would definitely discover that Duan Lingtian's eyes were now as bright as the stars in the night sky. They were so dazzling that they could blind a normal person. Hiss! Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. At the same time, he began to digest the information that he had originally thought was mysterious and obscure. At this moment, Duan Lingtian realized that the information that he had thought was mysterious and obscure was something that he had been born with. This information further proved to him that his previous guess was right. As expected, Duan Lingtian clenched his fists in excitement. His entire body began to tremble, and the frequency of his trembling increased until it was uncontrollable. It was not difficult to see that Duan Lingtian was so excited that he was on the verge of insanity. If someone else was here, they would definitely be frightened by him. The law of space. The law that the heaven sacrificial divine fruit helped me comprehend is actually the law of space. The reason why Duan Lingtian was so excited was because Chapter 31:11. Before the appearance of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, Duan Lingtian had been hoping he would be able to comprehend one of the four supreme laws. According to Ling Jueyun, since he had encountered the law of time in the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm in the profound nether mansion, it was impossible for him to comprehend the law of time with the help of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. However, he had a chance to comprehend the other three supreme laws, the law of space, the law of life, and the law of death. Even then, Duan Lingtian did not have high hopes. After all, the supreme laws were much harder to comprehend compared to ordinary laws. Although the heaven sacrificial divine fruit was heaven-defying, it might not be able to help him comprehend the supreme laws. Today, he had created his first little world. Initially, everything was going according to plan. However, the main branch from the divine tree of life that had acknowledged him as its master had suddenly interfered. Since the main branch from the divine tree of life had helped him complete his little world, he did not have to interfere with the creation of his little world. While Duanling Tian was still in shock and at a loss, the profound divine metal suddenly asked him to use his divine consciousness to observe the process of the divine tree of life completing his little world. Perhaps he might be able to comprehend the law of space. With the profound divine metal's reminder, Duanling Tian focused on observing the process of the divine tree of life completing his little world. At this moment, a lot of information appeared in his mind. At first, he found it difficult to comprehend. However, after a while, he felt familiar with the information as though he was born with it. After reading the information, Duanling Tian was certain he had comprehended the laws of space. This information was related to many profundities of the law of space. Clearly, the heaven sacrificial divine fruit had helped him comprehend the various profundities of the law of space. After all, the information had appeared in his mind. The heaven sacrificial divine fruit resonated with the information. The law of space. Duanling Tian tried his best to suppress his excitement as he studied the law of space that had appeared in his mind. The law of space that the heaven sacrificial divine fruit helped me comprehend is 6 profundities. After confirming that he had comprehended 6 profundities of the law of space, Duanling Tian's heart, which had finally calmed down with great difficulty, was once again stirred up. He couldn't calm down for a long time. Although he had learned that the heaven sacrificial divine fruit could help one comprehend at least 6 profundities of a law, and some had even comprehended up to 8 profundities of a law after consuming the fruit, Duanling Tian was shocked. Comprehending 6 profundities of a particular law was considered to be relatively ineffective. However, Duanling Tian was not disappointed that the heaven sacrificial divine fruit had only helped him comprehend 6 profundities of the law of space. Although he had only comprehended 6 profundities, they were not ordinary profundities. This was the profound meaning of the laws of space. Spatial laws were one of the 4 supreme laws. The difficulty of comprehending them was far more difficult than ordinary laws. Ordinary laws could be comprehended through celestial methods and divine abilities, but the 4 supreme laws such as the space law could not be comprehended through celestial methods and divine abilities. For this reason, it was much more difficult to comprehend the 4 supreme laws compared to ordinary laws. Duanling Tian was very satisfied that he had comprehended 6 profundities of the law of space in just one day. He was even slightly overjoyed with this result. This could be seen from the excitement in Duanling Tian's heart that took a long time to calm down. The heaven sacrificial divine fruit helped me comprehend 6 profundities of the law of space. After about 15 minutes, Duanling Tian finally calmed down and shifted his attention to the 6 profundities of the law of space that he had comprehended with the help of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. The 6 profundities include the space elemental profundity, the fundamental profundity of the law of space. Apart from the space elemental profundity, there are 5 other profundities. They are the confinement profundity, the distortion profundity, the teleportation profundity, the cross-dimensional / profundity, and the territory profundity. The confinement profundity is mainly an auxiliary profundity. The distortion profundity and the cross-dimensional / profundity are mainly offensive profundities. The teleportation profundity is mainly a speed profundity. The territory profundity is mainly a defense profundity. The heaven sacrificial divine fruit helped Duanling Tian comprehend the law of space's profundities. However, to Duanling Tian, it was as though he had comprehended the profundities on his own. Not only was he familiar with the profundities, but he also knew the characteristics of the profundities. Moreover, he could even use them as though they were part of his body. The confinement profundity. With just a thought, Duanling Tian's celestial origin energy surged out of his body. It merged with the space elemental profundity before it turned into a gray energy that spread out in the air. In the next moment, this is it. Duanling Tian's gaze passed through the window that he had just pushed open and locked onto a black beetle that was gnawing on a tree bark in the courtyard. With just a thought, the air around the black beetle began to tremble. At the same time, the black beetle flapped its wings in an attempt to leave the tree. However, as soon as it flew up, it seemed to have bumped into something and bounced back. It could not leave the tree at all. After that, no matter which direction it went, it couldn't get more than a foot away from the branch. With the tree as the center, the area within a 1-foot radius seemed to be confined by something. It was impossible for the black beetle to leave. Duanling Tian had used the confinement profundity from the law of space to confine the 1-foot radius around the tree. The black beetle was trapped in the space and could not leave the area. It was like a trapped beast.
Withdraw.
Duanling Tian narrowed his eyes. The 1-foot radius around the black beetle began to shrink at an extremely fast speed. After a while, the black beetle was squeezed into a ball before it exploded into a bloody mist. The bloody mist was accompanied by debris. It was clear that the black beetle's carapace, bones, and flesh were crushed.
Not only can the confinement profundity from the law of space trap people, but it can also injure and kill people. Although Duanling Tian had a certain understanding of the law of space when he was in the Simplicity Celestial sect, the confinement profundity, most of the information recorded in the Memory Celestial Talisman was only theoretical. Now that he had personally used the confinement profundity to kill the black beetle, Duanling Tian gained a deeper understanding of how terrifying the confinement profundity was. The distortion profundity. After regaining his senses, Duanling Tian shifted his gaze to the tree branch where the black beetle had been. With just a thought, he activated the distortion profundity from the law of space, causing the space around the tree branch to distort. In the next moment, the tree branch swayed violently before it was reduced to dust. It was as though it had just experienced a terrifying storm.
The cross-dimensional profundity. With just a thought in Duanling Tian's mind, a tiny spatial tear suddenly appeared in the sky. As soon as the spatial tear appeared, a blade flew out of it. It was as though it was an attack from another dimension as it traversed space and arrived here.
Bas!
As the saber swept past, not only was the tree branch cut in half, but the part of the tree that was cut in half was also damaged as though it had been corroded by something. The cross-dimensional profundity is not only powerful, but it also contains a powerful corrosive energy that corrodes everything. If a person is hit by the cross-dimensional profundity, not only will the place where the cross-dimensional profundity be severed, but the corrosive energy will also enter the person's internal organs and corrode them. Duanling Tian inhaled sharply. The cross-dimensional profundity was one of the most peculiar profundities in the law of space. It was as though it was an attack from another dimension. It was impossible to guard against it. At the same time, it had a terrifying corrosive effect. The teleportation profundity. When Duanling Tian shifted his attention to the law of space's teleportation profundity, he raised his hand and closed all the windows in the room. For a moment, the room seemed like a sealed space. In the next moment, swoosh! Duanling Tian's celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the space elemental profundity surged out of his body and shrouded him. After a few moments, he disappeared from the room. When he reappeared, he was already in the courtyard outside the room. The teleportation profundity allows me to move through space. I can move from one place to another even if there are obstacles in the way. Just like earlier, I didn't encounter any obstacles when I disappeared from the room and reappeared here. I directly disappeared from there and teleported here through space, Qin Wentian said. However, it seems like the maximum distance I can teleport to is 100 meters. A distance of 100 meters was considered far for an ordinary person. Even if it was 100 meters, it would take at least 10 seconds. However, to the current Duanling Tian, although the distance of 100 meters could not be said to be within reach, it was still a distance that could be traversed with just a thought. The attack that he consolidated could traverse 100 meters in just a blink of an eye. The teleportation profundity from the law of space. When it's at the rudimentary stage, I can teleport 100 meters away. When it's at the initial stage, I can teleport 10,000 meters away. When it's at the mastery stage, I can even teleport 1 million meters away. That's 2,000 miles away. I can teleport 1 million meters away in just an instant. Duanling Tian inhaled sharply when he thought about this. He could only imagine how terrifying the teleportation profundity was when it was at the mastery stage. However, even though I've comprehended the teleportation profundity to the rudimentary stage, it's still much stronger than the speed profundity that's at the rudimentary stage. After all, it's a technique that allows me to teleport without any obstacles. When he was in a battle, he could instantly appear behind his opponent like a ghost. Even if his opponent reacted in time, he would have already made a move. Chapter 31:12. Bang! Duan Ling Tian, who was standing in the courtyard outside his room, suddenly stomped his foot on the ground.
With a soft thud, he rose into the air and hovered in the air.
The territory profundity. With that thought in mind, Duan Ling Tian cast the territory profundity, one of the 6 profundities from the law of space. His celestial origin energy that had been boosted by the space elemental profundity swirled around him. In just a blink of an eye, the space territory was formed. In the space territory, tiny cracks in space could be seen everywhere. It was as though the energy from another dimension had emerged from the cracks in space. It looked like gray lightning bolts that surrounded Duan Ling Tian. Although the space territory was a defensive profundity from the law of space, it was not lacking in offensive profundities. It was just that it was more focused on defense. When I use my territory power Upanishad, if someone fights me at close range, he has to defend against both my attacks and the attacks generated by the territory power Upanishad. Otherwise, he will be attacked by the space energy inside the territory power Upanishad. In the space territory, Duan Ling Tian spread his arms and merged with the space energy in the space territory. He could clearly feel the sharp aura of the space energy in the space territory. It was as though as soon as something invaded the space territory, it would immediately attack. However, at this moment, the sharp space energy wrapped around Duan Ling Tian's body like a warm embrace. It gave Duan Ling Tian the feeling of being in his mother's embrace when he was a child. Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes and took a deep breath. When he opened his eyes again, he saw a fly flying in the air. He raised his hand at lightning speed and an invisible energy swept out. It wrapped around the fly and brought it into the space territory around him. As soon as the fly entered the space territory, Duan Ling Tian removed the energy that enveloped the fly. Chi, 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 chi. After the little fly entered Duan Ling Tian's space domain and lost the protection of Duan Ling Tian's power, it was directly cut into countless pieces by the space domain, turning into fine powder that slowly fell to the ground. Based on my understanding of the laws of space's domain profundities, when one reaches the entry level of the domain profundities, they can extend their domain profundities to a distance of 10 meters. In the small success realm, it could reach a range of 100 meters. When it reaches the realm of great accomplishment, it can reach a distance of 1,000 meters. With this thought in mind, Duan Ling Tian tried to release his domain mysteries, but he found that he couldn't release his domain mysteries beyond 10 meters. It was just as he had expected. After a short moment, Duan Ling Tian restrained the raging celestial origin energy on the surface of his body, and he descended from the sky. When he landed on the ground, it was difficult to conceal the pleasantly surprised expression on his face. The law of space had 6 profound meanings. In just a blink of an eye, he had comprehended all of them. Even if the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit had helped him comprehend 9 profundities from an ordinary law, he might not have been as happy as he was now. After all, the law of space was one of the 4 supreme laws, and the profundities it contained were notoriously difficult to comprehend. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian seemed to have noticed something. A flash of inspiration appeared in his mind as a piece of information flashed past. His eyes widened as he muttered to himself, "This is the law of space's transportation profundity?" At this moment, Duan Ling Tian discovered another thing that surprised him. It was the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Apart from helping him comprehend 6 profundities from the law of space, the heaven sacrificial divine fruit had also helped him comprehend the 7th profundity from the law of space. The 7th profundity was none other than the transportation profundity. Generally speaking, transportation could only be achieved through a transporting formation. However, those who had comprehended the law of space's transportation profundity could also use it. Naturally, even if he had comprehended the law of space's transportation profundity to the mastery stage, the distance he could travel was limited. It was impossible for it to be comparable to large-scale transporting formations that required a large amount of celestial origin energy and rare materials. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian had only comprehended the law of space's transportation profundity. It would take him a lot of time and effort to comprehend it to the mastery stage. However, even so, it did not affect Duan Ling Tian's surprise. Comprehending the law of space's profundity meant one had opened the door to the profundity. It was only a matter of time before one comprehended it to the mastery stage. Time continued to pass by quietly. In just a blink of an eye, a month had passed since Duan Ling Tian and Ling Juyan had consumed the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. In a remote valley outside Tianji City, two figures could be seen moving around like ghosts. One of them shone with golden light all over his body, as if a god had descended to earth. Around his body, streaks of golden sword light whizzed out. As for the other person, his exposed body suddenly disappeared into thin air in the face of his opponent's ferocious attack. When he reappeared, he was behind his opponent again. I can't help it. Unless I'm slightly stronger, I won't be able to keep up with your speed. The person whose body was covered in golden light retracted, revealing a gray figure. It was a young man in gray robes. He looked at the purple-clad young man who had reappeared a few dozen meters away and sighed. With this technique, you'll be invincible even against those who are stronger than you as long as they don't specialize in speed. A hint of helplessness could be heard in the gray-clad young man's voice when he spoke. These two figures were none other than Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun, who had checked out of Tianji City early in the morning. Currently, Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun had successfully become 10 Directions Celestial Dukes with the help of the Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit. Moreover, they were 10 Directions Celestial Dukes who were very close to becoming Celestial Kings. Naturally, the Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit was not as simple as it seemed. Apart from helping Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun break through and become 10 Directions Celestial Dukes, the Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit had also helped them comprehend many profundities from a law they had never encountered before. For example, Duan Lingtian had comprehended 6 profundities from the law of space and was in the process of comprehending the 7th profundity from the law of space. As for Ling Jueyun, he had comprehended 8 profundities from the law of metal. He only needed to comprehend the last profundity from the law of metal before he completely comprehended all the profundities from the law of metal. Ling Jueyun, who had comprehended 8 profundities from the law of metal, was shocked Duan Lingtian had comprehended one of the 4 supreme laws of space. However, when he found out Duan Lingtian had only comprehended 6 profundities from the law of space, he was delighted and challenged Duan Lingtian. For this reason, both of them had left Tianji City and came here to duel. During their previous duel, Ling Jueyun had lost to Duan Lingtian. Although he did not hold a grudge against Duan Lingtian, he did not want to miss the opportunity to defeat Duan Lingtian. For this reason, they had engaged in a duel earlier. During this duel, Duan Lingtian did not rely on the 5 divine elements. Instead, he relied on the 6 profundities from the law of space that he had just comprehended to defeat Ling Jueyun. Since Ling Jueyun had comprehended 8 profundities from the law of metal, Duan Lingtian was unable to face Ling Jueyun head-on. However, with the teleportation profundity, no matter how Ling Jueyun attacked, he could not touch Duan Lingtian at all. Naturally, Duan Lingtian's comprehension of the law of space was far inferior to Ling Jueyun's comprehension of the law of metal. For this reason, although Duan Lingtian was able to teleport behind Ling Jueyun many times and attack Ling Jueyun from the back, he was still blocked by Ling Jueyun. For this reason, both of them could not do anything to each other. After a while, Ling Jueyun finally stopped since he knew it was meaningless to continue. Moreover, if he continued, his celestial origin energy would be depleted before Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy. Although their cultivation bases were the same, Duan Lingtian had used more profundities from the law of space. Therefore, his celestial origin energy was depleted much faster than Duan Lingtian. If this continued, he would be the one to lose in the end. For this reason, Ling Jueyun took the initiative to stop the duel. Do you really plan to stay in the Jade Emperor Heaven and not return? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Ling Jueyun. After all, he had discussed this with Ling Jueyun before they left Tianji City for the Jade Emperor Heaven. He planned to return to the Southern Heaven Territory and the Simplicity Celestial Sect in the Spirit Overarching Heaven. On the other hand, Ling Jueyun planned to stay in the Jade Emperor Heaven. Yes. Ling Jueyun nodded. The Cloud Platform Celestial Sect isn't as good to me as the Simplicity Celestial Sect is to you. Moreover, it doesn't make much difference to me whether I stay in the Jade Emperor Heaven or the Spirit Overarching Heaven. For this reason, I don't plan to return to the Spirit Overarching Heaven. Initially, Duan Lingtian found it difficult to understand why Duan Lingtian insisted on returning to the Simplicity Celestial Sect in the Spirit Overarching Heaven. However, when he heard Duan Lingtian said he owed the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect a favor, he finally understood. If it were not for the Wind Shadow Escape Talisman given to him by the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect,
Duan Ling Tian would not have been able to leave the Simplicity Celestial Sex Estate alive and obtain the heaven sacrificial divine fruit.
Duan Ling Tian truly owed him a great favor. Actually, you can return with me. In the future, when we join the profound nether mansion, we'll be able to look out for each other. Duan Ling Tian tried to persuade Duan Ling Tian. I don't want to return to the Jade Emperor Heaven because the Cloud Platform Celestial Sect didn't do much for me. I'll be able to repay them in the future.
However, the main reason is because of you.
Ling Jueyun said.
Me?
Duan Ling Tian was taken aback.
Yes.
Ling Jueyun nodded.
Then, he said proudly, I know we'll be able to look out for each other if I return to the spirit overarching heaven with you.
However, I don't want to be relieved. I want to grow stronger under pressure. I don't want to delay the enmity of my clan for too long. A hint of determination could be heard in Ling Jueyun's voice when he spoke. You're tuning in to the Wisdom Diary YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.